Chapter 1061 Target 5 Towers. The destruction of an army of 10,000 people is not the end of the matter. In fact, because the Legion members died so cleanly, no one knew what happened here at the Tower of the Great Sage. It wasn't until the current tower owner launched a counterattack that someone used the forum to get some information from the magic apprentices living in the Tower of the Great Sage. The former tower owner of the Great Sage's tower was the one who transformed this more than 700-year-old monument into a super war fortress. Because of his status as a visitor from another world, his behavior tended to be conservative. Don't stand out in everything. Give in beforehand. Stay on the front line when doing things. And hide behind the scenes when doing things. These 4 principles have been implemented to the end by someone. Therefore, in the past, when he encountered oppression, as long as he was not facing a desperate situation, he would not choose violent means to fight back. In other words, the concept of the rule of law in modern society on Earth has left an unbreakable mark on his mind. Even in a world where people cannibalize people and naturally eat people, he never thought of breaking through his own limits. As for those who died, they were all accidental injuries. Of course, when he was weak, concealing his identity that might make people covet him was also one of his reasons for acting conservatively. Someone who doesn't think that he is destined to have the attribute of Long Outhian is afraid of becoming a public enemy and facing a situation where everyone wants to arrest him and put him in the laboratory for biopsy. Therefore, when it comes to the use of the Tower of the Great Sage, Lin is as conservative as possible. The magic tower he transformed was not able to exert 100% of its power. But the current owner of the tower is one of the apprentices of the former president of the Magicians Association branch. Even if he is not considered a proud man in the southwest of Midi, he is definitely a person in the inner circle of power. Such people don't have many of the worries of a certain kind of people. In addition, after he took over the Tower of the Great Sage, he still has not fully grasped the full power of this magic tower. So he does many things with a trying mentality and acts regardless of the consequences. It can also be said that he has no idea what will happen after he does this. What he did this time was to add the location of the current Shijia District Branch President, namely the 5 joint magic towers at the branch headquarters, to the blacklist of the Tower of the Great Sage. Judging from the aftermath, fortunately, he did not go crazy and blacklist all the Willian City area. The straight line distance between the Tower of the Great Sage and the 5 magic towers at the headquarters of the Shijia District Chapter is 432.87 kilometers, far exceeding the record of 10 farthest magic tower strikes left by the Lost Land. 6 kilometers? Of course, it is also 10 kilometers outside the legal territory that the magic tower is allowed to occupy. The distance of more than 400 kilometers means that the 2 towers will not have any intersection. But everyone seems to have selectively forgotten that the Tower of the Great Sage once sniped a magician who came out of the middle tower, and was the initiator of forcing the magician Gobrish Tripwu to run at night. Before this day, the most favorite conversation between the tower owner and the tower owner was, "What will happen if your magic tower is within the attack range of my tower?" In fact, it is impossible for the entire magic tower to be relocated. No tower owner with a right mind can allow hostile forces to build a tower under his nose. And the magic tower is not something that can be built overnight. Therefore, in the history of Lost Land, magic tower confrontations rarely occurred. But on this day, light bombs rained down from the sky. Among the 5 magic towers, the tallest 5-story middle tower bore the brunt of the attack. Under the attack of a huge number of light bombs, fine stones continued to fall off the outer wall. The defense system of most magic towers must be activated proactively, mainly because the shield cannot selectively protect local areas. Once it is opened, even the main door cannot be entered or exited. As the magic tower is the headquarters of the district chapter of the Magicians Association, it cannot prohibit people from entering and exiting to handle affairs. Therefore, the middle tower, which usually did not activate defense, was caught off guard by this sudden attack. Although they still couldn't figure out where the attack came from, the magicians guarding the middle tower quickly deployed defensive barriers. At the same time, the 4 4-story towers in the east, west, south, and north also deployed the same protection. As long as the defensive barriers of the 5 towers are deployed at the same time, a regional defense system will be formed to protect the 5 towers at the same time. However, the attack of light bombs is still continuous, blasting out wave interference patterns one after another on the protective barrier, and it is becoming more and more intense, with more and more light bombs. Only then did everyone realize that this was not the classic attack method of the Great Sage's tower. Although it has not been shown publicly, Anyone who participated in the Battle of the Abyss invasion was deeply impressed. Such a dense attack of light bullets is unique among the magic towers in Lost Land, and is hard to mistake. However, it seems that attacks from far away cannot break through the defense composed of 5 towers. The light bomb is like a raindrop falling on an umbrella. It is bounced away and melted, but it cannot cause any damage to the umbrella. People who witnessed all this all thought that this unexpected battle might be about one side attacking and the other defending. No one could do anything to anyone, and the stalemate continued until the supplies inside the Willian Tower were exhausted, and the people inside starved to death. After all, the energy pool of the 5 towers supporting the defensive barrier is theoretically a semi-permanent energy supply source. But the people living there need to eat and drink, and food cannot be conjured out of thin air. Either the tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage was protesting, and after confirming that the attack was fruitless, he gave up the attack and returned everything to the status quo. By then, the frustrated Shijia district branch officials will probably use more violent and aggressive means to attack the tower. In order for the newly elected president's faction to compromise, they must show greater strength. At this time, people also remember the question that should have been raised immediately. What happened to the mixed army sent to attack the Tower of the Great Sage? It's just that the next development is different from everyone's imagination. The attack mode of the Tower of the Great Sage contains a very superficial learning system. Simply put, when encountering an enemy that cannot be penetrated, the power of the attack will gradually increase. Eventually, it was improved to the point where it could kill an Abyss Lord with one shot. Although after such a powerful attack, the Tower of the Great Sage will rest for a while. The semi-permanent energy pool is not infinite after all. It still takes some time to recover. But compared to the attacks of other magic towers, the terror of the Tower of the Great Sage is far beyond what other towers can match. It's just that everyone doesn't know it well. In reality, the magicians who were suppressed in the 5 towers were suffering from the embarrassment of being attacked from one side, but unable to fight back. They understood where the attack was coming from, and they also knew that the enemy was far beyond the reach of the 5-unit tower. They could only discuss how to take revenge in the future. Of course, some people mentioned that maybe the other side could continue this offensive and block it for a year and a half. Even if all the people in the tower are not dead by then, there will only be a few left. So these people seriously discussed ways to break through the predicament. However, before their discussion could come to a conclusion, things developed in a different direction. Chapter 1062 Transfer of Power. Whether they were observing with magic inside the tower, or looking directly with naked eyes outside the tower, everyone watched as the light bomb attack intensified, expanded in scope, and increased in intensity until the protective barrier shattered like glass and disappeared. Until all is gone. The raging light bombs did not stop attacking because the protective barrier disappeared. Instead, he continued to attack and mercilessly smashed open the outer wall of the magic tower. The wall originally constructed of magical materials has considerable defensive power, even if it is not supported by power. But under the intensive attacks from the Tower of the Great Sage, no matter how powerful the defense was, it could not withstand the cumulative damage. Not to mention that the power of light bombs is still increasing. The defensive barrier of the 5-unit tower is still struggling to be set up. But as soon as the barrier's light reaches up from the bottom of the tower, it will be blocked, torn apart by a huge number of light bombs. This is not to say that the defensive barrier supported by one 5-story tower, for 4-story towers, and a total of 11 energy pools will not be as good as the attack launched by one energy pool of the Great Sage's tower. Magic defense is a very targeted knowledge, because magic is inherently characterized by attribute restraint and mutual development. There is no way to effectively defend against all situations. The shield built by the 5-unit tower can be considered top-notch among the magic towers in Lost Land. But when it was first established, no thought was given to guarding against the attack mode of the Tower of the Great Sage. In other words, no magic tower in the Lost Lands was built to guard against such intensive and continuous attacks. Therefore, after the 5-unit tower's defensive barrier was broken through at the critical point, even if the protective magic array in operation was supported by a steady stream of power, it could not re-establish the shield. The 5-unit tower does not even have a second or third set of defense means, so it can only rely on the strength of the outer wall to withstand the attack from the Tower of the Great Sage. But before the defensive barrier is established and disintegrated, the light bomb technique with its initial powerful level can hit countless small pieces of broken stone on the outer wall of the magic tower. Nowadays, the power of light bombs has been improved by several levels, and the number of shots per unit time is higher than before. Even these 5 towers, which are considered to be of the highest quality among magic towers, cannot change the fate they will face. No one noticed when the outer wall of the middle tower was penetrated by a light bullet. The wall with holes and scars finally reached the point where it could no longer support such a powerful and intensive offensive, and began to collapse in large areas. When people witnessed with their own eyes that the top corner of the middle tower was blown off due to a light bomb attack, the residents of Willian City began to panic. The confrontation of the magic tower was never something to be joked about. It is not that such things have never happened in the history of Lost Land, because of traitors rebelling, or friends turning against each other. Magic towers in pairs or groups target each other. Losing both sides is not the only outcome of a magic tower battle. The worst-case scenario is an even more tragic regional destruction. The out-of-control energy pool turns into a terrifying energy storm, destroying everything within the affected area. Under this storm, no matter how powerful the magician is, even the Dragon Clan, which has magic resistance as its racial talent and is the pinnacle of creatures in the Land of Land, will only end up with eternal death. Resurrection spells cannot be cast on dead people without corpses, and evocation spells cannot bring back torn souls. So with the scene of the magic tower disintegrating during the attack as the background, Willian City launched a panic escape that spread throughout the city. In the process, they competed with each other and trampled on each other. There was no mercy at all. Everyone has only one purpose, which is to stay away from this unfortunate place before the energy pool of the magic tower gets out of control. How far should you run? Nobody knows. All I know is that 2 3-story towers are bombarded and detonated, which can cause the destruction of a large area. Although the 5 towers were attacked unilaterally, there were a total of 11 energy pools. If they were detonated, the scope of destruction would only be wider. So everyone is running for dear life. But with 2 legs, even if he casts acceleration magic on himself, how could he be faster than the attack speed of the strategic light bomb attack of the Great Sage's tower? Not to mention that if the magic tower is detonated, there will be an energy storm raging in all directions. Just before everyone could escape to safety, the 5 Union Tower was completely destroyed by the photobomb technique. Fortunately, the worst didn't happen, witnessed by a group of people who ran out of breath and gave up running. The 5 United Tower, representing the glory of the Shijia District branch in the southwest peninsula of Enchanted Land, looked like a burning fairy stick. The difference is that the sparks are not sputtered outward, but concentrated from the outside inward. The 5 magic towers became shorter and shorter under the intensive attacks. The collapsed stones even became targets of light bombs, breaking into smaller pieces until the original tower became a ruin. This also seems to mean that the glory of Shijia District has gone away and will no longer exist. The people who gave the order to attack are just like those on Earth who have the power to press the button. They will never personally go to the place where they ordered the attack to see the tragic situation they have caused. Of course, they will not have any psychological burden. I don't even know how worried those who may be affected are. The same is true for the current tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage. After he put the Willian Tower on the blacklist of attack targets, he no longer cared about the development there. After all, the war in his own home, the Tower of the Great Sage, ended today, and he still needed to clean up the mess. And that small act of revenge was just a matter of fingering. And it was not enough to relieve anger at all. At the same time, there was also the apprentice who died trying to poison him, which made him determined to rescreen the personnel in the tower. There are so many things, and can only be dealt with slowly one by one. And the subsequent development of the incident. The destruction of the Willian Tower caused many casualties, but they mainly occurred during the panic and escape of everyone. In fact, no one was injured or killed by the light bomb attack, including the current president, who formed the Magician Army and issued the attack order. Like the other 4 tower owners of the 5 Union Tower, they escaped from the tower after the defensive barrier was breached. No one has any idea of clinging to it. If the Magician Association belongs to the ruling class among feudal lords, I am afraid that at this moment, those nobles who have suffered a loss will scream and demand that their superior nobles or kings come forward to uphold justice and punish all kinds of dissatisfaction. But that's not how the Magicians Guild works. The president of the branch, who lost the magic tower, was also confirmed to have ruined a mixed army. Even if the parts of the 5 united city except the magic tower were still intact, there would no longer be any magicians to take orders from him. This president has essentially lost his due power and status. The successor is the Tower Master of the Great Sage's Tower, who has just proven his strength. Although it is not the strength of the tower owner that convinces the public. Now that the 5 Union Tower has been demolished alive, the first group of people to support and swear allegiance are the tower owners of other magic towers. because no one wants to offend the owner of the Tower of the Great Sage and have their home forcibly demolished. And there is no way to fight back. Once a group of people take a stand, others will naturally follow up or oppose it. Surprisingly, there were almost no objections this time. Even after destroying an army of 10,000 people and creating countless widows or widowers, no one tried to challenge the Tower of the Great Sage, or even spoke harshly. The power belonging to the district branch of the Magicians Association was transferred so smoothly. It can be called a miracle in the history of Lost Land. Of course, everyone knows the reasons behind the miracle. At the same time, there was an unspoken consensus among everyone that the magician should not be allowed to regain a magic tower. Whether it is the nobles or the Magicians Association, they all silently abide by this consensus. Chapter 1063. The Calculations of the Monarch and His Ministers. At the prompt of his old brother, Emperor Armin Kazalnia recalled the taboo about the magician. Even if he was the emperor of an empire, he would not think of challenging this secular convention. After all, judging from the dominance currently displayed by the Tower of the Great Sage, it is unsolvable for anyone and any force. Suppose the magician is allowed to have a magic tower again, and in the end, he is allowed to go against the empire. Even if we use all the strength of the empire to win, we will definitely have to pay a heavy price. And does what is exchanged for such a price have corresponding value? Even if the opponent has no evil intentions, judging from the performance of the magic tower, who would dare to disobey him within the range of his attack? The strongest building in the world, the magic tower, was demolished as quickly as possible. And it was done effortlessly. Under such a premise, as long as there is such a magic tower, it means that he can actually dominate the area covered by the attack. To put it simply, as long as you are not stupid and don't act out of impulse, you will know how to make a choice when facing the magician and getting a magic tower in exchange. Being an emperor is no exception. The subsequent actions of the Magicians Association clearly represent the attitude of the magicians. Someone had readily handed over the knowledge about the construction of the Tower of the Great Sage. Originally it was only listed as public relevant knowledge, but now it is listed as a forbidden curse level. Those who don't want to use it need to be reviewed for qualifications. And if they want to use it, they have to pass a subsequent review. Most of those magicians who had acquired relevant knowledge before being classified as forbidden spells were still the masters of magic towers. After all, none of these people dare to change their magic tower to look like the Tower of the Great Sage. The main reason is that they still don't understand what the transformation of the tower means and how many functions it has. Everyone is worried that if their magic tower is changed to be like the Tower of the Great Sage, there will be a backup force left by the magician, and they will eventually lose control of the magic tower. The Magician Association has such a backup plan for every magic tower. This is something that every magician knows. So whether the magician has made similar preparations, no one dares to say for sure. Even if that person admits that he doesn't, who dares to believe it easily? So despite the fact that the current tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage is quite prosperous, the risks here are not small. However, these people's concerns are justified, because someone did leave some backdoors in the design of the Tower of the Great Sage. In other words, those are not backdoors at all, but normal control methods. But there is no targeted blockade, and someone does not tell others. As long as Lin is willing, he can do anything in the Holy City and remotely control the Tower of the Great Sage thousands of miles away. It can also be said that as long as he wants, he can take back the Tower of the Great Sage at any time and become a tower owner again. But doing so has no basis in the legal principles of Lost Land, and no one will admit that he is the owner of the Tower of the Great Sage. Perhaps due to the intimidation of the magic tower, no one would raise any objections. But a magic tower alone cannot survive. At least the tower itself will not produce food. If you want to open up wasteland outside the tower, it is not practical to grow your own food. If you want to find someone willing to trade with you or do things for you, you have to pay more chips. And these are the costs of losing legal basis. Maybe by forming a force yourself and embarking on the path of fighting for hegemony, you can ignore the previous secular legal principles and formulate the rules you want. But striving for hegemony is not about treating guests to dinner. At least there is no way to live as carefree as now. So someone has never considered such trouble. To do things, it is easiest to go with the flow. Even if he wants to change the world situation against the will of heaven, Lin will choose an approach that can set off a general trend and use his strength to build momentum. Just like the revolution he promoted in the Earth elemental plane. Otherwise, it's just like giving advice to the world trees and then beating the drums by yourself, instead of being alone, headstrongly standing at the forefront. trying to make changes that will subvert the world on one's own. Therefore, unless one is forced into desperation, someone will not consider taking back the tower of the great sage. That was the last resort. Although one person's calculations are true, others do not know the full picture. But since they know that they are dealing with a magician, most people still know to prepare for the worst and make the most preparations. Emperor Armin Kazalnia and Grand Duke Riccardo Carvi are both in high positions and are still alive today. They are not the kind of people who treat people other than themselves as idiots and feel that they can be manipulated and played with by themselves. People, especially with the old duke at his side, based on his understanding of that person, he dared not underestimate the damage that the magician could cause. For the old emperor, superfluous thoughts are not feasible, and he can only give up greater interests. Asked about the old duke's plan, he said, "Since you think those ideas are undesirable, how should I cooperate with them according to your ideas? Your Majesty, the safest way is for you to send people to the center to learn the manufacturing process of automobiles, and then set up a manufacturing factory near the mine. With trucks still in short supply, setting up a factory near raw materials is the best way. As for other nobles who plan to enter the automobile manufacturing industry, they will also follow this method. Speaking of mines, there are also mines in your Grand Duchy. But why didn't you set up what you call a factory? Instead, you made great efforts to transport the output of the mine to the automobile center near the Holy City for manufacturing? It seems that the same situation applies to your other partner, the Jialong Chamber of Commerce." The emperor's question actually involves the internal intelligence of the automobile center, which is not a public part. But it is not surprising that this supreme master has such control. Duke Kawei also answered bluntly, "Because for us, it is not cost-effective to do so. To set up a factory that can manufacture cars, we need machines to match it. But these machines are quite targeted. If you want to make different components, you may need to modify them. Even old machines have to be eliminated and new machines and equipment have to be purchased, which means they have to be purchased or manufactured by others. However, the progress of automobiles is so fast that the factory may have just been built. The technology it uses is already outdated. At this time, we need to invest in upgrading the machinery and equipment, or make things with old technology." The old emperor felt strange and asked, "In this case, why do you suggest that we build this factory? Your Majesty, the empire has nothing. The automobile manufacturing technology that can be used to set up factories must be the most mature and stable quality technology. Using such technology, we can find ways to reduce costs and manufacture cars in large quantities. As long as the empire can outperform others by completing technological upgrading quickly, improving transportation efficiency, and increasing economic efficiency, we can gain an advantage earlier than blindly pursuing the best things and the highest technology. As for the best, placing it in the most elite core, or just use it around you. For most people, even the oldest car will bring about earth-shaking changes." "Well, it's exactly what you said. Besides, Your Majesty, do you think the other old guys will just cooperate with me as I say? There is still some wrangling." "Well, indeed," the old emperor agreed helplessly. Chapter 1064 Anshing's Little Life. No matter what ridiculous ideas are being discussed in the imperial palace thousands of miles away, or there are some shady conspiracies at work in unknown corners of the land, these things cannot stop someone from continuing to live his life. After all, the sun will not stop rising in the east and setting in the west because of someone's actions or inactions. The whole world works the same way. In this peaceful little life, Lin took stock of the unfinished tasks at hand. Help and collect the 4 elemental spirits. Basically, this item is waiting for those temporary good friends in the Earth elemental plane to build a giant cross-plane teleportation magic circle. And then, the journey can continue. There is no rush. There is no way to rush. Help the world trees complete the transformation of the lost Earth level magic circle. This part can only be done by the world tree bosses themselves. There is no rush to take the next step and look for the possibility of the 9th power. But looking for the 9th power is probably something that cannot be avoided as long as he is not dead or completely leaves the lost land. After all, I owe a lot to the bosses of Yggdrasil. The pie is too big and beautiful. It's no longer just a matter of not doing it. The transformation of the airship Gossbottom is proceeding in an orderly manner, because there were so many people involved and their lives and safety were closely related. Any partial change could not be made by whatever Lin wanted to do. It must be explained to the magicians working on the airship. Most people can understand the reason, and then they will agree to the relevant transformation. In comparison, The Captain Juan Javier is quite incompetent. He is only responsible for constantly coming up with bad ideas, and then exhausting a group of people or a certain person's brain cells. Automobile manufacturing and R&D centers, like the Technical Guild, basically no longer need someone to participate in person. After setting up the framework and letting others run it, the next step is to wait for the money. It's just that the Technical Guild is managed by someone's follower Yuzov Gantia, so the income is more in line with the actual situation. As the size of the guild grows, so do the benefits. But the revenue of an auto center is basically what it is at the beginning of its establishment, and it will be roughly what it is after that. Even if the car is sold in full swing, someone's income will not increase. It seems that Lin now occupies not a proportional share in the automobile manufacturing and R&D center, but a consultant with a dead salary. This is completely different from the original agreement. But even if he knew there was something fishy, Lin didn't intend to go to the auto center and talk to those fussy old fritters. At best, those people were the principals sent by Duke Kawe and the Juan brothers. It would be beneath his status to argue with them himself. Complaining to their boss would only mean that someone else comes over. Those who have been replaced can still live the same life when they return to their respective families. The problem is that the servants are thinking about it for the benefit of their own families. They don't have the same concept of the rule of law as the advanced countries on Earth. And Midland doesn't have the kind of feared lawyers. So no matter who it is, as long as Lin doesn't sit in and keep an eye on it, whoever comes will cause trouble. What if Mr. Kawe and the Juan brothers were allowed to kill a few people to establish their authority, so that they would not dare to be greedy for their own money? Forcing their partners to do such a thing, just for a few small sums of money, would probably have established the friendship before. I would also suffer from such unreasonable demands. Therefore, Lin could only hold his nose and admit to such disgusting things. Anyway, I only receive a consultant's salary, so I can feel more at ease not to work in the center, but to be a hard-working mechanical engineer who works on the front line. Even if I am the one with the best technique. In the early stages of capitalism, wasn't it just about treating employees like beasts? This was how we created batches of industrialists. Even on Earth. In modern times, slavery has not been eliminated. It has just been packaged in more fancy ways. Someone who knows this well doesn't want to trick others with his own hands. And he also doesn't want to jump into that pit. The matter of magic silk is limited by the quantity of materials, so it is impossible to make it big. And no one wants to make it big. Even though the jacquard machine was very labor-intensive and expensive to make, Lin never thought of using it to earn back his capital, or even make a profit. Some things must be limited in quantity to reveal their value. This is the reason why things are rare and valuable. But some things are of the kind that shouldn't exist too much. In Lin's understanding, magic silk falls into the latter category. Since he took the lead in researching it, there is nothing wrong with it being lost in his own hands. It's okay to use such a precious thing on your own people. When selling to outsiders, no matter what price he sets, Lin feels he will suffer a loss. Kabamba College, including printing and mathematics. Lin's role gradually faded away. There are still legends about my brother in the world. And that's enough. For oneself, mathematics is just a stepping stone to achieve status in the world. It is not practical for someone to really devote himself to mathematics. Mathematics has always been just a tool. And its true destiny is astrophysics. The most troublesome, but also the least troublesome, should be the group of children brought back by Ezio. Juan Javier, who was visiting someone's home in the Holy City, rarely got up early one spring morning. When he happened to see the children preparing to do morning exercises in the courtyard, he looked at someone who also got up early with a strange expression, until Lin felt uncomfortable all over. I said, "Please don't look at me with such affectionate eyes. Or maybe your sexual orientation has changed in the years since we haven't met." Someone said, as if begging for mercy. "No. I just thought that incident hurt you. At least it was me. I tried my best to do good things, but it ended up being betrayed. Even if I didn't hate it enough to kill all the people involved. I definitely don't want to see those people's faces again. But I didn't expect that you seemed to be a bad boy and took in another group of children. Are you asking for trouble? Or do you have some weird sexual habits that are not humane?" One countered without hesitation. I wanted to reply to Juan by saying it was a joke. However, Lin finally said seriously, "I think the children deserve a chance. This is something that I don't expect in return. The previous group of people responded to me with betrayal, and I am not completely without fault. But the children's betrayal is not the fault of this group of children. Why should I deprive these children of their opportunity?" Faced with such seriousness, He also responded with sincerity. Thinking of the past chat, Juan said, I remember you said at the beginning that you were willing to help the children as much as possible to repay the kindness of your teacher. Looking back now, the kindness you received. It's not just about being taught magic knowledge. Juan pointed out his identity as a visitor from another world. And Lin Weiyu said with a wry smile, That's right. Think about it. I suddenly came to this world and couldn't even communicate with the most basic people because I don't know how to be fascinated. The language of the land. If I hadn't met that good old man, let alone gained the knowledge of magic, it wouldn't be a surprise to be killed as a barbarian. And that good old man didn't want me to repay him. But he just hoped that I would have some spare time. I will try my best to help as many people as possible. And I am just fulfilling my original promise. It's worth it. That teacher of yours. I've only heard of him, who was posthumously conferred the title of Dharma Saint. One side. Chapter 1065 Children on Morning Exercise. Seeing someone talking eloquently, one suddenly said, Since you care so much about children, why don't you have one yourself? Even if Mr. Fin is incapable of giving birth, there is no shortage of such women around you. Right? Juan Javier was not referring to anyone in particular. In fact, as long as a magician has a certain status, it is not a problem to find dozens of women at the same time. Not to mention a few women who are willing to bear children for him. As long as my waist doesn't break. As far as Juan knew. With Jibra Astrapwood's current status. Even if he couldn't find a royal nobleman as his wife. Those with the same status would definitely be willing to rush to send women to his door. Don't be afraid that he will make a request. Just be afraid that he will not ask for it. But someone has an attitude of seeing through the world. Yuanmu said. I am willing to give the children a chance. Whether they seize this opportunity or not. The final result is good or bad. It is their own destiny. Really no. Just give up and regard it as a failed investment that will cost you nothing. If it were my own child, I wouldn't have to worry about other things. Other people's children would be more fun. If you give birth to yourself, forget it. That's what you said. One cursed with a smile. What is this? Fear of marriage? Although having a woman and children will make your life worse than before, it is not all good. There is no need to be afraid. They are not man-eating monsters. Looking at the children playing in the yard, Juan, who got up early in the morning, was also a little eager to try. He said, If the sport subjects of these children are the same as in the past, then the next subject should be long-distance running. Are you interested in exercising together? The kind with stakes. Lin shrugged and said, Why not? Then, he quickly changed his clothes. Xuanwu robe is not suitable for jogging. And together with Juan, before the children set off, they also came to the courtyard. The person responsible for leading the children's activities is Fin's former captain of the guards. And he is no longer the man who stitched up corpses. Stone. There is no racial classification. Except that he looks like an ordinary human. He is unique in the entire universe. Because like Fin, he is a new species of creature compiled from the DNA level. Because he was once an undead creature. Stone has a rather dull personality, and is not good at words. Facing these naughty children, he would only use one discipline method to beat them. As long as they can beat him. The children have the power to do all kinds of lawless things. It is a pity that the children are just children. There is no reincarnation of Long Outyan, and no destined hero among them. As long as Sherdong raised his fist, they would only be able to fight like a wolf. The reason why these children living on the streets are still unwilling to leave after being treated like this is because every time Sherdong beats someone, he always has a reason. He would first declare what fault the person being beaten had committed and why he should be punished. And then take action. Come fight if you don't agree. And the children are not dissatisfied. If only some loser had to discipline these monkeys. They were given 3 meals a day, fed and beaten when they had nothing to do, even if it rained outside. I am afraid that these children, who have lived on the streets, will rebel earlier than the children at Chungwa Eton College in the past. In short, under Sherdong's discipline, these children were surprisingly well behaved. This is also because Sherdong doesn't care about any verbal humiliation. And if he wants to fight, all the children together are no match for him. Facing such an enemy, the children seemed to have no other option but to surrender or run away. They were also in awe of the magician who lived in the main house. The origin of this group of children was that, apart from the first group who followed Ezio, there were also children who heard the news and came to seek refuge one after another. Lin did not reject anyone who came. And among these newly defected children, it is inevitable that some have dirty hands and feet, or have bad intentions from the beginning. Sometimes these people would be found missing inexplicably by others after taking a nap. Sometimes they were cut into pieces alive by the defensive magic in the main mansion while doing sneaky things in front of other children. Peace. This happened several times. And even the dullest child knew that the magician in the family was not a benevolent fool. He doesn't show any mercy when he kills people, especially a child. Naturally, the attitude towards him is more fear than respect. Now, for the first time in the world, such a man appears during their routine morning exercises. In the past, his apprentices were mostly responsible for taking care of them and teaching them, and that man never appeared. Also because of Lin's appearance, Dong did not immediately start the next subject of morning exercise. His thinking may still be as slow and stiff as the undead creature era, but this does not prevent him from assessing the strength and weakness of this magician and giving him corresponding respect. At least, he is not the enemy of his master, the Demon King. Sir! Dong bowed slightly, which could be regarded as expressing the greatest respect for anyone other than Fin. What's your purpose of coming here? The weather is nice today, my friends, and I want to do some exercise. Where is your long-distance running destination today? The bell tower of the Technical Guild. Sir, Stone replied. The clock tower of the Technology Guild is a time-telling building built in the shape of the Big Ben of the Eagle Kingdom on Earth. On the hour, the bell will ring according to the time. Also taking the opportunity of building this clock tower, Lin made a revision to the forum, mainly to adjust the displayed time according to the time zones of different regions. The Greenwich and Lost Land is the Tower of the Great Sage. Children's long-distance running routes are not fixed. Sometimes long, sometimes short. As a conspicuous landmark, the clock tower is not a short distance from the mansion, and it passes through a very lively area in the middle, making it a very challenging goal. So Lin put on a face that didn't deserve a beating and said provocatively to Juan, "How about, this location is fine. Do you want to help you find a less difficult target? At least you won't get lost." "No, just the bell tower. I've been there once. Don't underestimate a magician's memory," Juan responded without any hesitation. Lin showed an indifferent attitude and asked, "Okay, what's your bet?" "From the day I took over as the captain of the Gauspertone, I secretly placed 3 bottles of a very special wine produced in my hometown on the airship. They were from the kingdom of Welval more than 300 years ago. The ancestors overcame all obstacles and led a group of people to establish a kingdom in the southwest peninsula. On the 30th anniversary of the king putting on the crown for himself. In order to celebrate such a big day, the earliest batch of wine brewed by the brewer was specially commissioned. No more, but every 50th anniversary since the founding of the country, that group of winemakers or their descendants will brew fine wine again according to ancient methods and rituals. I took it out of my cheap dad's wine cellar. The last 3 bottles of wine were left over 47 years ago. I originally planned to open them when something particularly happy happened. I'll use one of them as a bet." Chapter 1066 Children's Challenge. "With such a special wine, I have nothing to be picky about. What's your bet?" Juan asked. "Well, if I renovate the Gauspertone, all my remuneration will be waived. Do you want to bet?" Regarding the matter of transforming the airship, Lin was willing to help for the sake of Juan as a friend, but it was not without any reward. At least even if other people wanted to send money to the door. Someone didn't pay attention. Now that the money is completely free, it is still a considerable amount of money, whether it can be compared with the value of the bottle of wine in Juan's heart. So the airship captain laughed heartily and said, "Oh, this is really a big deal. Take the gamble." However, the 2 delinquent adults happily settled the bet content, and the children around them were not innocent and innocent beings. All of them live on the streets and have seen more of the world than many adults. How could they not be familiar with gambling? And how could they not take advantage of such an opportunity to gain some benefits for themselves before learning enough painful lessons? Everyone has a strong gambling temperament. Just look at the bold little ones, jumping and shouting, saying that they also want to take a gamble. Lin had no intention of suppressing their enthusiasm. Besides, saying no to children without hesitation was not a good way to educate them. As the tricky king of the 21st century on Earth, the new good man, how could Lin make things difficult for the children? But letting a bunch of little guys chirp and chirp is not a good way to have a conversation. He stretched out his hand and pressed it a few times, and said, "Be quiet. Don't say a word to anyone. I don't know who to listen to. A representative comes out to speak. This is what it takes." After the children looked at each other for a while, among the first group of people, the tomboy Rowan who could hold down Ezio, stood up. Sir, if this is a competition, I hope we will also have the opportunity to get rewards. Of course, I will not make any requirements that will embarrass you. The tomboy seems to know how to deal with greedy adults. So her respectful attitude never relaxes, and even makes people forget the fact that she is only about 10 years old. Lin had no objection to their desire to join him and won in their bet. So he nodded, indicating his agreement. The magician's attitude certainly made the children excited, and they all said what they wanted. Lin once again suppressed everyone's noisy voices and said, Don't be in a hurry to say what you want. Find a way to win over me first and then talk about it. Otherwise, no matter how much you talk now, it will just be a waste of saliva. Wait until you win. I will take the time to listen to your request. And if you can, I will just ask you to change the request. But if you don't win, it will be easier for everyone. My lord. My lord. The boy who comes to Lin's side most often to deal with some miscellaneous things on behalf of the two apprentices. Halloumi and Kaya. Papoza, the youngest of the three brothers, raised his hands high at this time. And the short stature he was jumping up and down, as if he had something to say. After getting Lin's approval, this boy with horns on his head and an unknown race said, Sir, if you want to reach the destination first in the competition, you can't use magic. Lin is best at flashing, which is no secret in the eyes of these children. Bobosh's reminder reminded them that if this magician could use magic, no one could defeat him. Therefore, everyone is not in a hurry to speak, hoping that in this game, the magician will not use magic. This bet was based on long-distance running. Of course, it was impossible for Lin to use flash to win. It's not just unfair to the kids. It's unfair to Juan Javier. So he said calmly, No problem. No magic will be used in the whole process. If I use magic, it will count as my loss. That's okay. Lin's concession caused some children, who didn't have so many fancy ideas, to cheer loudly. But some people said worriedly, Sir, we can't detect whether you use magic or not. If you are much more than us, we won't be able to see it. Lin was angry and funny about the worries of another group of children. If you want to deceive others, can you afford to deceive these children? After thinking about it, Lin turned around and shouted, Hardy! Hardy, the gray short-haired cat from Mousen, suddenly emerged from the bushes on the side. It looked sleepy, covering its mouth with its forelimbs and yawning. Said, Sir, what do you want me to do so early in the morning? Lin pointed at a group of boys next to him and said, I want to race with them, but they are worried that I will use magic to cheat. So they asked you to do a notarization. With your pace, it shouldn't be a big problem to keep up with me. So you monitor me throughout the whole process to see if I use magic. If I use magic, it's my fault. Right. The latter sentence was not only asked to the gray cat Hardy, but also to those children, although he didn't know the cause and effect. But based on the instinct of watching the excitement, Hardy nodded with interest and said, Okay, I will take on the responsibility of supervision. Despite the promise, Gray Cat's cat quality is quite trustworthy. In fact, these children cannot find a more trustworthy third party. But the children have other requirements. Someone else raised their hands and said, Sir, is there a limited route? Can you not limit the route? Those children with quick minds certainly know the intention behind such a request. So they all agreed. Lin Wu nodded and said, Okay, then there will be no limit on the route. My lord, look, we are just children. Can you let us run in front? Someone else raised their hands and suggested, because of the large number of people, it is impossible for the long-distance running team starting from the courtyard to start at the same level. Naturally, some people line up in front and some people line up behind. In the past, this group of children would run in a long line, regardless of victory or defeat. But this time it was a gambling race. The children did not dare to ask the magician to run first, but they at least wanted to start at the front, giving them a slight advantage. When Lin heard this request, he felt angry and funny for the second time. He nodded solemnly and said, Okay, I'll let you start in front. Seeing that there were still children who were about to make requests, Lin raised his hands first, stopped the others, and said, Since you have made 3 requests, then let me make a request too. Seeing the children quiet down and staring directly at him, Lin said slowly, During the process, no one is allowed to cause harm or damage to others. For example, if you push others down while running, knocking down passers-by or any behavior that would cause injury is not allowed. Of course, You are not allowed to knock down street vendors in the morning market, break other people's windows or doors, or break into other people's homes to take shortcuts. It's also not allowed, in order to monitor whether you have violated the rules. Buffon, Lily, Minnie. Also from Cat Forest. The 3 kittens that Hardy was taking care of jumped out of the trees impatiently. Compared with big cats who like to watch the fun, kittens prefer to join in the fun. Don't refuse in a hurry, because without this, the best way for me to win is to catch up with one of you. And I will beat one of you up. In the end, I will be the only one to reach the destination. Even if I won. Right? Chapter 1067 starting. Maybe someone also made a request. Or maybe it was the unintentional threat in his request that kept the children from falling into the H.L. of endless conditions. Seeing that these little guys were silent, Lin Xiao asked softly, "So, are you ready?" The children winked at each other and communicated with their eyes for a while before Rowing came forward and said, "Sir, we are ready." "Okay. So, old friend, are you ready?" Lin turned to Juan again. Juan couldn't wait patiently, waiting for the person in front of him to bargain with a group of half-grown children. Naturally, he nodded heavily and said, "You can leave at any time." "Okay. Then Stone, please give the starting order." Everyone is in position. Stone is no stranger to giving orders as part of his physical fitness test. He walked up to everyone and raised his right hand. Some of the children were scrambling to get to the front, while another group stood behind the pile of children, leaning closely together. There was no gunshot or whistle, just a simple wave of his hand. Stone shouted, "Start," and everyone started to move. Of course, the children at the front rushed out at the lead. However, except for the first few who were really running hard, the people at the back seemed to be running carelessly. They even stood shoulder to shoulder as they approached the gate, forming a human wall and blocking the road leading out of the gate. Juan, who was at the end of the queue and wanted to rush to the front, reluctantly stopped himself to prevent himself from knocking over a few brats. Although that person didn't say it clearly, Juan still knew which of that person's conditions he should abide by. At least don't hurt these children. That's the most basic thing. So facing the human wall and unable to kick anyone away, he had no choice but to stop, while keeping a distance from the children. Juan said, Oh, boys, I am not your enemy. How about blocking my way like this?" A boy who seemed to have succeeded in his plan and was looking triumphantly turned his face sideways, looked behind him, and said, "It's the same for everyone. If you have the guts, just bump us away. As long as you touch us, you lose. Remember?" One looked at the young man who dared to speak to him with admiration and said, "I have to praise you for your bravery in blocking a magician. But have you ever thought about it? I am not your enemy. I am with you." But there was no bet. But it was with that man. The problem is the same for you. You blocked me, but didn't stop the man. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? In addition to us all becoming losers. I can't see any different results if you do this." "What?" The children, who were a little confused by what Juan said, looked around dumbly. Some people even pulled themselves back with all their strength when they were held up by other children and unable to move. It was a pity that no matter how they looked, they could not see the familiar face of the magician. Only another guest. The somewhat confused children looked in the direction pointed by the guest and finally saw the familiar figure. The magician who made the bet with them ran towards a wall next to the courtyard. About 3 steps away from the wall, he jumped with all his strength, stretched out his hand to put a hand on the wall, and turned sideways in a whoosh. Following closely behind him was the gray short-haired cat. All the children who saw it were dumbfounded. One made up for it at the right moment and said, "Don't ever think that a formal magician can be deceived by your little minds. Your intentions are clear to us. The difference is clear to us. The thing is, some people will refute your opinions. Some people will use your ideas to their own advantage. Since you no longer limit the route, and he doesn't plan to use ordinary running to solve today's problem, then are you going to block my way and make me lose a bottle of wine?" Among the children who were left to lead the blockade, the biggest and smartest looking kid immediately broke up the wall and said to one Javier, who was here as a guest, "Quick, magician, follow us. We know the shortcut to the bell tower." At a time when someone no longer intends to use conventional methods to determine the winner, one is not very confident in the so-called shortcuts mentioned by the children. But at the moment, if you don't want to admit defeat directly, that seems to be the only way. Even if you have no choice, you can only keep up. under the leadership of a group of children. One also experienced once. In the glamorous place of the holy city of Starry, there are dirty and smelly alleys that are not so glamorous. Don't look at these children living on such a street in the past. They can only hide in the dark corners of ditches like mice, doing things that decent people don't want to do, or doing some sneaky things. Ever since they met a magician, none of the gangsters who had controlled the children dared to cause trouble for these children again. When these children returned to the street again, they behaved unhindered. This was the agreement I made with the magician before, not to hurt anyone or break anything. And there were 3 kittens behind me to supervise. Otherwise, dozens of young people will take to the streets, and they will make a mess wherever they pass. On the other side, Lin, who no longer planned to take the normal route, engaged in an assassin's dogma-style parkour exercise, compared with modern parkour on Earth. Except for the non-existence of various meaningless somersaults, the rest of the movements are complete. All kinds of climbing, jumping, hurdling, sliding, or rolling after jumping from a high place. One principle that Lin grasps is not to stop, and the strength of the feet is 3 times that of the hands. As long as you can use your feet to solve things, such as in a narrow alley, you can step on the wall and the roof left and right, and you won't have to use your hands and feet to climb up stupidly. As he headed towards the clock tower of the Technical Guild, he didn't exactly follow a straight line. In the 3-dimensional terrain, the shortest distance to the bell tower must consider the issue of height. Sometimes the obstacle ahead is too high. Although I have the skills to climb and descend quickly, I can take a detour and pass it in less time. And this competition has transformed from a race that originally tested physical fitness into a parkour sport that tests the limits of the body. Since his body became demonized, Lin has not seriously tested his limits except for the battle with the Lich in bed. But in the process of parkour, the various performances that he witnessed gave Lin a completely different understanding of the coordination of his body. Whether it is stepping on the clothesline hanging high between the houses, the sense of balance shown, or when descending rapidly from the roof of a house. During the process, he stepped on the railings, dug his fingers on the windowsill, and jumped around like flowing water. The body coordination displayed was something that he could not have imagined in his fat house days. And in many places, thanks to human hands, Lin actually made it difficult for the gray cat Hardy, who was following him. You must know that it is a cat. Cats can easily reach places where humans cannot appear. This is a common perception. Hardy never thought that one day this fact would be reversed. Chapter 1068 Bell Tower. The main construction materials of most lost lands are wood, bamboo, mud, ash, etc. As long as it doesn't look like a purely wooden house. It is made of bamboo slices, as bones, and mud is applied to fill the gaps. The better ones are covered with a layer of dust to eliminate insects and look beautiful. Those who can use bricks are already considered wealthy businessmen and the like. Of course, a house built in this way cannot be very high. The only buildings that could be so bold as to be made entirely of stone, apart from the magic tower made entirely of magic materials, were military fortresses at strategic points. The latter usually also functions as a noble castle. The reason why all stone buildings cannot become conventional buildings is that the construction period is long and the construction cost is high. It is not an easy task to polish a whole piece of stone into stone bricks for construction. Then transporting and placing the stone bricks into the correct building location is another big issue. To complete these 2 tasks, in addition to funds, manpower is needed. If we don't have enough manpower, we have to make do with time. This is why most castles or stone military fortresses are the result of generations of work. Perhaps when these castles were first built and opened, they were simply dwellings that could not be more simple. After that, it was slowly expanded, and it took on the appearance seen by future generations. And to build a kind of castle with towers that someone saw in the pictures of various fairy tales before traveling through time. It would take the entire country to make the scene appear. If you want to shorten the construction time and get stronger defense capabilities, there is nothing else but a magic tower. The master uses magic materials to create stone bricks. It is not like a professional stonemason who needs to slowly spend time with axes, chisels and knives. A magic shaping technique can be done in a few breaths. Magic apprentices can do it quickly and well without even having to use a formal magician. The difference between the two is just a matter of how many pieces can be made in a day. After all, the magic power reserves of the two are not at the same level. However, the bell tower of the Technology Guild is the first high-rise reinforced concrete building in Midland. The materials used were researched by members of the Technical Guild under the prompts of a certain traveler. including cement formulas, methods of drawing steel bars, etc. Compared with the Lost Earth method, it can build taller and sturdier buildings. It is more time-consuming than building them of stone. And it is cheaper than building a magic tower. These advantages have made reinforced concrete buildings less popular, because it is cheaper and easier to build. It is not as good as the traditional bamboo-woven mud wall. It is stronger and less reliable than a stone castle that has been tested for a long time. Compared with the magic tower, at least buildings made of magic materials can carry power through, create semi-permanent magic circles, and use strategic magic to cast the tower. However, reinforced concrete cannot. In any case, although the clock tower of the Technical Guild will not become a dead ringer, it can be regarded as a unique building in the holy city of Starry. It is the only building that can be built taller than a 3-story magic tower without using any magic materials. The cost is of course much cheaper, but apart from telling the time, it cannot perform any magical functions. Masters are still very concerned about the last point. As long as the building cannot cast magic or set up magic traps, it will be given a poor rating. If you look at a time traveler who changed his home to be more brutal than many people's magic towers, you can know what kind of brain circuit is the structure of a person in the profession of magician. But no matter what, in the area near the Technology Guild, the clock tower is a unique building. In particular, the hourly bell has become an indispensable part of the lives of nearby residents. This is also because the nearby residential buildings are almost all surrounded by members of the Technology Guild. To improve work efficiency, mastering time is also a very important key. Of course, the pocket watch was taken out by someone at the first opportunity, and a suitable craftsman was found to cooperate with it, and it became another medium-sized tool for making money. Unfortunately, not everyone can afford a pocket watch, but the clock tower bells are free. So you can imagine how much people living around here rely on the clock tower's time-telling function. The bell has just struck 7 in the morning. Lin squatted on the lightning rod on the roof, his eardrums buzzing, because the Assassin's Creed game once fascinated a certain time traveler. Given such an opportunity, he actually ran to the commanding heights, intending to have a bird's-eye view. But the timing of the selection was not very good. But this little trouble would not cause him to lose control of his body or lose coordination, at least from a high position. He could clearly see the children racing with him, gathering from all directions. Although most of these children are street children, they belong to different groups and are familiar with different environments. The choice of shortcut is of course very different. But no matter how you choose, you will eventually focus on the avenue, because the Technical Guild and the bell tower have widened the adjacent roads again and again to facilitate vehicle traffic. Perhaps because a certain magician cannot be seen, the competition between the children is highlighted. Children from different small groups stared at each other, and even shouted at each other while running. It's just that we are limited by the rules we agreed on before. So we don't dare to push each other while running, for fear of knocking others down. They will be eliminated even if they win. Juan and Sherdong were among this group of children. Their height as adults made them stand out from the crowd. Stone is just responsible for leading this group of children to run. Although this time was a competition, there was no need and no way to take care of all the children. But someone would have to take them back later. So the strict former captain of the guards of the Dark Legion still followed. Juan Javier's attitude is quite intriguing. He just ran easily, with no intention of winning at all. Instead, he watched the performance of these children with great interest. Before he became the captain of an airship and drifted around, he first founded the kingdom's Royal Magic Academy. Whether it is the training of formal magicians, the education of magic apprentices, or the magic enlightenment of ordinary people, he has invested a lot of effort. When it comes to educating people, the most important thing in his eyes is how the people being taught behave. Whether he learns much or not, or whether he learns well or not, is not what he cares about. This kind of thinking is purely because no matter how much or how well you learn magic, if your psychological quality is not up to par, you will never be able to avoid death if you go to the battlefield, or face monsters or natural dangers. The more people are taught, the more they will naturally develop their own vision. So Juan was looking at this group of children, trying to figure out which of them were the good ones worth cultivating. According to his understanding of the magician, that one definitely wouldn't mind poaching him. Just like the sisters who were taken away from Chunghwa Eton College. The younger sister has a high talent for magic. Now the two sisters are the intermediate commanders of the kingdom's magic legion. Talents that the kingdom focuses on cultivating. Just as he was thinking in his mind and following the children as they approached the bell tower, Something suddenly fell from a high altitude and fell into the straw stack on an ox cart in front of the bell tower. Chapter 1069 Dogma. As the heavy object crashed into the straw pile, one heard a burst of unintelligible curses. Although I didn't understand the meaning, it sounded from the tone of the speaker that he must be very angry. And that voice sounds a bit familiar. A certain unlucky time traveler used the dialect of his hometown and cursed. "Mom is so hot!" The game got me wrong. Who said a straw stack could be used as a cushion for a leap of faith? My butt broke in half. At this time, the children in one, who had stopped because of surprise, discovered that there were two familiar figures next to the gate of the Technology Guild. One was the gray cat Hardy, who was licking the milk on the plate, and the other was the dark elf Melanie, who had just finished feeding the cat, stood up, and walked towards the straw stack. The dark elf was wrapped in the guild uniform, but her beautiful figure could not be concealed. With swaying steps and hands behind her back, my Erxie approached the straw pile, bent down and said in a sweet voice, "Master, although you look very smart, you do some stupid things from time to time." A hand stretched out from the straw pile, and someone said, "Don't look at the joke and pull me out. Also, tell Yuzov that there is no need to put straw piles in such a place in the future. Such stupid things. There won't be a second time." While supporting someone, Miles made an exaggerated expression and said, "The reason why you asked Yuzov from the beginning to put a cart of straw here is because you want to jump from the bell tower one day." "Calm down. Forget about this, and never mention it again," Lin said helplessly, touching his waist and hips as he emerged from the straw pile. At this time, the clever child quietly bypassed everyone. After touching the bell tower first, he excitedly said loudly, "I won. I won. I was the first to reach the bell tower. I won. Sir, you will keep your promise." After baring his teeth and cracking his mouth for a while, Lin finally managed to put on an expression of appreciation, looked at the clever boy, and said, "It's a good try. But it's a pity that I arrived at the bell tower first and waited for a long time before you guys came." "No, sir, you did not arrive at the bell tower. You are now on the cart with straw." "Right. I was the first one to arrive," the child defended seriously. "So I said, it's a good try, kid." Lin smiled, but said with a meaningless expression, "Teach you a good boy. To be a winner in a game, you don't need to be the best at the game. You can make up the rules of this game arbitrarily. So you have done a good job. At least you have tried hard. But you must have the ability to protect your own rules, so that your attempts can be successfully transformed into the fruits of victory." Some children who are unwilling to give up try to make a last-ditch effort and say sternly, "Sir, after all, you just don't intend to keep your promise. I abided by the rules we made in advance. Not using magic, not limiting the route, starting from the back, not hurting people or destroying things. And then I arrived at the bell tower first. But I got bored of waiting. So I went to the top of the building to take a look. It depends on where you go. Strictly speaking, it's not that I don't keep my promise. It's just that we haven't agreed on the way to reach the bell tower. In this case, we should default to arriving first. It will all be recognized. So no matter what rules you plan to add later, I have no interest in bargaining. And I certainly don't want to waste time listening to your demands that are destined to not be realized. So save the effort." At this time, even if the children don't understand the world, they still know that there is no chance. Most people were crestfallen and gave up on messing around. But there are always one or two thorns that feel dissatisfied. As the chief leader against the tyranny of magicians, Ezio said dissatisfiedly at this time, "Sir, is this what you want to tell us? The strong make all the rules, and then a strong person can ignore all rules." While he was drinking the warm scented tea sent by the dark elf my heir's hen to chase away the chill of the early spring morning, Lin heard the question from the boy who was no longer fat. But he didn't mean any contempt at all. But after thinking about it, he said, "Is it too late or too early for you to discover this fact now? Ezio, after all, according to your intelligence, if you can discover this fact by yourself, it should be already that's the limit. I should praise you. Right?" Lin never misses an opportunity to ridicule this kid, who always plays devil's advocate. And Ezio seemed to have figured out the magician's temperament. As long as there was a verbal confrontation, he would respond verbally. But if his prank goes too far, he will definitely beat someone up. Since he was still a child and couldn't defeat adults, he had to put in a lot of effort into talking. Being severely ridiculed, of course he retorted and said, "Yes, even a child like me can understand it." as a magician. Sir, you can only say such things. And it doesn't seem to be anything special. Hey, that's a good attempt. The reason why I don't tell you something too profound is because I'm afraid you won't understand. Besides, most people can recognize this level, which is enough for them to realize that they should put themselves in a good position. In what position? Either strive to strengthen yourself and become a person who sets the rules and has the strength to protect them, or you are willing to abide by the rules set by others and live peacefully without thinking about any heresy. Would you like to live a simpler life? Some children were thoughtful. Some were struggling. And of course some had unsatisfied expressions on their faces, staring at a certain magician with their eyes wide open. It's like you can penetrate the other person with just your eyes. Among the various attitudes, the two adults among the children are probably the most special. Sure, Dongman didn't care. But one looked like he was watching a good show. Taking another sip of warm tea, Lin shrugged and said, "Since you want to know, then I will tell you. As a wise magician, how should you understand such a thing? In fact, this is also something that will happen in the future. One day, I will tell you something that I hope you will spend your whole life understanding. Nothing is true and everything is true. There are only a few numbers. But in fact most people who hear it are at a loss. Except for Sir Dong, who remained indifferent. One frowned. Outside the group of children, whether it was Miles watching the play or Hardy, the gray cat who had nothing to do with them, they all fell into thinking after hearing someone's words. At first glance, this sentence seems a bit out of tune. The first half of the sentence seems to be denying the world. The second half of the sentence seems to be advocating for people to act recklessly. This is not a good concept for children's education. Lin laughed, looked at the adults present and said, "Just by looking at your expressions, I know you must have gone astray." Chapter 1070 Freedom of Choice. After teasing everyone, Lin drank the tea in one gulp. He held the cup in front of everyone and asked, "What is this? Can anyone answer me?" Although it was an obviously stupid question, the children still seemed to enjoy it and enthusiastically raised their hands to answer. "That's a mug. It's a cup. It's a big teacup." The thick wall of the cup and the design with cupped lugs for holding are exactly the kind of cups that could be seen everywhere before Lin traveled through the world mugs. This thing was quite popular as soon as it was launched because it was cheap to make. It was made of clay. It would not burn your hands when holding hot drinks. And it could be produced industrially. So it was cheap. There are many answers that can be used to refer to something in someone's hand. However, Lin objected, and at the same time he threw the cup on the ground and broke it into pieces, saying, "No, this is not a cup. It's just broken into pieces." Looking at the stunned people, Lin looked proud, pointed to the fragments on the ground and asked, "What is this? Can anyone answer it?" This time, he was not as enthusiastic as before. Only a few children, who were not very confident, said cautiously, "Is this a fragment? A fragment of a teacup?" "No." With another sonorous and powerful veto, Lin cast a spell and crushed the fragments on the ground into ashes, saying, "This is just dust. There are no fragments." Unlike other children who were scrambling to express themselves, Ezio said at this time, "Sir, according to your approach, we will never be able to answer the correct answer." "Oh, that's right. You understand the meaning of the first half of my sentence," Lin praised. "Nothing. Is it true? In your eyes, what is true?" Lin asked, scanning the various expressions of the crowd. He continued, "In my understanding, the so-called truth should be something that is eternal and unchanging. No matter when and from what standpoint or angle you observe it, it will remain unchanged. But is there such a thing in the world? The reason why a cup is because we have created such a shape and given it a function, so that it can be called a cup. However, no matter whether we destroy its shape or abandon its function, the cup will always be there. It may no longer be called a cup." Regardless of whether they understood or not, whether they were adults or children, they all looked at the remains of the cup that had been crushed to dust by magic and thought seriously. Lin continued, "Is there anything around you that is not like this? Let's not talk about these physical things. Let's talk about the relationship between us. I provide you with food and accommodation in exchange for you serving me for 10 years in the future. It was something that was agreed upon when you got my protection. But will this never change? Maybe one day I will wake up and my toes will touch the bed table, and my hair will be split. I'm choking on my breath, but my mood has become bad. Maybe I will just decide that I don't care about the services you can provide in the future. So I overturn the previous agreement and drive you all back to the street. You have the ability to stop it. Or change it. Maybe. Maybe not. There are those timid children. Although they heard that there was not much seriousness in the words, some of these children still asked, "Sir, do you want to abandon us? I can do a lot of things. If 10 years is not enough, I am also willing to extend the time." You think too much. Kid, I'm just saying a possibility. But this is the second half of what I want to say. Everything is possible. The cup is in my hands. I can choose to hold it well and let it can play the role of a cup. It can also be thrown to the ground so that the cup is no longer a cup. I will take you in. In the future, I may send you to do things that will cause you to die. Or I may not care about you at all and let you just snort. Of course, I can drive you away now, but I will have no one available in the future. There is nothing that can limit what I can't do. At best, things will be different after I make a choice. The result may be good or bad. But at the moment of making the choice, I am free, and the same is true for you. No one can take away this freedom. But we are restricted by you. We can't do this, and we can't do that. Isn't that the case? Ezio said, dissatisfied. No, that's not a restriction. It's just that you have the right to choose freely. And I certainly have the same right. When you make a decision, I will also make corresponding choices based on your decision. If something makes me unhappy, I will certainly make you as unhappy as me. If it has nothing to do with me, I won't mind my own business. All of this is not restricted by anyone. But it is everyone's free choice. It affects other people's choices and causes different consequences. Whether you are willing to swallow such consequences is the reason that restricts your choice. Lin finished explaining once, but looking at the children's still confused expressions, he thought for a while and could only continue. It's like playing chess. I make a move hoping to take one of the opponent's moves, but the opponent will definitely do the same. There are corresponding means. Instead of letting me capture the pieces, it is impossible to expect that the opponent is an idiot and allows me to advance step by step and capture one piece after another. It not only shows the freedom you have, but also the freedom of others to choose. And things may not develop exactly as you imagined, because nothing is true. What about kindness? Sir, the boy's head, Rowan, raised his hands and asked, doesn't kindness belong to truth? When you see an eagle hunting a rabbit and you save the rabbit, do you think that is kindness? Lin asked. Yes, of course. We saved the rabbit's life. Isn't it considered kind? But the eagle will starve to death because there are no rabbits to eat. You showed so-called kindness. While saving a rabbit, you also killed the eagle. Is this still considered kind? Or is it? The eagle should die and the rabbit should be saved? After thinking for a while, Rowan said, while saving the rabbit, we can feed the meat to the eagle. In this way, we will save 2 lives. Where did the meat come from? Which animal did you kill and take its meat to feed the eagles? Len continued to ask. This time, Luowen was stunned. However, looking at the other children, some of them had sly looks, and they were probably coming up with something wrong. Len didn't intend to argue with them, and said directly, there is no such thing as kindness without cost, and there is no evil without reason. What I tell you is beyond kindness and evil, and it is also the reason why humans are different from beasts. The most important thing is thinking, because nothing is true and everything is possible. You need to live with caution and fear. You should make every choice as if you are walking on thin ice because of yourself. Every action you take will be transformed into a result and returned to you. The difference is it what you want? If not, how can you change it? Chapter 1071, The Guild's Canteen. A great truth is told to a group of children, most of whom are under 10 years old or at most in their early teens. And everyone feels that they are playing the piano to others. Even though these children were innocent and had seen most of the ugliness in the world, Lin didn't think they could understand much of what he was talking about. When I first played the game, I was just attracted by the scenery in the game and the cool actions of the protagonist. As I got older and experienced more things, when I replayed the game, I realized some things that I couldn't understand when I was young. However, according to past experience, if you continue to preach, if you are not impatient, someone will fall asleep. So Lin sent Sher Dong to take the children back. But they hadn't finished their morning homework. What the seeds planted today will look like in the future has nothing to do with him. He and Juan entered the lobby of the Technology Guild in order to rebuild the airship. Juan also followed Lin to the Technology Guild several times. So I am no stranger to Technology Guilds. Although this is a place for interesting work and accepting work, It also combines multiple functions such as food and accommodation to carry out multifaceted operations. There is even a service counter for the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Guild inside. This is also one of the main purposes of the guild's president, Yuzov Gontia, who was willing to create the guild at someone's suggestion to receive the comrades of the Turtle Dove Alliance. This group of wanderers, who are looking for homes everywhere, are in great need of a temporary place to stay and a job with short-term gain. As long as these two needs are met and in line with their policy of holding the strong and supporting the weak, the terrorists in the eyes of these nobles are actually pretty easy to talk to. In addition to food and accommodation, wine and music are also provided here. Needless to say, the Turtle Dove of the Turtle Dove Alliance refers not only to their bird totem, but also to the turtle dove, a stringed instrument that is very similar to an earth guitar. Similar turtle dove harps have actually appeared in the history of the earth. It's just early in the morning. The musicians are usually still sleeping, and the alcohol available is only very light ale. According to the dwarven craftsman, it was no different than clear water. However, we still need to go to work after breakfast in the early morning, in order to avoid work safety hazards. Based on Lin's suggestion and their personal experience, the guild does not provide strong alcohol in the morning, but there are all kinds of things to eat. Members of the Turtle Dove Alliance come from all over the world, and of course they bring customs and cuisines from all over the world to the holy city of Estali. There is also the support of agricultural products from the Jialong Chamber of Commerce and the knowledge of a certain kind of people, thus forming a unique cuisine. Originally, it only provided meals for short-term residents and simple meals for guild members before or after work, so that they did not need to spend time and effort cooking on their own. Nowadays, it is the most fashionable thing for the middle class of the holy city to drive a car and bring family or friends to the guild canteen for a delicious meal during mealtime. Based on someone's knowledge, the atmosphere and language displayed by the technical guild are completely different from other places in the land. But they are not offensive, because it was so popular. When Lin arrived first, he asked Mayor, who was working inside, to leave a table and breakfast for himself and wanted to avoid having to wait later. Under the leadership of the Dark Elf, the two formal magicians sat at a small table in the corner of the dining hall. At the same time, other waiters served hot breakfast, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and sandwiches are neither Chinese nor Western, but they are quite popular in breakfast, because it is not only convenient to eat quickly, but also can be taken on the go. It is the most suitable food for those craftsmen who believe that time is money. Lin soaked the fried dough sticks in soy milk for a while, and took a big bite. Lin had never thought that he would have the opportunity to take this bite after traveling through time. It's a pity that the women in the family don't like food that is too greasy. Who knows when I slipped up and said that greasy food is the enemy of beauty. This was the first time for Juan to come to the Technology Guild in the morning, or even have a meal here. Open-minded and adventurous, he imitated someone else's example and started eating this special breakfast. Once he took a bite, he was not repelled by the novel taste. Perhaps it was because of the morning exercise and the distance from last night's dinner that he was not picky about food when he was hungry. In a few seconds, I finished the breakfast that was served. One thing that is very interesting in the mysterious land is that by the way a person eats, you can probably guess whether the person is a melee professional or a magician. The former usually have unstable income, so being able to eat is not just about having enough food. However, the latter's wealth is relatively rich, and in order to maintain sharp concentration, the masters will not let themselves eat to the point of drowsiness. One's self-control is one of the best. In other words, in the group of magicians, regardless of good or evil, the group of people who want to be at the top are the ones who know how to control their desires. So after feeling that he was 70% full, Juan stopped ordering the food to be served. At the very least, he wanted to save the challenge of eating the breakfast menu for another day, as the guild's honored guest and the mastermind behind the scenes. Although Lin did not have any privileges over others, he was still treated favorably in many places. At least many of the earliest versions of the recipes in the canteen are from him. The technical guild has various preferential treatment for those who have knowledge and are willing to share it, even if this sharing is paid, not unpaid. Seeing that Juan stopped eating and looked at himself seriously, he was not impatient to leave after his own affairs were done. Of course Lin could guess that the other party wanted to talk to him. Explain? So he stuffed the remaining food on the table into his mouth, and after swallowing it in one mouthful, Lin patted his belly and looked back at the other person. Juan said, "I kind of understand why your behavior is so weird. What you just told those children must also be the goal you pursue. That's true. Yes. But is that weird? Isn't that weird? Teaching people not to take good and evil as the starting point. My friend, if you have lived to this age, you will have encountered situations where good intentions do bad things, or situations where you clearly want to help. But the more you help, the more you do. Can you say that the original intention of those people is not good? But why do they do so? We must suffer the consequences. Well, you're right. I can't refute it. Recalling the situation, someone said, one after another, made one shudder. In other words, you think kindness is wrong? No. Kindness is good. But kindness can easily be used by evil people. And kindness should not and does not need to be repeatedly emphasized, because it is deeply rooted in the foundation of human nature. What people really need is someone who can distinguish right from wrong. Thinking. Only noble gentlemen need to constantly emphasize and instill good virtues such as loyalty, obedience, and sacrifice, because this will help them rule. If people know how to think and know what they are doing, what will happen? You can't let anyone control you. Can you? It's good for ruling. I admit it again. You're right. With a sigh, Juan agreed. Chapter 1072, the plane where contact was lost. Although Juan seemed to agree with someone's words, his expression was somewhat disapproving. Lin didn't want to brainwash the other party and make the other party respect what he said. Discussions related to philosophy are never simple. Unless one encounters ups and downs and changes his outlook on life, it is difficult to change a person's character and central thoughts. What Lin did was express his position. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Lin thought about asking Yuzov to send a car to take him back. If you are alone, use flash to leave immediately. But there is a guest nearby. It is not a good way to treat guests by throwing away the other person and walking away. Then the flash technique is used too much. As long as there is no special purpose. Walking on two legs really feels like a waste of life. Suddenly there was a heavy weight on his shoulders, and the white snake and green rat that had been hidden somewhere appeared again. One on the left and the other on the right. The split white snake of the imaginary number and the nanopolymer green rat of Hefkin have been hiding in someone's body. Because they are not ordinary creatures. When there is no need for activity and they enter a dormant state, they will turn into some simple accessories and hang on someone's body. They truly achieve what is called inseparable. Sometimes when they sense something that interests them, they will take the form of an animal and see it with their own eyes using separate or aggregate eyes. Sometimes they show up because they have something to notify someone. The latter situation rarely occurs. But there is something to be notified right now. The imaginary white snake, like his real body, cannot speak normal language. However, with Lin's permission, all the images and mathematical formulas expressing his ideas were projected directly into someone's field of vision, rather than being displayed in the real world using whiteboard techniques. Open a dedicated small window through instant messaging software. This avoids sudden requests for conversation that obscure someone's view. Hefkin's green rats can communicate normally, whether it's the elemental elf language, the common language of Midland, or even some unpopular languages. This original elemental lord, who has lived for an unknown number of years, can speak it fluently. But whether this person was addicted to pretending to be a mouse or for some other reason, he did not reveal the fact that he could speak in front of outsiders. When he wanted to talk, he always liked to run up to a magician's shoulder and whisper into his ear. However, the split of these two powerful original elemental lords will certainly attract the attention of Juan Javier. What this great magician is best at is elemental magic. He can even elementalize his own body to launch attacks that cannot be done by a human body. Therefore, he is nicknamed the Prince of Elements. Although the strength shown by the split body is quite weak, it is not even as good as ordinary beasts. But once they were elemental lords, and now they were only stronger than in the past, they would still show unusual character. Or it could be said that it was due to the oppression caused by their rank. Ordinary magicians may not be able to tell the difference. But how could one, the Prince of Elements, be mistaken? But before today, he had only glanced at it a few times. Although I had my doubts, I never had the opportunity to take a good look at these two magicians' friends to confirm some of my ideas. So even if he was curious, he didn't have a chance to speak. Now that he had the opportunity to observe them closely, his suspicions became convinced. So he said, "Why don't you introduce these two new friends to me?" Lin, who was slow for a moment, then remembered that one was good at magic. His sensitivity and curiosity about elemental creatures were probably different from those of ordinary magicians. Besides, Lin didn't have any intention of hiding the two of them. It's just that no one asked about it before. So in response to Juan's question, he reached out and grabbed the green rat from his left shoulder and held it in front of him. At the same time, the white snake seemed to know something and slid onto his forearm, raising its head high behind the green mouse. The white snake is called Imaginary Number, and the green rat is called Hefkin. They come from the elemental plane of Earth. Well, they used to be elemental lords. I don't know how to classify them at their current level. Oh, this is their split, isn't it? Ontology. It's a simple introduction, but people who listen will have complex associations. One looked serious and asked cautiously, "So, do you know what happened in the Earth elemental plane recently?" Seeing that one was asking seriously, Lin thought for a while and then asked, "I know a little bit about the situation in the Earth elemental plane. But before I answer you, I want to ask, what is the manifestation of the abnormal situation you noticed? What abnormality did I notice?" One smiled bitterly and said, "Don't you know? On the forum, the sections related to elemental magic are all discussing the same issue, and everyone seems to have lost touch with the Earth elemental plane. The connection is the same, but the elemental magic has not disappeared because of this, or the four elements are out of balance. It is just that it cannot communicate with the Earth elemental elves. And the summoning magic cannot summon any Earth elemental elves, even those who have made a contract with the elemental lord. The magicians found that the elemental contracts left by themselves or their ancestors seemed to be turned into waste paper. Although not all magicians who had signed the contract expressed this attitude, no one even came forward to refute. There are rumors of disasters in the magician families who rely on the Earth elemental lord. There are various signs that something big has happened in the Earth elemental plane, but no one knows about it. But those magicians who have the ability to travel across planes do not. Anyone come forward to tell us what they saw. That's it. I didn't seriously think about whether what I did in the Earth elemental plane should be kept secret. Since he was asked, Lin simply told the whole story and said, "You know Finn's four-spirit suit. Let's start with the magic silk costume of the former demon king. In order to perfect the four-spirit suit, then plan to infuse it with the power of the four elemental spirits. In order to obtain the power of the four elemental spirits, he and Finn did something in the Earth elemental plane. Juan, who was listening to someone's experience, behave normally at first. As long as you are a magician, you will want to tailor-made equipment or weapons for yourself. And it's not just an ordinary little fight. No matter how good you can do it, you will definitely do your best. If you want to use it, no amount of sacrifice is too much." But there was something that surprised Juan, and that was the scale of the design planned by Finn. Collecting all four elemental spirits on the same piece of equipment is already considered an artifact. It is hard to say whether even some gods with weak divine power have such luxurious equipment. But after hearing this, Juan's face became increasingly ugly. Obtaining the elemental spirit is definitely a difficult task. But if you don't consider seizing the power of the entire elemental plane and just borrow it, there are still many ways to obtain it. The safest way is, of course, to negotiate a deal directly with the elemental lord who guards the elemental spirit. It is estimated that paying a high enough price, such as serving the elemental lord for generations and serving as his spokesperson in the main plane, can be exchanged for the other party's consent. But this also requires that the elemental lord is powerful enough to suppress the voices of other lords. Otherwise, there may be many transaction objects. But it directly changed the pattern of the entire elemental plane. What kind of gameplay is this? Chapter 1073. Participating in the war. Are you serious? This was the only thing one could say after thinking for a long time. Although he had an intuition that what the magician said was true, it was all too incredible. Changing the pattern of a world, even if it is only a secondary plane, rather than a world of the main plane level such as Rumi Land, is unimaginable. But there are two Earth element elves that no one can contact, and now they are lying in his hands. This is an indisputable fact. What frightens one even more is that these two little things are not leftovers from the elemental plane. Those little-known nameless elves, but the incarnations of elves who were once at the level of elemental lords. This, and the unique majesty coming from those two little things, was something he couldn't deny. You must know that Juan Javier once traveled through the four elemental planes with the help of his teacher. He was also lucky enough to get in touch with the elemental lord and make a contract. This was one of the secrets of his ability to elementalize his body. As for the two little guys carried by the magician in front of him, the elven light belonging to them was unfamiliar to Juan, but it was not completely unimpressive. Snake King Odessa and elf-like Camilla. These two are also at the top in the ranking of the strength of the lords of the Earth elemental plane. They are big figures that one knows, but is not qualified to contact them yet. Just like that, he transformed into a separate body and followed the person in front of him. The more important point, that is, the reason why one subconsciously believed what Lin said was that what the other party said was consistent with the current situation. The reason why the magicians in the Lost Land cannot get in touch with the Earth Elemental Spirits is not precisely because the Elemental Spirits in the Earth Elemental Plane, that is, all the spirits, have been destroyed and replaced by the fire in the imaginary number. Moreover, all elemental creatures were transformed into robots and had new names. For a magician trying to summon an Earth Elemental Spirit, it's like making a phone call on Earth and dialing the wrong number at the wrong switchboard. Of course no one will answer. What the magician should do is to re-establish the connection. But why no one has succeeded so far, including one himself, is still unknown, even for the weakest Earth Elemental elf. However, he would not dig into something that he couldn't figure out. This was one of Juan's most proud qualities. He asked about another thing. So, what message did these two lords just want to convey? Thinking of what Lin said before, Juan frowned and said, "Could it be that you were preparing to cross paths? The portal for the plane war has been built." "Right. That's right." Lin nodded and admitted. "Can you take me with you?" Juan said abruptly. He immediately explained, "I am not questioning the authenticity of this matter, so I want to follow you and confirm the facts with my own eyes. But I thought of another thing, related to an Anne-Marie, one Javier's magic apprentice and wife who is good at prophecy. Over the past few days, Lin Lu had asked her about the great prophecy one after another, slowly improving his understanding of this magic. As for things related to this master of prophecy, Lin couldn't help but show a curious expression. Juan explained, "Although I don't rely on Anne's divination results in my daily work, and I never take the initiative to ask about the future, it's because I don't want her to be reduced to a tool. But it is undeniable that she will more or less play a role in life. Zhong made suggestions to me. I don't know if these suggestions are simply a statement of ideas or based on the future she sees. In short, the results of these suggestions are not so bad that it is unacceptable. And it's in my current interests. So I usually accept these suggestions, but I won't deviate too much." "Does this mean she also gave you a hint this time?" Lin asked. "Yes. Although I have plans to come to the Holy City, I don't plan to come so early. It may take a few years before this trip can be made. After all, the Magic Academy I run has already passed the stage of being founded. It's a period of time. But now is the time to perfect various rules. I also serve as the captain of an airship and travel around, with both ends busy. Coming to the Holy City of Estali is not part of the plan, but it is hard to find a way to do it. She had a tough attitude and asked me to come over. I originally thought she was trying to promote the transformation of the Gaussian Breton. But now it seems that what you said today is my real opportunity." Lin asked again. "Opportunity? What do you mean?" Because he understood the character of the magician in front of him. One dared to speak so bluntly. When asked, he also made it clear. "In terms of the progress of magic, I have been at a standstill in recent years. Although I have researched many directions and enriched many tactics, my core strength has no substance." "Promote core strength?" To a magician, this term means taking the part that one is best at and developing it more deeply and more broadly. For example, someone himself focuses on Flash and Starry Night, and the progress of all tactics and magic mainly revolves around these two magics. And Juan's core power is undoubtedly elemental magic. Lin then said with enlightenment, "That's why you want to come with us. Specifically, what are you going to do?" Juan spread his hands and said, "I don't know either. It's just because I don't know what to do that I feel at a loss. If I knew, even if I couldn't guarantee that my strength would improve by leaps and bounds, I would at least work hard to achieve this progress. But now, I have no idea what to do. So you're not sure if going to the elemental plane with me will help you?" "That's right. But I don't just go and do nothing. You have to fight there. I can't say that I can defeat all the elemental lords, but I can be considered a good player, and I am no stranger to the battlefield. I can definitely send some it's useful," one said confidently. But to be so confident about this elemental prince, who was born in a noble family, one could only sigh in his heart. It is true that the ignorant are fearless, under the salvo of robots and battleships. One person's strength really means nothing, even for himself. Lin felt that when faced with a volley of robot fire, he would definitely use the flash technique to escape, and he would hide as far away as possible. But regardless of whether one can help or not, it doesn't matter if he has one more person. Then wouldn't have any objections. And the robots wouldn't have any objections either. In this expedition, in addition to testing new powers and trying to win the crown of the King of Elements, the robots also fulfilled the conditions promised to themselves. They don't care about trivial matters. The most he can do is to borrow a holy robe from World Tree so that one can be protected from alien energy. Having made up his mind, Lin nodded and said, "In that case, let's go back and meet them. The robots have already built the portal, and they will set off as soon as we arrive. So the timing of launching depends on our arrangements. If you want to do anything over there, just go back and make preparations." "No problem. Let's go," one said simply. "By the way, well, you know that the environment of the elemental plane is different from that of the Lost Land. You need to prepare some life-sustaining magic or props. Don't worry. I have been to the 4 major planes when I was young, and I know what the situation is like," Juan said, patting his chest. "Okay, let's go." Chapter 1074 Cross-Dimensional Teleportation. It is really not difficult to borrow an elf holy robe from World Tree. Although in the eyes of outsiders, or wood elves, the elven holy robes belong to the category of holy objects. Not only are the number handed down from ancient times quite rare, but their power is also not to mention. But to Yggdrasil, it's like a human being weaving the cut hair into a piece of clothing after a haircut. And then the person who receives it will be grateful and cry with joy. But today, all the wood elf tribes of the World Tree are connected together, when the human world is still unclear. Even the remaining 5 elven kingdoms have connected their respective World Tree holy lands with other World Tree realms. At this time, in order to achieve the purpose of assisting defense, the elf holy robes are equipped like a waist on the streets. Equipped to the elite troops of all races and countries. Even if it's not enough for everyone to have one, it's almost there. After all, the elf holy robe is a necessary condition for them to be able to pass through the flash teleportation array safely. Flashing without wearing holy robes. With the elves' highly sensitive constitution, they are more susceptible to being eroded by alien energy from the dimensional gaps and transformed into evil spirits. Regarding this, I heard that they have conducted human experiments privately. As for the fate of those evil elves, someone doesn't know, and has no intention of asking. Something that has been warned. Someone wants to try it out, and hits his head and bleeds. Can he still blame himself? The World Tree that Lin found was Waldwo, the majesty he first met. He was the first to successfully advance with Lin's help, and it was a very thrilling promotion. And he reached a height that he should not have reached. Therefore, the friendship between Waldwo and Lin is the deepest in the World Tree. Regarding someone's request to borrow the elf holy robe, His Majesty domineeringly gave him 3 pieces without having to return them. The form is the most common hooded cloak, because all Homo sapiens species, including the wood elves, really disagree with the aesthetics of the World Trees. Just because the elven holy robes they woven are still in the form of thousands of years ago. That's not how retro style works either. Although someone's woven magic silk robes would have the same effect. However, considering the scarcity of silk production, after giving a set to Dharma Saint Mathab in exchange for the opportunity to borrow the energy pool of the magic tower, the use of the silk produced in the next few years has been divided among several women in the family. 3 sets of outerwear and 5 sets of underwear are the standard outfits that women set for themselves. Someone can only wear the Xuanwu robe forever. Who knows why their butts are made of such invulnerable material as underwear? But considering his life safety, Lin didn't ask for an exit. In short, Juan Javier's journey to the elemental plane of Earth took no effort at all to prepare. He is a person who is accustomed to traveling, and he does not have the aristocratic air to show off. In addition, the purpose of this trip was not to go on an outing, but to fight, and people would die. So one brought his full set of combat equipment. As for supplies or food, we will not bring them. When it's time to eat, Linda can send everyone back to the land of confusion with a flash. After eating and drinking, he will return to the Earth elemental plane to continue. Even if he is injured, if necessary, he could even take everyone back to the lost place for a breather at a fixed time. After all, surviving in a world without air is not a big trouble for a magician. In addition to Juan Javier, there were many people who wanted to follow them to the Earth elemental plane. But Lin did not agree to any of them. Although following the expedition of the imaginary number, there should be no danger unless we encounter another divine battle. But surviving in the elemental plane is a very difficult thing in itself. People who are not strong enough themselves will only cause trouble to those who travel with them. Depart from the teleportation room in your home in the holy city. This is a magic circle that receives reinforcements from other world trees, or fixed point flash spells from guests. Of course, it can also be used to teleport outwards. And it also allows Lin to save a little effort. Taking someone other than himself for a flash is not as easy as it seems to outsiders. Another person who was equally nervous was Juan. Having traveled through the 4 elemental planes, he knows the dangers of interdimensional teleportation better than anyone else. A bad thing is that it is very common to teleport yourself to a ghost place that no one knows about. If your luck is worse, the wrong teleportation destination may be an unsuitable environment for survival, and you may die suddenly on the spot. The magician in front of him claimed that he had traveled back and forth to the Earth elemental plane many times, so the stability of this flash teleportation magic should be trustworthy. But the other party also said that the person being transported must be protected. Otherwise, he would be easily corroded by alien energy and lose himself. Which made Juan worry again. Don't be teleported to the wrong place, but be killed by the teleportation magic. As for the cloak, which is of the same level as the elf holy robe, it looks quite simple in appearance and does not look like a high-end product. But after actually getting started, as a magician, how could he not be aware of the power contained in the cloak? Although he was greedy, it was not enough to make Juan have any evil thoughts. He is not someone who has never seen the world. And with his status, he cannot get any good things. Even if you can't get the original product, there are plenty of substitutes. There is no unique, irreplaceable thing in Lost Land. But what surprised Juan was that there was no feeling during the teleportation. There are no prepared rituals, no complicated chanting, and no obvious fluctuations in power. The leading magician directed the people to stand in the circle and said, "We're going to teleport." Juan didn't even have time to say hello to his wife, and he appeared in a strange place. The location where Juan appeared was different from his past experience of being transported to the Earth elemental plane. At that time, I was transported to a wilderness. Although Earth element elves are everywhere, if you want to find higher level Earth element creatures, you have to walk on your own feet and search for them yourself. It is said that those magician families who have made high-level contracts with elemental lords have a way to teleport directly to the elemental lord's territory. However, this type of contract would not be too friendly to humans. The more you get, the more you will pay. This is a fair rule that must be observed when dealing with elemental elves. But the environment Juan was in was definitely not in the wilderness, but indoors. There are more than a dozen tall demon dolls with strange shapes that have never been seen before. Each one is taller than the giants in Lost Land, and it is estimated that only the legendary ancestor giants can be compared. In addition to these tall giant devils, there are also some shorter devils on the platform on the second floor. From visual inspection, he is about the waist of a normal person and as tall as a dwarf. In addition to these golems, Juan noticed that the magic power belonging to the Earth elemental plane was very strong. The position where he stood was in a reduced version of the terrain virtual scene. It's like using flying magic to get a bird's eye view of what you can see on the ground from the air. This set of magical virtual scenery should also be from the hands of the magician next to me, because one had the impression that when he worked with this magician at Chunghwa Eton College, he had seen him use similar magic to lay out a reduced three-dimensional map of the college. It's just that the color tone at that time was single, not as colorful as now, as if it were a real scene. So now this location is the stronghold established by this magician in the Earth elemental plane, and the large and small devils around him are the guardians he created. Chapter 1075 Plane Expeditionary Force. The original absurd idea was rejected by Juan himself in an instant. The reason is simple. Although the aura exuded by these demon dolls is not obvious, they are all Lord-level elemental elves. In the past, when he faced any elemental lord, he would be oppressed by the aura naturally emitted by the other party, making it difficult to maintain normal emotions. This is also the main reason why a magician cannot make a contract with a Lord-level elemental spirit when his strength has not reached a certain level. Even the dialogue can no longer be normal. What conditions should be discussed, and what transactions should be made. I don't know what method they used to suppress these tall demon puppets, or they just borrowed the power of those elemental lords. In short, they should not be underestimated. Any elemental lord placed in the Lost Land is at the level of a king-level monster, and cannot be competed by one person. Looking around now, there are nearly 100 demons of the same level. Even those short demon dolls have considerable strength according to Juan's perception. And there are even many acquaintances among them. Other magicians might not be keen enough to notice the difference. But Juan Javier, who was good at elemental magic and had traveled to the elemental plane, recognized many elemental lords from these puppets that he had sensed from afar. Most of them were those he, who was relatively weak at the time, was not qualified to contact. Now I guess, well, most of them are not qualified yet. So what is the relationship between these special golems and the magicians around them? When Juan was wondering, the robots saw Lin's appearance, bowed one after another, and greeted in the common language of MIDI. Your Majesty the Magician. Welcome to your arrival. I didn't think anything of such a greeting. But Juan's eyes almost bulged when he heard it. When would these bossy elemental elf bosses be so polite to a human being? These are things that have never been heard among magicians who deal with elemental elves. However, Lin really doesn't care about this kind of thing, as long as it doesn't sound like obvious discrimination. As a time traveler, he will only think that this is just a title or a nickname. Only small people who are neither above nor below will care about how others address themselves. So no matter how the robots changed their names for him, he still used to maintain the politeness he retained in his hometown. He said to the robots with the simple courtesy of a magician and said, "Everyone is well. It's just that there are here." Lin had this question because he heard the voices of the robots, not the direct voice transmission from his mind like before. One of the leader-level robots said, "Yes, the imaginary number palace has taken into account the survival factors of human beings, so it has adjusted the living environment in the war finger room so that you can stay less strenuously." After confirming the environmental parameters he had collected, Lin tried to remove the environmental adaptation magic on his body and took a few breaths. Sure enough, the air ratio and pressure data are all parameters that simulate the environment in fascinating land. "Thank you very much." Lin reached out and scratched Whitesnake's raised chin on his left shoulder. This little guy, who looked more like a pet snake than a dog, actually squinted his eyes and stretched his neck comfortably. At the same time, he asked, "So, have the preparations for the plane expedition been completed?" The little guy on his shoulder spit out his words, and the walls around the war finger room projected the scene outside the imaginary number on it. For an instant, everyone seemed to be floating in the air. Up, down, left, and right. There were densely packed warships in all directions, covering the sky and the sun. Lin also noticed that there were 4 more colonial ships of the same level as the imaginary number. At this time, the green mouse on his right shoulder jumped out, and fragments of matter gathered around him. Finally, Hefkin's twin-tailed mechanical girl gathered in front of him. The expressionless queen weighed her feet and tried to be cute with her body movements. At the same time, she introduced, "There are 5 imaginary-class warships. The remaining warships of various types form a fleet of about 20,000 ships, with a total of 43 fleets. The total number of participating robots is 350 million. But what Lin was really curious about was the extra colonial ships. When I left before and returned to the land to repair, these big guys were not there yet." Hefkin, on behalf of other robots, explained, "This is not because we want to conduct an interdimensional war. It would be too slow to open the door and send infantry through. So we solicited internal volunteers to carry out that the second fire was transformed into a battleship. And because the imaginary class can accommodate the most soldiers, we found a way to get 4 more ships. You can use it," Lin said in surprise. He didn't complete the imaginary number alone. The little guys from Snake King Ridge all became parts on the imaginary number, probably as many as 100,000. Other imaginary number class warships have more than 10 people, unless there are 3 or 4 of them, all of whom were reassembled from leader-level robots who were once elemental lords. I am one of them." Hefkin excitedly pointed to the left side of the imaginary number, a ship whose shape was completely different from that of the imaginary number, but no less bulky. Had a painted human woman with blonde hair and big boobs on the side, but she had the characteristics of a bee's tail and antennae. Someone who was watching suddenly discovered that Kai Hui was actually blinking at him. When compared with the expressionless mechanical girl with twin ponytails, Lin felt dumbfounded and speechless. "And this aggregation is not permanent. If there is no need in the future and we want to separate, we can carry out a second transformation at any time. The same is true for other battleships. They can change back to the form of robots at any time. Instead of it will always be a battleship. Of course, many people have begun to study the deformation structure once and for all. The development of the robot race is actually out of someone's control, although it is still guided by the knowledge input from Wuzhong. The development direction is not exactly the technology tree planned by Lin, although the creativity of the elemental elves is not as good as that of Homo sapiens. There are bound to be weird things among them, and these heterogeneous ideas will be concentrated into Tinder, forming a nationwide joint research that is even larger than the Manhattan Project. As long as there are 1 or 2 shining points, It will be applied by a huge number of groups and feedback on the advantages and disadvantages. These feedbacks will become the basis for the next research. Because of this, the development speed of robots cannot even catch up with the Earth before someone traveled through it. At least the existence of commercial barriers and national distinctions, although there are advantages to competition, also limits the collaborative development of geoscientists and engineers. It is difficult to tell which of the two development models is better or worse. But it's always a good thing. At least the robot tribe is now a friendly force. And there will be no conflict of interest in the future. So they should not be on the opposite side. So after Lin knew that the robots were preparing to start an interdimensional war, he immediately became concerned about another question. Who do you plan to attack first? Chapter 1076 Wind Elemental Plane. Faced with Lin's question, the robots answered in unison without thinking. The plane of wind element. It's really not surprising. The four elements, earth, water, fire and wind, are not mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining like the five elements. Basically, the four elements are in harmony with each other. Normal people understand that water and fire are incompatible, and the elements of earth and wind also restrain each other. For the elemental elves, this feels like a natural enemy. It is well known that among the four elements, the earth element elves are least good at magic. The wind element elves are the best at using magic compared to the earth element elves. But if you just control the air, manipulate the wind to perform vacuum cutting, or blow the target to a high altitude and then let it fall freely to cause damage, such an attack method is nothing to the earth elemental elves. The mutual restraint between the two has become a joke. In fact, the most troublesome thing for the wind elemental elves is the magical attack on the spirit and soul, not just the ability to wind. Because the earth elemental elves are not good at magic, their defensive capabilities in this area are weak, and they are easily beaten to death by the wind elemental elves. But as long as they can get close, the wind elemental elves are no match for the earth elemental elves. This is the truth of mutual restraint between the two. Therefore, the so-called earth, water, fire and wind are not just intuitive names for the four elements. If we call it in an abstract way, we should use tangible things, intangible things, the power of creation, and the power of destruction to correspond to the characteristics of the four elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. And this is also the reason why Lin started with the earth element in the process of obtaining the spirits of the four elements, in the study of tangible things, relying on the half-baked knowledge he brought from the earth. He can be considered as able to overwhelm all sentient beings. If you start from something intangible, whether it is Freud or Jung, someone will not know how to turn it into a substantial help to obtain the spirit of the elements. You can't follow the trend of elements and say that you are full of sexual delusions. As for the two elemental planes of water and fire, it is because there are too many points that can be intervened, but none of them has an overwhelming advantage. So it has not been Lin's first choice. Similarly, after having secured the earth elemental plane, they want to use the robot army to conquer the other three elemental planes. They will choose the air elemental plane as their first target. It can only be said that it is not surprising at all. Of course someone has no objection. Anyway, it doesn't matter how the next sequence of fights is played. What's important is that you win. We'll choose the wind elemental plane as the first target of the battle. And the robots are not just interested in revenge. Because the person who knows a person best is his mortal enemy. The robots would make such a choice. And they must have made complete preparations before making such a suggestion. So Lin asked confirmingly, "You are all ready?" "Yes, Your Excellency. I am waiting for your order." Although it was Hefkin's representative who spoke, all the leader-level robots in the combat room saluted with their hands on their chests. At the same time, 3 seats suitable for humans emerged from behind. Lin sat on it without hesitation, and let the floating seat bring him to the same height as the heads of the leader-level robots. Finn sat next. Then Juan Javier. They also came to the same height as Lin, but located further back. The magician, who was obviously the leader of the crowd, looked around, but to be honest, he was a little uncomfortable with such gazes. This is not like standing on a podium and lecturing to students. But it is the real power, the control of life and death. Maybe some people will adapt to and enjoy this feeling. But some people just want to finish things early and go home early. So without further ado, he waved his hand and said, "Now that you are ready, let's go! Let me see the plane portal you built." "Got it!" Hefkin didn't know where she learned the leg-joining military salute from the earth. The snapping sound was a neat movement that was quite inspiring. At the same time, The afterburners of all the battleships were ignited. And there was a roar, followed by a low roar, as if a giant beast was awakening. Right in front of the fleet group, 5 giant wheels appeared floating upright in the air. The middle one is the largest, while the upper left, lower left, upper right, and lower right are slightly smaller. The giant wheel is composed of 2 concentric circles. The outer wheel is the track, and the inner wheel is like a dial phone dial, starting to rotate clockwise and counterclockwise, compiling magical messages that will lead to your destination. This kind of teleportation magic circle has never been seen before in Midland, and it is unknown whether it is original to the Earth elemental plane. But Lynn had a sense of seeing the TV series Magnesia and Stargate. Could it be another private item that Higuri stuffed into Tinder? Just when I wanted to take out the fun-loving short knife and torture it, the imaginary number took action. Just like the practice of the Elemental Legion, those at the forefront are not vanguards or sentinels, but the most powerful and highest status people. In order to maintain their status, they must constantly prove their strength, and standing at the forefront of the army is a basic requirement. On the other hand, those who can be the first to set off when the army sets off have a high status among the entire elemental elves. At a time when the 2 traditional top forces in the Earth elemental plane, Iron Wall and Gemstone Pit, have been destroyed one after another, imaginary number is already considered the tyrant of the Earth elemental plane. Not to mention that he also kept the fire, which used to be equivalent to the root of all spirits. The imaginary number headed towards the teleportation ring in the center, which was also the only ring passage that could pass through the colonial ship-level hull. At the same time, the warships of various types belonging to the imaginary number escort fleet were also divided into 5 groups. There was a queue of warships waiting to pass in front of each teleportation ring. However, the way they passed through the teleportation ring was not like the photo album they watched, where they simply passed through a mercury mirror-like portal. But when there was still some distance in front of the ring, the VAP engine was driven at the same time, and the powerful G-force caused the 3 humans present to sink deeply into their seats. The robots seemed to be prepared and were not affected by the G-force, and they still stood upright. But the 3 humans were not so relaxed, at least when no one warned them. Even Fun and Lin, whose physiques were different from those of ordinary humans, suffered a heavy blow from such a sudden incident. Not to mention Juan Javier, a magician who is still considered an ordinary human being. But the discomfort only lasts for a moment. The 3 people quickly adjusted themselves, and the discomfort of being teleported was eliminated at the same time. And then, they looked around. The walls around the Warfinger room still project scenes from the outside world, different from the gray Earth elemental plane. This is a strange world with no ground and everything as far as the eye can see is blue. The local aborigines haven't seen half of it yet, but they first saw the robot fleet from the Earth elemental plane, appearing out of thin air in this new world. At the same time, the fleets that had appeared were moving in all directions. While guarding the surroundings, they also protected the transfer point and the imaginary number that arrived first. The person who was most shocked was Juan Javier, a magician who participated halfway. When he was first brought to the Earth elemental plane, he only saw a dark fleet gathering. Although he listened to Hefkin's report, he didn't have an intuitive feeling about those numbers. Now looking at the endless stream of teleported robot fleets, what he felt was not any pride and ambition, but a fear rising from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 1077 Gaseous Planet. How long will it take for hundreds of thousands of robots to assemble a fleet? In fact, it only took a little more than half a day for the overwhelming robot fleet to cross the plane barrier and reach another world. During this period, of course, there were natives from the nearby wind elemental plane who came to say hello. I just don't know if they have no fixed form and are scattered as soon as they are beaten. Does it count as dead without a whole body? With huge differences in numbers and strength. Most of the wind elemental elves who came to investigate never returned. On the one hand, it was also because of someone's investigative methods. Even if not all were taught to the robot race, 50% to 60% of the information was left in Tinder. Not necessarily any robot will understand all these methods. But with such a large number of robots, even if each robot and warship only uses its own conventional detection methods, their surroundings will still be monitored thoroughly. Any approaching foreign object will be unable to escape. And those wind element elves who are just exploring the path will be in trouble. It took half a day to assemble hundreds of thousands of fleets. Although Lin didn't have any reference for comparison, this efficiency should be very high. This is all due to the coordination of the tactical command platform and the processing efficiency of the robots, which is equivalent to that of computer programs. There are almost no redundant actions. All battleships move according to the basic principles of shortest path and coordinated action. And their formation is also a circular formation in terms of probability. It is not an actual spherical shape, but the principle of at any location, the probability of encountering the enemy is equal. Of course, this principle is only a condition for fleet deployment, specific to the deployment of each warship. The fast ones are scattered on the periphery, and the slow ones are protected in the center. Those with thick armor are protected in front of those with thin armor. There will be small ships distributed around the big ship for coordination and support. Of course, for a magician who has not systematically studied military formations, he cannot provide any guidance. As for commanding such a large number of troops, it's not too much for a handicapped guy who can play real-time strategy until he is in a hurry. Don't cripple your own people before killing the enemy. Of course, the time to wait for assembly is not just about staring at each other and scratching each other's lice. Robots specialized in reconnaissance were dispatched in advance to continuously transmit back data on the surrounding environment, especially for the settlements of wind elemental elves. If they are large in size, a squadron will be dispatched to deal with them. If they are small in size, some skilled and bold robots will gather a small number of them and disperse the settlement in one fell swoop. The actions of the robot expeditionary force are not just to sweep away the wind element elves near the teleportation point, but mainly to obtain intelligence. Although the two elemental elves, Earth and Wind, are old rivals, the last interdimensional war was thousands of years ago. Even for the elemental elves, who are said to be immortal, many things will change in 1,000 years. Therefore, the top priority for the robots is to understand the current situation and where they are. If it were a human war, the intelligence war would probably last for several years before the army was mobilized. But the characteristics of elemental elves are too obvious, and it is impossible to find any elven traitors who betray inside information. Therefore, plain wars always involve seeing where you fight. Intelligence is exchanged using the tactical command platform, which can be done quickly and shared by all robots, thanks to their programmed processing method. But if Lin, a human being, wants to browse, there won't be any big problem. Just looking at the records that looked like a running account, someone felt like looking at a server log file. Fortunately, this messy information can still be organized using keywords. Lin focused on keywords such as wind elemental elves and territory, hoping to find a direction to advance. It's just that, although the robots have records of capturing some wind elemental elves alive, they don't seem to have tortured or forced confessions. Is this better than human civilization? Do you know where you are going? It seems that you have not asked the captured wind elemental elves about this problem. Or are some elemental elves too low level? So you don't know where the elemental spirits in this world are hidden? Lin asked puzzledly. Regarding the magician's question, the robots were confused at first. But then they understood and said, "Your Majesty the magician, it seems that you don't know the habits of the wind element. That's why you have such a problem. Where is the spirit of the wind element? No need to search hard. He must be at the end of the wind." This is a very literary answer, but the person speaking does not look like a middle school boy. Then the possible explanation is that the facts are as literally stated. Call up the environmental data from the imaginary number database and simulate it again. As expected, the air flow in the wind elemental plane is very active. According to the Earth's meteorological standards, the average wind level is level 8. This is already a destructive wind speed, but the direction is not fixed. Unlike the climate phenomena that can be seen on Earth or in mystery. Basically, the wind direction is a mess. Maybe only a meter away. But the wind direction is completely opposite. As for the various crisscrossings, going from left to right, I won't go into details. Coupled with the destructive power brought by the wind speed, the entire wind elemental plane is like a multi-directional crusher. Anything that falls in will be smashed to pieces. In such a realistic situation, it is easier said than done to find the end point of all winds. However, this is only a partial phenomenon. Perhaps we should use a more comprehensive observation angle to see why. At the same time, such observation results also made Lin curious about what the wind elemental plane is like as a secondary plane world. The Earth elemental plane is actually a planet, and it is more than 90% similar to the mysterious planet. The only difference is that there is no air, water, and various living things. Elemental creatures are actually just movable objects that have the appearance of creatures, but do not have the characteristics that life should have. Since it is a planet, it is not the only star in the universe. There is the same sun, and there are also a large number of stars. Then no one knows whether these stars correspond to the Earth element plane of other living planets. The situation on the wind elemental plane is very similar to the earth elemental plane. The difference is that this is not a solid planet like the earth element plane, but a gaseous planet. As for what the core of a gaseous planet is, there is still no conclusion in the Earth's academic circles. It is generally understood that only a molten rock core of huge mass can generate enough gravity to pull the gaseous material attached to it. Gravity is necessary. But if it is not generated by a huge rock core, it is not necessarily the case. Especially here is the elemental plane of wind, a secondary plane world. Whether there will be that kind of magical explanation and phenomenon, Lin dare not say for sure that there is no such thing. So the question is the core of the planet what the robots call the end of the wind? Also, what are the so-called habits of the wind element? Chapter 1078 Eye of the Storm. The two questions Lin wanted to ask were actually the same question for the robot. As the robot who is closest to the magician and can speak easily, Hefkin replied on behalf of other robots. The elemental plane of wind will disrupt most methods of identifying directions. And because people from other worlds can easily be blown away by the strong wind here, the most difficult part for outsiders is to figure out where they are and where to go. The answers to these questions actually lie with the wind elemental elves. As soon as he stretched out his hand, Hefkin took over the simulation diagram of the wind elemental plane that Lin had manifested, and raised his hand to expand it into a sphere diagram. As more data is fed back and more robots join in the calculations, the simulated weather information becomes more and more similar. It's just that this thing is like a mess of twine twisted into a ball, and there are no rules at all. Hefkin did not wait until the hologram simulating the elemental plane of wind was completed. At least on the opposite side of the sphere far away from their position, the robots could not observe the accurate data return. The twin-tailed mechanical girl moved her hands to the left and right, and the spherical image suddenly magnified several times in the air in the Warfinger room. In the blue-based spherical map, red indicates the settlement of the wind elemental elves. But there are also layers of light yellow concentric spherical membranes that do not overlap with each other, dividing the sphere into no less than dozens of layers from the inside out. Hefkin then said, "The wind elemental elves are just like us before. Weak elemental creatures will live together. When they are strong enough to reach a certain level, they will set off to the next settlement and compete with elemental creatures of similar strength, until the final point. The eye of the wind." The twin-tailed mechanical girl pointed to the core of the wind elemental plane. This explains the saying that the core of the planet is also the end point of the wind. But it feels like this explanation is of little help to the goals of myself and the robots. Moreover, the layered membrane of this concentric sphere does not look like the actual scene of the wind elemental plane, but something added by the twin-tailed mechanical girl herself. Maybe you can sense someone's thoughts from his confused expression. Hefkin continued to explain. One of the habits of the wind elemental elves is that the stronger the elemental elves and elemental creatures, the closer they live to the eye of the wind. This immediately explains why Hefkin divided the simulation diagram into so many layers. Lin said, in other words, the wind elemental elves themselves are the coordinates and guides of this elemental plane. If you want to go to the core, what you call the eye of the wind, just keep looking for stronger elemental elves. If you find it's weaker than the elemental elves we were looking for before, does that mean we're looking in the wrong direction? Yes, that's it. Hefkin agreed at first, but then changed his tone and said, but that's just a hint of the direction. If you want to move in the wind elemental plane, especially in the area close to the core, the path more important. Path? What's the significance of this? Hefkin asked back. There are forbidden areas, like the sea of lava in the earth elemental plane. Do you think there won't be any in the air elemental plane? Confused, Lin turned back to look at Juan Javier. The great magician spread his hands irresponsibly and said, I travel to the wind elemental plane, although I don't know where I appeared. It should be in the outermost layer. Of course, I have never been there. Several settlements. If it is difficult to survive in the earth elemental plane, it is very difficult to move in the air elemental plane. If you are not careful, you will come back full of holes. So don't talk about paths and forbidden areas. Even the core place of Eye of the Wind is my first time to hear it. Wow. Brother, how did you return to the lost land alive in the first place? Lin Bushian said in a sour tone. One didn't take it seriously and shrugged. Hefkin said from the side, as long as outsiders do not come with malicious intentions, the wind elemental elves are still hospitable in kind, and are willing to help people in distress. This is also because one of the ways to improve their abilities is drawing nourishment from the mental fluctuations of other living creatures, especially the ups and downs of emotions, is the best food for them. Gratitude is one kind, and so is despair, as far as I know. Gratitude is relatively small. It's less, but it will last for a longer time. But if you are desperate, it will only last for a moment. So as long as you don't offend them severely, generally speaking, they will not kill people. Juan was startled. In other words, we are food-like existences? You can say that. Otherwise, why do you think the wind elemental elves would express kindness to outsiders? So what's going on with the path? Lin pulled back the topic and asked. Hefkin explained. It's not obvious on the outside. But as you go toward the eye of the storm, this seemingly unchanging environment is actually divided into two worlds. One is the normal world, where wind elemental elves will live. This kind of place, and using this kind of place to travel to various places, is like a world that is under the spell of magic. But you will not feel any trace of magic in it. And you will not feel uncomfortable, abnormal. But as soon as you leave that area, you will realize that it may only be a short time for you, but a very long time has passed in the outside world. And this gap becomes more serious as you go to the core area. It's just slowing down. It won't have any impact. With the idea of seeing it, when one heard about the peculiarities of the wind elemental plane, he would of course want to know more about it. So he said, Hefkin's aggregation in the Lost Land clearly understood the person speaking in front of him and the good relationship with the magician. So he would not ignore him. She politely explained, that is not slowing down as generally thought. In such an environment, you can still move normally and will not realize whether you have slowed down at all. You can only leave that environment and follow only after other people make comparisons will they realize that they have slowed down for a while. This sounds a bit like the physical phenomenon of time dilation. If this is just the case, then it won't actually have any impact on people who stray into the forbidden areas. Lin recalled what he knew about the theory of relativity and said at the same time. In fact, related discussions have been discussed in many film and television works and novels that tend to be hard science fiction. So it is not unfamiliar to someone. Hefkin shook her head with two twin-tailed antennas and said, It's not that simple. Two worlds are separated by a thin line. When you cross that line, you must pay a price. And this price may be too great for even the elemental elves to bear. Only then did Lin notice that the situation described by the Hive Queen was not like what he had imagined in the science fiction works. Whether it is a physical phenomenon or an imagination in science fiction works, the degree of time dilation is a gradual increase. But the phenomenon Hefkin mentioned is like the phenomenon of time dilation in physics. The time in some areas is consistent with the original time of the outside observer and is not affected by the gravity field. The only thing that can cause this phenomenon that science cannot explain is magic. After all, this is a magical world, not a materialistic world that someone has lived in before. Chapter 1079 Guidance of the Wind. The causes of the observable time dilation phenomenon are, one is extremely fast speed, at least close to the speed of light. The other is a black hole level gravity source. Although there is wind in the wind elemental plane, and the wind speed is not low, it is impossible to cause time dilation to the observer. The so-called extremely fast speed must be the observer's own speed, not the speed of the environment. If the environment could really reach that speed, and the observer stood relatively still in it, he would probably only end up being torn into pieces. And there would be no need to observe time dilation. More pitiful than Schrödinger's cat. In other words, the core of this star in the wind elemental plane is a miniature black hole, or a supermassive gravity source that can create the same level of gravity, as for which one it is, as well as the specific composition of the gaseous planet in the wind elemental plane. More time is needed to study. But those are not the point. Once you have a guess, it's just a matter of spending time looking for evidence to prove it. The most important thing is the magical part that is still blank in someone's knowledge. Although it is not yet understood what kind of magical effect can cause this time dilation phenomenon. But one thing is certain. That is, Hefkin's statement that there must be a price to pay when crossing that boundary is by no means an exaggeration. Those with higher energy levels will move in the direction of lower energy levels. This is the principle of balance in the universe. And this kind of movement will produce something extra. What can be utilized is called energy. What cannot be utilized, and what is wasted is called entropy. If these can come too violently, the recipient may be harmed. Just like water flowing downwards. When the water has a height difference, it can be used in hydroelectric power generation. If hands with relatively low temperature come into contact with extremely high temperature such as flames, boiling water, or red-hot iron rods, injuries such as burns, scalding, and burns may occur. These are all practical effects of energy levels. So how is it possible to go from a place with a high time rate to a place with a low time rate? Or vice versa? without leaving any time damage? So strictly speaking, what Hefkin was talking about was not a magical effect, but a quite serious physical phenomenon. It's just that scientists on Earth have never observed or thought about this phenomenon. It's quite interesting to say that because all behaviors in the universe are dynamic, they can never truly reach equilibrium, but only tend to balance, which instead forms a seemingly disordered chaos. Because we long for balance, we create chaos. There is no greater irony in the world than this. But at the moment, what Lin is most curious about is whether there is any way to observe the boundary line, so that he can safely walk at the same time speed without being hurt. The next step is to explore what exactly causes this phenomenon. Strictly speaking, this is the talent of the wind elemental elves. They are born with the ability to see the flow of these invisible objects, and then go with the current, or against the current. Faced with someone's question, Hefkin the tone was a bit helpless. Racial talent is something that is difficult to explain and imitate, as long as they are not of the same race. Basically everyone else can only be blinded. Then what are you going to do? Lin asked curiously. It seems that you have no intention of interrogating the wind elemental elves and seeking information. That's because they can't explain it in words. In fact, there is really no way to explain it. The wind elemental elves just know what to do and how to go. So, are you going to keep arresting people until someone is willing to lead the way? Of course not. The twin-tailed mechanical girl shook her head and said, from the past to now, there is only one way for us to move freely in the wind elemental plane, and that is to make the wind guide. Oh, it sounds like it's not difficult. So have any of you started making it? Is there a way to satisfy the robot army? By the way, how do you make that thing? I'll build one for fun too. Hefkin did not hide her secrets and directly used whiteboard techniques to display the design drawings of the props, as well as the magic array patterns carved on them. She said, this thing is not a secret. All the elves in the 4 elemental planes can know how to make this thing from inheritance. Even the wind elemental elves themselves are no exception. Of course, sir, you should be better than us. It's also important to understand that as long as you grasp the basic principles, it doesn't matter what shape you want to make with the props. What I showed is just the basic shape, not the only way. I thought I could see something magical, but what Hefkin showed was just a crystal ball. There is a small amount of snow-like dust stuffed inside. It is not fixed, but floating at any time and anywhere, and can be gathered and dispersed into any shape it will. Maybe you're used to someone's way of doing things and their requirements for design drawings. Therefore, this hive queen has learned everything. All materials, alternative materials, labels and notes are very detailed, allowing Lin to understand them clearly at a glance. It's just that the pictures are clear and the text is clear, but stringing them together is confusing. Lin asked. The filling in the crystal ball only indicates the number of wind element cores. What does this mean? What are the wind element cores? Could it be what I thought? If you are thinking about the remnants left after killing the wind elemental elves and crushing them into dregs, then I can tell you responsibly that you are right. So cruel. Lin was surprised. Sir, what you want us to fight is a plain war, not a fair duel between stupid knights. We don't need the false mercy of humans. The previous war on the Earth elemental plane was also because of the need to destroy elemental creatures, transform into robots, so no one deliberately kills them. Otherwise, for us, death is just returning to the basics and starting over. If the elemental lord dies, he will still retain his memory and some abilities, and he will be revived quickly. Restore our original strength. This is us, the elves of the 4 elemental planes. The twin-tailed mechanical girl said it was natural, and the other robots didn't express anything wrong. Lin had to admit that it was really uncomfortable to look at the elemental elves' mess from a human perspective and attitude. But so what? This is how the elemental elves survive. The fundamental reason for all this is that their life forms are completely different from carbon-based organisms. Forcing one's own standards on elemental elves is like using the rules of chess and talking about things on the chessboard. It takes a lot of brain-dead people to think that they are right, unless there are other interests involved behind such an attitude. However, the purpose of a certain magician, and also the purpose of the former demon king, is just to obtain the power of the elemental spirit. Hefkin knew this very well. She even grasped the character of this magician and said directly, So, sir, just leave the war to us. You will not be more familiar with the war between the elemental elves than we are. How to fight. Chapter 1080, Drive Straight In. Since all the robots represented by Hag Queen have such an attitude, Lin, who is not even half-assed in fighting, will certainly not talk nonsense. At most, When you encounter something you don't understand, you just ask and expand your knowledge. This saves you from bragging to others in the future and being asked, "Brother, how did you conquer the element of wind?" I can only answer, "I don't understand either. Anyway, I just lay down. And then, I won by lying down for no reason." Even if you want to brag, you need some materials to do so. So Lin is still on this journey, looking for things he can do and observing the battle situation. In the end, he found that he could only return to his old profession as a magician or an earth researcher, which was to do research. The peculiarities of the air elemental plane are more, not less, than those of the earth elemental plane. On the one hand, it is also because of the various phenomena of the earth elemental plane. In fact, it is easy to understand by analogizing it to an earth or a mysterious land without an atmosphere. After all, the two together add up to a complete life someone has lived, which is all too familiar. But everything in the wind elemental plane is considered a new thing, whether it is for the people traveling through the earth or the natives of the lost land. So for someone who was disliked in the civil war among the elemental elves, he quickly became immersed in exploring the mysteries of the wind elemental plane. Also invested are two outsiders, Finn and Juan Javier. Fun, the former demon king, originally came only for the spirit of the wind element. The rest of the things she was not interested in were of course something she could avoid if she was infected by someone, and became more and more lazy. She was happy to leave troublesome matters like war to others, since her opponents were all too weak to deserve her personal action anyway. If you beat this kind of people eagerly, your price will drop. Juan Javier quickly corrected his mentality after a series of shocks. In a war of this scale, he was not even qualified to be a pawn. It is better to make full use of the convenience brought by someone, borrow the imaginary number sensor, and constantly investigate everything that interests him in the wind element plane. The reason why he insisted on following someone on this trip was to find his way forward in elemental magic. There is nothing wrong with Juan being good at elemental magic, but he is not yet at the point where he knows everything. Any new discovery that he had not noticed before gave him the feeling of entering a new world. Because of this, he is more keen than the other two to explore the wind elemental plane through the sensor of the imaginary number. But for most phenomena in the wind elemental plane, Lin just saw them as fresh. Unlike Juan, all his abilities are focused on the branch of elemental magic. So I just took a quick look at it, with the attitude of broadening my knowledge. Most of his attention was still on the robot's offensive. More than 40 fleets did not spread out to attack as Lin imagined. Due to their large numbers, the fleet groups of this expeditionary force attacked separately, but they still generally moved in the same direction. It was not like they did in the earth elemental plane. In order to gather all the earth elemental creatures, they used a sweeping method to clean up the entire plane world. In the wind elemental plane, robots rarely turn around to target a wind elemental elf settlement unless it is on the path of their attack. Even if the wind elemental elves took the initiative, attacking the robot fleet could not stop this interdimensional army and distract them elsewhere. This is also because the attacks of the wind elemental elves mostly only scratched the paint and required the armor to be resheeted, but failed to cause greater damage. As for the wind element elves who came to attack, not one of them was able to escape unscathed. There would be such a disparity in the results. After Lin obtained the opinions of Hefkin and others and carefully analyzed them, he determined that this was not entirely the effect of technological crushing. This conclusion makes some time travelers a little disappointed, but it is the fact. The real disadvantage of the wind elemental elves is that they are not familiar with the robot tribe at all. However, the robots were all transformed from earth elemental creatures, and they had been in love with and killed the wind elemental elves for thousands of years. They knew the strengths and weaknesses of the wind element all too well. There are certainly ways to exploit existing strengths and attack the enemy's weaknesses, especially the spiritual magic that the wind elemental elves are good at. In the era when the earth elemental elves were still earth elemental creatures, they were often tortured to the point of dying. Even if they are aliens among earth elemental creatures such as Hefkin, no matter how good they are at magic, it does not mean that they can completely eliminate such weaknesses. Innate weaknesses are not so easy to overcome. But after the earth elemental creatures were transformed into robots, the original most important elf light became the magical power of the robots to drive the nuclear fusion reactor. Their thinking also turned into pieces of garbled program code that even Lin could not analyze. Like an encrypted programming language, the light of the elves no longer carries the souls of the earth elemental elves, although its importance is still the same. This light is tightly protected in the reactor and only occasionally leaks out. This is why when other magicians saw the white snake and green rat on Lin's body, although some recognized them as elemental creatures, Not many recognize their identity as elemental lords. Although the strength shown by their splits and aggregates is quite weak, the majesty and majesty that belongs to the elemental lords is also concealed to the point that it is almost invisible, which is a major factor. And this layer of cover-up not only reduces the possibility of being recognized by people who are not familiar with them, but also renders the spiritual attack magic that the wind elemental elves are proud of useless. Of course, it was not that the magic of the wind element elves failed, but that they used it in the wrong place based on their past experience. In other words, the wind elemental elves lost because of information asymmetry. If they were allowed to fight against the robot race for another 1,000 years, they would probably figure out a way to deal with these big iron men. The upper limit of magic is not inferior to the power of technology at all. The so-called complete crushing of technology does not exist. The difference in technological generation can at best make people who are not familiar with it feel surprised and at a loss. But as long as we are familiar with each other, we can always find simple and economical ways to achieve counterattack. Not to mention the various Hollywood commercial blockbusters about humans killing aliens. Even the world's superpower, Magnesium Emperor, has suffered losses in jungles, deserts, and ravines. Isn't their technology strong? Not much better than your opponent? But in the face of life and death, technology is just a tool for both sides in the struggle. Although it is easier to kill people with a sword and a sharp weapon, it does not mean that a dull knife cannot kill people. As long as you find the right method, find the key point, and strike with one blow, it will kill you like a dull knife. The dilemma faced by the wind elemental elves now is that they are not familiar with robots and only regard them as the earth elemental creatures of the past. At most, their appearance is different from the past. It was this negligence that allowed the robot fleet to march forward with overwhelming momentum. One side came prepared, clenched their fists with 5 fingers, and hit one point without hesitation to death. The other side was unprepared and caught off guard. But no matter how dazed, the person who was beaten will sometimes wake up. The army assembled for the first time in the wind elemental plane stood in front of the robot fleet. Chapter 1081 Cloud City. TSK! 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 It's really spectacular. This city in the clouds is in front of you. Blocking the robot fleet in front is a vast city floating in midair. There are many spheres and overlapping layers, which is completely different from the urban construction form of Lost Land or even Earth. This is a 3-dimensional city, and it is divided into upper and lower sides. Both sides are inverted, and it rotates slowly. There is still no feeling in the imaginary number ship, because in order for the robots to coordinate fleet actions, all battleships share the same relative coordinate system, which is the coordinates with the imaginary number as the reference point. Therefore, the up, down, left, and rear directions of all battleships are consistent with the imaginary number. However, the city of the wind elemental elves has a standard of brutal development. The basic form of buildings is that the top and bottom are relatively inverted. This city does not stop there. There are also many left side, right side, diagonal and spiral buildings. The living creatures walking in it completely ignore the basic principle of gravity. It is not uncommon to walk on the ground, on the ceiling, or even floating on the side walls. It is like they live in a strange world where walking or building buildings can be done on all planes. The scene of the city in the clouds with the element of wind transmitted by the imaginary number makes someone think deeply. It is difficult to tell the direction of the world. The appearance is not just to mislead people, but the environment in which they live is like this. Data returned from various sources shows that in the wind elemental plane, not only the direction of the wind is chaotic, but also the directions of the gravity field, magnetic field, etc. are so chaotic that it makes someone wonder if there is something wrong with the physics they have learned. On the other hand, I have to lament that the sensors on the imaginary number are becoming more and more powerful. You can actually observe the situation in the city through the wind wall blocking the city in the clouds. According to Lynn's observations and calculations, the chaos in the wind elemental plane causes even light to be slightly refracted. Just like on Earth, if you observe a fish on the bottom of the water from the surface, the position of the fish will be different from what you see with your eyes. It's just that in the wind elemental plane, such differences are more complicated, and there is no easily obtainable refraction parameter. Despite this, the imaginary number can still restore the most realistic scene from the observed data through mathematical methods. If imaginary numbers continue to develop, it is not impossible to get a clairvoyant eye. And as someone said, the wind wall that is enough to block the sight is not a wall like the Great Wall. Its function is only to make it more difficult for people to cross. Instead, It is an endless wind wall that stretches up and down in all directions. Like a wall of wind that separates the world. The whirlwind that makes up the wind wall contains a lot of foreign matter. And the direction of the wind is unstable. And it is constantly flowing at an amazing wind speed visible to the naked eye. It is conceivable that ordinary humans enter this wind wall with their physical bodies and are torn into pieces in minutes. Perhaps the old opponents of the wind elemental elves, namely the earth elemental creatures, still have some chance to pass. But the losses will definitely be heavy. Water or fire elemental creatures want to pass through, which feels a bit hanging. Their bodies are not as strong as earth elemental creatures. Standing in front of the wind wall was an army of wind elemental creatures assembled. Such a formation, according to Hefkin, is definitely a grand undertaking in the elemental plane of wind. At least the troops assembled on the opposite side finally seemed to be fighting a plain war. Unlike previous matches, it was still flattering to say that adults hit children. It was like a herd of elephants passing by an ant nest. The elemental planes of air and earth are different. In the earth elemental plane, as long as a force gathers together, consciousness will arise and become the so-called element spirit. As long as they continue to accumulate, the earth elemental elves can easily condense into an entity and become a so-called elemental creature. But in the elemental plane of wind, the threshold for condensing entities and becoming elemental creatures is very high. Most of them still maintain the form of elemental elves, accumulating their own heritage. When they grow to the point where they can condense entities, the air elves will leave the air elemental plane and collect materials from other worlds to become entities that their elven light can attach to. It's just that these biological entities do not have clear shapes and fixed materials like earth elemental creatures. The shapes of wind elemental creatures are not fixed like their elf forms, and their structure is also quite loose, such as the body of clouds, water, sand and dust, and the body of whirlwind. These are all common forms of wind elemental creatures. In fact, combined with the current environment of the wind elemental plane, it is normal for wind elemental creatures to have such a loose structure. If earth elemental creatures live here, resisting erosion from the environment all the time, if they relax a little and fail to protect themselves with magic, they will sooner or later become dirt and be blown away by the strong winds of this world. The so-called weathering phenomenon in earth geology is not a fun thing to talk about. However, the magical power with the light of the elves as its core can be several times stronger than before after being supported by an entity. There is a huge difference in strength between elemental elves without entities and elemental creatures with entities. This is true for all four attributes. But for most of the wind element elves, if it weren't for the fact that it takes a lot of strength to maintain their shape in the wind element plane, they would probably take this step earlier. Unfortunately, when the strength is too weak, forcibly condensing the entity cannot protect the loose structure at all, and sooner or later it will be blown away by the strong winds of the world. When that time comes, it's not a matter of the condensed entity being broken up. It's going to be death. It's just that when you look back, death means death. For the wind elemental elf, it means returning to the embrace of the eye of the wind. 18 years later, he is a good man, a good elf. If the wind elemental creatures continue to work tirelessly to collect materials, their strength will certainly increase. And like earth elemental creatures, they can replace some of their own less good materials with better and more advanced materials. But historical experience proves that this is not the direction that wind elemental creatures should take. There were once wind elemental creatures that followed the path of earth elemental creatures, condensing a stronger entity and fixing their own image. But no matter how talented the wind elemental elves are in magic, or how lucky they are to find the best materials, they will still lose to the earth elemental creatures with this talent in battle. This kind of failure can be regarded as a non-war crime. What's more, the condensed entity of the wind elemental elves seems to be creating weaknesses for itself. In order to maintain the materials that make up the body, they have to use the light of the elves as the most important link, spreading it throughout the body. In such a situation, if the body that has finally been condensed is damaged, the light of the soul that is the foundation will be damaged at the same time. Therefore, since the birth of the wind elemental elves, they have abandoned the same life forms as the earth elemental creatures. Instead, use a loose structure to build yourself. More power is used to create objects outside the body, thereby covering a wide area with the light of one's own spirits. This is also an extension of the power of wind elemental creatures. The ultimate expression of this kind of external thing is a city that can survive in the elemental plane of wind. That is, the city in the clouds. However, those who can build a city in the clouds on their own must be of the rank of wind element lord. Although the size of Cloud City may not necessarily represent the strength of the Wind Element Lord, it is at least a usable reference indicator. Chapter 1082 Upgrade Road. But it's just spectacular. And the strength is just okay. Different from the sigh of another leader-level robot before. The leader-level robot who spoke was an old man with the rank of Elemental Lord in his previous life. And he had fought in the past plane. The kind of war. In terms of knowledge. Of course not those younger students can compare. Since someone is belittling you. Of course you have to come up with a justifiable reason. So someone asked. And the leader didn't talk nonsense. He made a serious evaluation and said, "Isn't this something obvious? We haven't entered the core area of the Wind Elemental world yet. Although this is no longer the periphery. It is not a gathering of truly powerful people. The light of the elves in the city and the clouds does not exactly illustrate this situation." At the prompt, Lenny let go and adjusted the sensor of the imaginary number to the mode of detecting the light of the elves. As expected, everyone could see that the rays of light emitted by the city and the clouds in front of them were mixed. And it was not like what a single wind elemental elf could accomplish. The leader-level robot who opened his mouth to criticize explained. "Only when we continue to go deeper into the wind elemental world can we have real power. The kind that can support a city in the clouds on its own. Now we may still be far away from the eye of the storm. Walking less than half the distance. Most of the people you will encounter here are like the one in front of you. They are composed of many high-level elemental elves working together to build a city in the clouds. The wind elemental elves here are not considered elemental lords at all." High-level elemental elf? When Lin heard a new term, he immediately looked at his old friend, who was more familiar with elemental magic. But Juan only shook his head in confusion. As for fun, there is no need to ask. This person has already wandered to an unknown place. Lin could only ask, "Is there any difference between high-level elemental elves and ordinary elemental elves?" The robots were stunned for a moment. And then, they remembered that the person in front of them was not a member of the elemental plane, and might not necessarily understand their classification and grading methods. Therefore, a leader-level robot explained, "The definitions of high-level elemental elves in the 4 major planes are not the same. In the Earth elemental world, high-level elemental elves refer to those who have the strength to become an elemental lord. But the settlement to which they belong has a more powerful existence, suppressing them, preventing them from achieving the rank of lord. Just like Camilla." The leader who spoke pointed at the twin-tailed mechanical girl standing nearby. When Hefkin heard her name being called, she curtsied like a human aristocratic girl in a very ladylike manner. When she was in the Iron Wall, she was a high-ranking elemental elf. As long as she did not challenge Vulcan, win, and seize the opponent's status, she was not an elemental lord. But outside the Iron Wall, there are many occupying the elemental lords on the ground are not as powerful as her. As long as she is willing to leave the Iron Wall, she can easily obtain the rank of elemental lord elsewhere. In the end, she did so. It means that the strength is sufficient. But because the Earth elemental lord is a carrot and a pit, when there is no pit to squat, it can only be a high-level elemental elf, not an elemental lord. However, it seems that the gameplay in the wind elemental plane is different according to the meaning of the robot's words. So Len asked again, "What's the situation with the high-ranking elemental elves here?" The high-ranking elemental elves in the wind elemental world are just like the group of guys gathered in front of you. They give you a tower in IA room, and work together to build a city in the clouds. And among them, they are the level of wind element lords. Competitors. In other words, for the same title of high position, we refer to those with the level of elemental lords. But the wind elemental community refers to the weak, who are working towards becoming elemental lords. For a robot who was once an elemental lord, he was considered weak if he had not reached the heights he had reached. The pride is evident. Hearing this, someone felt a strange feeling in his heart. So he asked, "What is the method for improving the ability of the wind elemental elves?" It is not just about absorbing the spiritual power from the emotions of great sadness and joy of intelligent creatures. Indeed, the robots have no obligation to hide anything for their vendetta-like existence. It's just that no one asked about it in the past. Now someone asked, and one of them simply said, "Every cloud city where many wind elemental creatures gather will eventually produce a wind elemental lord, after the strongest one among them devours the power of others. Of course, some have very high talents and good luck. Good wind elemental elves. They will hide in a corner that no one knows, silently accumulate their own strength, and build their own city or tower. They will eventually have the opportunity to build a city in the clouds and obtain the elemental spirit. It is recognized that one can become a wind element lord, But such existence is rare. And it takes several times, even dozens of times, to grow up in the competition. So the method like this is the method used by the wind elemental elves. After hearing this, Lin finally understood. This is like the rumored cultivation of goo in Miajiang in my hometown, where a bunch of poisonous insects are put into a jar. And finally the other poisonous insects are eaten. The one who survives is the so-called goo. From here, we can also see the difference between the earth element elves and the wind element elves. The former's method of promotion is to continuously accumulate their own strength, recruit younger brothers, and rob other colonies of earth elemental creatures that are weaker than them. And then the cycle starts over again. But the wind elemental elves are standard fighting in the nest. A group of strong men who are aspiring to be promoted gather together and use their own accumulation as a bet. The winner takes it all and achieves the rank of elemental lord. The loser returns to the eye of the wind and starts all over again. The wind element elves would develop such a habit. Lin guessed that it was mostly due to the inconvenience of transportation, since it is more difficult to go on expeditions to other places and obtain the qualifications for your own promotion than to target the people around you. Then there is no reason not to target the people around you. Wind elemental elves are not like humans. They have relatives, blood connections, and various reasons that restrain people from being kind to those around them. But after understanding this, Lin felt even more strange. Pointing to the army of wind elemental creatures assembled in front of him, he asked in confusion, "Since this is the way they get along with each other, is it normal for them to gather together to fight against us?" The robots didn't hesitate and said in unison, "This is perfectly normal, sir." Half-Queen ran and jumped in front of someone. She put her hands behind her back, bent down and tilted her head and said, "No matter who wins the battle between the wind elements, everything they accumulate will be inherited by the winner and promoted. But if we intervene, the dead wind elemental elves will die, and they will only return to the eye of the wind. But everything accumulated in the past will either dissipate or become our spoils. They get nothing. So is it difficult to understand why they choose us as the first target under the consideration of interests? Isn't this what you have been saying? That everything should be considered based on interests, no matter if they are tangible benefits or intangible benefits." I was refuted by someone using my own words, but I have to say, it does make some sense. Chapter 1083. The battle begins. Not for racial justice. No national sentiment. The reason why the wind elemental elves unite is just because you are not coming to grab the meat in our pot, but intend to overturn the pot. So we will unite to kill you first, and then we will slowly fight on our own. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Right. Even if it is a domesticated dog. When its owner tries to snatch the meat from its rice bowl, there is still a high chance of being bitten unexpectedly. Even if the dog is like this, the reaction of the wind elemental elf is really normal. Looking at the big army confronting the fleet in front, Lin unconsciously had some questions. Well, does anyone know if the opponent is strong or not? A certain human magician's question made the robots laugh. Lin was surprised when he laughed. It turned out that these tough guys also had a sense of humor. Another leader-level robot, who is also familiar with old opponents such as Wind Elemental, said, "The strength of this cloud city is pretty good. At least if I gather all the power of the territory I used to control, I probably won't be able to defeat them. But now, well, probably a squadron attack would be enough." Think about it. In the past, in the Earth Elemental Plane, there were tens of thousands of Elemental Lords, large and small. There are strong and weak ones, and not all Elemental Lords have the level of strength of iron walls and gem pits. Although I don't know how powerful the talking robot was in the field it controlled in the past era of Elemental Lords. But if he estimated it based on the average value and compared it to the city in the clouds in front of him, Lin probably had some idea. According to the organization method of the robots, the squadron is a secondary organization under the main fleet, with the number ranging from 2,000 to 6,000. It takes such a force to deal with a cloud city. It seems that the robots still have a very high evaluation of the strength of this cloud city. No wonder there was no movement after this wind elemental army set up their formation. According to the custom of military battles in MIDI, when this kind of confrontation occurs, both sides will usually send envoys. The bolder ones will have the commander-in-chief step forward in person, talk a lot, and then fight to the death. Although this is the plane of the wind element, the various habits are actually more or less similar to those in the Lost Land. At least in the Earth Elemental Plane, Lin could see this kind of pre-battle negotiation drama from time to time in the confrontation between robots and Earth Elemental creatures. But this Wind Elemental army has no such intention at all. There are probably three possibilities. One is that they are so proud that they don't pay attention to the fleet that covers the sky in front of them. One is that they are simply frightened, or they just don't know what they are facing. Just when someone wanted to ask, did the robots intend to continue the confrontation, or follow the usual practice of sending someone out to talk to the other party? I wonder if fake love and surrender can work. Just when someone was struggling to ask, or not to ask, the Wind Elemental Army took the lead in taking action. But it was completely different from what someone imagined, where the envoys were first sent for dialogue. Instead, the army marched directly and pressed forward. Compared to someone's accident, Juan Javier is more concerned about the changes in front of him. When he first arrived, he was indeed frightened by the size of the robot fleet and the aura of familiar people in the war room. Although he has calmed down a little now, the fear has not receded at all. Most importantly, he knew that the robot fleet that came out of the Earth Elemental Plane was very strong. But how strong it is unclear. The wind element creatures and a city in the clouds gathered on the other side were no strangers to Juan. At least he knew that no matter it was his chief daddy's kingdom, or even the 4 branches of the Magician Association in the southwest peninsula of Midland, none of them could be a match for that army of wind elemental creatures. Even if they were all added up, I'm afraid it wouldn't be good. Although the leader-level robot who criticized him before had a rather disapproving tone. It also depends on who he is being compared to. One knew very well that neither he nor the forces he could come into contact with were qualified to say that. Therefore, this army of wind elemental creatures can be a good touchstone to let him know how powerful the robot fleet is. On the other side, although Len had never cared about the robot strategies and tactics before, that was because of the sporadic small-scale battles that were not even worth paying attention to. But now that an army is pressing forward, he will of course be concerned about the next development. But while he was looking at the robots, he was also looking at the external real-life scene of the imaginary number. And the robots were also looking at him. The 2 parties just stared at each other and did nothing. Lin smiled awkwardly, touched his head and said, "Aren't you going to do something?" Hearing someone's question, all the robots focused their attention on the twin-tailed mechanical girl. How could Hefkin not know what the other robots were thinking? All the robots had exchanged messages on the tactical command platform. So she said on behalf of the other robots, "No matter what, this war is all about you, sir." At the beginning, the upcoming battle can be said to be our first battle since we entered the wind element plane. So we are still waiting for your words. How else can I fight? This thing will be crushed to pieces in minutes. Just go over with a flat A. Someone's inner drama is not directly played out in reality. After Lin thought about it, Ken smiled and said to the robots, "There is a saying in my hometown that there is no problem that cannot be solved by a salvo. If there is, then let's do another round." A volley of fire. You really looked down on them. Hefkin did not hide his ridicule. The robots didn't say yes or no, let alone any obvious statement. But on the tactical command platform, countless instructions are constantly being sent and received, at the same time that all warships received instructions from the tactical command platform. The left and right wings of the fleet expanded outward respectively, moved sideways across the hull, and moved the gun ports. Even the battleship group in the center was spinning in circles, facing the enemy from the port or starboard side. 43 fleet groups formed a huge thick semicircular bag shape, as if they were trying to fit the wind elemental army into it. However, facing this huge encirclement, the wind elemental creatures were not afraid at all. Not only did they speed up their march, they also disintegrated the condensed body into a looser state. Each wind element creature has expanded several times or even dozens of times in size, carrying a more oppressive momentum, as if it wants to devour the entire robot fleet. Although the size is still far less than that of robots. This is the best fighting style that the wind elemental elves and earth elemental elves have tried in the long-term struggle. Condensed entities. Compared to hardness, they will never be able to defeat opponents like earth elemental elves who are based on stone or iron. It is better to release the shackles of their entities, but not abandon the entities completely, but fight in a more wind element way. In this way, magic can be used more effectively and transmitted faster within the scope of their loose bodies. And as long as magic is used, it is like attacking the weak points of earth elemental creatures, hitting them accurately. Not to mention this more efficient way. But they still haven't seriously thought that the robot fleet in front of them is no longer the earth elemental creatures of the past. Chapter 1084 Volley. The battleship turned to face the enemy broadside in order to allow as many guns as possible to fire at the same time. if the ship's bow is facing directly forward. Although the main gun can fire, most of the secondary guns cannot be used. So after receiving the advice of an unscrupulous magician, the battleship group began to turn around without hesitation. When the amount of messages constantly exchanged on the tactical command platform dropped sharply and even became silent, the formation of the robot fleet was also completed before the Wind Elemental Army came in. The last 2 broadcast instructions were also issued at the same time as the formation was completed. All gun doors open. Open fire. At the same time, the Wind Elemental Army was like a roaring maw of sand, trying to swallow the robot fleet that was much larger than them. Although this form increases the attack area for Wind Elemental creatures, the damage they suffer decreases for every unit area destroyed. It is this characteristic that gives them the confidence to fight a war of attrition against Earth Elemental creatures. But the naval guns of the robot fleet were a strike method they had never experienced before. Whether it's a railgun that fires extremely fast live ammunition, or a high-energy electromagnetic gun that's overflowing with energy, you may find the right method, and magic can still defend you. But at the moment, all the Wind Elemental creatures were kind enough to resist this overwhelming wave of attacks with their faces or bodies. Because the robot fleet is huge in number, their formation is thick. In order to fire a salvo, the battleships in the rear row must shoot through the gaps in the front group of battleships, which limits their shooting angle. But for robots that almost turn mathematics and calculation into instinct, this is not a big problem at all. They fired at the same time. It was different from the previous battle in the Earth Elemental Plane against those Elemental Lords with gods and mortal bodies. At that time, the emphasis was on hitting at the same time. So it was necessary to coordinate the shooting time of all robots, and arrange the shooting advance according to caliber and type. What's more important is to calculate the shooting trajectories of live ammunition, whether they will interfere with each other before hitting the target, and to find out the angle of avoidance. However, this time it was just a matter of firing simultaneously. And in this world where there is air and sound transmission, the silent plasma cannon is okay. But the muffled sound of the railgun firing at the same time is like a muffled thunder, shaking all the warships, even though they were inside the imaginary number, which blocked the transmission of sound. Lin and the other 3 were shocked by the magnificent scene. When they realized they needed to pay attention to the enemy, there was nothing in front of the robot fleet. A huge hole has been dug out, including the wind wall. The location that was supposed to be Yunzhong City is now empty, leaving only a lonely place. As for the charging Wind Element Army, it seemed to disappear without a trace, leaving no trace of its existence in this world. If a big hole has been dug into the wind wall, if the caster is still there, it should quickly replenish it and return to its original appearance, maintaining its defensive function. But this time, the wind wall did not heal. Instead, the gap began to expand, and eventually the wind defense barrier in front of it completely collapsed. Well, where are the enemies that just rushed over? As a great magician who is closest to an outsider, Juan Javier asked with a complicated mood, the corners of his mouth twitching. Although he could guess what the answer might be, he didn't want to admit it from the bottom of his heart. About when the hit rate of the first salvo reached 3%, there was not much left on the target. The judgment I said before that a squadron can deal with them was correct. All the rest were it hit the air. Fortunately, the main gun of the imaginary battleship was not used. That would be such a waste, Efkin said on behalf of the other robots, as if she had done something trivial. The twin-tailed mechanical girl clapped her hands and said to all the robots, "Okay, no need to watch the show. Just keep on going. We are still far away from the eye of the storm, so we have time to run." Not like a command, but better than a command. The robot fleet did not bring any fireworks, and coldly turned and shifted the hull to form a marching formation. The imaginary number once again took the lead, leading the fleet group forward. The entire process is meticulous. There are no mistakes in linkage and coordination, and the cold characteristics of machine control are clearly visible. Juan, who watched it from beginning to end, certainly had his own evaluation in his heart, and he also knew the source of his fear. Facing such a force as the robot fleet, it is simply not something that human beings can contend with. He didn't realize that the Wind Elemental Army would despair even if he saw it. They couldn't even survive what the robots called a volley. Although I don't know if what Hefkin said is correct. The Wind Elemental Army was completely annihilated with only 3% of the hits. What kind of strength gap is this? Maybe there were still many things he didn't understand. But Juan no longer had the original fear. Rather than being powerful, the unknown is more likely to make magicians fall into inexplicable panic. However, The robot army is so powerful that there is no need to be afraid. Anyway, choosing hostility will lead to death. So just don't choose that path. Being afraid becomes meaningless. After exhaling a long breath, one looked at the idle magician and asked casually, seemingly unintentionally, "With this power in hand, you will have no problem conquering the land." In fact, after seeing all this, he was more concerned about the magician's movements than anyone else. If he really meant that, then he should surrender directly? Or should we resist symbolically and then surrender? And will symbolic resistance cause misunderstanding and end up being fake? Juan is distressed. As for Lin being asked such a question suddenly, he was immediately confused about the situation. He looked at the magician, who asked the question inexplicably, trying to find out his true thoughts or other intentions. But Juan Javier made no secret of his troubled expression, leaving someone even more confused. Finally, I had to say directly, "Conquering the land is not the problem. Domination is. In this regard, the guy next door is more experienced than me." Fun, whose name was called, nodded subconsciously. When she understood what she just heard, she nodded heavily and said with dissatisfaction, "Yes, if I had to do it again, I would definitely turn the whole world into undead. Living people are too disobedient." "Sister, does it matter if you say it so straightforwardly?" After Lin and Juan laughed a few times, Juan asked casually, "So do you have such a plan? What? Conquer? If there is anything I want, can I get it only after conquering the entire land? If not, why would I bother so much?" Lin laughed, considering the character of a certain magician. Juan said the most likely direction. "Well, let those troublesome people who have no eyesight know how to hide from you. This is indeed a benefit. But the price for getting this benefit is to spend time to conquer and then rule a world until you die. Maybe after you die, you have to worry about whether the successors can take care of it. I don't need to stress which one is more troublesome than dealing with those guys who don't have a lot of eyesight." It really is. However, one couldn't help but feel a little relieved at this man's lack of ambition. Chapter 1085 Elf in Life. 3 humans were discussing the conquest of Lost Land. And not all of the robots present were without ideas. The first battle with the Wind Elemental Army was a victory. And they couldn't help but wonder how far this army, to which they belong, could go. Counterattacking the main plane with the secondary plane seems to be something that no one has done, or even thought about. So, can this be an opportunity? It is a pity that the attitude of the 3 humans on this issue is very clear. The new guy was worried, and asked what the others thought. The female magician said, "I've done that kind of thing before, and it's not interesting at all. So I won't do it." As for the male magician's statement, it's even more incredible. What he means is, that kind of thing is too troublesome. So I won't do it. The new human being is not familiar to everyone yet. But the other 2 old acquaintances can be said to be hard-hearted. As long as it's something that has nothing to do with their destination and isn't something that can be easily done, usually they can't be invited. The man may still have some room for negotiation, but the woman is so ready to throw her face away. But these 2 robots can't do anything yet. If it is just an ordinary favor, according to their habits in the era of elemental elves. After the agreed things are completed, what should be done next? What should be done to cheat people? What should be eaten without spitting out the bones? Just do it. They will not have the slightest intention. Psychological burden. But these 2 are the great benefactors who have made them robots. And this love is not so easy to repay. The more important point is that the 2 high-ranking gods in the Earth elemental world were destroyed in their hands. Whether it was a one-on-one fight or a 2-on-1 group fight, the 2 humans had proven that they were capable of fighting, and were not someone they could threaten at will. Not to mention the 2 big banners among the robots now. Imaginary Number and Hefkin have almost become the magician's lackeys. As long as these 2 people have no extra thoughts about magicians, it is impossible for the robot fleet to target these 2 humans who are not robots. It just so happened that these 2 former elemental lords were diehards, who were hard to convince. Therefore, those robots who are particularly thoughtful can only turn their minds to other aspects. The reason why they show an anxious attitude is actually like a child who gets a new toy and can't wait to show it around or want to try it out. Previously, the feeling of robots fighting Earth elemental elves was not clear yet. Nowadays, the Wind Elemental Army has achieved a good result. It would be a lie to say that none of them want to test the upper limit of the robot fleet, since there is no chance to encourage the magician and lead them to counterattack Lost Land. Let's pick a target that they will be interested in. That is also a pending resolution within the robot. Mr. Tripwood, a leader-level robot who often spoke up and expressed opinions within the robots, rarely had a conversation with a human magician and said, "Have you considered completely conquering the wind elemental world and hiding in the eye of the wind? This must be one of your initial goals." "Well, that's true. What? Do you have other ideas? Could it be that you want to try and hit the rumored rank of Elemental Elf King?" Lin said with a casual tone and a smile. The leader-level robot who replied also used the same relaxed tone and said, "No, I can guarantee that I or other robots have no idea about the rank of the Elemental Elf King, because that path has already reached the same level as ours now. The direction we are taking is different." "Oh, you can detect such things. Can you tell me about it?" Lin asked curiously. And the one who is equally curious, even urgently in need, is of course one Javier. "I'm sorry, sir. I wish I could say more. But the truth is, from the past until now, the path to becoming the Elemental Elf King has been murky. Only when we attack other planes will it seem like seeing a light in the distance. I felt that meager hope. In my long life, I have discussed it with other elemental lords or magicians who have traveled to the Earth elemental world. The unification of the major elements is the idea that most people agree with. But there are still different opinions on how to achieve it. However, after we transform into robots, we can basically cut off that path. Because strictly speaking, we have already cut off that path. It's no longer an elemental creature, but a different kind of life. I never thought I would use such words to describe myself. Spirits and life are different levels of existence." A robot's confession shocked Juan Javier no less than when he first arrived and saw the robot fleet. Lin may not have felt it as deeply as Juan, the Prince of Elements, but he was not unconscious either. At least what the leader said. Elves and life are on different levels. Made him realize something. Elves do not refer to that kind of aesthetic race with pointy ears. In myths or fairy tales in certain areas of the earth, they are existences similar to gods. They are not individuals with clear evidence of their existence. But they exist because people feel that they exist. And life is a well-defined thing. To put it more narrowly, only individuals with the ability to metabolize, grow, reproduce, and adapt can be considered life. As for the circulation of nutrients for other organisms after death, we will not consider it for the time being. It can be seen from this that the elves born because of him and the life that exists because of existence are indeed two different things. So the transformation of earth element creatures into robots is a situation that completely changes their own definition. The change cannot be said to be small. Faced with such huge changes, the old methods for elemental creatures certainly no longer apply to today's robots. But Lin was very curious that the earth elemental elves had not completely disappeared. At least those low-level elemental elves in the earth elemental plane who have not yet developed their intelligence are not included in the targets of the transformation robot. So these low-level elemental elves still exist. And humans in Lost Land also believe that there are earth elemental elves. So will the earth elemental plane give birth to another group of earth elemental creatures in the future? So, has the robot race been liberated from the concept of elemental elves and become something completely different? However, the root of all spirits, where the earth elemental spirit resides, is now replaced by the fire carried by the imaginary number. If a tribe of earth elemental creatures is reborn in the future, how should this mess be settled? A new earth elemental spirit? There is no answer to this question yet. Even if he, a mere human being, could answer the question in his lifetime. Lin was not sure. If that's the case, why does the leader-level robot in front of him seem to be bewitching himself to conquer the wind elemental plane and seize the elemental spirit of this plane? Lin asked. It is indeed my purpose to obtain the elemental spirit, but I can also accept just borrowing the power of the elemental spirit without taking it as my own. So the question is, what is your purpose in suggesting this to me? Chapter 1086, The Beginning and End of the War. War is not a child's play. As long as a rational person starts a war, the first thing to consider is what the goal of the war is. Then there are ways to stop the war. For example, during the Second World War in the history of the Earth, judging from various historical materials and official and unofficial history, the little Japanese dared to slap the emperor's father in the face. Their idea was very ideal, which was to fight a short-term decisive battle, open up the Philippine Ice Channel, and seize Nanyang oil resources. And they relied on attacking the real pig port to prove to Magnesium Emperor's father that the son they raised had strong wings, as long as he can gain momentum in a short period of time and gain the upper hand. Zywarban plans to negotiate a peace with Magi Emperor's father, not to mention whether Japan and Japan intend to negotiate better peace terms. At least they cannot give up the results they have achieved. This is the short-term decisive battle they hope for. As long as the hidden dangers in the Pacific are solved and resources are obtained, all the power can be invested in East Asia. But war is never something one takes for granted. Xiaorban's goal of a short-term decisive battle was achieved. But the slapped Magi Emperor's father did not intend to negotiate a peace. Instead, he directly turned the tables and turned the friendly match into a life-and-death fight. In the end, Magi Emperor even sent out his top horses, Little Boy and Fatty, to beat Ribbon until he couldn't take care of himself, and finally ended the war. This is a typical example of someone who didn't think clearly before starting a war, but was slapped in the face in the end. It was not enough to lose all the chips I had won. And I even lost everything. Lin, of course, had set goals for the war he was waging. Of course, genocide is also a way to make all disobedient people disappear on the surface. And then the war will naturally end. Basically, civil wars in the Earth elemental plane can be classified into this type. However, Lin cleverly changed the concept and gave the losers a chance to stand on the side of the winners. This allows them to change their identity from victim to perpetrator, and then rationalize their behavior with the perpetrator. But the same method cannot be applied to the war of leading a robot fleet to invade the wind elemental plane. The main reason is that Linka has no way to transform the wind elemental elf into something else this time. Simply put, there are no benefits as an inducement to capitulate. The same problem will also occur in the future invasion of the fire elemental plane and the water elemental plane. So from the beginning, Lin's plan was to lead a fleet of robots to show off his muscles. Let the person on the other side know that your side is not someone to be trifled with. In this way, there is a chance to sit at the negotiation table and discuss borrowing the power of the elemental spirit. This is also because outsiders borrowing the power of elemental spirits is not unprecedented for the four elements. In history, there are many powerful people who have taken such actions to take their strength to the next level. Although I don't know what conditions they agreed to. At least these powers prove that borrowing elemental spirits is not impossible. If the strength shown is not enough to convince the wind elemental elves, then keep fighting. The worst case scenario is to send all the wind elemental elves back to the elemental spirits hidden in the eye of the wind. However, if you want to die to the end, not only the wind elemental elves must be awakened, but also the robot fleet must undergo psychological construction. Especially when facing an enemy who is aware of death. It is very likely to cause a lot of additional losses. And when facing this kind of loss, what is the psychological bottom line that the robot fleet can bear? To some people, the robot fleet is just like a mercenary. It is better to expect them to fight tough battles regardless of any losses than to expect them to be able to command a group of pigs, defeat invincible opponents in the world, and then rule multiple dimensions. So it is better to set a goal that is acceptable to both parties. And it is more likely to be achieved, since he was borrowing this kind of power. Lin never thought about making things happen and forcing the wind elemental elf to jump over the wall. If it really comes to that point, Lin can't guarantee at all whether the robot fleet will retreat and hand over himself as the instigator. Therefore, the strategic direction he formulated from the beginning was only to intimidate, not to exterminate the clan. But the actual battle is a robot fleet. How they can fight, and how they want to fight is beyond Lin's control. The best one can do is to tell the robots what they think. In addition, no matter what kind of commitment or restriction, Lin felt that it was not very reliable. And at the beginning of the invasion of the wind elemental plane, Lin also saw from the discussions among the robots that most of the robots still had conservative opinions. That is what he proposed, coercion. Borrowing the power of the wind elemental spirit. After all, it is just to do things for others and fulfill the previous agreement. Robots may not be as lazy and slippery as humans, but they won't go to great lengths for such a thing. However, if a leader-level robot who is qualified to stay in the war finger room asks such a question, does it mean that the internal opinions of the robot have changed? Lin's first instinct was that the other party found something profitable. Asking for your own opinions is actually a bit like trying to make a big deal out of a tiger's skin, and in turn target those whose opinions are different from their own. So Lin asked again, "Help us capture the elemental spirits. So what can you get?" "What did you get?" The robot was stunned by the question. Then he seemed to understand the thoughts of the human being in front of him, and sneered. "We will not get anything substantial by helping you capture the elemental spirits. If we really want to say it, we can ask the wind elemental elves, and even the fire elementals. Old rivals like the water element prove that we already have power over the four elements." This is what it means when a child gets a new toy and comes to show it off to his playmates. In addition, It is too easy to deal with the wind elemental army. So they have the idea that maybe they can do it on the way? Of course, Lin did not comment on the robot's sudden enthusiasm, but turned to look at the other party involved. Fun. She may not offer advice often, but Lin definitely doesn't ignore her role. Even if I ask, I will get a look of disgust in return. It's just that Fun, who usually seemed to be in a fugue and not expressing his thoughts, this time was looking at someone lazily. He said slowly and casually, I have no objection to what you want to do. But don't forget, what is the use of the 4 elemental spirits? Maintaining balance among the 4 elemental spirits is the most basic requirement. If you let I have seized complete control of the wind elemental spirit, and the same will apply to the fire and water elements in the future. Then, although he didn't finish his words, the opinion Fun wanted to express was already clear. After mastering the complete 3 elemental spirits of wind, fire, and water, it was impossible for her not to pursue the idea of the earth elemental spirit. Only the same level of power can be used on her 4-spirit suit made of magic silk. If there is an imbalance between the 4 forces, it will be like wearing a bomb on your body. It will not be surprising when it loses control. The robots were once elemental elves or even elemental lords, so they were certainly no strangers to magic. They happened to be able to understand what the female magician in front of them was saying. Then the conclusion is very simple. Just help them capture 3 complete elemental spirits. It was impossible for the female magician not to covet the last one. Chapter 1087 The Robot's Concerns. Is there any way to stop those 2 human magicians from seizing the earth elemental spirit, which is the fire, or even to prevent the fire from being destroyed by them? No robot can do it with certainty. Not to mention that the current custodian of the fire, imaginary number, and the magician, in the eyes of other robots, are not much different from being obedient. The imaginary number will keep the fire, and there are many objective factors. First of all, imaginary number is the strongest among the robots on the table at this stage. You can tell one thing or two just by watching him single-handedly build more than 80% of the colonial ship's hull. The other original elemental lords want to transform themselves into battleships of the same size, and at least 4 or more people must work together to do it. Secondly, the relationship between the imaginary number and the magician is good, so the magician is willing to transfer the fire to the robot for safekeeping in advance. Otherwise, according to the original agreement, the handover of fire will be after the earth elemental plane is completely conquered, instead of being handed over during the process. This time difference is the difference between the robot being able to transform earth elemental creatures on its own, and the difference between having to ask a human magician to transform them. Not only is the conversion efficiency different, but the deeper the magician's involvement means, the harder it is for the robot race to get rid of this person. The last point, and of course the most important thing, is that no matter what, imaginary number is a member of the robot race, not a human or other elemental creature. If the fire was not kept by any robot now, I am afraid that another wave of war would have started long ago. If the magician comes forward to ask for it, there is a high chance that the imaginary number will happily hand over the fire. Moreover, the design and production of the fire were all completed by the magician, which made the robots even more worried. If it weren't for the fact that the opponent's life belonged to a short-lived human species instead of an immortal species, I'm afraid the robots would have to consider betrayal and seizing power now. Whether you can win the fight or not is another matter. Has a magician tampered with Tinder? No robot dares to ask this question. And even if they ask it and get the answer, no one dares to believe it. As long as the producer has the opportunity to manipulate, the robot will not dare to ignore this possibility. After all, what is at stake is fire, the most important thing for the robot community now. What's more, this answer is true. In short, if Lin has an idea about fire, he can guarantee that none of the robot's methods will work. He may not be able to use fire to control the entire robot race, but if he wants to cause harm, he can definitely make all the robots feel uncomfortable. This is what someone left behind. And of course, it is unknown to outsiders. The ignorant robots, who were worried about this, certainly didn't want to, let alone dare to tease the hearts of these 2 humans. So when they heard Fun say in a calm and even cold tone that if she were allowed to master 3 complete elemental spirits, she would not be able to let go of the 4th one, the robots' internal opinions were quickly integrated, and they unanimously agreed to follow the conservative method. That is to launch a limited attack on the 3 elemental planes of wind, fire, and water, forcing the other party to agree to the request of the 2 human magicians to borrow the power of the elemental spirits, according to the personality of their familiar old rival, as long as they show enough strength and make relatively trivial requests. It is almost impossible not to be agreed, because they themselves would choose this way. For elementals, there is no shame in compromising and giving in to a greater power. Nor is death unacceptable. As long as you grow after everything you have experienced, then it is valuable. Therefore, in the following time, the robot fleet did not have unnecessary exchanges with those humans, and focused all its attention on the grand strategy. In particular, the fleet's marching route becomes more and more important as it gets closer and closer to the core of the wind elemental world day by day. Especially when the first fast response battleship cruising in the periphery turned into a metal lump in the air due to the time expansion. The robots had to be 100% alert no matter how unwilling they were. Because in the changing winds of the wind elemental world, the huge metal hull that can still stand firm is still no match for time. No one who deserves to be corrupted can escape. Although you can catch the wind elemental elves, create guidance, and find a safe path. However, because the wind elemental elves will return to the elemental spirit in the eye of the wind after death. This characteristic makes the guidance props made using the wind element core automatically lose their effectiveness after a period of time. If you want to continue using props to point out a safe path, you must continue to capture the wind elemental elves. However, it may be that the first battle after arriving in the wind elemental plane was fought too hard. So the robot fleet did not encounter many settlements of wind elemental elves on the path forward. The original settlement locations were empty, as if they had been moved. It's just that there shouldn't be anyone left alive in that battle. Right? It feels like the news has leaked out. In the end, it was Head Queen who helped someone answer this question. They have all returned to the Eye of the Storm. As long as there is a dead person with a real name, his memories before death will be recorded, and he will remember them all after resurrection. It is normal to know what happened in that battle, so from the beginning, we never thought about keeping it secret or operating in secret. And with such a large fleet, even if we wanted to hide, it would be impossible unless everyone in the world was blind. Okay, there's nothing wrong with explaining it this way. Without the wind elemental elves to use as materials to make props to guide the road, the robot fleet used the simplest and most direct method to explore the road with real people. Of course, they will not sacrifice other robots or battleships, but through the secondary transformation of fire or mechanics, they can separate into miniature reconnaissance units and then spread them out. Because the purpose of these clones is only for reconnaissance, and there is a psychological expectation that they cannot be recovered. These clones are not very powerful and do not take up many resources. Each robot is divided into 1 or 2 reconnaissance units. There are hundreds of millions of people here. The gathered reconnaissance units are like a swarm of locusts. A large and black area. They spread out and patrolled towards the outermost edge of the fleet, while constantly uploading the latest environmental detection reports to the tactical command platform. As long as any of the reconnaissance units suddenly disconnects and loses contact, the robots will understand that this is another time dilation zone. And of course, they will avoid the area or even replan the route. Lin, who was quite dissatisfied with this self-inflicted pathfinding method, originally focused his attention elsewhere. Maybe it's because the robot fleet needs to explore the way before they can move forward, which slows down their progress, giving someone more time. Or maybe it's because they've been sailing doing nothing for several days in a row, which makes him feel bored. Anyway, Lin decided to help the robots find a relatively simple and easy pathfinding method so that they could advance quickly. Anyway, enough reconnaissance units were released. And of course, a lot of environmental data was returned. So Lin imitated Juan and studied the data returned by the reconnaissance units of the robot fleet. I plan to study these things first and see if I can find out some reasons. If it doesn't work, look for another direction. This also allowed him to discover some very strange phenomena, which aroused his interest. Chapter 1088, The Great Discovery of the Wind Elemental Plane. What is the time? Most top physicists believe that time does not exist. It is just a concept born from human subjective consciousness under the comparison of individual changes. The time parameter in many physical formulas can actually be regarded as a change in energy level, which is not enough to prove the existence of time. Moreover, the phenomenon of molecular electronic transition also proves the discontinuity of time and space from a certain perspective. Since time is not continuous, what kind of phenomenon or concept should it be considered? Especially in the magical world of mystery. There is prophecy. You can see the past and the future, and you can even suspend time magic. So how should time be explained in this magical world? To verify a physical theory, of course, an observable and repeatable phenomenon is needed to prove or falsify it. If there were better verification conditions, There must be two observable and reputable phenomena that can be compared. In front of Lin, the separation of time dilation is such an opportunity, especially when an object passes through this layer of separation. The changes that occur before and after are the focus of someone's observation. The reconnaissance units sent by the robots not only used depth to explore the road, but also added the function of environmental detection. At first, I just hoped to observe the harbinger of time changes, thereby reducing unnecessary losses. Then, under Lin's suggestion, the reconnaissance units dispatched later were also specialized in certain observation indicators in order to obtain the most accurate information. The direction of efforts is different from that of Juan Javier. He is still wondering whether the return data represents what kind of situation he knows in his experience. Lin is quite familiar with these data. After all, the set used by the robot fleet was handed over from him. The relevant recording methods are of course passed down from generation to generation. And even the annotations have not changed. What interested Lin was that he saw quite familiar observations. This result was discovered by Lin Zeng during the research on flash technique. Using the flash technique to teleport is actually escaping into a world of different dimensions. Using the difference in physical properties between the two worlds to achieve the result of instantaneous changes on the other side of the world. Such an action will cause harm as long as the object being flashed is not protected. However, this damage does not come from a single source. The biggest one comes from the gaps in dimensions. The chaotic and strange energy will impact everyone who comes into contact, causing living creatures affected by it to fall into a state of confusion. The chaotic consciousness will further affect the physical body, resulting in an irreversible phenomenon that someone named evil deification. This is the biggest drawback of using flash. Fortunately, there are other ways to prevent it. Another form of damage occurs in the blink of an eye, because flashing requires passing through different dimensions. And at the moment of crossing the dimensional barrier, the different worlds on both sides will of course have an impact on the traverser. It's just that this impact is milder than the erosion of alien energy, and it's easier to protect against. Basically, as long as you put on methods or equipment that can protect against alien energy, you can block the impact of crossing dimensional barriers. But this type of damage is almost insignificant compared to alien energy erosion. And its curved model of energy fluctuations is reproduced on this individual injured due to the influence of time dilation. What does that mean? The only possibility that Lin could think of was that this meant that time injuries and traveling dimension injuries were injuries caused by the same reason, but only differed in degree. The reason why I dare to say this is because Lin had done research on the causes of these injuries when he was studying the flash technique. Although there are still only inferences as to what the cause is, there is no accurate conclusion. But one thing that is certain is that as long as it is under the same conditions, the damage caused by energy fluctuations caused by traveling through space will be the same. Non-random. Even the curvilinear model of energy fluctuations is the same. Such consistency does not mean that two seemingly different behaviors are actually the same. From a world where time flows fast, through the gap of time expansion, to a world where time flows slowly, it is equivalent to traveling from a world in one dimension to a world in another dimension. Such a discovery made Lin think about another theory about the concept of time. The parallel world theory. This statement was created to explain some paradoxes. For example, a ball traveling through time went back to the past and knocked away the self before traveling through time. So, does time travel actually happen? The only explanation that can be justified is that the moment the ball travels through time, it opens up a parallel world. What happens in that parallel world is not related to the original world. The two exist independently of each other. Extending from this theory, if we say that the so-called past, future, and present are actually composed of countless possible parallel worlds, then we can explain what we have observed from this time dilation interval. Moreover, in the subsequent experiment of using the flash technique to transport the evil god turned arcane eye into a world with different time flow rates, and then recycling it, I discovered that the constants that I originally thought were part of the flash technique equation were actually not constants. Other data must be imported in order to successfully use the flash technique and recover the arcane eyes thrown into the world with different speeds of time. This shows that the constant originally discovered is actually only applicable to the universe in which he lives. When this constant changes, the destination of the flash technique may be a different parallel universe. So can it be explained that whether it is the past, present, or future, they are actually parallel universes that already exist? The infinite multiverse is an overlapping of certain mathematical theories, just observed from different angles of observation. As long as you find the right way, you can use the flash technique to travel through it. What he has to do is to determine the location of his destination, and more importantly, ensure that he can return to his original position. Such difficulties are different from the original flash technique. The simplest condition for the flash technique is that the place you can see with your eyes can be your destination. Whether it's the past or coming back, it's basically all within sight. But moving across parallel worlds, whether to a place in the past, present, or future, is a location that cannot be determined with the eyes, especially if my observation angle changes. Will the parameters used in the flash technique also need to change? I don't have an answer yet. However, the current discovery allows someone to make a major expansion of the function of flash. If the envisioned function can be completed, this will undoubtedly be a great progress in strength. So without thinking, Lin performed major surgery on his sub-dimensional tower. And then tragedy struck. Just like when an operating system undergoes a major update, a bigger bug results. It was completely a violent death. And he did it himself. Chapter 1089, Multidimensional Injury. It should have been an ordinary day. Just like the past few days, the robot fleet continued to send out reconnaissance parts to find a way forward, and then slowly move forward. But early that morning, a change occurred inside the imaginary number, causing all the movements of the 43 fleets to stop. It could be said that they were worried about the imaginary number, which kept the fire. But the main reason was because of this change, which made the imaginary number unable to move. And the other battleships also stopped moving. If it were an ordinary battleship, that would be fine. But the robots knew very well that they could not ignore the imaginary number. So no matter how reluctant they were, they stopped and waited for the matter to be resolved. Compared with the calmness shown by the stopped fleet, the battle room in the imaginary number ship was in a state of ups and downs. The magician, who was the most critical liaison between robots and humans, suddenly shook his body from his original wandering posture and fell to his knees. If this shock was an ordinary human twitch, then forget it. But in fact, this shock was a dimensional shock including their existence space. In ordinary people's understanding, the scope of the shock is not wide. It is probably centered on Lin, with a distance of about 50 meters as the radius, and the entire range within a sphere is affected by this shock. But no one can tell how many dimensions it affects. Moreover, dimensional shocks are not like earthquakes. This is a dangerous disaster that will shake the definition of existence. When a living creature that only exists in a certain dimensional world is affected by the shock, it falls into the multiverse simultaneously through the cracked gap. He will not become omnipresent, but will be torn and divided by these many-dimensional worlds. In the end, it will be diluted by these many worlds and then return to nothingness. Because he is not a complete individual in any world. So of course he does not exist. In addition to these signs that ordinary people cannot see, but can feel the terrifying changes, Lin's appearance in reality is also very strange and changeable. Except for a good person who fell to his knees. When Lin wanted to raise his head or turn his head would leave a series of real shadows in the real movement trajectory. That was not an afterimage left by visual confusion after an object moved quickly. This kind of afterimage has no entity and will disintegrate when touched. The physical shadow left by Lin is a physical body that can be touched, but it will also cause harm to those who touch it. This phenomenon occurs not only in the head, but also in his hands. When Lin tried to shake his hand quickly, the 5 fingers would turn into 6, 7, 8, or even 1 or 2 extra hands. The whole person's head and hands are like flowers, increasing in value according to the movement of their body. Some parts will be gathered back into the body and disappear, but some will be left in the air and separated from the main body. But every real image separated from the body will bring pain that Lin has never experienced before. At the same time, as if the world wants to repair such anomalies, every real image that is separated from the body will disappear, which will also trigger a series of space and dimensional shocks. This was also the reason why the imaginary number had to stop, because of this sudden disaster. But at this stage, he didn't know how to resist it. Faced with such an accident, the robots approached Hefkin at the first moment and wanted to help. After that, her nanopolymer was directly shaken to pieces and could not be repaired. After that, other robots were able to just retreat. They don't dare to approach someone rashly before confirming their situation. One Javier, who was good at elemental magic, couldn't even detect the reason behind someone's mutation, let alone help someone. Fun, the former Demon King, was probably the only person present who noticed what happened to Lin. But she did not understand it from the field of physics or mathematics, but from her experience in the distant past. She had seen similar situations, and similar existences. It's just that she's usually the one causing it. After shattering the divinity of those gods. What the gods looked like before they destroyed themselves is what is happening to someone now. Although it is said that as long as the source of faith is still there, it won't be long before the divine personality will be reunited, and the gods will be revived. But Finn is not sure how to stop this phenomenon. Thinking back to the past confrontations with those hated opponents, and everything related to the scene before him, Finn sang a hymn of a certain tune in a low voice. I don't know what language she used. And even the melody was not beautiful at all. But in this powerless wind elemental plane, Finn attracted some elf's power, and gathered it between her palms. Suddenly he clasped his hands together, and whispered. As the hands gradually parted, a tiny fluorescent green spark appeared between Finn's palms, swaying as if it might go out at any time. In order to maintain this spark, Finn showed a very strenuous expression. For the first time, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead on her carefully designed and constructed body. It was this same spark that attracted the attention of all the robots. Even if they are not in the Battlefinger room of the imaginary number, robots from pocket level to battleship level are also focusing their attention on the same place. Juan Javier's vision was too low, so he only felt the preciousness of this spark, but did not know what it was. Hefkin, the original Earth Elemental Lord Camilla, was once quite close to people at that level, so she recognized the origin of this spark. People who are lost in the land have many ways to say this thing: Tinder, guiding light, seed of Godhead. It is a pity that this Tinder prefers the power of death, which is incompatible with elemental creatures, and it is even more incompatible with robots. So everyone is greedy, and no one wants to snatch it. What's more, anyone who understands can see that this is just a thing that is worse than a semi-finished product. The creators gathered it in a hurry, and the chance of actually igniting the divine fire is very low. This is also because the purpose of this tinder is not to light the divine fire. Then we'll go to great lengths to condense this tinder. But it is actually just a very simple idea. Since someone's situation is very similar to that of the unlucky guy whose godhead was shattered by himself, then the most likely way to save him is to do the opposite and help him condense his godhead. But it didn't really help him ignite the divine fire and achieve the supreme position, because there are so many elements to ignite the divine fire. A tinder is not enough to make it happen. It is just an introduction. If Lin can still maintain normal consciousness now, he will definitely be able to tell that this spark is actually a world of multiple different dimensions, and the particles contained in it are forcibly condensed at a point on the elemental plane of wind. Just like matter and antimatter will produce huge energy due to their destruction, these particles from different dimensions certainly cannot live in peace. Sparks are actually manifestations of interactions between particles in the multiverse. They consume each other, and the entropy they create blooms in the most dazzling way. But the most useful part to Lin is the technique that condenses the particles of the multiverse into reality. It was like an antidote, uniting someone's infinitely proliferating brain into one. The consciousness that seemed confused because the past, present, and future coexisted temporarily returned to normal. Lin's eyes regained clarity for a while. Chapter 1090 Divinity. A man who has returned to normal knows that he will lose control at any time. So he must find a solution in the shortest possible time. Or at least, he can stabilize his situation and prevent it from getting worse. The key, of course, is what Finn just did. Although he was lost in the confusion of cause and effect before, in this short recovery, he understood the countless possibilities that had happened before and would happen in the future. Although the time difference was only a few seconds, it still made someone's head hurt. For the sake of his own life, Lin still endured all kinds of discomfort and asked directly, "What did you just do? Tinder? Seed of Godhead? I don't know what that thing is called now. In short, it is the key to helping people become gods. But don't think too much. You are still far away from taking that step. Ordinary people are exposed to it. It's just like learning a new magic. Although there are some side effects, I think you don't have to worry about it." God. When he heard this keyword, Lin also noticed that the only abnormal parts of his body were his head and hands. If there is one thing the two have in common, it is that they are not covered by Xuanwu robes. He tried shaking his hand again. Although Finsai gave himself a gadget that could become a god, which suppressed the previous abnormality. But Lin could still feel that this was only temporary. I will fall into a situation of losing control at any time. However, no matter how the body and legs under the Xuanwu robe move, there will be no similar situation. It seems that I don't know much about the so-called divinity. Lin sighed, and without thinking much, he put the hood over his head. then put his hands into his long sleeves and hugged her, before the chest and abdomen. With such a simple action, the original discomfort was instantly eliminated, confirming Lin's guess. And looking at someone standing up, covering his whole body in that black robe, he seemed to be back to normal. Although Finn used the same cold tone as usual, he asked, "Is he okay?" "For now, I think," Lin replied briefly, but his mind was constantly thinking about the cause of the abnormal situation. "You didn't kill yourself to death again. Should I congratulate you?" Finn said sarcastically. "Well, I was careless this time," Lin said helplessly. It's rare for someone to not be sarcastic, or to laugh at themselves a little bit along with the meaning of the words. Such a simple answer made Finn frown and ask, "What is going on? Can you tell me?" Lin did not answer immediately. He tried himself under the Xuanwu robe and seemed to have got rid of the previous abnormal situation. Then he organized his words and said, "I made some very interesting discoveries about the time flow trap on the wind elemental plane. About time travel. And I found that it can be integrated into the flash technique. So I did it. And then it was funny," Finn said angrily and funny. "You dare to change the foundation of your life when you haven't even figured it out yet. Should I say you are bold? Or you are so stupid that even a dog would hate it? I thought I figured it out," Lin replied loudly with dissatisfaction. And then muttered, "When I made a new discovery, I repaired my subdimensional tower. This is not the first time. How did you know it was so messed up this time? TSK. That's too careless." Someone thinks that he has mastered the flash technique to an extent that is unprecedented and unprecedented. Except for the ultra-long distance transmission across the stars that has not yet been achieved. Everything else that can be done has been achieved to perfection. But this time, it was discovered that the practical method of parallel world time theory was just to adjust a constant in the flash technique. Basically, it is still the foundation of flash technique. So someone happily changed it. But such a simple thing was still messed up. The only explanation is that there are still parts that I haven't noticed. And no matter how you think about it, the only thing you haven't noticed is the seemingly constant part. At least now, it seems that just replacing it with another number will not make the flash technique work normally in traveling through parallel worlds. Finn did not continue to question someone to see if he knew what mistake he had made, but instead asked about how to remedy it. "You know your current situation. How should you deal with it? Using Tinder or hiding under the Xuanwu robe doesn't seem to be a good way to solve it once and for all." "That's true. I thought things were too simple before, thinking that I could just slightly modify some part of the flash technique. But it seems that the knowledge here is still very deep. The result of my rash modifications was to directly interfere with my own health. There is a crisis. The divinity of Tinder or Xuanwu robe can help me temporarily stabilize myself. But to solve this problem, I still have to find a way to perfect the flash technique." Then frowned her crescent-shaped eyebrows and said, "Can't you go back to the original appearance? Wait until you have perfected the original spell model, and then modify the spells on your secondary plane tower." Starting from the Dream Tower. This former Demon King knew someone's trump card very clearly. So in the case of the subdimensional tower, of course she is also knowledgeable. And coupled with her understanding of the P language, she made such a suggestion. This was also the best method. But after Lin examined himself, he shook his head helplessly and said, "The correction of the subdimensional tower is not a big problem. But because of the previous mistakes, the trauma that has been left on me will not go back. And there is no cure for this. The only way is to completely solve the problems that I have not perfected before. Only by stabilizing the problem can I stabilize my existence. If I ignore it, I don't think the situation will continue to get worse, but will improve in turn. This is the best outcome. So I have to be mentally prepared for the worst." Someone's explanation was so reasonable that Finn wanted to punch him. It's all about death anyway. So it's better to die by your own hands. There is no need to watch him play with himself to death. And he can only watch helplessly from the side. If you look at it for a long time, you will be so angry that you will get internal injuries. As for Finn's emotions, under normal circumstances, someone might be able to detect something from the slight changes in his expression, coupled with his background in environmental detection and various data analysis. He is still able to grasp the emotional changes of the people around him without having to step out and fully understand other people's thoughts. But right now, Lin didn't care about the mood of others, or even the robot fleet's expedition, but focused entirely on his own problems. After all, the latter is life-threatening, and it still costs his own life. Although the damage caused by changing the basic formula of flash technique surprised him. What was even more surprising was that the solution, or the key to temporarily saving his life, actually lay in the so-called divinity. Before today, someone's understanding of gods was that they had an almost unlimited lifespan and were extremely powerful compared to humans. In the world of mystery, a world with great individual power, gods, even if they are only weak divine powers, are still among the group at the top of the pyramid. But since Tinder and black robes can stabilize his existence while being divided by the multiverse, Lin has to re-examine his divinity. Maybe the gods are not as simple as they think. Putting aside the views in polytheistic religions, monotheistic religions all over the earth have the same description of gods: omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. Perhaps these 8 words are the reason why divinity can solve its own problems. Someone thought so. Chapter 1091 Road. Becoming a god may be a way to solve your own problems. But even despite Finn's warning that he was still quite far away from that level, Lin never considered this path that seemed so close, but actually so far away. The method of igniting the divine fire. Although the gods who were born after the age of the old gods kept it secret, but there are still a few words left in the magician's inheritance. No matter how many truths or lies are used to mislead people, Lin can be sure that he still falls far short of the preparation conditions for becoming a god. Trying to solve your own problems by becoming a god is like wanting to buy soy milk and fried dough sticks at a breakfast shop in the alley when you were on Earth. As a result, I first went to the bank to get cash, then went to a 4S store to buy a luxury car, and then fasted and bathed for 3 days, put on formal clothes and polished my leather shoes before going out to buy breakfast. All he had to do was figure out what formula should be used to replace the part that was no longer a constant that should be integrated into the basic flash technique. But he ended up running around trying to figure out how to become a god. This is not a typical case of seeking the far distance at the expense of the near. Not to mention that after becoming a god, he might be bound to me. I want to go back to my hometown instead of staying in this stupid place all my life, since that seems to be the simplest. In fact, the most troublesome method is excluded by myself. Then the next step is actually my old profession, which is just physics and mathematics problems, compared with my colleagues on Earth. The luckiest thing about me is that I don't have to go to great lengths to find evidence that can be used to prove what I want to do. The relevant phenomena are happening right in front of you. You just have to find out the rules. As for the omnipresent nature of the gods, Lin remembered a discovery he made when he faced off against the 2 gods from the Earth elemental plane, Vulcan and Pigeon Sibo. During the battle, he actually thought about using the flash technique to transfer part of his body to achieve the purpose of dividing the opponent into multiple parts. But he failed. I originally thought it was because the battle was too fast, and I couldn't quickly locate the target and perform flash cuts. Just like dealing with the Demon Prince Azad. When the opponent's speed approaches the upper limit of his reaction speed, he is actually blocking most of his methods in disguise. But now that I think about it carefully, I realize that the pace of my battle with the 2 gods was not as fast as when I was fighting Azad, making it difficult for people to react. In other words, the reason they avoid their flash technique is for reasons other than speed. Now it seems that it is because the so-called gods are non-common sense individuals that exist in a multidimensional world at the same time that they are unable to locate their opponents. The world that Lin knows now is actually a multiverse that overlaps. It's just that the angle of observation is different. That is, the dimensions are different, so the observers get different results. This means that the observed target will only exist in one dimension and not in other dimensions. Even if you see things in different dimensions, you see them accidentally for some reason, and it is not a normal situation. Just like when someone was a child on Earth. There is a kind of picture that will show different picture content depending on the direction in which it is viewed. No matter how you look at it, you will only see one result at the same time, even if it is the result of 2 or more pictures mixed together. But it is absolutely impossible to see multiple complete pictures at the same time. However, gods seem to be existences that go against someone's general understanding, and can exist in multiple universes simultaneously. This is also the main reason why Lin's flash technique cannot locate the opponent, because it does not define a complete target. So it is naturally a joke to want to carry out subsequent transfers. So the question is, how did God do it? How can an object exist in the multiverse simultaneously? This is not just that there is one self in this world. After arriving in another world, there is an individual who is exactly the same as oneself at the DNA level. But in fact 2 people are 2 people. Not the only one. But God is the only. When I think about it, the related concept seems very similar to someone who had watched the Hollywood movie The _1 starring Jet Li before traveling through time. Of course, ignore the movie setting that you can become a god by killing all the people in the parallel universe. Here in the Lost Land, the key to achieving the unity of the multiverse lies in the Tinder spell created by Finn. Parallel universe, multiverse, multidimensional world. No matter what name or angle you use to look at the coordinate points in this mathematical formula, in theory the number of coordinate points is infinite. If one of the manifestations of becoming a god is to be able to unify its existence across multiple worlds, then the number of worlds spanned cannot be infinite. No matter how many there are, there is always a definite number. Because gods are existing entities. In the field of mathematics, it is impossible for any real number to be greater than or equal to infinity. Moreover, the tinder made by Finn still worked on his body. Of course, Lin immediately analyzed the foreign matter that entered the body. This so-called seed of Godhead is actually a unified substance that compresses the substances of multiple universes into the same point. To ignite the divine fire and achieve godhood, perhaps one needs to follow the path of Tinder, the guiding light, and become a unified existence in these universes. So how many universes, or worlds, are unified? Perhaps this is the difference between the strength and weakness of gods. And Lin also found the reason why gods are different from each other. Although I don't know which worlds Finn is connected to specifically, from the feedback of the Tinder material, I can detect the full aura of death. Then, the worlds spanned by the gods of Midland may not be the same group of worlds, but worlds with different characteristics. These different qualities are exactly the different concepts of the attainment of the Godhead. This discovery also allowed Lin to understand the side effects that Finn had mentioned before. Tinder is a guiding light on the road to becoming a god. What direction it is exposed to at the beginning will affect its subsequent development. Even if you spend a lot of effort to change direction, you still cannot get rid of the impact of this first step. Finn's own hatred of gods made her never think of actually embarking on that path even if she knew the way to it. I will study it. Probably for the purpose of killing the gods. As a lich at that time, it was normal for her to take a path that led to death. And she didn't care about these effects. Of course Lin didn't care anymore. In other words, because the tinder created by Finn has an obvious aura of death, it is more beneficial for him to study how this technique can transcend the multiple worlds of the target and achieve the unification of matter. This is something that scientists on Earth have never thought of. Matter. In the following time, Lin Du studied such a topic alone. It's amazing. I'm just discussing it with Finn. But the former Demon King, who is not interested in physics, can't really provide much help. At most, he can help solve some mathematical problems. He did not seek more help because Lin did not intend to make this research result known to the world. Not to mention that this is still an incomplete thing. If someone else loses his mind and experiments randomly, there is a high chance that he will be implicated, and he will eventually have to step in to clean up the mess. Secondly, how many people can discuss the things you think about and the methods you use on an equal footing with you? In this lonely atmosphere of the Master, the robot fleet gradually approached the core of the wind elemental plane, the Eye of the Wind. Chapter 1092, General Understanding. Ever since the battle in which the robot fleet fired a single salvo, they have not encountered any decent opponents along the way. It wasn't until we approached the Eye of the Wind, the core area of the wind elemental plane, that we saw traces of the wind elemental elves' army again. And this time, it wasn't just a ragtag group of people from nearby settlements. It is a regular army that truly uses all the power of the elemental planes to resist the invasion of foreign enemies. Although they have not assembled for thousands of years, the inheritance of the elemental elves makes them no stranger to the assembly and operation of military forces. In normal times, there would still be a fight over who should be the leader and who should be the soldier, even if they are not as obsessed with power as humans. The elemental elves already have different levels of status, and it is their nature to argue about who comes first, and it is impossible not to argue. But in the face of foreign enemies, at a time of life and death, there is no way for the elemental elves to put aside their differences. It is simply that under the unified consciousness of the elemental spirits, they chose the behavior that is most beneficial to the wind elemental plane. That is, frontal resistance. After all, until now, no wind elemental elf knows what this invading foreign army wants to do. The sense of crisis forces them to compromise. The result of the first contact before was too tragic. So the wind elemental elves did not think about harassing this army that did not change its direction. Instead, let the opponent rush forward and prepare for a decisive battle on the territory that is most beneficial to you. Close to the eye of the storm, time dilation traps intersect with the normal world. Because the number of the 43 fleets was too large, they were divided into countless strands and scattered in the channels where the flow of time was normal. The passages and the nodes of the passages are guarded by the towns in the clouds controlled by the real wind element lords. Each city also gathered an army of wind elemental creatures that could match the number of a fleet to confront the robot fleet. But at this time, it can be seen that the wind element side made the mistake of not being familiar with the enemy, because the number gathered at the node is only the same as the number of battleships, and the rest are concentrated in the last cloud city. If the robots were released, it would be crushing in terms of numbers. 43 fleets were divided, which brought some inconvenience to the robot side, but only a little bit. Except for the wind elements themselves. No one thought that the robot side would lose to the wind elemental world that had not changed for tens of thousands of years. As for the inconvenience, it actually meant that the naval gun could not pass through the time dilation trap and directly hit the army of wind elemental creatures on the other channel. The live ammunition fired by the railgun will be directly damaged by time and decay. The moment it passed through the time expansion zone, it turned into fly ash, even if this live bullet was made of more wear-resistant materials. As long as the caliber of the plasma cannon is large enough and the energy injected into it is enough, it can pass through that layer of separation. But it will still be affected by the flow of time. According to calculations, if the plasma cannon wants to hit the army of wind elemental creatures on the other side, it is estimated that none of them are tens of thousands of years old. For such a long time, I ran as far away as I could, unless someone couldn't think of it and bumped into it and got bombarded. Facing the iron barrel array set up by the wind elemental army, the robot fleet did not pounce on it immediately. Instead, a battle formation is deployed at a certain distance. In the previous battle, the wind elemental creatures with their eyes high thought that they had a sure chance of victory, so they had no intention of dealing with the robot fleet and pounced directly on them, then destroyed them in ashes. This time, of course, they won't make the same mistake. Not because he saw his opponent slowly adjusting his formation. He saw Li Xi unhappily charging forward. The most important thing is that until now, they don't even know who their opponent is or what they want to do, since the other party has shown the strength to be worthy of a discussion. As long as there is a chance, the wind element elves will of course want to find out what all this is for. The person who came forward was none other than Fan Di, the current leader in the wind elemental plane, with the power of a city in the clouds. He guarded the Eye of the Wind for nearly 10,000 years, repelling countless wind element lords who challenged him. Suppose a group of wind elemental creatures who are qualified to attack the lordship will gather in a cloud city, just like Razingu, competing for the dominance of this cloud city, becoming the only winner and survivor. Then the struggle between the wind element lords is to compete for the position where Yunzhong City can be closer to the Eye of the Wind, and in the end, to have the qualification to guard the Eye of the Wind. But in fact, this position battle will not bring many substantial benefits. Therefore, the intensity of the struggle between the wind element lords is far less than that of the wind element creatures trying to challenge the status of the element lords. It is precisely because of this that the wind elemental elves often come into contact with the outside world. And there are even rumors that they like to play pranks. This is purely free time. But even if everyone's fighting spirit is not strong, being able to guard the Eye of the Storm still has a different meaning. Therefore, even if the wind elemental elves do not often fight, Pundi's status is still often challenged. Especially those newcomers, who have just been promoted to wind element lords always like to come to greet Fan Di and try their skills. In such an atmosphere, Fan Di can sit firmly in its current position, and its strength cannot be underestimated. In particular, he is different from the two gods of the Iron Wall and the Gem Pit in the Earth elemental plane. Fan Di had not ignited the divine fire and forged his godhead. He was just a wind elemental lord. It is precisely because there is no such disparity in strength that would make people feel desperate that newcomers still come to challenge us. Now, facing this unknown enemy that has already entered the most important area of his home, Fan Di must of course follow the practice of the elemental elves and stand at the forefront. If he didn't have such courage and corresponding strength, other wind elemental elves who coveted his position would jump out to challenge him every minute. But facing such an unknown opponent, Fan Di didn't have much confidence, especially in his long-term accumulated intuition. It seems that there are many acquaintances and old enemies on the other side. This surprised him again. As for another surprise, of course, it was the location that was about to become a battlefield. Because of various uncertainties and the extremely fast speed of the opponent's advance, they were suddenly forced to the core area near the Eye of the Storm. You know, even in the past elemental plane wars, we were rarely hit in the Eye of the Storm. If any party of elemental elves shows such strength, the other three parties will unite to resist the stronger party. It is this kind of gameplay that makes the elemental plane war ineffective. But today, even if the other 3 elemental elves came to support, Van D didn't feel that he was comparable to the opponent in front of him. As the strongest person in his realm, Van D did not show flattery or discouragement because of his previous disadvantage. The body formed by the whirlwind was almost solid, standing in front of the iron barrel formation composed of wind elemental troops, quite far away. Although crossing such a distance is just a blink of an eye for the wind element. But at least the other party has expressed its attitude, and the robot and the human side will not be unresponsive. Besides, today's trip was just for showing off, apart from the purpose of a certain human magician. If the person being shown off doesn't know who he is and can't show any expressions of envy, jealousy, or hatred, then wouldn't all this be self-indulgent and in vain? But who wants to come forward to talk to Van D? The robots looked at each other. Chapter 1093 Negotiation Candidates. There is no doubt that the current robot tyrant is an imaginary number. But this guy is not someone who can stand up and talk to people nicely. Not to mention normal conversations with outsiders. Even as robots, they also have programmed thinking and processing methods, and are naturally close to mathematics and logic. Not many people can easily communicate with imaginary numbers. The 2 magicians could chat happily with imaginary numbers using various seemingly meaningless mathematical formulas or pictures. Such behavior even led to conspiracy theories among robots. That is, the conversation between Lin and Shishu actually contained a password, and the content of the conversation was about a shady conspiracy against the robot tribe. Being able to have such a normal conversation is due to the fact that they are all outliers with supercomputing power and quick thinking and processing speed. Of course, someone scoffed at this conspiracy theory, but he didn't bother to clarify it. Anyway, no matter how worried other robots are, no one can communicate with the imaginary number. This is an unchanging fact. In addition to being difficult to communicate with, imaginary number is also unwilling to communicate with other robots except the little one on his body. There is a strange gap between the robot group and imaginary number, just like when imaginary number was the Snake King Odessa. In fact, this is one of the reasons why imaginary number is allowed to keep the fire, because he is not biased towards any robot faction. But now I have to ask Shishu to come forward to talk to Fondi, the general from the wind elemental plane. Is this embarrassing the other party or himself? If there is a disagreement, the situation of direct confrontation should not happen. But it is estimated that the situation will become impossible for both parties to communicate, and finally they will fight angrily. Anyway, if the virtual number comes forward, the chance of a fight between the robot and the wind element is probably 99%. The reason is probably poor communication. Therefore, the consensus among the robots is that if they want to fight, it is in everyone's interest to let the rough-skinned and rough-looking imaginary number stand in the way. But when it comes to negotiations, it is also in everyone's interest not to let the imaginary number come forward. This is no problem at all. But who else is qualified to come forward? Forget it. I'll go with you. Anyway, I'm not willing to let anyone other than imaginary numbers speak for me. The robot who spoke so arrogantly was the twin-tailed mechanical girl Hai Fu standing next to Lin Yufan. Quinn. Although it is only a pocket-sized body, no robot dares to underestimate this little guy with a bad temper. Not to mention that among the 4 extra imaginary class warships outside, more than half of the Hull of One is composed of this person. Just based on Hefkin's performance in the battle with Vulcan, the original Lord of the Iron Wall, no robot had the confidence to speak loudly in front of her. How to deal with a body composed of nanoworms and attack it effectively is a topic that some robots are secretly studying. Unfortunately, there has been little progress so far, especially for injuries sustained in combat. The robot is injured. If you want to recover, you basically have to wait for post-war repair work. But Hef Queen's nanoworms can be created in battle, and the damaged parts of the fighting robots can still be used to multiply the nanoworms. With each increase and decrease, the robots are getting injured more and more, and Hefkin is getting more and more hits. How many people can continue to fight? So when the Queen of the Beehive came forward, although some people were still dissatisfied, they could not come up with better ideas or even express alternative ideas. If you try to challenge this person, you will inevitably get a beating. So acquiescing to such a development can be regarded as a silent protest. As for Hefkin's words, it was mainly the 2 humans who accompanied her. After all, this expedition was the request of those 2 people, so the robots didn't have much opinion on it. On the contrary, if the 2 humans still wanted to hide in this situation, they would be despised. But when the robots focused on the humans, only Finn and Juan responded with their eyes. Lin seemed to be in a fugue, hidden in his hood. He remained silent until Finn pushed him, and he came back to his senses. How? Finn pointed at the waiting Wind Elemental Lord Fan D right in front of the fleet and said, Go out and talk to him? Do you want to? Faced with the question, Lin did not respond immediately. Finn asked worriedly, Is your condition getting worse again? How about I go with Head Queen? As if he had woken up, Lin said the opposite in a rather ethereal voice and a less firm tone. No. I have to go. I have to go. Although someone's situation seemed very abnormal, Finn still did not stop him. Because if you want to negotiate with outsiders, you still have to rely on this guy who is afraid of death. If she took the lead, she would definitely use her fists more than her mouth. Besides, you have to come forward in the end. Otherwise it would be ridiculous if you call me in vain and see nothing but chicken feathers on the ground. Another reason why you can't use fighting is that when you extracted the Earth Elemental Spirit before, you didn't completely destroy all the spirits. By picking up the fire that replaced it, you can successfully borrow the power of the Earth Elemental Spirit. The robots headed by Hefkin worked hard for a while before they handed over a sea-eroded stone that was full of holes and irregular in shape, as if it had been washed away on the beach for a long time. How the robots managed to create this junk that would be thrown on the roadside without anyone even looking at it, Finn didn't know and didn't care. But this thing contains a trace of the power of the Earth Elemental Spirit. Even in the future, Finn transplants this power into her 4 spirit clothes. And this sea-eroded stone can become a very good magic material because of the power it once hosted. Especially for Earth element magic. It is an excellent catalyst, compared with previous experiences. Although I have not seen the Eye of the Wind with my own eyes, I think it should be similar to the Earth Elemental Plane. In other words, if you want to obtain an artifact that contains the power of the Wind Elemental Spirit, it is the best choice for the Wind Elemental Spirit to handle it. Not only do outsiders not know where to start, but if they try to do it forcefully, they may have unmanageable consequences. Whether it is destroying the Wind Elemental Plane as a result, or making it difficult for the Wind Elemental Elves to recover for hundreds of years, it will not be the development that the man wants. And Finn also hates trouble. So it is necessary to find a way to get that man to come forward to discuss with the Wind Element Lord. So after the internal coordination of the robots was completed, Finn took Lin and Hefkin and left the battle room of the imaginary number. The reason why the former Demon King led the people was because Lin's current situation did not allow excessive use of the flash technique. Because the incomplete flash technique was used to travel through the multiverse, the damage left on Lin's body was incurable. To smooth out such damage, unless someone finds the right way to transform the foundation of the flash technique, that is, the subdimensional tower, he can redefine his own existence in the multiverse. Before that, every time Lin used flash technique one more time, even if he returned the relevant technique to its original state, the damage would still be accumulated. In order not to kill himself before finding a solution, Lin will no longer use the flash technique as long as it is not necessary, such as escaping for life. This is equivalent to having this magic that is suitable for both escaping and attacking being sealed away in disguise. But being carried away is not a problem, as long as you don't use it. Therefore, during these days, the robot fleet that traveled back and forth from the Wind Elemental Plane to the mysterious land, and the home of the holy city Starry, was led by Finn, the former Demon King. Chapter 1094 First Contact. After coming to the Wind Elemental Plane for so many days, Lin has always stayed in the Warfinger room of the imaginary number. Although it is not protected as a rare animal, it is actually not much different. This time, in order to talk to the Lord of the Wind Element, he was preparing to leave the imaginary number and experience the harsh environment of the Wind Element Plane for the first time. Even though his mind is not clear right now, he is still aware of the difficulties he will face. Being led by Finn, he flashed to the location outside the ship designated by Hefkin, but was not hit by the expected strong hurricane. On the contrary, it is no different from the ship inside the imaginary number, except that there is a little more gentle breeze, and the air composition is not suitable for human beings to breathe directly. A few magics adapted to the environment are applied to the body, and for a moment, the person is not suffocated directly. It was just that there was a place to stand under his feet instead of relying on levitation to maintain his position. For a while, Lin thought that there were mysterious terrains, like air bricks in the Wind Elemental Plane, that allowed people to stand. But if you take a closer look, you can see that there is actually a circular platform under your feet, which is just supporting yourself. Fun. And Hefkin, you don't need to think too much about this platform. It must be Head Queen's handiwork. Don't look at the fact that she has constructed most of the hull of a colonial ship and a pocket-level polymer. In fact, this has not completely used up her nanomaterials. There is always something to be prepared for. And this is not just for one person. It's just that the location of the platform is not far in front of the bow of the imaginary ship. And there is still a long distance from the Wind Element Lord who is waiting to talk. Just when I was thinking about what to do next, materials gathered in front of the platform under my feet, forming a stone bridge that continued to extend forward. At the same time, the platform seems to be on a conveyor belt, being continuously carried forward by this extended stone bridge, moving closer to the position of pundit. The platform moves very fast, but people standing on it will not feel the sudden acceleration, and because there is a barrier on the platform to isolate the strong wind outside, the three of them can stay on the platform quickly and steadily. Despite this, it took a short while to cross the distance to the Wind Element Lord before arriving. To outsiders, it looks like a stone bridge stretched out by the robot fleet, in the core area of the Wind Elemental Plane close to the Eye of the Wind, which is also the place with the harshest environment. 3 short individuals were smoothly sent a considerable distance away. This is not something that can be done easily. In the eyes of the Wind Element Elves, there is quite a feeling of watching outsiders showing off their strength. For the robot side, it would take so much time and effort to send people away from the imaginary number to negotiate with them, instead of letting them use Flash to move to the location in one go. This is actually a way of showing goodwill. Respect. Even if Lin himself uses the Flash technique, he will not teleport to an unfamiliar friend in one breath, no matter where he is. Because if you do this, you will either scare people, or a cat will punch you in the next moment. And according to the reaction habits of many people, there will definitely be more people who beat people than who are frightened. Therefore, it is the best thing for both parties to slowly move to a position that is visible to the other party, but not within the attack range. During this period of time, Van D was also evaluating the 3 people who came forward. Like other Wind Elemental Elves, he once thought that the huge battleship was the opponent's body. Therefore, the way he appears is to expand his body size as much as possible while maintaining a certain level of strength. But I didn't expect that the last ones to show up would be 3 little people. Judging from their appearance, the 2 people wearing one black and one red should be humans from the Lost Land. As for the other one, which is less than the waist height of the human race, it looks like a puppet made by the magicians of the Lost Land. In other words, this unknown opponent is actually a magician from the Lost Land or other places. Such speculation was quickly overturned by Fan D himself, because he sensed the aura of an old rival from that little devil. Perhaps in the era of Plane Wars, neither he nor the other party were considered to be the top beings in their respective elemental realms. But in the countless days that followed, the elemental lords from different elemental planes knew nothing about each other. It goes without saying that there are various frictions and cooperations. When the elemental elves reach a certain height, who are at the same level as them, that is information directly from the inheritance. It is impossible not to know. So Fan D looked at the short metal demon that came in front of him and tentatively asked in the elemental elven language, "Camilla?" The twin-tailed mechanical girl corrected and said, "Half-Queen. This is my current name." "Fani, you have become weak. Old friend, I think I can change your definition of the word weak. Do you want to try it?" The Queen of the Hive, where the nanoworms gathered, fought back without fear. Of course Fan D was not afraid, but he could only smile. This time, he came out not to confront his old opponent who had changed his appearance, but to turn his attention to those 2 humans. The appearance of an old rival gave Fan D a sense of familiarity. But if it were a civil war between the elemental elves, it would be impossible for 2 humans to come forward at this time. The only explanation is that the 2 people in front of us are the key to this invasion. If you are eager to know the general meaning of the answer, you will not play deep, or learn some bad habits of human beings. You will talk nonsense for a long time without focusing on the point. He directly asked in the elemental elven language, "Humans, why are you here?" He was supposed to be the leader of the conversation, but the man wrapped in a black robe remained silent for some reason, then glanced at the person next to him, and finally had to step forward and said, "I came here to borrow the power of the elemental spirit." Regarding such an answer, Fani's feeling actually collapsed a little. He said angrily, "Human, you said you gathered such a huge force, but you came just to borrow the power of the elemental spirits. The implication is that the request is not worthy of such a big fanfare." But then instead had a look of contempt on his face. After turning his eyes away from the other party, he said, "We went to the owner of the gem pit before and made the same request, but we were rejected." If it's just rejection, Then forget it. I don't know what that person is coveting in me. But he actually wants to keep me. So you said? If it were you and I only had 2 people coming, would you agree to our request? Fan's rhetorical question did make Fan D a little embarrassed. If it were him, only 2 humans would come to him and make such a request. And he would probably refuse. And no human can wish to trade with an elemental lord without first offering their sacrifice. The elemental lord must be satisfied before there is a chance for further conversation, and then a contract can be made. And there is indeed something about these 2 humans, especially the one in black robe, that interests him. As for grabbing it, I have to say that it is really possible to do that. So Fan D is very curious about what happened to the first person who made such a choice. So he asked, where is Perjunsbo now? 2 dead. Fan crossed his hands on his chest and said in a Bayanai manner, if you don't want to agree to what I want, someone will always agree. If no one agrees, then I will get it myself. Very simple, isn't it? Chapter 1095 The Sands of Time. Of course, it's not just what Fan says, and Fani believes it. Having interacted with humans countless times, he knew very well that there were many individuals in this race who lied and bragged. Not a single word was worthy of belief. And they only wanted to get something for nothing. So he turned his attention to trusted acquaintances. Although the wind element creature did not have obvious eye organs, Hefkin could still feel Pan D seeing over it. She also knew that this meant seeking confirmation. So the twin-tailed mechanical girl did not hesitate and said with a shrug, no need to doubt it. And not only Perjunsbo, Vulcan was also dead. The 2 of them did it. The girl also emphasized it. Although both Vulcan, the Lord of the Iron Wall, and Perjunsbo, the Lord of the Gemstone Pit, had great efforts in killing the robot fleet, it was only while they were still in existence, when they broke free from the limitations of their bodies and ascended to a higher level. The robot fleet could only find ways to interfere, but could not really hurt the opponent. It was indeed those 2 humans who actually took action. Let's talk about the immortality of gods. As long as the source of faith still exists, even if the kingdom of God is destroyed and the divine personality is shattered, over time, everything can still be restored and the gods can be resurrected. But only if the source of faith exists. For some weak divine powers or subordinate gods under the concept of other gods, they will not have many people with firm faith. When they die, of course they will not be able to answer the prayers of their believers. And when repeated prayers fail to receive an answer, those who are not firm in their faith may simply give up and turn to other gods with similar concepts. In this way, a perfect vicious circle is formed. In the end, these little-known and weak gods will be lost among all living beings. Not to mention things like reuniting faith and resurrecting on the spot. And this is no different from the death of ordinary life. Unfortunately, Perjunsbo and Vulcan were the kind of gods who died on the roadside and were not cared about. So when Fan said those 2 were dead, Hefkin didn't refute. Moreover, after becoming gods, the elemental creatures will break away from the control and protection of the elemental spirits, and will in turn stand at a higher height to control the elemental spirits. Therefore, it is difficult for those 2 figures to continue to be regarded as one of their own by the elemental elves. It is just that no one can win. So no one resists. Now that the 2 gods have been killed, the elemental elves can only celebrate. And no one wants to take revenge or resurrect the 2 gods. As both elemental creatures, Fani is of course very aware of the love and hatred involved. But he still couldn't help but ask, that is the most powerful man in the earth elemental world. And he is also your protector. You just sit back and watch the defeat of those 2 people? How do you know this is not a request? The expressionless metal girl with twin ponytails, using a mechanical voice, said things that would make other elemental creatures shudder. The big rocks blocking our way forward are either moved away or smashed. Is there any problem with this? They should not become an obstacle to the new biological race. The question today is, what is your choice? With one sentence, Hefkin brought the focus back to the matter at hand, forcing Fan D to express his stance. If Fan's words before were a bit mad, the Hive Queen's words sounded like she was looking forward to a battle. Of course Fan D could hear it. And he also considered the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy and ourselves. Without much thought, he said, I understand. I agree to your request. From the standpoint of the Wind Element Lord, he didn't have much room for consideration. Facing an old opponent who had changed greatly, the overall backwardness of the enemy's intelligence, and the performance of the previous battle, honestly left them with no hope of victory. And now that they have been forced into the core area of the Wind Elemental world, with the Eye of the Wind behind them, they have no retreat. So besides agreeing to the other party's request, what else can they do? Although it was reasonable to face the Wind Elemental Lord's easy agreement, then still felt a little surprised. Borrowing the power of the 4 elemental spirits. Even if you don't obtain the complete 4 elemental spirits, according to this former Demon King's understanding, even if you don't clear the level all the way, you will definitely be in trouble. Who knew that the most troublesome part now would be on the road? When a certain guy promised to help him obtain the power of the 4 elemental spirits. How could he have guessed that this would be such a development? But when I think of the robot fleet behind me, everything seems reasonable. Fun, who was feeling inexplicably satisfied with the development of things, suddenly heard the silent person beside him say, "The elemental spirit is not enough. I also need the Sand of Time." Sands of Time? Then and Hefkin's immediate reaction was, "What the H.L. is that?" This term is quite unfamiliar to both the well-informed former Demon King and the Earth Element elves who know the Wind Element world thoroughly. But such an additional request made Fan D directly change his attitude. As if to express his mood, the wind that made up his body softened. After listening to someone's words, the body made of wind seemed to be violent, blowing crazily, and once again expanding the scope of the body. Lin Wu showed no fear. After briefly returning to normal, the hands that had been clasped together in the long sleeves of the Xuanwu robe were separated for the first time. He stretched out an illusory hand that seemed not to exist in this world, sometimes transparent, sometimes showing a few afterimages. The palm holds a grain of fine sand that should be insignificant. The grains of sand are so small that it is difficult to see them clearly. But they seem to have some kind of magical power, and involuntarily attract everyone's attention. Lin added, "This grain of sand of time was given to me by you. And that sentence was what you wanted me to say to you. This is the one for the future. And what I want is the one now." Although several people present could understand the elemental elven language, Fen and Hefkin were confused and couldn't understand it at all. But seeing this grain of sand, the Wind Elemental Lord, who had originally planned to take action, instantly regained his composure. He stared at the person in front of him with many doubts. After a while, he asked, "Is there anything else I can tell you? You said you wanted me to ask you to take me to the Eye of the Storm. After I see it, I will understand what to do." Lin retracted his hand and hid it under the Xuanwu robe again. Although the divinity of this robe temporarily stabilized his condition, the damage was actually getting worse. It just didn't break out. The best evidence of this is the abnormal shape of his hand when he just stretched out his hand. Faced with the request of borrowing the power of elemental spirits, there were suddenly 2 additional requirements of Sands of Time and removing the Eye of the Storm. Fan D did not reject it directly as others expected. Instead, he shrunk his figure and stood in front of the 3 guests with a more solid posture. This was a friendly gesture without any hostility. The Wind Elemental Lord said, "To borrow the power of the wind, I have to explain it to others. But it won't be a problem. As for the other 2 things, this is not the place to talk. Let's discuss them in detail in my Yunzhong city. Dare you?" The last question Fan D asked was not the black-robed human, but the half-human height original Earth Elemental Lord Hefkin. In his eyes, that human being was not considered a friend yet, but he had already been excluded from the list of enemies. Chapter 1096 Matryoshka Universe. In Fandianzhong City, a row of wind element lords and robots sat on both sides of the long table. The matter of borrowing the power of elemental spirits would be quite easy if multiple elemental lords worked together. And this is not something that a single elemental lord can easily decide. So Fani invites all the wind elemental lords, who are qualified, to stay near the core area. And it is a matter of course to argue with the robots on the opposite side. It is impossible to refuse. And even if you negotiate face to face, you may be forced by the robots to make more concessions. But the Wind Element Lords did not miss this opportunity to communicate with the robots. From the past to the present, even if the 4 elemental elves are naturally restrained, they are sometimes hostile and sometimes cooperative, but never fight all the way to the end. Although in communicating with the robots, you have to endure the display and show off of these primitive earth elemental creatures. But the robots who are eager to express themselves will definitely reveal more information, regardless of the size or importance of this information. It is very precious to the Wind Element Lords, who know nothing about it. No matter how defensive the robots are and carefully keep it secret, those actions and thoughts that are like common sense to the robots are also information that helps the Wind Element Lords understand the robots better. Therefore, we know that we will suffer more losses in the negotiation. But as long as we get enough information, it is not an exaggeration to suffer a small loss. This is the reason why the Wind Element Lords are willing to sit on the negotiating table. The robots seem to have no reason to sit on the negotiating table and let the other party know their trump cards. But that's the thought. Not returning home in fine clothes is like walking in fine clothes at night. I have evolved and have great abilities. But if I don't find someone to show off to, it would be all in vain. Therefore, even though they knew that the information might be leaked, the robots representing the 43 fleets still attended, just to appreciate the surprised and frustrated expressions of the wind elemental creatures, and then broadcast it live to all the robots through the tactical command platform. Xiao Jiujiu in the hearts of the two forces. Someone will not consider it. Now, he took Fan, followed by Juan Javier, Hefkin, and the White Snake clone with an imaginary number following Hefkin, and followed Fan D to the most critical position of the wind elemental plane. In addition to the golden lineup of Finn, Head Queen and imaginary White Snake, Juan will also be included. The friendship between the two is of course the focus. Moreover, Juan would come to the elemental plane with the purpose of broadening his knowledge and finding his own direction on the path of elemental magic. The Eye of the Wind, a place that most magicians never see or even hear about until they die, is certainly not to be missed. There is no doubt about the importance of the Eye of the Wind to the wind elemental elves. Of course, it is not just something that anyone can come and see if they want to see it. This is true even if they are both wind elemental elves. Fondi is guarding the Eye of the Storm, and is very strict about this. But as long as there is one person who is qualified to approach, then he is willing to bring as many people as he wants. And Fondi will not deliberately block other incidental people. Now, this strange group of people is following the only passage beyond the time trap behind Fondi Yunzhong City to the location of the Eye of the Storm. This path is also new to Hefkin, a person who has fought in elemental plane wars. As for Imaginary, who was originally the Snake King Odessa, he is a kind of denizen. He has never left the Earth elemental plane. Of course, he is more curious about his surroundings. So the white snake coiled around the twin-tailed mechanical girl was raising its head and looking left and right curiously. But for the other three humans, there was nothing special about this road except that it was a bit windy, and there was a sense of pressure from the front. If I have to say it, the sky here is not as blue as the outer edge of the wind element plane, but a dark blue that is quite oppressive and close to black. It's like someone's impression of a documentary filmed by a submarine from the deep sea. Considering that this is an area close to the center of the Earth, it is not surprising that the sunlight from the wind element plane does not penetrate the thick atmosphere and shines at this location. But it's not like you can't see your fingers. There is still a fairly weak light illuminating this narrow passage. What led everyone forward was a magic carpet, because the wind elemental elves love to communicate with the outside world. Of course, they also collect many items from other worlds. Although we can rely on the nano bridge formed by Hefkin to lead everyone forward, as we did during the previous negotiations. But after all, this is someone else's territory. As the saying goes, guests do as they please. Since Fondi has a method, everyone is happy to cooperate. However, on the way to the Eye of the Storm, Fendi did not use various methods to insinuate everyone's origins as others had guessed. Instead, he maintained a rather cold silence. I don't know if it's just because I have nothing to say, or if I need to concentrate on controlling the magic carpet through this winding safe passage. When they arrived at their destination, except for Fendi, who had been here countless times, everyone else marveled at the sight in front of them. The entity of the Eye of the Storm is a huge black hollow sphere with a radius of about 30 meters. There is a thin film of light on the surface, and light groups of different colors and shapes inside, floating in fixed positions. Basically, there is no pattern in the floating position. It may be deep or shallow, sometimes up, sometimes down. In the center of the sphere, there is a flat flying disc shape with a raised black center. The blackness of this area is clearly distinguished from the blackness of other parts. It can be recognized at a glance that the two black points belong to different parts. The most eye-catching thing is the colorful and dazzling light groups with different shapes, as if they are alive. Although it doesn't change its appearance all the time, it seems to suck people's spirit into it, making people unable to take their eyes off it. Just like flowers blooming in the dark night, they appear to be clusters of flowers and very magnificent, compared with other people's praise. Lin Ku was completely shocked. He once guessed what the composition of the core of the gaseous planet in the wind elemental plane was. One theory is that it is a solid core with a huge mass. But considering that this is the elemental plane of wind and the characteristics of time expansion, Lin guessed that it might be a super miniature black hole. However, the black sphere in front of me is just like a miniature model of the universe. No! Maybe this is a complete and developing universe. But how is this possible? This is really possible. In the science fiction movie MIB Starman, whether it is the galaxy marbles at the end of the first episode, the safe deposit box connecting the Earth to the train station at the end of the second episode, or even the small world of the safe deposit box in the third episode, they all illustrate the fact that is, the world other than human beings does not necessarily exist according to the rules and regulations that created human beings. The rulers and compasses that humans are accustomed to are actually born with the Earth as the relative ruler and compass standard. Moreover, many physical properties are also established based on the Earth's environment. It's just that the changes in the Earth are so small that people regard the Earth as an unchanging absolute ruler to define the world. But looking at the entire universe, although the Earth is special, it is not the center of the universe. Just because a phenomenon cannot be observed on Earth does not mean that it cannot be observed anywhere in the universe. In other words, the universe contains another universe. This kind of Russian doll-like gameplay is not impossible. Besides, this kind of cosmic wonder level scene is happening right in front of my eyes. So there is no reason not to believe it. Science emphasizes evidence, and seeing is the most powerful evidence. Chapter 1097 Science and Theology. Compared with others who were amazed by the magnificent scenery, then discovered something strange about the people around him in a very short period of time. In the past, because there was always an instant messaging program between them for secret communication. And for some unknown reason actually it was the incarnation of Fat Man that secretly and unilaterally established a connection with the original Lichvan was there. You can sense someone's state to some extent. For example, when he was involved in a large number of complex calculations, then seemed to hear a small murmur that lingered. As for the scene in front of her, even she, while admiring it, couldn't help but explore the cause of this strange scene and what kind of impact or consequences it would have. Then, from the perspective of a magician, think about whether you can do something similar. But someone doesn't have those ideas, and he doesn't even immerse himself in complex calculations and find out the rules. Just stared blankly. This kind of emotion is not like seeing the beautiful scenery and being intoxicated by it. Finn has never seen a few times when this man would be intoxicated by any kind of beauty, whether it was the magnificent landscape of nature or those young and beautiful women. It's more like the expressions of those who are devout believers in gods. The kind of people who make Finn feel more troublesome than fanatics. Between devout people and fanatics, most people feel more strongly about the fanatics, because such people are relatively destructive and often use the name of God to do things that people with a normal mind would not do. But in fact, it is unknown to others how deep the faith of such people really is. Or maybe this is just a good excuse for them. The former demon king, whose goal is to completely destroy the faith in the old gods, regards fanatics as an army. At most, an army that is not afraid of death is more than enough to deal with them. After all, an army that is not afraid of death doesn't need to be too much for a lich. The 1.8 million he can pull out casually won't be a problem. Moreover, when such people encounter life-threatening problems, people with less strong beliefs will simply abandon their beliefs that cannot save their lives. People with deep enough faith usually blame their failure on losing the favor of the gods, and then feel frustrated about being abandoned, and then lose their faith. Only a handful of martyrs would actually cause trouble in breaking away from the old gods. However, the firmness of faith of the devout people is all at the level of martyrs. They are silent and rational. They are willing to discuss and express their opinions seriously, of course. They are also willing to raise the war hammer at the most critical moment to defend their faith and gods. Such people cannot be convinced. And they were also the people that Finn found the most troublesome in the past. Now this devout look appears on the face of the man next to him, who calls himself an atheist. Finn was more surprised than disgusted. She didn't even know what exactly this man saw, or what made him show such a pious and fearful expression. For Lin, the difference between theologians and scientists was that in an era when the church controlled everything, the two were equated. Because he had no church background, he was not allowed to study science at all. In the modern era of the earth, those real scientists, even if they are not theologians, will not deny faith. In addition to serving as spiritual sustenance, there are too many beautiful discoveries and coincidences in science, which always make people wonder whether there is really a hand in the dark that is playing with it all, and then interpreting this vast world. Someone's current situation is such that he feels like it's true. Look at the things in front of you with awe. Do you recognize this thing? Finn asked after thinking for a long time, and only thought of this possibility. Lin didn't care about the injury caused by folding his hands in his sleeves. Instead, he spread his hands toward the sky and said like a magic stick, The four directions above and below are called the universe. And the past and present are called the universe. The universe is the world we live in. The world we live in. Lin looked left and right suspiciously, but couldn't figure out why. Pointing at the huge black sphere, he asked, "Do we really live in a place like this? There are trillions of galaxies in a universe. The so-called galaxies are the strange light clusters you see in front of you. Lin sure put his middle fingers together, flicked it behind him, and casually drew a disc-shaped galaxy in midair with a whiteboard technique. And under the attention of everyone, it continues to amplify. Galaxies may be large or small, but they all contain at least billions of stars. When the drawn-out galaxy is enlarged to a certain extent, although the enlarging action continues, the scale does not expand further. Instead, it stares at a point and keeps enlarging its scene. It wasn't until I stared at a huge star that I marked the planets orbiting the star." Then zooming in continues. "And the stars that are born along with the stars are planets. Among the countless planets in the universe, there are some that are quite special, gestating life or possessing intelligent individuals on them. In a certain enlarged planet, atmosphere, oceans, and land appeared. On land, there are undulating mountains, lush forests, and vast deserts. In the surprised expressions of Fun, Juan, and several robots and elemental creatures, Lin waved his hand to the side and lined up the planets, star systems, galaxies, and the universe in the eye of the wind, so that people could intuitively recognize it. This is sorted with differences from largest to smallest. Before they could express any thoughts, Lin Xian sighed. I used to think that my hometown was special, and I was proud of it. Now it seems that my hometown is indeed special. But it is not the only one. This should be considered a good thing. At least I know that we are not alone." Fun, who seemed to understand, but actually had no idea whether he understood or not, suddenly thought of something and asked tangledly, "Wait a minute. If you say this is the world we live in, how is this possible? Strictly speaking, this is not the world we live in, but a universe with similar characteristics to the world we live in. That's not right. My fist is bigger than your so-called galaxy. Is this just a projection?" Shaking his head, Lin said, "I originally thought that this was the projection of our universe. But comparing the appearance of all galaxies, there is no disc-shaped four-armed galaxy that I am familiar with. Even my calculations and inferences are mysterious. There are no elliptical galaxies on Earth that are more than 99% similar. So I judge that this is another universe." Although Lin opened his mouth, he did not finish. Instead, he stretched out his hand, as if trying to touch the eye of the wind, the miniature universe in front of him. Vandy quickly scolded him. But when he saw a repulsive electric light appearing around the eye of the storm and flicking someone's hand away, he stopped talking. "You said you would let me see it in person and I would understand. I think I understand what your concerns are," Lin said to the Wind Element Lord Vandy. "Oh, magician, what did you find?" Vandy said with a hint of provocation in his tone. Chapter 1098 Human Traces. There is no direct answer to the general question. Lin waved his hand and removed the original comparison chart from planets to galaxies. Instead, between the 5 fingers of his hands that were close to each other, he rendered 10 trickles of magical energy, concentrated on one point, and kept brewing. At the same time he said, "There is a saying in my hometown about the origin of the universe. Everything originated from the Big Bang at a singularity." The brewing energy points between his fingers exploded as someone explained. But no harm was done. It just emitted a dazzling light for a moment. The singularity of the explosion spewed out a lot of matter, and these substances form the basic components of the universe. But just like the living creatures grow after birth, the newborn universe is also growing. After the dazzling light flashed, a group of light expanded in all directions. As the expansion range becomes larger, the light becomes more dispersed, gradually forming small light clusters like galaxies, and continues to move outward. The growth of the universe can be simply regarded as the expansion of scope and scale. However, there are 2 ways to explain this expansion. One is that the universe can expand without limit. The other is that when the universe expands to a limit at that time, all behaviors will be reversed, and the huge and outward escaping matter in the universe will collapse toward the center, and eventually return to a singularity, waiting for the next Big Bang. Which of these 2 statements is correct? Correct. There is still not enough evidence to prove it. But what I want to say is that everyone agrees that the universe is expanding. So? Then asked after taking over someone's words. Wave your hand again to cancel the display of all whiteboard writing techniques. Lin returned his attention to the micro-universe of the Eye of the Wind and said, if the universe is constantly expanding, how do you think this one will develop? Especially those galaxies that are already close to the edge. When it comes into contact with that, what happens when we cross the line? Everyone understood that the boundary Lin mentioned was the edge of the giant black ball in front of them. This boundary should have blended into the surrounding darkness. But in fact, strange streams of light kept flashing through it, reminding others of the scope of this giant ball's existence. But whether this range is fixed, or whether it will continue to expand as someone expands it, is a question. So, magician, what do you think will happen? Vandy put away his contemptuous attitude and asked seriously, for a wind element lord, they may not pursue knowledge and truth like magicians do, but they will still care about their own vital interests. He didn't even notice that he was using the common language of the land of confusion. Taking out the strange grain of sand again, Lin asked, where do you think this thing came from? The sand of time is a sacred object that can be collected from the eye of the storm from time to time. Sometimes there won't be a grain of sand for thousands of years. And sometimes one grain will appear every few hundred years. And the location is not fixed. You mean? Vandy realized something and pointed to his own eye of the storm. Lin's previous explanation was an obvious reminder. In addition to the miniature universe in front of him, several galaxies had indeed moved to a position quite close to the boundary. And it felt like they might fall out at any time. So someone's question is actually asking, what will happen when those galaxies touch the boundary? You think those, galaxies will turn into the sands of time in your hands when they fall out. Is that so? Then said following someone's words. Also without answering directly, Lin took out a magic stone fragment from his sleeve. Although the fragments are small, they can be clearly seen by those present. I saw someone casually flicking the magic stone fragments towards the scope of the micro-universe. Different from the previous situation when Lin tried to reach out to touch. This time the fragments did not encounter any resistance. After passing directly through the boundary of the giant ball, they exploded into a ball of fire that was so subtle that it was almost invisible in the dark sphere. Disappear. And this is also in line with the general understanding. No wind elemental creature or other object can enter the scope of the Eye of the Wind, and they have no way to take anything out of it. This is evidence that I don't think it's just a projection. If it's just a projection, the matter will not be eliminated because it crosses the boundary. The fact that matter cannot come and go freely proves that there is an essential difference between the two sides. We can control our you don't want to throw anything in, but you can't prevent the things inside from falling out. We just saw the reaction caused by throwing a magic stone fragment in. So what happens when the things inside fall out? Is it a good thing? If no one deliberately arranged a transformation magic circle, I think the world would not be much better even if it was not destroyed. Someone arranged it. Then caught the key sentence and repeated it with emphasis. The same view also scared several other elemental creatures and robots, as well as an elemental magician who was far from qualified to discuss these matters. Vandy was of course the one who was least willing to believe it. He asked with a fierce tone, Magic, what evidence do you have to prove that everything here was deliberately arranged by someone? The eyes under the hood glanced at the excited wind elemental lord, and the hands that had been folded back into his sleeves stretched out again. He held it high, and then swung it left and right, using whiteboard techniques to outline the world he saw in his eyes. They were layer upon layer of secret text the size of rice grains. The spacing was no more than the thickness of a hair, and they were spread throughout most of the space where the eye of the storm was stored. Compared to the 30-meter radius of the storm eye, the scope of the secret text is as far as the eye can see, and its scale is undoubtedly much larger. As for the secret space that the whiteboard pen technique failed to light up, everyone knew at a glance that it was the area where the time trap was located. So the magic did not take effect immediately. But there was no such doubt as to whether there was the same arrangement there. Another eye-catching location is the outer membrane of the Eye of the Storm. The shape marked by magic is not a complete sphere, but a spherical membrane with a piece missing in the east and a piece in the west. It looks tattered. Putting his hands together in front of his chest, Lin looked up and looked around and said, I admit that nature's miraculous craftsmanship has its own uniqueness. But at this level, there is no way to say that it is natural. It's not enough. This reason can't prove that all this is man-made. I have seen complex natural magic formations before. Maybe the scale is not as big as the one in front of me, but there are all kinds of wonders in the world. It can't be because I haven't seen it. If so, it is concluded that it cannot exist. That's true, Your Excellency. First, he followed the Wind Element Lord's words and expressed his agreement. Lin calmly used his whiteboard techniques to create scenes that were originally monochromatic, but added neon-like color rotation. At the same time, he said, "No matter how complicated the situation is, you can't conclude that it cannot be natural just because you haven't seen it. But I think the recurring rune form cannot be natural, unless the same coincidence will be divided into several kinds and then keep coming." Only then did everyone notice that the blocks that had changed colors, as long as they were of the same color, were the same form of runes. And because there are so many types of runes that reappear, several eye-catching colors take turns to mark these repeated positions. Chapter 1099: The Origin of the Sands of Time. This time Fandi was speechless. Complexity can even be attributed to natural formation. But this kind of recurrence cannot be natural in any case. One coincidence is just a coincidence. Two coincidences are luck. When countless coincidences come together, there is either a ghost or a ghost. Since there is no way to change the fact that the most important place in the wind elemental world is actually the work of an unknown existence, Bonnie can only groan feebly. "Even so, the reason why the Sand of Time appears here is someone, but I don't need you as a human to come here and tell me this. That's true. If this device is functioning normally, there is really no need for me to come here to help," Lin said bluntly. But the content is very scary. Although most people present did not understand how complex this device was and what it could do. But if there is a problem with this device, it will give people a bad feeling. Fandi, the only insider, is of course the most important one. Although I thought the magician was being alarmist, who would make fun of their own life. The Midland magician who doesn't live here can do it. But he can't. So Fandi quickly asked, "Magician, you said there is something wrong with this device and it cannot operate normally? Where is the problem? What will happen?" After pondering for a moment, Lin asked, "This is the residence of the elemental spirits of the wind elemental plane, the Eye of the Wind." "Right. Of course. Magician, that universe has absolutely nothing to do with you elemental elves. Then what do you think the identity of this place, the Eye of the Wind, should be? Where is the final destination of the wind elemental elves?" The simple question not only stunned everyone in general, but also other people present were stunned. Yes. Is there anything else here, whether tangible or intangible, that can be the carrier of the elemental spirit? Everyone looked left and right, searching. Lin didn't wait for anyone to get impatient, and directly removed the light and shadow magic that revealed the entire space spell. Everyone thought that Lin had removed all the magic to make it easier for them to continue searching. But soon, they noticed that it was not the case at all. The magician still retained part of it. That is, the incomplete membrane on the outermost side of the miniature universe sphere. With such an obvious reminder, everyone will not fail to notice this. But they were also quite surprised by this result. Fandi pointed at the huge black ball and asked, "Magician, you mean the Eye of the Wind where the elemental spirit rests? Right here? Is it the shabby ball membrane? Are you surprised?" "To be honest, I'm surprised too," Lin said helplessly. "What is all this going on? Please explain it to me once and for all." The former Demon King, who was tired of someone trying his best to show off, said with an unhappy expression. Although Lin did not raise his hands to show surrender, he also gave in his tone and said, "Okay, don't be angry. I'll just say it. But I must first state that all this is just me based on the existing evidence. I can't guarantee whether the speculation is true." "Say it," Lin said succinctly, as if directly absolving someone of their nonsense when they guessed wrong. "I don't have a detailed understanding of how the magic array that just appeared works, or what its function is, so I can only make a rough guess. Although I am confident in my guess, I still have it as not ruled out that there will be other evidence to overturn it in the future." Then was dissatisfied with someone's vaccination and waved his hand in disgust. "Okay, let's talk. Enough nonsense. I don't know what the Eye of the Wind originally looked like in the wind elemental plane, but I think this micro-universe is not native to this place, but was moved here by an unknown being. Let's take the big one here. It can be called Existence X. The purpose of Existence, the rune I don't recognize, should be a conversion spell. But in addition to the raw materials used for conversion, there is also a very important key to the conversion target. Catalyst. Right. One Javier, the most powerful magician present, showed off his presence. But after feeling the gaze of others, he shrank back. "Yes, it's a catalyst. Just like casting iron requires hammering to make the iron embryo shape. When magicians perform magic, they also use the human body as a container for converting power. The magic array must also have a carrier to carry runes. reshape the 8 powers into spell models, and ultimately produce supernatural effects. The catalyst for this magic circle that creates the sand of time is the spirit of the wind element, which is what you call the eye of the wind. Everyone followed Lin's fingers and looked at the incomplete outer membrane of the black sphere again. Maybe others couldn't figure it out for a while, but Fandy figured out the key in an instant. While stunned and still angry, he said, "Magician, you mean that the existence X you mentioned transformed the eye of the wind into a tool for making sand of time? As long as the galaxy in the universe you mentioned touches the edge, which is the real eye of the wind, it will be transformed into sand of time." Although it was a question, there was actually not much doubt in his tone, but more anger. But then thought of another problem and said, "You are not saying that there is a problem with this device, and it cannot operate normally. What is the problem? Isn't it obvious? Can't you see it?" Only then did everyone realize that the film that could not completely cover the cosmic sphere was not deliberately designed in this way, but it had become dilapidated for some reason. Finsai asked, "Why?" and then smiled to himself. Not only did she think of the reason, but even several elemental creatures, or original elemental creatures around her thought of the reason. The only person who is puzzled is one, a great magician whose vision is not high enough and who is pioneering. Lindsay pointed out the reason why everyone kept silent and said, "The elemental spirits are the home of all elves and the place where they were born. When more and more elemental elves escape from the eye of the wind and are born somewhere, the lack of a corresponding increase in the elves means that the power remaining in the eye of the wind is getting weaker and weaker. The result is that the current eye of the wind is full of flaws and cannot properly transform the galaxies it comes into contact with into time. If the sand really falls out, I can't imagine what disaster will happen. Anyway, it will not be a trivial matter." "I understand," Hefkin suddenly said loudly. "In short, as long as all the wind elements are killed, this troublesome device will be complete. Of course, there will be no follow-up problems. This matter is simple. I will inform you just the others. It only takes a few days to clear out the wind elemental world." Chapter 1100 Time Hourglass. Seeing the twin-tailed mechanical girl gearing up, she planned to pounce on the wind element lord. Lin grabbed the ridiculously big antenna ponytail and stopped the other party. Said, "Don't be so excited. Think about it. The being who created this thing, if he really wants to use all the wind element elves as a medium to transform the sand of time, he should have a way to seal the eye of the wind and prevent anyone from doing so. The wind elemental spirit is born. Right." Hefkin stopped her forward movement, and Fondy still took a few steps back cautiously. But they all turned to look at the person who was speaking. And Lin continued, "Compared to the power of controlling an entire universe, I think erasing the consciousness of elves is just a trivial matter. What do you think?" One machine and one element, the Lord looked around again and couldn't help but nodded at the same time to express his agreement. "So according to what you said, how to solve the problem of insufficient coverage of the eye of the storm?" Fun, who was watching the show, asked back to the topic with some enthusiasm. "Existence, there is no point in waiting. But if this function can work normally, or can be easily solved, then there is no need to come to me. So the question is, how do we make this unknown device perform its function? That's it." Hefkin put his hands behind his back regretfully and kicked the non-existent stones on the ground. Then he said, "Well, sir, do you know how to activate this device?" Unable to find a suitable title, the twin-tailed mechanical girl had no choice but to follow someone and use the unfamiliar term. But Lin simply shook his head and said, "No, I can only guess its purpose. And I still can't understand these arrangements. How could it be used? Then don't you think of a simpler way? Like sending all the wind elemental creatures directly back to their hometowns?" Hefkin said enthusiastically. Lin vetoed. "This seems to be the easiest way to solve the problem. But the disadvantage is also obvious. That is, there is no chance of regret. If my previous guesses were wrong, then would all the wind elemental elves die? What do we want? Any further remediation will result in half the effort." "Oh, so it's not a compassionate mind, nor a compassionate and kind heart. It's just that if you do this, it may be more troublesome in the future?" Hefkin turned sideways, tilted his head, and stared directly at the person hiding in the room. The magician in black robe. Lin said confidently, "Of course. Otherwise." Hefkin, who withdrew his fighting spirit, said helplessly, "Okay, I agree with your approach. So what are you going to do? If those were just guesses before, I don't know if they are correct. Then this, if you can't understand something and don't know how to use it, then there's nothing you can do about it. It's not like we're at a loss. He stared blankly at the miniature universe in front of him. What may seem like a complicated matter may actually have a fairly simple solution. Lin murmured. Any device, whether it is enabled or not, should have a switch, and it is in a dormant state. If there is a function that will automatically leave dormancy and enable the device's functions, then there is no need to ask me to solve it. The problem is, as for studying this device and understanding it thoroughly, people in the future should know that I don't have that much free time to stare at it here. So, my purpose here is to find the switch that should exist. Before anyone else could understand Lin's thoughts, he had already reacted and looked at Fan Di, the only Wind Element Lord present. Asked, Sir, the Wind Elemental Lord, who has always guarded the Eye of the Wind. Didn't he get anything else from here except the Sand of Time? When asked such a question, although everyone could not understand the expression of the faceless wind element creature, they could still feel a hint of embarrassment in Fan Di. He said hesitantly, It's not like there's nothing. Take it out, big guy. Hefkin said loudly. If you want to solve your own problems, if you don't take things out, then we will have no choice but to solve you. After hesitating for a long time, Fan Di seemed to have made up his mind and began to change his form. The loose body, which was originally composed of whirlwind, kept condensing inwards, pushing the gaseous body closer to the liquid state, and closer to the humanoid appearance. In the end, he turned into the appearance of an old woman, with a stooped body and a cane. It's just that this body is not completely like a human being. It is still like the wind, swaying like a ghost. Seeing this, Hefkin said disgustedly, Why do you look like an old woman? This is the appearance of a human friend of mine from a long time ago. I don't know what she will look like, so I borrowed her appearance for the time being. Fan Di smiled. One has no illusions about the gender of the elementals. On the contrary, it was Fan Di's hesitation that made Lin more curious about what she was hiding, and asked, Sir, the Wind Elemental Lord guarding the Eye of the Wind must have indeed obtained something from here. Raising his hand and setting up layers of barriers around him, Fan Di said, Yes, and this is a secret of inheritance that only a very few Elemental Lords know. As he said this, Fong, who transformed into an old woman, the Elemental Lord actually thrust his hand into his heart. Although there was no sight of blood splattering, she still had a pained expression and pulled something out of her heart with difficulty. It was a glass ball the size of a heart. It looked like it was following the robot fleet all the way. They were catching the guide props made by the Wind Elemental elves on the way. The difference is that inside the glass ball of the road guide, it is an illusory thing like snowflakes and clouds. Different map paths will change at any time depending on the direction pointed. But inside this glass ball, there are two other small oval-shaped glass balls, with a narrow channel connecting them in the center, forming an hourglass shape. At both ends of the hourglass, there is some barely visible fine sand. I thought that these fine sands would have some attractive magic power. Although I stared at it for a long time, I felt nothing. But that doesn't mean Len didn't notice something unusual. The glass ball rotates slowly, but the hourglass sand inside does not move. No matter how it spins, the sand in the hourglass remains unmoved, as if everything has stopped. I wonder if others have noticed such an abnormal phenomenon. The first person to break the silence was the original Earth Elemental Lord, who had been transformed into a robot. Hef Queen clasped her hands behind her back, bent over, and poked her head forward. She said curiously, What a special prop. It's so ordinary that it surprised me. The sand on the head here should be the sand of time. How could it be done before? I didn't even see you use it during the war. No wonder no one knew about it. Are you sure we haven't used it at all? Fan Di's rhetorical question left the twin-tailed mechanical girl stunned. Then he jumped up and asked, When did you use it? Ha. The old woman transformed by Pawnee smiled kindly and said, Even if I tell you, you won't have any impression of something that hasn't happened. What's the point of saying it like this? The general words made someone listening on the sidelines fall into deep thought. Chapter 1101 Wishing Technique. Although in previous studies on so-called time, countless parallel worlds were used to represent the past, present and future, thereby refuting the definition of the existence of time. But this is from the perspective of a third party. And only by knowing the development process of countless parallel worlds without interfering with each other can we criticize the matter of time travel. What if what you do after time travel is part of history? It's like that classic movie someone knew before time travel. The first episode of The Terminator in Hollywood. The male protagonist was sent from the future to the past by their human commander. In name, he protected his mother. But in fact, he had his father send his seamen thousands of miles away. so that he could be born. This is not a time and space paradox, but this is a historical event that is bound to happen. In the same way, if in the past war, the wind elemental elves had used the time hourglass to influence the outcome of the war, not to mention whether the user will remember the difference between the two worlds before and after the change. Others should be at a loss and only know that things should develop this way. However, the discussion of whether the timeline is an open loop or an infinite loop is put aside for the time being. The most important thing at hand is still on the time hourglass that Fandi took out. After getting permission, Lin took the glass ball containing the hourglass of time. I didn't notice it from a distance, but after close contact, I discovered that this glass ball was not a glass ball in the actual sense at all, but a crystallized product of extremely concentrated magical energy. In other words, the ball itself is an item embodied by magic. It is not uncommon for magic to materialize. The most famous one is Mordenkainen's sword. The main purpose of getting rid of the container that carries magic and embodying magic into physical objects is to better utilize the effectiveness of magic. But the disadvantage is also quite obvious. That is, in order to maintain the existence of magic, magic power needs to be continuously consumed. Therefore, this type of magic will have a time limit. The Wind Element Lord spent a lot of effort to wrap the magic ball around the time hourglass. In addition to protecting the hourglass, its greater role is to seal this peculiar hourglass. To be more precise, it is to keep the sands of time in a still state. It is asserted that the sands of time will need to remain still, because the gift from the future in Lin's hands is actually always functioning. What the specific function is, Lin has not yet confirmed, but it greatly relieved the abnormality of his body and prevented him from the disaster of multidimensional collapse coming so soon. Speaking of which, could this be considered an accident? Or was it done deliberately by the unknown planner in the future? If the sands of time were in the hands of others, and there was no good container to store them, I'm afraid it would be a poison with no solution for the person carrying it with them. But in his own hands, it became a good medicine to prevent him from dying so quickly. This was also the reason why Lin Hui was minding his own business instead of planning to leave directly after getting the host body of the wind elemental spirit. Since the time hourglass was protected, Lin certainly wouldn't take things out and fiddle with them hurriedly, because this glass ball was handed over to him with all kinds of reluctance and caution. Treating the ball with caution is also a sign of respect for the other party. At least when you encounter something you don't understand, there is someone you can ask, instead of offending someone immediately, after just asking about its origins and past experience. Bonnie couldn't tell any more information, although the Wind Elemental Lord, who guards the Eye of the Wind, has always kept the Hourglass of Time. And the Wind Elemental is also known as the Elemental Elves, who are the best at magic. In fact, their research strength is not as good as any magic research focused in the land. Magician. Elemental Elves use magic more to rely on talent and rely on instinct to do things, rather than delving into the essence of magic and then extending various methods of use. And their use of the time hourglass is so crude that someone doesn't know how to evaluate it. The Wind Element Lords, who have always kept it, regard the hourglass of time as a kind of wishing device. Release the sealing magic wrapped in the outer layer. Then turn the hourglass upside down. Let it start flowing, and make the wish you want to achieve. Depending on the difficulty of the wish, part of the sands of time will disappear, and then the wish will come true. There is also a similar magical wish-making technique in the magical knowledge spread among the fans. The wish-making technique will also consume varying amounts of power according to the difficulty of the wish. However, the wish spell can be revoked, and has a limited range, and may even be broken by other magicians using strong methods. However, the wish fulfilled by using the sands of time is irreversible and cannot be overturned, and its scope can be said to be the entire world. And except for the wishmaker himself, no one will notice that reality has been rewritten, and this rewriting will go deeper into the causal relationship between the past and the future, and everything will be rewritten to conform to the origin and development of the desire. Simply put, wishing is like telling a big lie. Of course, bystanders can see it clearly, even if they are in the middle of the game. The person involved will occasionally feel the illogical anomaly, but when you use the sands of time to make a wish, things will become the situation that should happen without any flaws. Everyone present felt quite incredible about such a magical effect, and even had some doubts. Even Lin is the same, but he is also the fastest person to believe it. No reason. Just because magic also emphasizes equivalent exchange. And what is the material of the sand of time? Not surprisingly, it was a magic item condensed from an entire galaxy. In comparison, the Philosopher's Stone created in this way was not even worthy of being compared to his younger brother in front of the sands of time. Think about fear. In addition to this crude usage, the successive wind element lords, who guarded the eye of the wind, tried to study the hourglass of time and developed more uses. But because the items are too precious, and since they obtained this prop, they have only continued to consume it without being able to replenish it. And it is even less possible to use it for any magic experiments. So if you ask them how familiar they are with the hourglass of time, they may not be more familiar with it than Lin, who they saw for the first time today. Since he couldn't get any more information from Fan D, Lin certainly began to study the time hourglass in his hand. Next to them, Thun and Wan were also thinking about it. It's just that Thun didn't have the need to make a wish, so she just thought about it without having anything to do, and didn't bother to hold this thing in her hands. Wan was jealous, but he knew his own business, and he couldn't handle this thing as it was hot. So I just wanted to relieve my addiction, and didn't think much about anything else. Seeing the three magicians with different expressions, they were studying seriously. Hefkin, who is also a talented researcher in magic, is not lagging behind. He weighs his feet, and wants to see something from the hourglass of time. It's a pity that although she is an outlier among the elemental lords of the original Earth, she is a metal person who is better at using magic than many gem people. Her proficiency is not limited to elemental magic, but it is still a bit difficult to step into a time realm that she has never touched before. Hard work. However, the hourglass of time encased in a glass ball also had parts that were familiar to Hefkin. In particular, someone reminded me of the unknown magic formations that make up all of this. In fact, there is a considerable amount of repetition, just like the programming language and circuit structure used by robots. Therefore, the twin-tailed mechanical girl planned to use a robot-specific method to try to analyze the props in front of her. But as soon as her eyes illuminated the laser light used for scanning and positioning, Lin took action to stop her. Chapter 1102 Hidden Danger. Sir, why did you stop me? Hefkin asked in confusion. It was obvious that everyone was doing the same thing, but she was the only one who stopped her. However, the twin-tailed mechanical girl is not angry. She is just confused about someone's intentions behind it. Well, what I want to say is that we should be more cautious. Using your method to scan this hourglass, you can get very detailed data. But will this activate some unknown switch? Who can, definitely. And you shouldn't try to remove the outer seal first, then scan it. Lin explained. Hefkin didn't think about the first half of someone's doubts at all, as if she only heard the second half of the words. She turned directly to the old woman transformed by Pan D and said, Yes, there is still a seal. Old woman, hurry up and remove it. Otherwise, no matter how I scan, it will always be on top of the broken magic you applied. Seeing this, Lin raised the glass ball in his hand high, away from the mechanical girl, who was only as tall as his waist, and said, No rush. The safety concerns have not been resolved, so I don't plan to do anything too drastic. Tilting her head, the girl asked cutely, What safety concerns are there? Could it explode? Ever since Earth elemental creatures became robots, the saying, explosion is art, caliber is truth, has spread unstoppably, and has basically become the consensus of the robot people. So when someone kept emphasizing safety, Hefkin thought this thing would explode beautifully. It's a pity that this is just a beautiful misunderstanding. Lin said, I also hope that it will be so simple that it will just explode. But what I am worried about is actually the being who created this whole set. Why are you worried about him? Isn't he dead? Hefkin asked in confusion. Is there any evidence that Existence X is dead? Lin asked rhetorically. Not only the twin-tailed mechanical girl was stunned, but also everyone else was stunned by such a question. Lin continued, From Fan D's statement, the only thing we can be sure of is that the existence in the living environment. No other person knows. Then this is the best situation, because no one will care about it no matter what we do. This is what you take for granted. Is there any other situation? Sir, Hefkin asked. Suppose that existence, come to think of it. That existence, the existence on the edge, knows to come and recycle. Someone seems to be suffering from paranoia. He keeps recalling from his mind the tricks of the protagonist or supporting characters in various sci-fi, horror, and thriller works he has read, and how to summon the final boss. In short, I just thought that I was possessed by Long Altian. So when something happened, I would draw without thinking, and then play a GG. This makes everyone watching on the sidelines feel astonished. Even Fan D quietly tapped Hefkin's shoulder and asked in a low voice, This magician is often so, are you afraid of death? Hefkin said helplessly. His symptoms are very serious, and there is basically no cure. How could a man who could kill the entire elemental world by himself be so afraid of death? I was speechless. So, don't be surprised. Just get used to it. Although the twin-tailed mechanical girl did not want to defend someone at all, she still had to pull back her divergent thinking and had to stop it and said, Sir, please pay attention to my side. The possibilities you just mentioned are all there is a common premise. That is, activating the device will report the situation here to the person who made it. If this premise is not true, there will not be so much trouble. Lin, who came back to his senses, stared blankly at the twin-tailed mechanical girl who asked the question. After a while, he said, Well, you are right. But we have no evidence that what I said cannot happen. Right. As long as there is a slight possibility. To be honest, I don't want to make this device that existence, or the descendants he may have, unless I know more about the other party and can deal with it with certainty. This kind of trouble can be avoided. Right? It couldn't be more correct. Although Hefkin agreed, there was an unspeakable sarcasm in her tone. So, sir, what do you think we can and cannot do? Specifically, things that will activate this device should be avoided. Because when nothing is clear, we don't know what bad functions will be activated when the device is activated. Secondly, things just like the action you just took. Actions that may provide energy should also be avoided. Because we don't know whether such actions will trigger the device and cause it to activate inexplicably. Okay. To put it simply, if we don't use this hourglass, there won't be any trouble later. But if we don't use it, it doesn't seem to be able to solve the problem of that thing falling out of it. Hag Queen pointed to the edge of the micro-universe sphere, a galaxy that is extremely close to the boundary. Question. In this case, isn't it contradictory to each other? Nodding, Lin admitted, That's true. So our first step is to try to figure out what this thing is, and then figure out how to use it. Hefkin came up with an idea and said, bypassing those existing designs, we can find a way to activate part of the functions of this device, which is enough to solve our problems. Is this okay? This is a good direction, but it should not be taken rashly, because we cannot guarantee that bypassing the established design will not cause any unmanageable consequences. I think that being able to capture an entire universe and use it as manufacturing raw materials, whether it is this device or the existence of this device, we must show the utmost respect in our actions. I don't want to hand over my life easily here. My opinion has been dismissed. Hefkin thought so, but she didn't feel any displeasure. Perhaps at the beginning, when she saw the Wind Element Lord taking out a prop that she had never seen before. The twin-tailed mechanical girl was more curious. But someone's alarmism is not without effect. At least the possibilities he raised are not zero. Under such a premise, one cannot be too cautious. But Hefkin still asked, no matter what, there must be a first step. Sir, where do you plan to start? Pulling out the box-cut knife hidden under the small shawl on the left side, Lin said seriously, at times like this, you have to rely on the material master. Is it okay? The last question was addressed to no one else, but the one in Lin's hand. Lumbo knife. A box cutter. Chapter 1103 The Secret of Time Hourglass. In fact, Lin was quite surprised that this mouth-breaking short knife still maintained restraint and remained silent. Even if it doesn't talk nonsense in front of outsiders, it will still chatter in one's own consciousness and won't stop for a moment. If it hadn't been for the agreement that someone could have some rest, Lin might have been driven crazy by this magic sword that was said to be able to confuse people, like most Hakiri holders in the past. In fact, those people were probably driven crazy by the Tang Sung-level old lady who was always gossiping in their ears. For those who didn't know someone's true identity, she originally planned to stop his actions. Although the sealing magic wrapped outside the time hourglass is not indestructible, it cannot be pierced by any knife. When she saw the tip of the knife piercing the glass ball without any hindrance and approaching the position of the hourglass, if the old woman transformed by Fani really had a heart, she would probably jump out of her mouth. The reason why she readily handed over the time hourglass, a powerful magical item that was rarely known among the Wind Element Lords, to the human magician she met for the first time was because of two things. First, the sealing barrier magic that protects the hourglass of time is very powerful, difficult to break, and of course impossible to use. The second is that if necessary later, she can easily use the time hourglass to make everyone except her forget what happened today. The reason why the time hourglass can be kept secret to this day is because this is not the first time that the Wind Element Lords have done this, and they have never failed. But if the time hourglass is destroyed, the nature of the matter will be completely different. They didn't know how to repair this magical item. And of course they weren't sure whether it was possible to use the wishing spell to repair the broken hourglass. However, things changed so quickly that Fandy was caught off guard. Fortunately, before that special short knife destroyed the hourglass, the human magician stopped his movements and just leaned the blade gently against the glass beads on one side of the hourglass. After a short while, Lin drew his knife and stared directly at Hikiri, who remained silent, waiting for the answer from a certain mouth-breaking short knife. I don't know if it was because Hagakure couldn't stand the silence first, or if it felt unhappy about it. So it finally spoke up and said, "It's exactly what I thought. I'm familiar with the material of this hourglass. It's mine. Nation. But a dead Hikiri. Die," Lin said in surprise. "I thought that after you died, your body would disintegrate as your consciousness dissipated. Isn't that the case?" Hikiri, who looked like a blue wave sword, said in a helpless voice. "Generally speaking, this is true. When we face the moment of death, the entity that symbolizes our existence will also disintegrate. But if we can create that thing, it doesn't seem surprising that there is a way to make our consciousness disappear but retain our body. But if this is the case, our body will be fixed at the moment of death, and there will be no way to change it, maybe." At the end of the day, Hagiri was a little unsure as to whether the bodies of the dead people could no longer be changed. But that sentiment was immediately washed away by the rude thoughts in someone's mind. It said dissatisfied, "Is this necessary? Thinking of ways to make our consciousness die. Don't you think this is a good prop? He is quiet, works more than a cow, eats worse than a pig, is good and loyal than a dog, takes the blame when encountering difficulties, and takes the blame when encountering trouble, instead of clamoring for labor benefits and asking for higher wages. Ah, no, I should say nagging all day long, which is more like my mother. You are a habitual boss under the evil capitalism. It is for your own good that I miss you. When I stop missing you in the future, I guarantee that you will miss these days of listening to me talking all day long. Yes, my mother often says that too. But to be honest, I really miss it." Shaking his head, he shook off unnecessary thoughts. Lin said, "Don't think about that anymore. Now that you know that it is also from the Hagiri clan, do you have a way to analyze its structure?" I don't know if it's because I'm too lazy to continue arguing with someone, or because I feel a trace of sadness in someone's heart. So I don't want to continue to rub salt into the wound. Hagakure skillfully uses whiteboard techniques to use light, shadow, and lines to reveal the structure of the hourglass of time in every detail. However, in order to show the full view of the hourglass and make it easier for everyone to understand, it was only magnified 50 times. Despite this, there are still countless details that are difficult to show. And the phantom of the time hourglass that is magnified 50 times has also touched the edge of the time trap where they are. Continuing to zoom in will only cause part of the image to be damaged and distorted by the time trap. After showing this structural diagram, Hefkin felt convinced. Before today, she thought that the short knife on someone's shoulder was just a very powerful god-slaying weapon. Although someone has repeatedly emphasized Hagakure's achievements in materials science and various researches, the twin-tailed mechanical girl still doesn't feel that a knife can do anything. However, the amount of time Hagiri spent on exploring the structure of the hourglass, as well as the detail of the structural diagram displayed, were things that Hefkin could not achieve despite spending the same amount of time. So she had to admire it. As a common-sense person among fans, Juan Javier was not too surprised by this performance, because he doesn't know whether this is good or bad. Lin Huffin was accustomed to such behavior. So Linji asked, "Now that the structural exploration is detailed, do you have any thoughts?" Conclusion: the structure of the hourglass is completely different from ours. It has what you call divinity, or I use another way of saying it, multidimensional unity. It can ensure that it spans multidimensional worlds at the same time, but maintains its presence in every world. The inherent shape does not change according to the rules of the world in which it is located. What is more noteworthy is this part. Hagiri followed someone's habit and changed the eye-catching colors in the parts that need others' attention. I can't get a definite result about the function of this structure, but I suspect it is a function related to multidimensional adaptability. Simply put, it is to prevent objects from being repelled when they touch any universe at the same time. The phenomenon. Pawnee, who is most concerned about the situation of the time hourglass, has a lot of confusion about the terminology between a certain magician and his magic weapon. In this regard, of course the direct question is, what is the phenomenon of exclusion? After thinking about it, Hagrid explained. Well, it's like a demon entering a labyrinth from the abyss. Demons that are too powerful will be restricted and unable to enter. Demons that can enter will be weakened to varying degrees. This is one of the manifestations of the repulsion phenomenon between different worlds. Just throwing a magic stone into the micro-universe, it immediately exploded. This is also a kind of repulsion phenomenon. And this repulsion is not necessarily of a physical nature. There is no time to convert. So the phenomenon of material collapse may also be an independent counterattack by local primitive or intelligent life to exclude outsiders. Chapter 1104 Startup Method. Will intelligent life fight back? Lynn asked in surprise. According to the research of the person next to you, when bacteria or viruses invade the human body, there will be white blood cells, antibodies and other substances to kill these foreign objects invading the human body. Why do you think that the universe in front of you is free to take whatever you want? It's normal to resist. Okay. He glanced at the beside him, who had not expressed his opinion. Perhaps the example Hagiri gave was related to her. So the former demon king, who had always been calm and indifferent, raised his crescent-shaped eyebrows. After thinking for a while, Lynn asked, "Let's not think about what will happen. Can we find a way to use it from the structure of the hourglass?" Faced with the question, Hagrid said, "As you have thought before, this hourglass is the starter and controller of the magic circle. The specific way to use it is to put the hourglass in a specific position, and it will make the magic circle run autonomously. Even if a galaxy is close to the boundary, it will automatically convert it into the sand of time without anyone having to control it." So? Lynn hesitated, but holding Hakakiri in his hand, those words didn't need to be spoken at all. This short knife that can spy on people's hearts knew someone's worries, and said, "But I don't know yet whether your guess is correct. That is to activate the magic circle. At the same time, the existence of the maker will be notified. Remember to come here to collect the made magic props." Really? If you want to confirm this matter, you must first know what method they use to communicate. Only then can you know whether this magic circle has the ability to transmit messages. At least with the means we will use. We have not seen any relevant information. Design? But there's no guarantee that they won't have communication methods that we won't use. After pondering for a moment, Lynn asked again, "Do you know the basic principle of how this magic circle transforms the sand of time? If you want to transform the sands of time, you basically only need this hourglass." Lynn was startled and asked, "Just an hourglass? Is it sad to have such a big magic circle? Didn't I say it before? It is impossible for you to transform in the process without encountering resistance from those who have become materials involuntarily. It means that the purpose of this huge magic circle is actually to restrain the possible recoil? Recoil? It's okay to use the term you are used to. In short, the situation is the same as you think." After thinking for a moment, Lynn asked, "Is there any possibility of using only the hourglass to transform without using the magic circle? It's not impossible to suppress the possible recoil by yourself. In fact, the method of transforming the sands of time is surprisingly simple, if I understand it correctly. You only need to pass one end of the hourglass through the eye of the wind and insert it enter that micro-universe and touch any galaxy. And the position of the hourglass neck must be right on the eye of the wind, which is the boundary between the two worlds. In this way, the touched galaxy will be affected by the other. When the sand of time passes through the neck of the hourglass, it is a complete transformation process." Lynn was surprised. Is it that simple? It's easy to say it with your mouth, but there are two difficulties in actually doing this. One is to adjust the position of the eye of the storm to cover the micro-universe, so that the position where the hourglass is inserted is the part covered by the eye of the storm. Because the eye of the wind is not only used to restrict and solidify the microcosm, but also plays a key role in the transformation process. Another difficulty is, of course, having to find a way to deal with the possible recoil. That's the hardest part. Regarding Hagiri's alarmism, Hefkin said disapprovingly, "What kind of trouble can this small, universe bring to us?" Lynn despised the remarks made by the mechanical girl with twin tails in his heart, but he pretended to smile on his face. Hagiri wanted to express his contempt openly, but since it was just a blue-wave sword, he couldn't make any expression. So he gave up. If this kind of thing were ridiculed in person, it would probably be the beginning of the end of friends. Since Head Queen still has the value of maintaining friendship with someone, Hagiri does not deliberately destroy this relationship, but asking it to help explain is unlikely. Therefore, Lynn, who knew Hagiri's thoughts, could only stand up and educate himself, said, "You wouldn't think that the thing in front of us is such a small world. Tilting her head, Hefkin was puzzled by someone's question and asked, "Isn't that so?" For a moment, Lin Jing didn't know how to explain to this robot girl. At this time, Agiri suggested, "How about using that classic story within a story to explain it?" "Well, this should be a good idea," Lin agreed, and then said to the twin-tailed mechanical girl, "Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and there was a temple on the mountain. In the temple, there was an old monk and a young boy. Monk. One day, the young monk said to the old monk, 'Tell me a story.' The old monk said, 'There was a mountain on the mountain, and there was an old monk and a young monk in the temple.' The young monk said to the old monk, 'Tell me a story.' The old monk said, 'Once upon a time there was a mountain, and there was a temple on the mountain. In the temple there were an old monk and a young monk. One day, the young monk said to the old monk, 'Tell me a story.' The old monk just said. After listening for a few rounds, Hefkin also knew something was wrong. Stopped someone and said, 'Wait a minute. This is what you call a story within a story. How long do you plan to keep it going?' Lin spread his hands and said helplessly, 'Theoretically, you can do it as long as you want. It can go on indefinitely. Does it make sense for you to do this? This story does not care about its meaning, but to state a phenomenon. From our perspective, this is a story within a story. But for every old monk and young monk, that is their world. And they just want to listen to the story. And the other is telling the story. They feel that these stories are big and small. And they are first and last. It is because we stand on the sidelines and comment on the world in these stories. We will come to this conclusion. That is, every world in the story is equivalent. And there is no question of who is bigger or smaller." Regarding the explanation of the magician in front of him, Hefkin thought seriously for a while before roughly understanding what the other party wanted to express. She tried to use her own understanding and said, "Sir, do you mean that this is also a complete world, rather than a reduced version of the world we see in front of us? It's a bit awkward to say, but you should understand what I mean. Another piece of evidence to prove this argument is that the rules of the two worlds are different. So the transfer of matter will not work. If this universe does exist in our world, and the size is what we see in front of us, so compared to this tiny world, we should be like giant gods, and we can control its life and death at will. But that's not the case, isn't it? What we see with our naked eyes is so small. So what right do we have to despise it?" Chapter 1105, Taking Care of Both. Thinking of the comparison of the size of the universe shown before, Hefkin finally touched the edge of the reason why someone was so worried and said, "This is what you have been trying to emphasize. If we touch this thing, the enemies we may encounter will be its unprecedentedly powerful. Finally, someone understands my worries. I also hope that this is just unfounded worry. The strength level of the universe inside is not the same as ours. But we must always prepare for the worst and be prepared for the best." The gratifying remarks of a certain human magician put a heavy burden on everyone's hearts. Before today, they had never thought about how powerful the powerful people born in a world wider than the Lost Land would be. Because before today, they had never set their sights on the larger and broader world. I just naively believe that what I see and come into contact with is everything. Then in such a small world, everything is arrogant. If someone knows this idea, he will definitely think of the idiom, frog in the well. But in fact, he is thinking about another thing now. The predicament he faced now was like a level 1 rookie hero still in Novice Village looking at a treasure box. There is an artifact level prop in the treasure chest. But opening the treasure chest may cause the final boss to jump directly in front of you. That would be a plot-killing death that cannot be avoided. Although it is possible that it will be fine. When you open the treasure chest, nothing will happen. You successfully get the artifact inside. And then everyone is happy. But someone who never believed in luck and would definitely lose every bet didn't want to bet on whether the goddess of luck would lift her skirt towards him this time. If you want to use your life's luck here, you have to agree to it from the goddess. It's not that I want to take a gamble and call stud. And in the end, I will have the perfect ending of killing the banker and player. It is more likely that you will lose your pants even if you lose. But this whole thing was sent to the present self by myself at some point in the future. Even if the person who sent it was not him, but Fan D, the Wind Element Lord, there would definitely be something to do with his future self. Otherwise, the Wind Element Lord would not be looking for anyone. But he would look for a lost magician like himself. Since it was a mission sent by me, how could I send such a thing that would end with death without setting up a flag? There must be some way to break the situation. And this method cannot be achieved by chance. Because if luck works, It doesn't matter who comes forward. Not necessarily yourself. So how did my future self convince Fondi that the good thing of finding a magical weapon, just by grabbing it on the roadside, could fall on me? Thinking of this, Lin felt all kinds of irritated and complained about what his future self would do if he sent a grain of sand of time. In this case, it would be better to just send him a guide. I play games by myself, but I enjoy the storyline. And I also have a bit of a collecting habit and an obsessive-compulsive disorder to achieve all achievements. I'm really not good at figuring out how to conquer the game on my own. Because if there are any elements that are not collected and there is no way to look back, the unpleasant feeling will be even more serious. At this time, Lin also realized a problem. Yes, if there is a better choice, why don't you send something more conducive to solving the problem? But send a grain of sand of time. Even if he can win the trust of the Wind Element Lord in the current time period, Lin believes that there will be other tokens that can do it. So, why the sands of time? By the way, regard it as a task reward. So that you, who has no profit and can't afford it early, are willing to jump into this pit. Just think about it. What is the specialty of Sun Moon Lake? Your hometown on Ghost Island? Beautiful scenery? No. What really made me hear it since I was a child is 3 dishes of live fish. A famous dish that must be served in restaurants around Sun Moon Lake. It even evolved to eat 5 live fish and 7 live fish in the later period, which is to make all kinds of flowers out of a fish and use them all from beginning to end. This consistent eating habit is also reflected in various livestock and poultry. Just like a pig, you can eat the meat from the head to the tail. The blood can be eaten after coagulation. The bones can be used to make soup. And even the large intestine can be used to stuff sausages. Probably except for the fact that pig excrement has not been made into dishes. There is no part of a pig that cannot be used in dishes. I have the impression that there is a place where sausages are stuffed. The important thing is that the large intestine cannot be washed too clean. Otherwise the internal flavor will be lost, and it will not taste good. Think about fear. Shake your head and get back to business. According to the nature of his urine, a grain of sand of time will be sent instead of a guide. Which means that this grain of sand of time should have other uses besides being a stepping stone to gain trust in Fani. As a descendant of Onigashima, he is very particular about doing 2 things at the same time, such as touching the cockroaches and washing his pants at the same time. Live fish won't taste good if you don't eat it 3 times. And knowing how to roast a whole pig is definitely not your skill. So the question is, what is the other function of the sands of time? Make a wish? It's the same rough gameplay as when the time hourglass is in the hands of the Wind Element Lords. How can this be? Things that can be solved by making a wish can be solved by finding a pig instead of doing it yourself. What's more, making a wish will consume the sands of time. And it's not certain how much it will consume. In order to make one, maybe more than 1 sand of time. More sands of time may have to be consumed. This kind of business that loses money and doesn't even make a profit is something that no normal person would do. So what is the purpose of this sand of time being handed over to him? The hands folded in the sleeves of the Xuanwu robe were holding the sand of time and playing with it. If I were the size of a grain of sand before time travel, I wouldn't be able to play with it. Even if I hold it in my hand, I would be afraid that it would fall off in a blink of an eye or blown by the wind. However, the peculiar properties of the sand of time allow it to absorb an object on its own and cannot be shaken off even if it is tried. Not to mention that although it is small in size, it will always attract attention involuntarily. And it is not easy to ignore it. Suddenly an idea came into my mind. Again, the example of the Terminator is that the warriors and Terminators, who were sent from the future to the present, have become part of history themselves, rather than being an existence that intrudes, disrupts the normal operation of the world, and is excluded. Maybe there is a struggle and confrontation between humans and Skynet in the movie. But if there were no humans and robots coming from the future, wouldn't there be no dead people on the Earth? Is every corner of the world so peaceful that we don't pick up lost items on the road and don't close our doors at night? Are we moving towards a world of great harmony? When discussing the various possibilities of time travel, one school of thought is that, as in the movie Back to the Future, when the past is changed, the present and the future will change accordingly. Another school of thought is fatalism, which simply means that no matter who does what, the corrective power of fate will lead the future to the same outcome. More specifically, people who believe in fatalism believe that historical events can be changed, but general trends cannot be changed. For example, if Wang Mang usurps the Han dynasty, even if he is killed at the end of his life, he will only become Li Mang, usurper of the Han dynasty, Qin Mang, usurper of the Han dynasty, etc. The Western Han dynasty will definitely be finished anyway. So what role does this special sand of time in my hand play in its history, and in the events I am currently experiencing, allowing it to emerge from countless possible futures to the specific future that successfully transforms galaxies into the sands of time? Chapter 1106: The Use of Great Prophecy. From countless future possibilities, move toward a specific one. Why is this strong sense of sight so similar to the topic I am currently studying? Thinking about it this way, Lin suddenly had a solution to this seemingly unsolvable problem. He immediately turned his head and said to the person next to him, "Fun. Juan, I want to ask you two for a favor." Fan didn't reply, but she still turned her eyes to the man who spoke. This means waiting for what follows. However, Juan Javier did not have such a good tacit understanding and quickly asked, "What can I help you with? Please come here, Anne-Marie." "Anne-Marie? My wife." Fan and Juan were surprised by the name that was mentioned. Juan went further and asked, "How can my wife help? Didn't I say before that I wanted to ask her for magical knowledge about the Great Prophecy? Although I asked her intermittently a few times afterwards, my research has not made good progress. I think this time it is a good one. Opportunities to bring out the truth in practice." As if he had found the direction of the exit in the fog, Lin's mood was no longer as heavy as before, and his tone was much more relaxed. "We'll ask Anne-Marie to help. Of course, just for the favor of helping Juan transform the airship. Although I have looked for Anne-Marie several times, for someone who is troubled by trivial matters, the Great Prophecy technique has no urgency. In addition, I don't know where to start with my ideas, so I don't have much motivation to research. The progress of the topic has always been stuck on the original idea. In the current predicament, my original ideas seem to be the key to solving it. More importantly, there are plenty of reference materials that can be used for research. This also requires an additional person who is familiar with Great Prophecy to solve some basic spell problems for him from time to time. This way, you don't have to waste precious time on problems that other magicians have already solved. In this way, magic and science are quite similar. They are all based on the foundation laid by the predecessors and taking a small tentative step forward. As long as you can step on it firmly, your step can become your next step, or a ladder for others to move to higher places. It was just fine not to mention the Great Prophecy. The mention of this rather controversial magic made one hesitate, and did not dare to agree to let his wife come over. Fan was keenly aware of his uneasiness and explained, "Don't worry. I won't let your precious wife come here to perform a Great Prophecy. According to the scale in front of you, it might not be possible to sacrifice her herself. Even if the whole land is sacrificed, it is impossible to complete the magic of Great Prophecy. What if the wishing spell seemed like a big lie, changing the reality of the area to a limited extent? The power of the Great Prophecy is like the wishing technique using the time hourglass, which can distort reality to the extent. But there is still a difference between the Great Prophecy and the hourglass of time. Making a wish using the hourglass of time rewrites the causal relationship between the past, present, and future. The wishmaker may notice the difference before and after the rewriting. But for others, they just live in such a world and will not feel any abnormality. The level of influence of the Great Prophecy is not that extensive. The objects targeted by the magic will be affected, but others can maintain their normal cognition before the spell was cast. In other words, it is possible that someone is aware of this distorted reality. The most troublesome thing is the price to pay for using the Great Prophecy. The wishing spell consumes a fixed amount of power, but the final result, as long as it is a formal magician, no one will take notice of it. At best, it can give some ordinary people who don't know magic a feeling that magic is powerful, or it can be used to deceive people. For magicians, this is a typical difficulty in casting spells, and the effect is useless on the same level as magic. The price of using the hourglass of time to make a wish is that the sand of time will be reduced, and the person making the wish does not have to pay any other price. Although considering the source of the raw materials of the sand of time, the price of this wishing spell is unimaginably high. But for those who don't understand, one missing grain of sand is one missing grain of sand, even if one missing handful of sand is the same thing. But when using the Great Prophecy technique, you won't know exactly how much you have to pay at the beginning. You can only use magic, and then before the magic is completed, continue to output power or other magic materials that can be used for sacrifice, and even more life energy. Many magicians just couldn't pay enough and couldn't interrupt their magic, so they sacrificed themselves. Usually, the surrounding environment will be destroyed once before death, and all life will be filled into this bottomless hole. What's even more ridiculous is that most of the time, the magic of great prophecy fails to be completed. This is why great prophecy is obviously magic, but it is most commonly used by some priests, because these people who rely on the power of the gods, the price of their use of great prophecy is paid by the big boss in the sky, so they can talk all the talk and have a big show of doing what they say. The shortcomings of the great prophecy were also the reason for Juan's hesitation. While in the holy city, the person in front of me asked for advice on magic, which was more like an academic discussion on magic. But here, he had to consider the possibility that the people around him would force Mari to use the great prophecy technique, and because he was powerless to prevent such a thing from happening. The simple words also made Lin realize how abrupt his request was. Although his original intention was just to have the magic consultant by his side, so that he could ask for advice at any time. But a gentleman does not force others to do things that are difficult for them. What's more, this interruption also made him notice more problems. So he said, Juan, I'm sorry. My request was too much. Just let Mari stay in the Lost Land. Anyway, I just asked some magic questions. If she is willing to reply to me, okay, that's all. If so, then I may have to make several trips back and forth. The former Demon King was all right. At least she didn't show any disgust. On the contrary, Juan felt embarrassed when he was said so. Nana said, No, it's not that I won't let him come here. It's just that. Juan couldn't think of any good reason for a moment. Lin smiled and said, No, this is indeed a lack of consideration on my part. With Mari's strength, do you think she can survive in the elemental plane? Faced with the question, Juan Javier was stunned for a moment. Then said with a wry smile, As you said, she is not strong enough to come here. Although we can help from the side, this will consume a lot of extra power. Although there is air in the air elemental plane, the composition ratio of the air is completely different from that of the Lost Land, and it is not an environment suitable for human beings to breathe. Not to mention that there are also factors such as atmospheric pressure and gravity, which are all different from the environment of Lost Land. Not everyone can do it if they want to stay in such a place. I can help. Then you don't have to run in both directions. Hefkin interjected at the right time. Chapter 1107 Knowledge that should not be spread. Hefkin, who suddenly spoke out, successfully attracted everyone's attention. Lin knew that the original Earth Elemental Lord was not someone who liked to interrupt in small talk. As long as she spoke, she must have her intentions. So when this person said he could help, he couldn't help but be curious about the method. The mechanical girl with twin ponytails didn't make anyone interested, and said directly, It's very simple. Let me assemble a body and just stay by inside. Through me. You don't want to send messages. You want to see it's not a big problem to talk directly to each other's images. Ah! They had all forgotten that such a thing existed. Regarding hiding his phase nuclear reactor in the multidimensional void and supplying countless nanoworms, Hefkin had to contact him. But there was no obstacle. This is because unlike other robots, she does not have a computing control center similar to the human brain. The consciousness of this robot, also known as the Hive Queen, is actually the collective consciousness of all nanoworms. Every action and decision is the result of decisions made by these billions of nanoworms. So strictly speaking, it cannot be said that Egg Queen controls countless nanoworms, but these countless nanoworms are the main body. And the twin-tailed mechanical girl that appears from the aggregation is just one of the terminals. And because she, the original Elemental Lord, can travel between the Earth Elemental Plane and the Landlord Plane, various situations such as long distances, cross planes, and cross dimensions were already considered at the beginning of the design. Inside, as long as she is separated, she can maintain contact as usual. And no matter how many obstacles or distances there are between the nanoworms, there is no signal delay. So it's not a big deal to make a guest appearance on the phone and deliver messages for two humans. Even this phone can be used as a video call for face-to-face communication. So far, the only nanoworm signal transmission that has been found to block Hefkin is the time trap in the elemental plane of wind. But it is not that the nanoworms in two places will lose contact, but the difference in time flow rate between the two places will cause various gaps in the transmission of messages between them, increasing the difficulty of interpretation. But overall, there are ways to communicate. Of course, with all the advantages, there are also inevitable disadvantages. Without even looking for loopholes or flaws, Lin was able to name a problem, which was secrecy. Sending messages across dimensions through Hefkin is like finding a middleman to send messages. Whether it can be kept secret or not depends entirely on the mood of the person transmitting the message. At least the intermediary will definitely know the entire conversation. This was also the reason why Lin didn't think about it at first. Even now that Hefkin has volunteered, Lin has not agreed to let her help. But after a serious evaluation, he nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. I'll leave this matter to you. But you still have to get the consent of the other person." "What's the matter, sir? Why do you seem a little reluctant?" Hefkin asked as he was keenly aware of someone's emotions. Lin didn't hide anything, let alone make any excuses. He said bluntly, "I have given enough things to the robot. I have to be careful whether I hand over the thing I am currently studying." Don't look at the original Earth Elemental Lord sending out aggregation fragments, together with the imaginary number, to wait on someone's side. In fact, to Lin, Hefkin was just like the dark elf Melson sent to him by World Tree Fastness. Strictly speaking, they were not his own people who could die. When what they want to do conflicts with their respective codes of conduct, they may not necessarily consider it from their own standpoint. For example, when someone's order conflicts with the order of World Tree Fastness, Mayursu will definitely give priority to executing their Majesty's order, rather than considering someone's gain or loss. Head Queen also has her own little Jojo. At this time, should we use various threats and inducements, and pay equal attention to kindness and power, to conquer them? Then will the next step be to become king and become a saint? Or ignite the divine fire and create a godhead? Stop it. Someone thought that he didn't need so many manpower, especially manpower of the level of dead soldiers. Moreover, he had to protect his own life. And Lin simply did not dare to put his only life in the hands of others. This is not a world where there are up, down, left, and right BA secret skills. Since you don't want to run a force, and you don't intend to surrender your life to others, there is no point in deliberately subduing some loyal subordinates. To lead people, you need to be caring. If you want to lead people, you have to pay something. Daily greetings, trust and reliance in critical situations all require hard work and personal attention. With so much time, wouldn't it be better to study more on how to get home? Someone had the same idea about Hefkin. Not to mention that this was originally an elemental lord, and he was on a completely different level from the noble lords of the Lost Lands. If we really want to make an analogy, they can also be regarded as gods with weak divine power in the Lost Land. The kind without godhood. Can such a character be conquered? Even if they really take the other party as their subordinate? How many people would dare to trust and use them boldly? And the topic that I am going to study is related to time and great prophecy, and has nothing to do with robots at all. If it is related to construction machinery, it will help the robot army accomplish what someone wants to do. And this kind of knowledge will be handed over. With Lin's current investment in the robot race, a few drawings are really indispensable. But the research to be conducted next is completely incomparable with the robot race. Let them know that their strength will undoubtedly rise to another level, and they will also expand what they can do. This also means that when someone wants to restrain them, they have to pay a greater price. It is precisely because of such concerns that Lin has such a hesitant attitude. Hefkin, who is also a magic researcher, seemed to understand someone's concerns and explained, "Don't worry, sir. I will follow you. And the first thing I promise is to keep it secret from other robots. It's your business." The same goes for magic knowledge. I know very well how much a magician values his research results, especially results that can be used as a life-saving trump card. As for not letting others know, the easiest way is not to tell them. Borrowing computing power. As long as the data doesn't come out, there's nothing anyone can do to deduce it. Right? But the inheritance of your elemental spirits? Lin hesitated. There is no need to worry about this. When we reach the rank of elemental lord, because we can have our real names and retain our souls for resurrection, we can choose what knowledge the elemental spirits can get from us as inheritance. Only those elemental spirits who will completely return and have their memories erased will have all their knowledge and experience become part of the inheritance of the elemental spirits. Although I don't know if my current identity as a robot has been preserved, I admit my true name. But it would be difficult for me to die until I have to return to the elemental spirit. Hefkin smiled. Lin also twitched the corner of his mouth and laughed twice. The hive queen formed by the polymerization of nanoworms must destroy the phase nuclear reactor connected to the multidimensional void and kill every nanoworm left. Otherwise, she is like a lich with a well-protected phylactery, and can be resurrected at any time with full health. Chapter 1108, Attacked by Separate Roots. The robot fleet is divided. This reasonable choice did not shock many people. But the number of followers from all walks of life has grown exponentially, especially those places chosen as targets by the robot fleet. Lin is in the eye of the storm. And the research on the micro-universe can't be solved by just slapping his head and shouting that the truth is here. You have to spend time and calm down to study. If it didn't take 3 to 5 years, it would take at least a few weeks, or even a few months. It is a waste of resources to have the entire robot fleet stranded in the wind elemental plane, waiting for someone to complete the research. Therefore, dividing the troops to carry out follow-up work is the most reasonable choice. This is not to mention that any elemental plane is not worthy of the robot fleet's full attack. The Earth elemental plane's combat power came out in full force. And the result of attacking the wind elemental plane was that more than 90% of the robots only fired one shot when they fired a salvo at Yunzhong City. Next, add soy sauce all the way to the end. Originally, he wanted to show off his power and slap his old enemy in the face. And slap him hard. As a result, this trip was like a dog being let out for a parade. Not even a single meat bone could be tasted. And the matter was over. After all, the robot fleet is too powerful. The result of the all-out attack on the Earth elemental plane was not to mention the cannon hitting the mosquitoes. There were no mosquitoes at all. And they somehow managed to win by lying down. This is unacceptable to most robots. Therefore, dividing the troops has become the consensus of the robots. Anyway, there are many mountains inside them. And not everyone may agree with their previous lukewarm approach of attacking the wind elemental plane. It's just that everyone does it. So the disgruntled robots can only follow the crowd. Now that there is a chance to act separately. Of course, everyone should find a leader who is compatible with them to follow them. There is nothing wrong with this at all. For Lin, the division of the robot fleet brought him a benefit that was difficult to refuse. When he used fire to transform Earth elemental creatures and turn them into robots. The promise he asked the Earth elemental creatures to agree to was to fight for him in the outside world 5 times. In the original plan, the elemental planes of wind, fire, and water were used once each and reserved twice for future emergencies. But when the robot fleet is divided, only the robots that respond to his call and attack will be considered as fulfilling their original promise. For other robots that did not attack, the fact that they did not participate in the attack on the outer domain prevented them from increasing the number of times they responded to a certain magician's call. This means that after the attack on the wind elemental plane is over, Lin will have 172 summoning opportunities to summon the 43 robot fleets from the Earth elemental plane using a fleet as a unit. After deducting the number of attacks on the 2 elemental planes of fire and water, there will be at least hundreds of opportunities to summon the robot fleet. And if the strength of a robot fleet is deployed in the Lost Land, let alone a big war, it can destroy the country. The magical destructive power of the mysterious land may not be inferior to the various thermal weapons of the Earth. But the technological difference between the robots still has the ability to crush. This can be seen from their attack on the wind elemental plane. So it is not difficult to imagine what a terrifying strength this is. If individual robots are summoned as a unit. To be honest, the number of battles that someone originally promised to the Earth element creature may not be used up until his death. In short, Lin had no reason to disagree with the division of the robot fleet. Because this way, the 4 elemental spirit powers that Fin needs can be collected faster. As for the action plan of the robot fleet, it has nothing to do with him. When attacking the wind elemental plane, most of the time Fin and Juan were just spectators. They could only make some suggestions, and had no qualifications to intervene in the command. After the division of troops, what each robot fleet wanted to do and what they did, of course had nothing to do with him. According to the specific division of troops, there are 43 organized robot fleets, 10 of which attack the fire elemental plane, another 10 which attack the water elemental plane, and 10 which return to the Earth elemental plane to defend their homes. In each of these 3 directions, there is a colonial ship of the same class as the imaginary number, led by a battleship-class robot informally called a battleship among the robots. After all, this time with all the robots coming out, the Earth elemental plane can be said to be in a state of empty city. And someone still needs to go back and take care of it, even if there are no treasures left at home. The Earth elemental plane itself is an excellent source of resources, but the items produced are a little offbeat. Besides, the robots seem to have other ideas about the world they have lived in for a long time. Therefore, the people from these 10 fleets gathered together who did not like fighting and went back to their hometowns to build infrastructure. By the way, since the robots of these 10 fleets did not participate in the war, it meant that apart from attacking the wind elemental plane, They also owed someone 4 battles. The last 13 fleets stayed in the wind elemental plane, and the imaginary class colonial ships left behind were, not surprisingly, the imaginary number and Hefkin. In addition to staying as the guards of a certain magician, they also supervise the wind element elves to extract the power of the wind eye and hand over tokens that can communicate the power of the wind element spirit. In addition, there is an unexplainable purpose. That is to say, when someone is preparing to operate the time hourglass and transform the galaxies in the micro-universe, if necessary, the robot fleet will do everything possible to enhance the power of the eye and increase the probability of the time hourglass's transformation being successful. This means that when necessary, the robot fleet will massacre the wind elemental elves. But the robots who were once elemental elves said this, sending wind elemental elves back to their mother's arms. After Lin only had a rough idea of the various actions of the robots, he stopped caring about them and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the research on the micro-universe. The original development and research of flash technique required the help of various observable phenomena in the world tree Wadwu. And because his computing power at that time was still quite weak compared to today. Therefore, during the research process, I relied heavily on the help of Waldwo and Finn. Naturally, these two also have the same mastery of the flash technique. This is also one of the reasons why the flash technique was completely open to World Tree later. Because after the cooperation between World Tree was established, they also shared knowledge. And even if someone wanted to ban it, it was too late. Fortunately, the World Trees still gave a lot of compensation. In addition, they also valued this magician very much. And the wealth they gave him could not be described as rich, and even made someone withdraw a considerable part in fear. At least they were sent in the name of Concubine, a reinforced battalion of various elven beauties. Someone would not have the guts to accept them. It's not that I'm afraid that a certain tigress will show off her power, but that I'm afraid that I'll be completely wiped out and everyone will die. Now conducting time-related research at the Eye of the Storm, Lin's computing power is no longer the same. With his previous experience, this time, he didn't really want the robots to get involved. He agreed to let Hefkin stay because he needed to rely on her ability to communicate with Anne-Marie in the Lost Lands. But this is just a tacit permission for Hefkin to steal the teacher. How much he can see and learn is the matter of the original Elemental Lord. Linka has no time to clear out the doubts of the twin-tailed mechanical girl anytime and anywhere. Hefkin had no dissatisfaction with such treatment. In other words, this is the normal way of getting along between the master and the disciple of the lost magician. Those who will teach with all their heart can only do so during the apprenticeship period. When they become successful, those students are no longer the responsibility of their teachers. Chapter 1109 Cracking Ideas. Since the robots went their own way, so did the two people who came to the wind elemental plane with Lin. Finn is the only person other than Lin who has mastered the flash technique. Now that someone cannot easily use the flash technique, all the logistics and communication responsibilities fall on her. Although it sounds serious, it is very easy for Finn. It's just a matter of grabbing people and casting magic after they're ready. It doesn't have to be used every minute or every second. And it doesn't need to be used against time. It can't be forced too late or too early. But this time, the former Demon King didn't stay by someone's side. She mainly led one to attack the robot fleet on the two elemental planes of water and fire. The only thing is to send food to the Eye of the Wind in the wind element plane according to the time of 3 meals. Someone who was in the Eye of the Storm could not even rest or sleep, regardless of the trivial matters of foreign affairs. Someone devoted himself to the study of magic for the first time in a long time, focusing on it wholeheartedly. Juan specializes in a different direction, so he can't help. Of course, there is nothing you can do to help if you really want to, because the level is not enough. That also did not intervene to help. The ostensible reason was that she wanted to keep an eye on obtaining the water and fire elemental spirits related to her. So she went to the other two robot fleet groups to pay attention to the progress of their attacks. At the same time, it also gives one the opportunity to realize the power of the elemental planes of water and fire and find his own direction. After all, the two of them were old acquaintances from Chinghua's Eton College days. During the period shortly after his resurrection, which was also the time when the Lich was at its craziest, the two of them had some unexplainable relationship. Now it's not a case of rekindling old feelings. One Javier, who married Anne-Marie, is a completely different person from the one who used to hang out among flowers, then will run with him, which is actually helping someone fulfill their promise. However, the actual reason is that as long as it involves research in the field of gods and divinity, except for killing gods, then doesn't want to have too much contact. as a magician who has already touched that boundary, then dares to say that whether he can cross it or not is just a matter of willingness, not ability. But she just doesn't want to cross that boundary and reach the other side of the level of life. Speaking of which, Then now regrets that she used that method to stabilize Lynn's state when someone was on the verge of multidimensional collapse. Now I can only sit back and wait for someone to solve my problem before I decide my attitude. As for Lynn, of course, he doesn't care about the mood and thoughts of others, because the most important thing for him right now is to find a solution to the problem of the eye of the storm. And this is related to the stability of one's own state. Although he has a basalt robe and a grain of sand of time from the future, he helped stabilize his nearly disintegrated body. But he knew his own affairs. And Lynn knew that he didn't have much time left. So he acted so urgently. Just how to solve the problem of the hourglass of time transforming into the sand of time. Can we reverse engineer the time hourglass and the magic circle that the unknown being set at the eye of the storm to deduce the usage and precautions? If I really want to do that. I don't know how much time it will take to do it. But now I am most in need of time. In other words, if you don't have a guidebook, and you can't guess what the game producer's thoughts and ideas are, how can you conquer a game? Of course, we must use the exhaustive scientific method that everyone knows how to use regardless of the land or the earth, to eliminate or retain various routes one by one, and move towards the final outcome. There is no way to restart life. But there is a guy named Dr. Strange in the next room. He used the time stone to explore 14 million futures, and found the only way to victory. Maybe on Earth. It can only be used as a subject for comic book superhero movies. But it can't be done in reality. But in the Lost Land, it is not completely impossible. Because this is a magical world. There are countless magics related to divination and prophecy. And the difficulty and accuracy of performing them vary. But what Lynn wants to do is not to imitate the surgeon-turned-big boss. Because not many people can travel through more than 10 million futures in just a few minutes like Doctor Strange. And they don't have cosmic treasures like infinity stones in their hands. What Lynn has to do is to find a future he wants and explore how its general direction will develop. Finally, use the great prophecy to fix the future you want and avoid the possibility of extraneous problems. The main purpose of doing this is to reduce the price of the great prophecy as much as possible and let the outcome develop in the direction of your own arrangement. Use a database metaphor to describe what someone is about to do. There is an empty cup in the left hand and a full cup in the right hand. When the cups are not interchanged or hands are changed, the great prophecy is used to change the water on the right to the left. It is assumed that it costs 100 MP points. As the two hands get closer and closer, the MP cost of the great prophecy will also decrease, because it becomes easier and easier to use the great prophecy to distort reality. On the contrary, when the distance between the hands is widened, the cost of the great prophecy spell will increase. When the right hand starts to make a pouring action, and the cup in the left hand is holding the poured water underneath, the consumption of the great prophecy may be reduced to only 1. Because it is almost inevitable that the water in the cup on the right hand will change into the cup on the left hand. The consumption of the great prophecy technique is quite low. Some people may think that if they start pouring water into another cup, it is not inevitable that the right cup will be replaced by the left cup. Why use the magic of great prophecy? This is a waste of magic power and unnecessary. But the reality is that there is always the possibility of some unexpected accidents happening that are unforeseen or unnoticed by the parties involved, destroying what they thought was a sure thing. For example, a bird flew in the sky, and the bird pooped on the hand that was pouring water, while making people tremble and curse. The water did not enter the cup and all spilled outside. Or the naughty kid next door throwing rocks at him, or playing with rubber bands. Don't let yourself get drunk and just beat the child. The use of great prophecy to solidify the future can also save time for the process to occur. For the same example, if you use the great prophecy during the process of pouring water, you may only need 1 MP point to instantly complete the action of changing the water from the right-hand cup to the left-hand cup. This ensures the future you want and prevents all possible accidents. Lynn will study this death-fearing version of the energy-saving prophecy technique, and plans to use it in battle. The imaginary enemy is the demon prince Azad, who has made him helpless. This imperial prince with demon blood was one of the very few aliens that Lynn could not locate using the flash technique. He is different from the gods in their multidimensional uniqueness. But because he can move between reality and reality at a speed that breaks through the physical limitations of the main plane. So not only is it so fast that someone cannot be located using blink, but it is also impossible to locate him when he enters a semi-incorporeal state. In addition to the inability to use flash to attack, What makes Demon Prince Azad even more troublesome is his dazzling fighting talent and reaction speed. No matter how someone sets up traps and optimizes their detection and counterattack magic, Azad will always avoid it in an unimaginable way the moment before it hits. It was such an opponent who was hostile to him that gave Lin a sense of crisis and wanted to improve his magic and tactics. Since he couldn't speed up enough to surpass his opponent, the only thing Lin could think of was to use the unreasonable characteristics of the Great Prophecy. I want to beat you. So it hit. This is how to deal with this Devil Prince. Chapter 11:10 The third parameter. The original idea was to use the data analysis methods that I am good at to incorporate all variables in the environment into predicting future behavior. At the moment when there is a high probability of a fatal opportunity, activate the Great Prophecy to solidify the future at the minimum cost and cause the fact of destruction. But there are two prerequisites for completing this matter. One is that the processing speed of data collection and prejudgment analysis must be quite fast. This can be done with reference to Earth's experience in machine learning and artificial intelligence, and by continuously accumulating records of behavioral patterns to speed up the program's search for the best solution. The second is to simplify the method of casting the Great Prophecy spell. I hope it can be like the Flash spell. That is, the magic array can be transformed into it and carved on the subdimensional tower. Leave all the tedious preparation and spellcasting processes to the magic tower, so that you can cast magic instantly without chanting in real life, and achieve unexpected goals. Of course, the consumption of Great Prophecy should be minimized as much as possible. In this way, it is possible to integrate this improved version of magic into one's own combat skills and tactics, and activate it at all times, instead of just using it as a final move that takes a long time to prepare. If he can't do this, he probably won't be able to do anything about the Demon Prince Azad, the most powerful man who has been regarded as a natural disaster by everyone in the Guana Empire. Regarding the first point of program optimization, there is basically no best, only better. So Lin tried his best, used everything he knew, and improved his algorithm from time to time. After all, this part is something you know. It is impossible to make any leaps of progress, but you still know the direction in which to improve. As for the second point, we started from a blank state. After all, before coming up with this idea, Lin had always stayed away from magic like divination and prophecy. In the study of magic, I have only learned a few apprentice-level magics. For more advanced ones, I only know that there is such a magic, but don't have much understanding. Although they are all magic, it seems possible to draw parallels. But after actual contact, you can realize that these magics that develop towards the metaphysical realm are really not easy for a mind filled with scientific knowledge to understand. This is why Lin Hui needs a consultant like Anne-Marie who is good at this and asks him from time to time. Even so, the research on the Great Prophecy technique for fighting is still stuck. Someone would never admit that it was because he spent 3 days fishing and 2 days drying the net. The difficulty encountered at this stage is that the traditional Great Prophecy technique focuses on following the words. In other words, you have to express your wishes like a wishing spell. But here it is very important to use words and choose the language. Sometimes, no matter how perfect the statement is, the result may not be as expected. This is why many people who don't understand magic say that wishing is an opportunity to exchange one's soul with the devil. Because only demons will deliberately misinterpret people's wishes and use all kinds of weird methods to fulfill their wishes. In fact, no one has ever examined themselves to see if their slurred speech and slurred speech are the consequences. But this vague approach is not the result Lin wants. This is not just a matter of shouting out the name of a unique move in shame during battle. Although he was beating and yelling, "I'll chop you to death!" But in a battle where someone needs to use the Great Prophecy to assist, there is no chance or energy left to yell. At least when dealing with an enemy of Azad's level, any distraction would bring you one step closer to defeat. Secondly, the uncertainty brought about by language and words makes it easy for the power consumption of the Great Prediction technique in fighting to exceed expectations and tilt in an uncontrollable direction. The uncertainty here is inconsistent with Lin's desire to solidify the future of attacking the target and the requirement of low consumption. Lin had been unable to figure out what the problem was. Until today, the future is composed of countless parallel worlds with different choices. And these different futures may evolve based on different pasts. There are countless possibilities going forward, and different decisions could have been made in the past. So there are infinite choices in the present. The past, present and future will influence each other, which constitutes the so-called causal relationship. Great Prophecy is a future route that fixes the future in a certain development direction regardless of cause and effect, but this direction also has countless possibilities. the more serious the causal relationship with the world is damaged. The more expensive it will be to use the great prophecy technique. But at least this magic limits the change to a certain range, regardless of whether the result is what the caster really wants. However, what Lin wants is a very clear future, not a vague and ambiguous outcome. Looking at it from the current perspective, we need a very certain third parameter of the flash technique. The two most important parameters of the original flash technique are distance and angle. The two combine to form a vector, allowing the target of the flash spell to know where to move. The third parameter, which was originally regarded as a constant, has also become one of the controllable parameters for movement using blink. Lin cannot simply define it as a time parameter, because changing this parameter can not only flash himself to the past or future, but also flash towards a parallel world at the same point in time. This third parameter is exactly the key to realizing Lin's previous research on the great prophecy technique used in combat. Because the third parameter of the flash technique has been changed, one should go to a clear world instead of wandering between multiple worlds. Lin's current physical condition, a multidimensional collapsed state, can be described in a more vivid way. It is actually a situation where his person is lost between certain worlds. As long as you can solve the problem of the third parameter, you can not only stabilize your physical condition, you can also, like Doctor Strange, find a path you want among 14 million futures, so as to solve the problem of the time hourglass transformation. Sand problem. It can also allow the previously envisioned combat magic of great prophecy to move directly to the stage of completion. But how to get the correct third parameter? What formula to use? How to verify? These three originally unanswerable questions. Now the key to the answer lies in the sand of time from the future held in his hand. Things from the future exist in the present. So does it belong to the present or the future? If anyone has such doubts, it can only be said that they are asking the wrong question, putting aside the element of time that cannot prove its existence. The correct definition of the sand of time in the hand should be from a parallel world, where the time hourglass successfully transformed the micro-universe galaxy into the sand of time, rather than some parallel worlds, places where the origin is unclear. This means that the sand of time is also the best target for checking the third parameter formula. Chapter 11:11 The Thoughts of Bystanders. Countless theoretical physicists have relied on logic, mathematics, and a little imagination to describe the beautiful world, but they are inevitably despised by experimental physicists. Isn't it because they lack actual evidence to verify their theories? The unique properties of the sand of time allow it to still carry the characteristics of the original world after traveling through the world. And this is the best proof of parallel worlds. At the same time, it can also become an anchor point in its original world, allowing Lin to find the correct way to travel to another world. With such a discovery, of course someone got up and started researching it. Not to mention that this is at stake for your own life. The result of such investment is that a large amount of calculations take up most of the mental energy. Lin Yao is like a madman, indifferent to foreign affairs, and his emotional expressions are becoming less and less. Unlike ordinary people who, when facing strong pressure, will respond to the slightest stimulation from the outside world by yelling. This is actually to vent the emotions caused by that pressure. But someone is as cold as a machine, and everything except thinking and calculation is simplified to the minimum. If this body didn't still need to eat and excrete, Hefkin, as a robot, would have thought that Lin was actually one of them, just wearing a layer of human skin. As for sleep, Lin doesn't have much need for it now. In fact, his sleep needs have been decreasing since the time when the Dream Tower was built. By the time the body becomes demonized, sleep becomes more of a habit than a necessity. But even with such a crazy performance, Hefkin, who volunteered to stay to help look after and steal the teacher, was still disappointed. Through her, Lin and Mari only communicated in the past few days. For Hefkin, who has lived for a long time, he has some understanding of the great prophecy technique even if he is not specialized in it. But what she heard was no different from what she knew, and it was even simpler. But that wasn't what she wanted to know. However, someone's subsequent research has already deviated from the original great prophecy spell model. If Fern were still around, maybe she could help someone with all their knowledge of Earth. But for Head Queen, who considers herself a master of magic, this twin-tailed mechanical girl is not only biased, but she also cannot talk to someone on the same channel. I need to reteach what I know so that I can have a second little helper. He couldn't tell whether he was lazy or just wanted to avoid the flood of knowledge from the Earth. In short, Lin did not intend to teach the Lich as much as he did in the past. If you really want to ask him why there is such a difference in attitude before and after, someone will probably just reply, I couldn't defeat the Lich at the beginning. So I contributed that knowledge to divert attention and save my life. Although I still can't win, I can at least run away. Not to mention other people. So I can't bear to teach you. This blinded the twin-tailed mechanical girl, who insisted on staying. If Lin's research was like that of a normal magician, who would scribble in the real world or play with strange materials, Hefkin would be able to see something. For Lin, just look at it. And there is no way to gouge out people's eyes unless they drive them away. But since he kept people from the beginning, even if he didn't need to talk to Anmari in the holy city of Estali through Hefkin later, Lin wouldn't be in trouble. Because he himself had not thought that most of the research was actually conducted in the secondary plane tower by his own deputy consciousness. In the plane of wind element, someone just stares blankly at the eye of the wind. In this case, how can Head Queen steal the master? Even if you cut someone's head open, you won't see anything good. But just like Finn's induction, even if someone's body does not move in the wind elemental plane, Hefkin will not think that he is really in a daze. The reason lies in his new demonized body. The original DNA carbon-based body, as early as that trip to the abyss, used 8 powers to completely renovate the matrix from the bottom up. But just like uncontrolled proliferating cells are considered cancer cells, Lin didn't want his new body to get out of control. So there was bound to be a controller. The demon has a magic core, and Lin's controller is the subdimensional tower that coexists with him. When the subdimensional tower is operating at full capacity, it will inevitably affect his body in reality. In order to transfer some of the computing power that controls body cell proliferation to the calculation someone is doing without letting the body lose control, the best way is to reduce the body's activity to a level where it will not go crazy. However, psychology affects physiology, and in turn, physiology affects psychology. In order to cater to the large and complex calculation needs, Lin's body will reduce its activity under the protective effect, which will lead to a decline in function and make his emotional expressions tend to be dull, so as not to have dramatic ups and downs. This is why he can sometimes be as emotionally cold as a machine. It's not that he lost his human soul, but because he focused all his attention on the calculation of the subdimensional tower, and there was no extra time to cry or laugh. He himself knew that he had to complete the homework as soon as possible before he could meet the next wave of challenges. It was this almost undetectable performance that made Hefkin know that the man in front of her was focused on thinking. Unfortunately, she couldn't see what this man was doing, which was really discouraging. Another equally confused existence is the wind element Lord Fandi. As the most powerful person in the wind elemental world, he is responsible for guarding the eye of the wind. Of course, he cannot allow a human and an earth elemental elf heresy to mess around here without supervision. So he accompanied us all the way and never missed a beat. Fortunately, for elemental elves like them, who have almost unlimited lifespans, wasting 10 days and a half, or even a year or 2 is nothing. For them, it is more important that the matter can be solved, no matter how much time or cost it takes. Although the magician seemed to have done nothing these days. But Fani learned from the emotional changes of Camilla, the robot Hefkin, that this man was not ineffective. Of course, there may not be enough exciting news. Although the metal face of the twin-tailed mechanical girl showed no expression, Fandi could still recognize the swaying and restless expression of the elf's light. It's a pity that others can't understand what the magician did and can't help him. So Fani can only wait patiently. The twin-tailed mechanical girl, whose purpose was different from the ordinary one, was seriously considering whether to pretend to disturb the magician casually and ask him to change his research methods, so that she could record his research process from the sidelines. Maybe you can pretend to be stupid, use the excuse of caring about whether he is stumped by some problem, and the pretext of wanting to help, to participate in the research openly. Just as Hefkin was thinking about various methods, another person suddenly appeared in her detection range. According to past experience, this is the former demon king who used the flash technique to deliver the food. Well, the timing was wrong. Moreover, the characteristics of the person who came were wrong. He was not the former demon king, but Gabush Lintrapwood, fellow Taoist. Please. At the greeting from a familiar voice, the magician who had been standing in a daze turned around, bowed, and greeted in his native dialect. Fellow Taoist, please come. Chapter 11:12 Reinforcements. The person who came looked exactly like Lin, but he didn't hide himself in the black Xuanwu robe. The person who came was wearing a robe of a style that no one else had seen before. It had a straight collar and a wide lapel on the right side. It had a red base, black sleeves, and many mysterious patterns embroidered with gold thread. A large belt is tied around the waist, and there is a jadeite the size of a goose egg in front of the abdomen, paired with a hair tie and a single-word crown. People in the lost area would not recognize such strange attire. But Lin was no stranger to this Taoist priest's attire. Where do fellow Taoists come from? Lin, who was temporarily separated from his thoughts, asked. Fellow Taoist. This is asking knowingly. The visitor replied. At the same time, another figure appeared in the field of vision. The person who came back this time was wearing a hemp-yellow monk's robe, with sleeves and leggings tied on. He had a shaved head and a curly beard. But this person has his own face, which seems to make someone feel extremely uncomfortable. Although there is no land in the wind elemental plane, the monks who came looked like they were walking steadily. The walking movement is extremely slow, but the forward speed is extremely fast. After a while, he came to Taoist Yulin, put his hands together and bowed, and said, Fellow Buddhists, please come. The Taoist bowed in return, but Lin stared blankly at the monk for a long time before holding back a sentence. Did I go to the magic side of the world and change my profession as a monk? Or are you saying that the place I went to is different? Fellow Buddha, you are obsessed with the image. The monk chuckled. But to come here, you should have mastered the rules of multidimensional travel. This can't be the world of martial arts. Friends of Buddhism, how can the magical power of Buddhism be lost to magic? It's just that you enter your door, and I enter mine. And ultimately we reach the same destination through different paths. Don't you know that all things in the world have their origins? Bala. Monk, please stop. Another man appeared, but he was covered in animal skins, with bare chest and arms, and a body with very strong sinews. But it won't make people think that this person only has muscles and no brains, because the huge axe on his back has had an aura that oppressed the whole audience since it appeared. It is a very powerful magic weapon, or at least weapons of the same level. This self, who was no different from a barbarian, hooked the monk's shoulders from behind, slapped his arms hard several times, and said, I really haven't thought about my appearance with a bald head. It looks pretty good, doesn't it? It's a pity that we are not here to hold a gala today. Otherwise I will definitely have a drink with you. Well, I am a fair-weather monk to you. I can't imagine being a vegetarian. The barbarian leaned back with a look of disgust, and looked at the monk himself with contempt. The latter smiled heartily and said, If you don't supplement enough protein, how can you build up muscles and strength to fight? Besides, where I go, does that kind of wine count as wine? At that level, it's not even sparkling wine. If you get drunk after drinking, then I will be drunk too. That's right. That's right. That's it. The barbarian slapped the monk hard twice. Only then did Lin notice that the barbarian's strength was definitely not light. But he couldn't move the monk at all. A monk with a stable lower body has his whole body as motionless as a rock. While the two cells were talking, more and more cells from parallel worlds appeared in the space of the eye of the storm. The clothing styles are different, and even if they are similar, the details are slightly different. But there were still the most people wearing magic robes. Lin even saw someone wearing a pure black Xuanwu robe, but with a skeleton appearance. It seems that he has transformed himself into a lich, or at least a necromancer. Some people speak their hometown dialect. Some speak their hometown dialect. Some use the common language of mystery, or the elemental elven language. Although the languages we are used to using are different, we can communicate with each other without any problems. The Taoist priest, who appeared first, interrupted the barbarian, who was the loudest at the scene, and said, Barbarian, stop talking about the strength of beef and the elasticity of pig's feet with that bald guy. We traveled here today not to review food. It was as if he knew what he was doing was inappropriate, and he came here to save lives, not to reminisce about old times. So the barbarian smiled broadly and said, Niobe, I'll see you later. After threatening a certain Taoist priest with a half smile, the barbarian turned to look at today's convener and said, Skinny monkey, you must have an arrangement for today. After looking at the hundreds of people who had gathered here, Lin said, Everyone who can cross the barriers of the world and come here must have broken through everything in this magic circle. I was just about to ask you for a solution. One of the people in the crowd said loudly, Caller, you can send a message for help to other worlds, which proves that you have the ability and already have a plan, but you lack the power to deal with it. So we are here just to provide support and help. Besides, everyone has different ways of completing this matter. Following our arrangements will only obliterate your own thinking. Placing everything on yourself, who will have the answer in the future, is not the right answer now. Lin looked at himself, who was speaking. It was another self, who looked very similar to himself. It's just that he looks older than himself. But he has an indescribable evil temperament. Lin also noticed that those who came to support him were not all Taoist priests, monks, or barbarians. They came from parallel worlds, with completely different development routes. Some people may come from a magical world similar to that of mystery, and their experiences may even be similar to mine. Perhaps we can also think of these people as our future selves in a general sense. But these people didn't want to give the answer. Lin asked puzzledly, "Why don't you tell me? If you have succeeded, doesn't it mean that this matter has finally succeeded? And your experience is feasible. So you are here. Caller. You should think so. We can respond to your call because in our world, it has been done successfully. However, is it possible for those who are unsuccessful to come over? Nothing is certain about what happens next moment. Even if you predict the outcome, how do you know that the outcome will definitely happen? No one says this. When you know the future has already changed. Fatalism is not a theory on which we can rely." This wake-up call made Lin reconsider whether his understanding of the multidimensional world was too ideal. Yes, those who can come to support are all successful, and those who fail, of course, cannot appear here. At this time, Lin suddenly had a question in his mind. He looked up and asked, "How many worlds have you supported? What are the chances of success?" All the selves present looked at each other in confusion. Everyone looked at each other, but no one was willing to speak. In the end, it was the Taoist priest who stood closest, and was the first to appear who said, "Fellow Taoist, I think this is the first time for us to do such a thing." First? Lin's eyes widened, and he said in surprise, "When I was doing this and asking for help for myself in the multidimensional world, the people who came to support me were doing this kind of thing for the first time. What they told me was that when we receive a message asking for help in the future, we can just go out to help once, and treat it as repaying the favor we owe this time. Then just don't interfere too much. We are in our own worlds, and have our own lives. It is not our duty to bother others, or ourselves in other worlds. The only person who can be responsible for himself is himself. Isn't it?" Chapter 11:13 New Type of Magical Science. "Are the things you said rules we must abide by?" Faced with a lot of preaching, Lin showed sharp eyes, and asked intuitively, "Of course not. Rules and contracts mean nothing to us. Do they? The only reasons that would make us comply are the possible consequences. Bodhisattvas fear causes and mortals fear consequences. But we are still not free from the realm of mortals. And what I said was just paraphrased by other people. If anything, it is a self-protective restraint to prevent us from getting into more trouble. You don't want to ignore the affairs of your own universe all day long and just be busy with the troubles of other people's universes. If you are not afraid of trouble, you can always respond to the call of the multiverse and be so busy every day that you never see anyone. But, it seems, no one I do does. This is really a convention with its own style." With a soft sigh, Lin immediately put his mind back together and returned to his own business. With uncertain eyes, he looked at the many selves from other parallel worlds and said, "How about a chance encounter?" Most of them showed a satisfied smile, nodded, and said in unison, "Then let's touch it." Even those who did not speak or express their approval. Their eyes were clear, and there was no hesitation. This boosted Lin's confidence a bit. Turning to look at the twin-tailed mechanical girl who had been neglected, Lin took off the Hakakiri from the scabbard on his left shoulder and threw it out. Half-Queen calmly accepted the weapon that could kill gods, and looked at someone in confusion. Lin said, "The next thing, I have to ask you to help me. I know the details, and it will be led by your nano-worm material to assemble the necessary equipment. This may be the only time the opportunity to put enough things in front of you depends on how much you put in. In fact, as early as when Half-Queen received Higiri, her entire mind was immersed in the conscious conversation with Higiri, and she did not hear someone's subsequent condescending and slightly threatening words. In fact, even if she heard it, I'm afraid she wouldn't have time to pay attention to someone's threat, because what Higiri gave him was a mechanical design beyond her imagination, and it had already attracted Hefkin's full attention. Since being transformed into a robot, Hefkin has been looking for a way to coexist between machinery and magic. But until now, magical things still belong to magic, and scientific things still belong to science. At best, they are just enchantments on scientific creations. There is still a long way to go before the integration of the two systems envisioned by Hefkin. Neither Lin nor Fan had the same idea. For Lin, magic and science are like knives and swords in the world of martial arts. The sword uses sword moves, And the sword uses sword moves. It is normal. The sword uses sword moves. And the sword uses sword moves. It is a strange move. But the sword is still a sword. The sword is still a sword and has not changed. For fun. Whether it is a sword or a sword. If it can hurt people, it is a good weapon. None of them had ever thought about what a sword should look like. But this kind of idea is not just a passion for studying magic. Hefkin, who is now transformed into a robot, has this idea. In fact, even Higiri has been exposed to someone's scientific knowledge and has lived in a magical world for most of his conscious life. As a master of materials, Higiri has successfully quantized his own existence and thinking methods. Not only did he come up with this idea earlier than Hefkin, its friendship with someone is not comparable to that of the twin-tailed mechanical girl. So Higiri received a lot of help from Yulin. Although it only answers some questions, it can already solve many problems in the ears of interested people. Using mechanical and circuit structures to build spell models. The prototype of this approach is actually reflected in someone's magic tower design. It's just that he himself didn't realize the meaning behind it, but looked at the magic pattern and the spell model separately. The box cut is more thorough. Not only are the power circuits used to actually construct the spell model, but mechanical energy displacement and mechanical structure transformation are also used in the architectural model, coupled with the logical judgment of the program. The magic constructed by Higiri becomes a magic that can transform itself according to the needs, as if it comes alive. Some people don't know this subversive achievement, and a certain knife doesn't think it's that great, because it's just a result that satisfies one's own research interests. For every member of the Higiri clan, pursuit itself is the eternal subject of their clan, whether it is the pursuit of knowledge or the pursuit of insight. This is why every Higiri is keen to find people who can take them around, even turning them into weapons to harm those lives that make them curious, regardless of Higiri's thoughts. In Hefkin's eyes, the result of this combination of magic and science is astonishing. Although the twin-tailed mechanical girl doesn't know whether this is the best form of combination between the two, it is at least a direction for the unification of the two, a direction that has never been provided by previous generations. When it comes down to it, what Higiri provides is actually a drawing of a chair. The classification title of the blueprint file is Mechanical Throne. Lin's plan was simple. He planned to bypass the unknown magic circle built around the Eye of the Storm. Directly use the ability of the time hourglass to transform galaxies that are about to fall out of the micro-universe. This is to avoid activating this unknown magic circle, reminding the existence X who built everything in front of him, and reminding the other party of the possibility of coming to recover things, regardless of whether the existence anyway. As long as they don't encounter each other, it doesn't matter whether the opponent is strong or weak. The mechanical throne was developed based on this thinking to replace the unknown magic circle. The purpose was to deal with the magic props in the micro-universe that might produce resistance. Of course, no matter how much someone's knowledge of magic circles increases, it is impossible to upgrade him to a level where he can face off against possible cosmic-level opponents. The method Lin wanted to use was derived from the time dilation trap in the Eye of the Storm. Simply put, it is to artificially create the phenomenon of time dilation and create a time difference before the opponent can react, complete the transformation of the galaxy, and leave. The mechanical throne is such a magical machine related to the flow of time, which was researched and developed by Lin and Higiri. Although it is more straightforward to transform the subdimensional tower, previous experience has proved that it is not a good idea to casually change one's own foundation. With the help of Finn, he was able to save his life during the previous mutation. But no one can guarantee whether he will be so lucky next time. But the problem is, no matter how you modify the design of the mechanical throne and strengthen its specifications on paper, it still cannot reach the strength that can fight against the estimated cosmic-level enemies. The solution is simple. If you can't win with one mechanical throne, use two. If you still can't win with two, add more until you can win. To put it simply, if you can't win in a one-on-one fight, then fight in groups. There is no other reason to say. Chapter 11:14 Preparations before Transformation. The mechanical throne needs people to control it. Instead of asking for help from the outside world and having to check everything, it is better to ask yourself from the multiverse for help. And being able to show up doesn't mean that the other party has perfected the method of crossing parallel worlds and has even experienced the same incident. In other words, asking for help is like a test question to test the person's ability. Those who can hand in papers mean they have the ability to solve problems. Those who cannot solve problems cannot even show up to hand in papers. This invisible threshold eliminates many landmines. And all of the above are just a few reasons why you can come forward and assist someone in their follow-up actions. We may not be optimistic about what the final result will be, but at least we have a good start. Lin looked at Gab Brashlin Tripwood from various parallel universes, and the confidence in his heart couldn't help but increase a little more. The mechanical throne, which was gathered by Hefkin's nanoworms, grew upward from the base like a pile of sand, and took shape behind Lin in the blink of an eye. The silver-white long-back chair, which seems to be sculptured from a single piece of stone, is very wide and covered with tiny and complicated magic patterns, making the chair look like it was born with twist patterns. It attracts everyone's attention and makes people look at it. People are reluctant to look away. However, the magical machinery aggregated by nanoworms still has inherent weaknesses. Some critical structures that require extremely special materials are not something that nanoworms can handle. This part is replaced by a box cut that changes its form again. The box cutter turned into flowing metal, one red and one gold, divided into left and right parts, symmetrically depicting a pattern that resembled a ghost face. At the junction at the bottom, red and gold swap half sides, either up or down, changing the ghost face pattern into red with gold, or gold with red on the outside. Just as the mechanical throne was taking shape, the Taoist priest was not idle. He took an ordinary step, but it seemed to have the effect of flashing. In a blink of an eye, he came to the Wind Elemental Lord, who was guarding the Eye of the Wind in his original form. In front of Pundi, he raised his head, looked at the Wind Elemental Elf, who had remained silent from beginning to end, and said in the common tongue of enchantment, "Friend, let me lend you some cloud energy." Fandi didn't respond, just tilted his head and gave a puzzled look and expression. The Taoist priest didn't say much. He pointed his sword and said, "Shio!" Then he drew out a large amount of cloud energy from Fandi's body and condensed it into a cloud platform. Then he lifted up his robe and sat upright on the cloud platform, making a posture with 5 hearts facing the sky. At the same time, Lin from other parallel worlds also took out their own seats or borrowed chair materials. Some people asked about Hefkin, and others asked about Pandi. The seats that were taken out were all kinds of strange, including futons, wooden chairs, and of course folding stools. There are also the 12-level lotus platform with a pure and special shape, the monstrous skeleton throne, and even a meat chair made of a large mass of flesh and blood, or a human chair made of a bunch of white buttocks stacked together. Although the chairs are different in shape, their functions are similar. It's like the people here, although their appearance is completely different. From a DNA level, they are the same person. However, it is not enough to lay out this array. All the chairs need to be integrated and formed into one body. Only then can we be able to cope with the next challenge and deal with enemies that may be unprecedented. So as soon as Lin patted the armrest, dozens of steel tentacles stretched out from the base and back of the mechanical throne, grabbing the chairs closest to the throne and pulling them to a fixed position. As an extension, sometimes the steel tentacles continue to stretch, and sometimes it is the clouds, flower stems, and fleshy arms extended by other chairs. In the end, all the chairs are no longer floating, but are closely connected to each other and fixed in a certain position, forming a mysterious array. After the formation was formed, everyone began to chant the spell. The intonation may be urgent or slow, and the pitch may be high or low. Some people speak at an uncertain pace, while others lower their voices and maintain a flat tone. No one chants the same spell. At first glance, it sounds like they are doing their own thing, but judging from the fluctuations of magic power, it all follows a certain pattern and works closely together. As the leader, Lin did not fall into a state of absent-minded spell casting like the others. He was the only sober person present. The other is Pandi, the Wind Element Lord, who was split into a little form by a certain human magician from many parallel worlds. It's not like he didn't want to resist the unreasonable demands of these magicians, but this idea was forgotten by him after the first cloud platform took shape, because in addition to depriving him of part of the cloud energy, the Taoist priest also spoke secret words and clearly stated to him the knowledge required for the subsequent operation of magic. The purpose, of course, was to hope that Fani could cooperate perfectly. If it is a general request, then this is usually the time for the Wind Element Lord to bid. If you want him to cooperate obediently, you have to lose a lot of blood. But a casual word from the Taoist priest made him realize that all his efforts were not in vain. At least, when encountering a similar crisis next time, then he can use today's experience to find a method belonging to the Wind Elemental Elves, without having to ask a magician to come forward. If Fani refuses to pay today, There will be no alternative solution to the problem for the people from the parallel world who gather here. The weird types of chairs we have are proof that they can't only be formed by clouds. By then, it's unclear who will lose. Therefore, the most powerful person in the wind element plane can only be willing to be divided by everyone. Anyway, after everything is completed, his separated body will be recycled, and after it is recycled, the magic tracks running in the body will leave memories and become a part of him. Hag Queen's twin-tailed mechanical girl split up early and turned into several mechanical thrones and steel tentacles connecting the seats. Even the nanoworms already at the eye of the storm are not enough. There are also an endless stream of nanoworms gathering in from the general cloud city, filling the vacancies between the seats, and completing this painting with Lin as the center. The leading formation diagram is becoming more and more sophisticated. In Fan Di's surprised mood, he watched the covering position of the eye of the storm being adjusted. The core power of the wind elemental elves is concentrated towards one side of the micro-universe. This is where the galaxies in the micro-universe are about to fall out of the boundary. Only then did Fan Di notice that what mobilized the power of the Eye of the Wind was the chaotic sound of the mantra. The power of the Eye of the Wind comes from the collective consciousness of the wind elemental elves, including the vague spiritual connection between the living elemental elves and the Eye of the Wind, as well as the sleeping consciousness that the elemental elves return to after their death. This force is fragmented, but is bound to the same place. Therefore, it is very troublesome to influence the wind elemental spirit. It doesn't have a body to be pulled around. According to the requirements of the human magician in front of him, to obtain a token that can borrow the power of the wind element spirit, it may require more than 10 wind element lords to work together and spend at least several days to achieve it. So at the beginning, Vani had to be mentally prepared. He had to call on all the wind element lords, and even the wind element elves with their real names, to be able to control the coverage position of the Eye of the Wind and move it to the required place. But I didn't expect that the human in front of me completed this supposedly difficult task silently. Lin, who was sitting on the mechanical throne, didn't care about general psychological activities. Instead, he handed over the time hourglass sealing ball that he had been studying these days, and said in the elemental elven language, "Sir, please lift the seal." Chapter 11:15 Unlocking the Seal. It should have been a normal request. But the wind element Lord Fan Di, who had had his power divided many times, could only show his embarrassment at this time and said, "Your Majesty the Magician, now I am unable to lift the seal on the hourglass of time. Even if other elemental elves are summoned to assist, it will still take a certain amount of time to lift this complicated seal. This is not something that can be done in a hurry. You should tell us in advance." "That's it. Then you don't mind if we do it ourselves," Lin said with a smile. Only then did Fan Di notice that the magician in front of him had put down his hood and no longer hid his entire body in his robe, and his original abnormal symptoms seemed to have been relieved. At least these days, I haven't seen this man smiling so heartily as he is now. Maybe he was infected by this confidence. Or maybe he wanted to see how the person in front of him could deal with the gathering of many wind element lords. He also felt that the seal was difficult. So he said, "Your Majesty the Magician, if you are sure to lift the seal, then please do it." Suddenly Fan Di remembered the past and added, "Of course, on the premise of not damaging the hourglass of time. Although the person in front of him has integrated the strange short knife into the seat, he must be careful of other destructive means." Lin didn't think deeply about Fan Di's concerns, not to mention that destroying the hourglass of time was not his purpose. The reason why I asked the other party to lift the seal on their own in the first place was just to respect the other party's attitude. Otherwise, the seal that others had painstakingly imposed would be broken by me without saying a word. Was this because he was playing to enmity or to suppress others? Now that he had the other party's consent, Lin was happy to do it himself, instead of waiting until the end of time for others to do it. I saw Lin throwing up the time hourglass seal ball in his hand. Fortunately, Fan Di, who was watching, did not have a heart. Otherwise, the little thumping thing would have been frightened to stop. The magicians who formed a formation raised their right hands together, extended their index fingers, and shouted in unison, "Quick!" The solid seal surrounding the hourglass of time was silently lifted. Fan Di couldn't believe that the efforts of so many wind element lords had been cracked so lightly. But when the facts were put in front of him, even if he had lived for countless years, he felt that the scene in front of him was so unreal. For Lin and himself from various parallel worlds, the seals imposed by the wind element lords are actually not clever at all. They are just a way of proving the Tao with force, adding layers of the same or similar sealing methods, and then compress it to the extreme. This is also the reason why the sealing magic covering the hourglass of time is almost materialized. And if you want to remove it, you have to peel it off layer by layer. Like peeling an onion. There is no trick. It was originally a very tedious task. But unfortunately, this is what someone who programmed magic is best at. In comparison, it is more difficult to control changes in the Eye of the Storm. The difficulty with the Eye of the Storm is that it is a scattered collection rather than a complete individual. But it just so happens that I am not a very powerful magician trying to control the Eye of the Storm. I am a group of people. Everyone attacks together. Just like several shepherd dogs driving sheep together, making it easier to control the changes in the Eye of the Storm. This is why the mantras chanted by everyone are different. But they have an integrated meaning. But the first two steps can only be regarded as trivial appetizers. Not to mention gathering so many cells from parallel worlds. Even if it was just him, it might be a little more troublesome to handle the matter. Or it would take a little more time. But Lin was sure to get it done. As soon as the seal was released, the hourglass of time seemed to be eager to merge with the magic circle arranged at the Eye of the Storm. Instead of falling, it was pulled in a certain direction. Of course, Lin couldn't let the hourglass of time move on its own. Based on the principle that what the enemy hopes for is what we block, Lin slapped the tiger head armrest on the right side of the throne. And two mechanical tentacles extended out like lightning. At the end of the tentacle is a semicircular bowl-shaped metal cover. When it is closed towards the hourglass of time, this powerful magic item is isolated from the outside world. Maybe others can't see what's going on inside the metal cover. But Lin knew very well that after the time hourglass, which had been restless and ready to start running, was isolated, all movements became quiet, as if it was still sealed. Everyone on the formation diagram fell silent again, and there was no longer the sound of the strange mantra being chanted. Next, get ready to get to the real topic, the confidence that had originally been gathered up. But when Lin came to this step, he still struggled for a while. The hands placed on the left and right armrests of the throne were grasped several times unconsciously, then relaxed again. It would be great if someone could encourage me with gentle words at this time. It's just that the thought passed away briefly, thinking about the environment of the lost land and the surroundings. There are many more strong female men than soft girls. If the former had spoken softly, I'm afraid it wouldn't be the kind where the bones are about to become crispy, but the kind where the bones are about to be broken. Or really broken. Taking a deep breath, Lin looked at the other people who came to support him, and suddenly thought of a question, and asked in his hometown dialect. In a situation like this where there is support, there are so many people helping. This matter can finally be done. The closest one is the Taoist priest sitting on the cloud platform. He looked at the person asking the question with a half smile, but not a smile. After a while, he said, "This is not clear. After all, the one who fails probably won't survive to tell others that he failed. I don't know about your situation. Before I time traveled, the news always reported some inspirational stories about successful entrepreneurs. It seems that as long as you dare to venture and fight hard, success will be easy to come by. But actually, it is human nature to report good news, but not bad news. But sometimes it is not that we are unwilling to report bad news, but that we are unable to do so. Am I right? It's really inspiring," Lin helplessly said. "Is it okay to say these words at this critical moment? Do you want to hear my little sister say something exciting in a sweet and Confucian voice? Honestly, I want to hear it too. But countless cruel facts tell me that I think too much. Everyone loves young ladies. But it's a pity that otakus have no human rights. Men are not bad, and women are not loved. Do you have the saying? Wow. Not to mention that there are so many parallel worlds among us. There can't be a scumbag. Unfortunately, the fact is that even if the environment is different, the social type is different, and the choices during the growth process are different. Some things will not change. Why do I feel like I don't want to work hard anymore?" A man sitting on the Iron Throne, hunched over, said lifelessly. This rare time, no one complained, and all the selves in the parallel world sighed in unison. That inexplicable feeling went away as quickly as it came. Being interrupted like this, all the things he should have been worried about were thrown out of his mind. Lin regained his usual calmness and looked at the miniature universe in front of him. Now that the plan has been made and the preparations are complete, there is no way to make things successful without taking action and just thinking. As soon as he slapped the dragon head armrest of the throne on the left, Lin shouted, "Wow!" At the same time, everyone pointed at the time hourglass whose seal had been released and was pocketed in the metal cover, and shouted, "Sick!" Suddenly, with the metal cover as the center, A faint blue spiritual energy spread along the steel tentacles to the entire array. All the people on the chairs fell into that mysterious state of trance again, muttering curses in low voices. Chapter 11:16 Regional Characteristics. The eye of the wind in the elemental plane of wind is a place that is different from the main plane and different from any plane world that Lin has ever been to. It is an area with a very special nature. The cause of the time dilation trap has been discovered by Lin during his time here. The reason is very simple. It is still the fault of the wind elemental elves. To put it simply, when all the wind elemental elves return to the eye of the wind, and the eye of the wind is in its most complete state, then the wrapped micro-universe will be like a radiant material wrapped in thick lead, without any radiation at all. Will leak. Once there is a gap in the protective film, the power of the micro-universe will naturally flow outward. Supergravity substances directly affect the transmission speed of bioelectricity, making people move hundreds or thousands of times slower. Not only does the mind slow down, but the rate of cell growth and aging also slows down. This is why people who are affected by hypergravity feel that time slows down compared to people who are not affected. It's not that there is a physically provable time slowing down, but it's because the reaction speed of all aspects of the affected person's body is stretched indefinitely. And because the speed of metabolism and digestive system is also lengthened. There will be no additional thirst, hunger, etc. during this period. And there will not even be a need for excretion. It is precisely because of this general slowness that the affected person has the illusion that time slows down in the eyes of the beholder. The strange thing about the eye of the storm is that due to the influence of the micro-universe, the time expansion area that is regarded as a trap is what this area should be like. But the eye of the wind completely suppressed the influence of the micro-universe, making everything normal in the wind elemental plane. It's a pity that the wind elemental elves are unwilling to be lonely and behave in various ways, which dilutes the power of the wind eye. Let the influence of the micro-universe spill out, creating an area of time expansion. However, one should not assume that the broken eye of the storm did not play any role. At least the people who were so close to the eye of the storm were not crushed by the hypergravity enough to affect bioelectricity. But their reaction speed was just slowed down. This shows that the protective power of the eye of the storm still exists. Otherwise, just by standing here, someone should turn into a meatloaf. Regardless of whether the microcosm appearing in the core area of the wind elemental plane is a natural formation or not, the protection of the eye of the wind is entirely a man-made result. However, the protection of the eye of the storm is not complete. Therefore, the wind elemental plane is divided into the range affected by time dilation and the range not affected. The coverage area between the two is not fixed, although it is slowly but surely changing. This is why the robots who inherited the Earth elemental elves, even the veterans who experienced the war on the elemental plane, never left a map showing all the safe paths in the air elemental plane. As the region changes, the power of influence is sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and the block power is not a weakling that can be slaughtered by others. The combination of various factors has resulted in a consequence. That is, the disturbance of the supergravity of the eye of the storm has made the world barrier in this area fragile. This is not a good thing for most people, because they are easily confused by the fragments of the past and future that appear inadvertently after entering here. Or even worse, you will fall into another world at an unknown time. But for those who plan to cast time-type magic, this is a blessed place where the environment will automatically add bonus. For example, if you cast water element magic on the seabed or cast fire element magic on the crater of a volcano, you can get twice the result with half the effort. The formation formed by Lin took advantage of this characteristic to allow him to prepare for a glimpse of countless future evolutions in a more effortless way. Then comes the second stage, where people artificially push reality to develop according to their desired trajectory. Perhaps to outsiders, the people who set up the formation don't look normal now, and they are confused. But for those who have entered the state, this is how they should behave, because their eyes are no longer on the present moment, but are wandering among countless worlds that will happen or have already happened. Just like Lin's previous dimensional injury. It was actually because his body did not have multidimensional unity, but he was lost in multiple worlds at the same time, and was unable to stably exist in a certain world. That's why in the real world before, someone would seem to have an afterimage when walking, and a few afterimages would be dragged out every time he took a step. Now they take the initiative to enter that state. Although they don't physically walk into this strange space, they deliberately let themselves get lost. They just focus their eyes and minds on it. But the body and reality that I couldn't take into consideration turned into a somewhat neurotic appearance. All these actions can only be said to be a last resort. Suppose that the improved melee combat version of the Great Prophecy is based on data analysis and can predict all reasonable behaviors that may occur. When the option that is most beneficial to you appears, use magic to forcibly solidify the future and make the most beneficial option come true. What Lin wants to do now is a completely different idea. Without an instruction manual for the time hourglass, Lin's search for a future in which he could use the time hourglass harmlessly was like a blind man groping his way through darkness. There are no clues to indicate the correct path, and I can't clearly see the direction I'm going in. If I want to get out of the maze or go to the destination, I can only use a stupid method, which is to scan the map. But there is so much to come. If it is a future that evolves based on existing conditions, it is easiest to pry into this part, because the image of the future is strong and distinct. To put it in a more visual way, this kind of future is the closest to the present, and it is the least difficult to develop in this direction. But letting things take their own course may not necessarily lead to the outcome someone wants. And the future development of this set is just as someone guessed. Without knowing how to use it, someone blindly tinkered with the time hourglass. And the result was that it was immediately lost. Attracting the attention of the master in the micro-universe is an unavoidable result. Then there is a high probability that the opponent will directly break through the protection of the wind eye and plan to break into the universe where the wind element plane is located. Don't think that the next development will be that the masters from other universes are killing you in your own country. That's just one of countless extended futures. In fact, the most likely extension is that at the moment when the master breaks the eye of the storm, two untransformed cosmic substances collide violently, and the result is that they annihilate each other gorgeously. It's like what theoretical physicists call the collision of matter and antimatter. There will be no second ending other than mutual annihilation. But in terms of overall future development, there is a situation where the wind elemental plane is completely destroyed and then burns down the other three elemental planes. In the end, it even fed back to the main plane, causing a major disintegration. There is also the kind of magic circle at the eye of the wind that works at the last moment, limiting the damage to this core area. However, as humans who stay in the core area of the wind elemental plane, the ending is quite the same. That is, they die until they can no longer die. Chapter 11:17, A Glimpse of the Secret. Since such a future is undesirable, we can only continue to look for it from the infinite possibilities. The more bizarre the future developments are, and the more they change the status quo, the more blurry and difficult to discern the images that can be glimpsed. If you want to see it clearly and extend it, you need to spend more effort to do it. At this time, the importance of the sand of time from the future was highlighted as a correct, or should be what you want future. The sands of time serve as a positioning anchor, which can eliminate some conflicting development directions that can be determined early on. Instead of spending energy to calculate the results, you can determine that this path is not feasible. Even though we have the sands of time, we still need to calculate to a certain extent to know whether this direction talisman is consistent with the future where the anchor point is. But this little advantage is crucial to the parallel worlds that Lin Yulai is assisting. Because if you want to peek into the more distant future, the amount of energy you spend is not just a little bit more, but an increase exponentially, or even an exponential increase. The fortune tellers in my hometown said that revealing the heavens would shorten one's lifespan. Now it sounds like they were not joking. The sands of time can save this part of the consumption, and save you a lot of unnecessary mistakes. For those who have experience processing large amounts of data, perhaps each action only saves a little bit. But when the cumulative number of executions is magnified to countless times, the accumulated time and energy saved are considerable. The advantage of the sands of time is magnified without limit in someone's endless calculation HL. After all, we have to find a feasible path from these endless possibilities. Although the final result has not yet been obtained, Lin, who is actually operating it, has a very deep feeling. That is, Dr. Strange has explored a mere 14 million futures and found a way to kill Thanos. This is really the luck of the son of the plane level. Of course, the contribution of that cosmic level treasure, the Time Stone, cannot be ignored. Without the blessing of such an artifact, I have gathered hundreds of cells from various parallel worlds, and have performed hundreds of millions of deductions in total. But I can only get closer to the future I want. In the original idea, Lin also wanted to act while deducing. It's like playing a game according to the strategy. The advantage of this is that the future that needs to be calculated is relatively close, which saves some effort. But in actual operation, this approach is not feasible, because it often happens that the future seems to be close to what you want, but in fact it has already gone astray, laying the seeds of disaster, and it is difficult to recover from the future. and the entire calculation can only be overturned and restarted. This happened several times, and no one dared to say that he was doing something cheap just to save effort. The specific time it takes is meaningless to people wandering in the torrent of time. Just like in the movie, Doctor Strange can travel through more than 10 million futures by shaking his head for a few minutes. Lin's situation is similar. Moreover, there is a grain of sand of time from the future as the anchor point of the destination. The only way to the future is finally found, immersing the consciousness that spread out in the multidimensional world back into his body. Lin moistened his lips bitterly, and at the same time squeezed the sand of time in his hand. He didn't understand before why Monk Tang and his disciples had to go through 81 hardships when they went to the West to obtain Buddhist scriptures. Why didn't Doctor Strange leave Thanos to Thor, and let Thor, who got the axe, chop off the purple sweet potato spirit's head with one axe? But some things seem to have to be survived by danger and cannot be accomplished smoothly. It's as if it takes a long enough time to ensure that the hourglass of time transforms the galaxies in the micro-universe into the sand of time. If the transformation process is not in place, the transformation failure can only be regarded as a trivial matter. The matter of the two universes collides together, triggering various chain reactions. Regardless of whether the two universes will be finished, I will definitely be finished. And I can't avoid it with the flash technique. Lose, to allow sufficient time for the transformation process. It will inevitably attract the attention of the dominant and powerful person in the micro-universe. And of course he or they cannot remain indifferent and will definitely step in to stop it. Having done one at that time was an unavoidable option. Since I have to do one, do you really want to have one? Suddenly someone is not so sure, thinking of the fate that would result from a wrong step. Someone was really a little unsure. The easiest way is to use the time hourglass to activate the magic circle set up by the Eye of the Storm. But the ending is indeed that a certain existence will appear and recycle the hourglass and sands of time. If the existence, it's just that I couldn't get the sands of time. It's a pity that the opponent's power is just like his own thoughts, which is unstoppable. But Lin only took a glance at such a future and did not continue to explore the possibilities in depth. Because just by looking at Existence X, Lin felt that he had attracted the other person's attention. Real attention. It's like when you murmur the name of a god. Whether you say good or bad things, it will all reach the other person's ears. Although I was peering into the future, all I saw was a blurry figure. But it was just like that sentence, when you are staring at the abyss. The abyss is also staring at you. Although he didn't know how much attention his reckless behavior attracted to the other party, Lin didn't intend to continue teasing the other party. The outcome of attracting that person to take action would not be better than a one-on-one duel with the master of the micro-universe. To deal with the master of the universe, you can borrow the power of the Eye of the Wind and the ability of the hourglass of time to achieve a feat of greatness with a small amount. To deal with existence if you don't have the upper hand in terms of strength. If you lose the advantage of location, you will be reduced to rubbish in seconds without any negotiation. As for whether flashing could save his life, Lin really didn't want to do such an experiment. Helpless. In fact, Lin has also seen the future of letting things go. Basically, there are two endings. In the first one, the Wind Elemental Elf activates the Wind Eye Magic Circle and attracts the attention of Existence X. Although Lin Dake stayed out of the matter, all the Wind Element Elves returned to the Eye of the Wind, which was not a good thing for the Lost Land. At least the activity of the Wind Element would be greatly reduced in the Lost Land. Then, there's the magical imbalance, and a host of subsequent ill effects. If you are lucky, MIDI will turn a corner here and embark on the path of technological development. If you are unlucky, you may return to the wilderness. Another outcome is that everyone just lets it go and allows the galaxies close to the edge of the micro-universe to fall out. What will happen to the snake swallowing the elephant? The elemental plane of wind is suffering. Is it possible that the Lost Land is unharmed? The ignorant are fearless. But now that I know it, and have no excuse to escape, it seems I have to face the difficulty. The more important point is that since I know how to peek into the future, I don't dare to look further for fear of attracting Existence X's attention. So how can the master of the universe, who keeps appearing in his billions of future images, be an insensitive person? It can be said that the bell of this battle has been ringing since I tried to find a way to survive in the future. There was no way to stop, and no room to call for help. The longer you delay, and give the other party more time to prepare, the slimmer your chances will be. So whether Lin wants to fight or not, this battle is inevitable. Chapter 11:18 Race Against Time. Question: if you continue to calculate, can you find an easier way to solve the problem? Maybe. But the slower you start, the harder it will be to get to the happy underscore end. Maybe it's because the people on the other side are also looking for a place to attack, so they know where to support them. Although he had alerted the enemy, the matter was still in its early stages, and the information the other party had was not sufficient. Otherwise, they would have taken action long ago. Once you let him or them take the lead, you will have to spend several times more effort to achieve that happy ending. So, Lin is not going to wait any longer. Clapping his hands, a crisp sound penetrated the entire eye space. The metal sphere with the hourglass of time sealed inside, it was moved in front of the formation formed by everyone, supported by the mechanical arms on the left and right sides. I saw hundreds of people pointing their hands and shouting in unison. Hey! The electric light at the fingertips envelopes the cyclone visible to the naked eye, wrapping the metal ball in it. The left and right halves of the sphere gradually opened, revealing the time hourglass inside. This time, the hourglass of time was much calmer, not being pulled by the eye of the storm magic circle and falling into unknown restlessness. The people forming a formation were either patting the armrests of the seats, or tapping the legs of the chairs with their heels. Some people even leaned back on the chairs and patted the wooden chairs casually a few times. Various eye-catching movements caused an extra tentacle to shoot out from their seats. Like lightning, it quickly stretched out and stopped in front of the hourglass of time. Everyone pointed again and shouted, "Sick!" Hundreds of tentacles are twisted together like twists and turns. The end is closed like the opening of a strange insect. Opening and closing, intruding into the electro-optical cyclone. At this time, the gold ornament with a ghost face on the iron throne, two fangs separated into one gold and one red, moved all the way to the front along the thickest steel tentacle. The insect mouth that controlled the group of twist tentacles carefully held one end of the hourglass of time in its mouth. Buzz! The mantra opened the way, and now everyone was chanting their own mantras as before. The tones are uneven, and the languages are different. At first glance, it sounds chaotic, but if you listen carefully, it is harsh and difficult to distinguish. But the power in the curse is a steady stream of tentacles extending along the seat, pouring into the hourglass of time. After receiving the support of hundreds of different types of energy, Hakakiri took control of the corpse of his own race. Although its form cannot be changed, at least it can be modified from the existing design. The double-headed, slender hourglass suddenly became blurred and magnified several times. The sand of time also begins to flow, but instead of falling from one end to the other like an ordinary hourglass, this strange sand began to circulate and swim inside the hourglass, as if accumulating strength. The sand of time blooms an extra golden light every week it travels, making it extremely dazzling. The time hourglass held by the twist tentacles is slowly approaching the eye of the wind, the boundary of the micro-universe. This is not because someone does not want to move the hourglass to its position quickly, but after the seal is released and the functions are gradually opened, the time hourglass is as heavy as 1,000 stones and difficult to move lightly. This still uses an auxiliary arm extended by hundreds of seats, with various magical effects and mechanical blessings, to be able to hold the hourglass firmly. If I had taken it with my own hands, I wouldn't have smashed it to the ground now. I don't know if the things were smashed or not. I'm afraid my hands will have to be scrapped first. Although the body's strength has increased a lot after becoming a demon, it is still not to the point where it can easily reach thousands of tons. Besides, the time hourglass is not an ordinary heavy, but the kind of weight that has its own gravity source. If you hold it, it won't fall down, but it will suck the whole person in and compress it into slag. By gathering the power of hundreds of seats, a set of tentacles was created that could hold up the true form of the hourglass of time. These are specific details that are difficult to detect just by looking at images of the future. Only by actually doing it will you understand how difficult it is. To be honest, this tentacle can also hold the time hourglass and move slowly. Lin Du feels that this is an extraordinary performance. But no matter how difficult it is, if you want to realize the future you want, you must follow the steps you have glimpsed and complete it step by step. Completely activating the hourglass of time is the first step. As a powerful portable prop, the design function must be maximized within limited space and materials. Time hourglass naturally does not set up some additional fragmentary and unnecessary functions. Fortunately, although the function of actively reminding the existence of X exists, it is set on the eye of the wind magic circle. The time hourglass does not have this design. This is also the reason why Lin dared to use the time hourglass. The position where the time hourglass will move is to the galaxy closest to the boundary. The usage is very simple. Insert one end of the time hourglass into the micro-universe and cover any galaxy. The neck of the hourglass should be just on the eye mask of the outer layer of the micro-universe. spanning 2 universes, and the covered galaxies will be absorbed and transformed into the sand of time. But to do all this perfectly, it goes far beyond the seemingly simple movements. When the hourglass of time touches the eye mask, the second difficulty comes. How to adjust the existence form of the time hourglass so that it can exist in 2 different universes at the same time. This question has not been directly answered by the previously glimpsed future. If the wind eye magic array is activated, this work will be completed independently by the magic array. But today, he didn't dare to activate the magic circle that would retaliate against my chai. So Lin had no choice but to use human flesh to do it for him. The specific method is to analyze the composition parameters of the micro-universe immediately when the hourglass of time touches the eye of the storm. And with the help of Sagittarius, the transformation time hourglass was stuffed into parts of the micro-universe, allowing it to exist reasonably in another universe. This transformation should not be too rapid, nor should it be too slow. It must match the speed of plugging the hourglass of time into the micro-universe. Otherwise, if any side does not match, the hourglass body may collapse at any time, or even have more serious consequences. However, it takes time to analyze the micro-universe, and it also takes time to find the parameters that convert the physical properties of the time hourglass. But what someone lacks most right now is time. Because as early as the moment when the hourglass of time touched the eye of the storm, all the powers in the micro-universe were aware of this catastrophic disaster. Although the scope was only limited to 1 galaxy. But no matter which galaxy it is not a chess piece that can be discarded casually to the big guys who control the universe. So when the invasion of the time hourglass began, the dark and unclear future in their eyes also became clear. And naturally they all showed their unique abilities to prepare to prevent this disaster. And all these actions fell into the eyes of everyone standing outside. Tiny individuals like meteors were seen flying out from everywhere, either flying or jumping in space, or using the two interactively, trying their best to move towards the place where the hourglass of time invaded. What Lin has to do is to complete the transformation of the galaxy before any powerful being slightly smaller than the galaxy reaches the time hourglass, and then let the hourglass escape from the micro-universe. The action of analyzing and calculating conversion parameters can be said to be as urgent as racing against time. But this most ideal result is not in the future that Lin peeks into. Just as it is difficult to insert the hourglass of time into the micro-universe, it is also very difficult to remove the hourglass. It is even more difficult to complete all the actions before the support is available. At this time, some external help is needed, and some tricky methods are used to complete it. Chapter 11-19 Take action. What kind of existence can grow to a size comparable to that of a galaxy? Some people simply cannot imagine the answer to this question because of their horizons. At least one thing can be confirmed. That is, the powerful gods I have seen are only younger brothers in front of others, maybe not even worthy of being younger brothers. If he had to deal with such an opponent now, if it weren't for the protective layer of the Eye of the Storm, I'm afraid Lin wouldn't even think about it, and would just turn around and leave. But the Eye of the Storm, which can restrain the entire universe within a certain range, is not just a simple protective layer. The Eye of the Wind separates the perception of the inner and outer universe. If Lin and others hadn't stood here in person and seen a universe with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to notice that there was such a huge mystery in this space from the outside. Similarly, if Lin had not stuffed the time hourglass into it, the powers born in the micro-universe would not have realized that there was another world beyond the edge of their universe. And their power is not as small as one might think. When the first master of the universe came to the galaxy that the time hourglass wanted to absorb, the irresistible power, and will pass along the time hourglass to where Lin and others were. It is a language that has never been heard before, but it speaks directly to the soul. Anyone will feel that they understand the meaning of the words. And the voice said, "Mortals, you have the guts to offend the majesty of the Lord. Why don't you kneel down in front of me to show your respect?" Asking people to kneel down when they come to the door. It seems that no matter where the powerful people are, they all have the same virtue. Lin curled his lips and rarely responded with a venomous tongue. He just tried his best to speed up a little bit. This change that is difficult to discern with the naked eye is enough to anger the other party. It's just that the great man who arrived first was not impulsive and aggressive. In other words, there are only a few people who can rise to their status without brains and relying solely on recklessness. They may sense that a crisis is coming. And this is not the first time in their long lives. But this was the first time I had such a concrete perception, and then had the opportunity to witness it with my own eyes. And after waiting for a while, his loyal subordinates will gather here. And of course the enemy's forces. Also because of the other party's silence, he decided to use a more conservative approach. So this person chose to wait and see what would happen. He wanted to see clearly what would happen. It was precisely this thought that made him, who thought he was omniscient, see an incredible sight. An extremely huge shadow, like some kind of transparent cover, is eating away at a galaxy step by step. The reason why this cover can be seen is because the end of it that touches the galaxy ripples with colorful colors and stirs up ripples like water. The part of the galaxy that is sucked into the transparent cover will be separated from the perception of onlookers. If it is not visible to the eyes, it would appear to not exist in other senses. At the moment when the transparent cover completely sucked the galaxy in, the entire galaxy suddenly disappeared completely from the eyes. At the same time, what was cut off was the little source power that he had with the universe. To grow to his level, even if the position and camp are different, he still has the identity of the guardian of the universe. Of course, everyone's meaning of guarding and the method of guarding are not necessarily the same. But the reason why any existence can exist must be because it is allowed within the rules, and to have the power to dominate the level. It is impossible to give up the source of this power, this universe. Destroying a galaxy, and then wiping it all away, is the same as poaching someone else's corner. How can you endure it? Even if he fights with beings of the same level in different camps. No matter how many things he does to destroy the world, he will only take away the power of most of the destroyed things, enrich himself, or let them return to the universe itself. There is no real destruction, only reincarnation again and again. Just like a piece of bread, those who are qualified to be on the table, no matter who eats more or less, are just sharing among the people at the table. After they eat, they will also give back to others in various ways. But this method may not be accepted. But if an outsider comes to eat bread today and takes it and leaves, how can the person sitting at the table endure it? So, he took action. There's nothing that can't be solved with one punch. Even if they are facing their old rivals, they now have very few opportunities for a head-on confrontation. But whoever can seize the initiative and throw the first punch is usually the winner. Unfortunately, being a winner comes with a high price tag, and you may not always have the last laugh. There are even fewer duels between them. But this does not mean that he will be afraid of the unknown things in front of him. After all, what he represents is one of the supreme beings in this universe. So there was no hesitation in this attack. He has even thought about the subsequent actions, which is to follow this power, trace the source, and open a passage to another universe. This means he has a new place to conquer. People who watched all this from different angles did not have so many complex psychological activities. Lin was just tremblingly trying to recreate the future he had glimpsed. But those images of the future are just images. And there are many details that cannot be seen from the images. What Lin is most worried about is that because he knows the future development, he deliberately acts, but deviates from the desired track. After all, those details that cannot be seen from the image may be the key. Therefore, there are always some people who know the secrets of heaven and earth, like to pretend to be mysterious, and do not want to explain things clearly. Now that I think about it, it does make some sense. But no matter how reasonable it is not a reason for Lin to compromise. Now he has no way out. Seeing the great power in the micro-universe coming to the galaxy to be transformed as predicted. Compared with galaxies the size of fingernails, these powerful beings that can stand on the stage of the universe are actually about the same size as flies and mosquitoes. But this is absolutely no reason for people to despise them. It's just a matter of observation angle, which gives people the illusion that they are so small. But in terms of strength, the gods of Midi tied together are not enough to crush someone to death with one finger. Therefore, Lin could only deal with it with all his might. If he showed any flaw or weakness, he would die without a burial place. Silence also successfully earned the other parties waiting. At the moment when the glass ball at one end of the time hourglass completely covers the galaxy, the time hourglass automatically begins to refine and transform the galaxy without anyone having to take any additional actions. In the micro-universe, the covered galaxies have the sands of time circulating back to the surroundings, enveloping them. In the universe, a galaxy that should be a giant was so defenseless that it was pulled towards the neck of the hourglass. When it passed through the eye of the storm, the eye, which had been peaceful for thousands of years, shook violently. Also affects all wind elemental elves linked to it. Whether the impact is good or bad is unknown. Lin didn't know if the eye of the wind, which had released quite a few elemental elves, could successfully transform a galaxy in the end. Although someone has adjusted the layout of the eye of the storm, and has seen successful transformations from future images, there are actually many failures. So Lin was still a little nervous when doing it. Do your best in whatever you can do. What seems to be left can only be left to luck. But in the future image. At this time, I am not just waiting for the results to come out, but I am so busy that I am in a hurry. I mean, are there any other important points that I haven't noticed yet? Chapter 11:20 Unspecified Future Details. The images you see when you peer into the future cannot be saved in the form of image files, like the results detected by the arcane eyes. There is no way to rewatch it at any time, nor to share it with others. Everything you see can only be memorized in your own mind, and then pray that it will not be confused with future images of other roots. After all, most future roots have only minor differences from each other. The accumulation of these differences leads to different endings. Fortunately, someone has been upgraded several times, and his memory is no longer what it used to be. And his logical abilities, such as induction and analysis, are not to mention. Although there are billions of future images, he still knows how the route leading to the only future develops. It should be, in short, in my memory, I should be busy operating something now. It's just that before I acted, I didn't make a card to remind the editors what the next scene would be like when shooting a movie. Lin could only look for the correct steps from the clues on the picture in his memory. After trying to analyze the images in his mind and comparing the differences between the before and after images, Lin noticed a part that he had not paid attention to before. Although in the micro-universe, those powerful enough to dominate everything are just the size of mosquitoes and flies in his eyes. Their strength performance is definitely worthy of the universe-level classification. Let's just say that the distance between galaxies is tens or hundreds of light years at least. That mosquito-sized body could fly or jump through space in the blink of an eye, traveling through several or even dozens of galaxies. This ability made Lin envious. If he could do the same thing, he would have flown back to Earth a long time ago, and there would be no need to fight to the death in a land of confusion. But logically, the speed of these people should be consistent, as long as they are performing the same action. But the first microcosmic power approaching the hourglass of time, although not obviously, does slow down. Is this slowing down due to deceleration or other force majeure factors? Lin immediately ruled out the possibility of the former. At that level, you should have control over yourself to the extent that you can do whatever you want. Lin doesn't think they will be like the scientific creations of the Earth. After reaching a constant speed, in order to stop, they must have a process of deceleration. Just do a sudden attack, and then stand at attention on the spot. This is the posture they should have. So it's the latter? In other words, now is the time to do something on your own? Rethink the chips at hand. The Eye of the Storm magic circle is excluded first. This thing is too dangerous. Without control, it can actively cooperate with the time hourglass to transform an entire galaxy into the sand of time. As soon as it is started, it will definitely tell the people behind it that they have nothing to say. And whatever they do next will have a GG ending. Hundreds of formations formed by oneself? Basically, this thing is like a supercomputer connected to the internet, with battery power attached. Simply put, it is used as an auxiliary. As long as there are no instructions, no matter how good the performance is, it is useless. If the wrong order is given, it will be worse than waste, because it will not accomplish the right thing and waste limited resources. Things on your body? Apart from Hakiri, there is also the Xuanwu robe. The former is busy controlling the group of tentacles, holding one end of the hourglass of time. Even the usual chatter, I can't hear even half of it now, which shows how busy it is. As for the latter, that turtle sleeps every day. According to Finn, the incomplete godhead requires him to remain dormant for a long time. He could not afford the consequences of his divine power being squandered by his sober self, like a candle in the wind. So the thing that is most likely to affect the situation of the battle is the hourglass of time. At this time, Lin remembered that as early as the beginning, he had planned to make a fuss about the time hourglass. Specifically, it is to use the characteristics of the time hourglass to create a slow space, delaying the opponent while buying time for oneself to transform the galaxy. Later, because it was possible to cheat by looking into the future and copying strategies. And there was no action in this regard in the future route that I saw. I threw this idea behind me, but I have never thought about it. It's not that I don't use the characteristics of the time hourglass. It's just that the timing of using it is very special, and the effect is not obvious. But think about it. What level of existence is your opponent? How can it be easily controlled by you? No matter how advanced the rules you use are, being able to have a slight influence can already be regarded as an incredible achievement. Moreover, when masters compete, they only compete for this moment. If you can't amplify this momentary advantage 1,000 or 10,000 times, You can't claim to be a master. As soon as I thought about it, I thought about the cause and effect thoroughly. As soon as Lin turned his head, he once again studied the time hourglass, whose image had changed drastically. The design and structure of the time hourglass after blurring and magnifying it have not changed much compared to before. It's just that certain functions are turned on and play their intended role. No matter how versatile the machine is, a single structure can only do one thing at the same time. This is a basic principle. No single-head screwdriver can lock two screws at the same time, or loosen and tighten a screw at the same time. So what Lin has to do is to observe the design and function of the time hourglass to see which part has been activated and which part has not. And what is the function of the part that has not been activated yet? If these functions are enabled, can they help future development? Although there is no way to get the answer just by taking a three-way meter and measuring it everywhere like on Earth. It is not that difficult for Lin now. Although it was not done with ease at all, and seemed a bit hasty, Lin still found the silent parts from the blurred and enlarged time hourglass. I wanted to confirm what the functions of these parts were, but it took a lot of effort. Fortunately, there is an activated ability as a reference. Just like part of the text in a strange language already knows its meaning. So it is not difficult to use this as an extension to analyze other parts. It just takes some time to organize, summarize, and a little inspiration. Except for the latter, the foregoing are the strengths of Lin's program processing logic. Soon, Lin found what he wanted. The magic array that controlled time. Although I have denied the significance of time in physics more than once. But under the idealism of magic, if the user thinks it exists, it does exist. Then it becomes possible to control the speed of time. Speaking of which, there is another apprentice-level 3-ring magic called time pause. In fact, no matter how idealistic it is just like wishing. It will distort reality to some extent to achieve magical effects. In other words, physical properties can be found by controlling the time flow rate. But now is not the time to discuss it. The advantage of magic props is that even if the holder does not understand magic, as long as they know how to use the props, they can still be effective. So Lin didn't say anything, and directly activated one of the many effects of the time hourglass, targeting the nearest miniature universe master who was coming at lightning speed. Chapter 1121 Creating Opportunities. Will people who are hit by time magic realize that they have been tricked? There may be situations like that where the will is clear and normal, but things around you are watching slowly. But for those magicians who truly possess great power, magic of that level is so weak that they dare not add the word time to the prefix of such magic. People who are truly tricked will never realize what is happening to them. Only when a third party in different states compares his own situation from the perspective of a bystander can he distinguish the difference between being hit and not being hit. The great power of the universe, who came to prevent the disaster of annihilation, was in the middle of the situation. So he was at a loss to realize it. Even so, Lin, observing from a third party's perspective, also knew that the time-slowing magic did not exert its intended effect, but was greatly weakened. Think about it. This should be natural. Are a person holding a chihuahua on a tether, and pulling the tether tight, and pulling back the same thing as a person holding an adult bull on a tether, and pulling the reins hard back? Are they the same thing? Needless to say, it is an incredible act for a human being, even if not original, to try to deal with the master of the universe. But no matter how weak the effect is, it is still effective. In today's race against time, every second you have allows you to do so many more things. Lin licked his chapped lips and looked excitedly at Deneng, who had entered the scope of his observation record. Maybe it was the protection of the eye of the wind. Maybe he was no longer the weakling he once was. Or maybe he had entered a very human state and had no time to be afraid. In short, experiencing the power of this big boss in person did not make me tremble from the bottom of my heart like the first time I saw the god in person. Of course, record the observed data as much as possible. It's just that most of the measured results exceed the record limit designed by him. So what was measured was just a bunch of meaningless numbers with full values in bright red. Fortunately, speed can still be measured. Basically, as long as the movement method is not to the extent of teleportation or space jumping. The upper limit of speed will be limited by the universe in which it is located. Just like the universe on the main plane. The speed of light and absolute zero are the extreme values of this universe. Breaking through these two means leaving the universe on the main plane and entering a world of other physical properties. The purpose of being able to measure the opponent's speed is, of course, to calculate the opponent's arrival time and how much time you have left to transform the galaxy. And here, we can also see the domineering power of the hourglass of time combined with the eye of the storm. No matter what the future holds, as long as one end of the time hourglass can successfully cover the target galaxy. The process of converting it into the sands of time is not an exaggeration. As the name suggests, the process never fails or is interrupted. The trouble is the before and after parts, especially for the step of taking out the hourglass of time after transforming the sands of time. The chance of success can be said to be close to zero. In the billions of futures, there is only one way through. There were several ways to reach this point in time before, and there will be countless possible development routes in the future. But here, there is only one way. Lin Shan calmed down and estimated his opponent's speed. When he saw the cosmic level power, who was as small as a flying insect, swinging out a punch that should have been lightning fast like an image from the future, the countdown stopwatch started running in the corner of Lin's field of vision. Take a second or two to take a deep breath and try to calm down your pounding heart. But honestly, it doesn't do much. Lin, like all his selves from the parallel world, sat deeply into their respective seats, as if he wanted to stuff his whole body into the chair. The gold and red ghost face pattern formed by the box cut protrudes from the back of the Iron Throne. It was like a two-dimensional evil spirit with the graffiti level of a primary school student preparing to transform into 3 dimensions and break free from the back of the chair at the same time. The probes on the left and right looked like crab legs, and also looked like evil spirits crossing the head. They exposed their fangs and pierced Lin's head directly, deep inside the brain. Someone who has found the correct formula for the third parameter has long since escaped multidimensional harm. But there are still some difficulties in using that parameter to achieve the purpose of time travel. Especially this improved formula has not yet been integrated into the system of its own subdimensional tower. If he wanted to use it, especially the method he planned to use, Lin could only use the Iron Throne and the array composed of himself from countless parallel worlds. In order to make the calculation speed of the array connecting hundreds of chairs keep up with his own brain and complete it before the time limit, Lin could only rely on box cutting to complete this deep and painful connection. But at the moment, Lin had no time to feel the pain and wailing. Adrenaline aroused so much that his eyes were so red that they looked like they were about to bleed. But the pure black pupils seemed to have nothing to do with the mutated whites of the eyes. In his right eye, there was a ghost image of the 18th floor of the subdimensional tower on the front, and the first floor on the reverse. An hourglass appeared in his left eye, turning slowly. The pressure and power displayed by the cosmic level power were on a completely different level than the one that originally came with a fierce momentum, and now that came with murderous intent. The former, protected by the eye of the wind, was like a gentle breeze blowing across its face, feeling but not threatening. Even if the latter is protected by the eye of the wind, it can still make people scalp numb and their feet tremble. A chill shot from the tailbone to the top of the head. If you were to face this person directly, I'm afraid you wouldn't even need a finger to press him over. Just facing this almost substantial power would break you into pieces. Using a redundant psychological complaint as a turning point, Lin immersed himself in the project of controlling the entire array and constructing the spell model. After many modifications, the mouth and vocal cords blessed by magic can chant magical spells beyond the limits of human vocalization. The compressed bytes contain dense power and spells. Even the dragon language magic is not as good as 1/10 of the spells Lin is using now. The magical energy mobilized in the space is swaying freely under the control of someone, drawing various mysterious and difficult to identify secret symbols, and building a cumbersome structure that supports the operation of mysterious magical energy. Such complicated magic preparations even disrupted the magic circle originally set up at the Eye of the Storm. The Eye of the Storm surrounding the micro-universe tends to waver in this wave of impact. The only outsider present, the Wind Element Lord Fan Di, was struggling to maintain his existence. The person from the micro-universe and the human on the other side, who is preparing magic, have not yet had a direct confrontation. The confrontation in terms of momentum alone almost crushed the Wind Elemental Lord. Just when Fan Di had the idea of escape, the pressure on one of them suddenly disappeared. The pressure from the micro-universe instantly forced the Wind Elemental Lord back several steps. But it also disappeared because he lost the opponent. The puzzled Wind Elemental Lord turned around and saw that the array that should have been composed of hundreds of magicians and chairs was now empty and desolate. Fan Di couldn't help but curse in her heart. Chong said that all the preparations she had just made were just for escape. The next moment, Fan Di saw a scene he would never forget. The magician who was thought to have disappeared has taken action. Chapter 11:22 8,000 Flashes. In the astonishment of the Wind Element Lord, the disappearing magician and his array suddenly appeared in his field of vision for a moment. At this moment, the magician sitting on the Iron Throne rose into the air and appeared directly in front of the miniature universe. The index finger of his right hand pointed at the other end of the hourglass of time, confronting the power of the miniature universe that came with a fist. The two came into contact with both ends of the time hourglass at the same time, and used the powerful magic props created by the unknown existence X as a medium to have a real competition. If it were a mortal versus a powerful being above a god, there would be no need to think too much about the outcome. It would definitely be a complete defeat for the former. The difference lies in how you want to lose, or how you want to die. But Lin, who dared to strike this blow? How could he allow himself to challenge a powerful man alone without being sure? Behind him, in addition to the 126 selves from the parallel world, there are also selves who are also formed in the formation, but from different points in time. In Fandy's glimpse of the scene, the same formation and the same hands appeared, but there were second, third, and even endless ones. As far as I can sense, this person is everywhere. It's as if the eye of the storm is filled with the same human magician. These people connected in tandem, and invariably focused their efforts on the same point on the index finger pointing towards the hourglass of time. There was no strong flash, no explosive noise, no exploding fireball. And of course, there was no powerful power that needed to be vented or blocked, sweeping and destroying in all directions. All the efforts of both sides are only on the hourglass of time. The next moment, the glimpse of the scene disappeared. The entire eye space was empty and uninhabited, as if the picture of the finger being compared before was fake. But the time hourglass as a medium of confrontation was ejected from the micro-universe. I don't know if all this is still affected by the change in the flow of time. In Fandy's field of vision, he clearly saw the pop of time hourglass rolling in the air, turning around and around. Every change in angle was clearly visible, until a hand raised high took the hourglass, and everything seemed to be back to normal. No matter how powerful the force is, it must hit the target to cause damage. From a physical point of view, the energy displacement from one physical system to another will cause damage in a general sense only if it exceeds the upper limit of the recipient's ability to maintain its original form. Simply put, no work is done. No damage is done. To do work, there must be contact, which is a hit. Some people think that the force applied before and after contact is a necessary process for energy storage, but others think it is a waste. What if the entire process of exerting force could be used to do work? Normally, one would think, how is this possible? However, this is a magical world with a mysterious side, and there is also a foolish and bold, half-assed magician and half-assed scientist who has the audacity to try to explain everything with physics. It was such an unlucky coincidence that he had such a trick. In addition to the expansion of the flash technique, in addition to traveling between parallel worlds. At the beginning, it was about studying how to travel through time. It's just that someone later discovered that the so-called past, future, and parallel worlds are actually the same thing based on the flash technique. But the parameters used are different. And to deal with a power that dominates the universe, it is certainly impossible for a human being to do it. Even if 10 of them were tied together, it would still not be enough for someone to hold them down with one finger. But what about hundreds? Thousands? 10,000? Quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes. The question is, where is the threshold of quantity? I'm not sure. But he knew one thing. Facing such an opponent, no matter how much preparation he made or how hard he tried, it would not be enough. Only by devoting all your strength, fighting with a last-ditch attitude, and sparing no effort can you have a chance, without regrets. Although he succeeded in the future he had glimpsed, failure still accounted for the vast majority of future development. And after all, it is just an image of future possibilities, not history that has been finalized. So Lin dare not say that he will definitely win after trying his best. He could only hold on to despair, and let himself have no excuse for not knowing how to use all his strength. Just because he left 3 points to spare, and thought of an escape route, he caused his own failure. So Lin gritted his teeth, and used the newly renovated time travel version of Flash technique, using picoseconds as a unit to continuously move his past and future selves to the same moment. That is, the self that flew out, and clicked with his index finger, that moment in the hourglass of time, then go back to the original time, and then travel through time again, and so on. It is precisely because they traveled through time to the same moment before and after. So at other times, Fandy couldn't see anyone, and even thought that a human magician had become a deserter. But he never thought about how much effort Lin put into this blow, and how many brain cells he lost. Even in order to achieve this blow, he paid a price that others could hardly imagine. At least after this blow, Lin and his selves from other parallel worlds collapsed in their respective seats, as if they were exhausted. If he hadn't taken over the time hourglass himself, he might not have even bothered to raise his hand. But being able to win the time hourglass makes it all worth it. Right? The other person, who was also competing for one blow, was not in the same good mood. The enemy he wanted to pursue disappeared after that blow. Even the galaxy shrouded by the transparent cover disappeared without a trace. The power that belonged to his own universe was forever lost. And he didn't even know who to ask for it from. When his subordinates and his old enemy arrived, they only saw the proud and powerful man with corresponding strength, raising his head and shouting in remorse, while unscrupulously distributing spiritual energy in all directions that could destroy the star system, can withstand wind pressure. All these actions, of course, fell into the eyes of someone outside the micro-universe, who was too tired to move. But after passing the most difficult level, there is nothing to worry about in the remaining finishing touches. Licking his chapped lips and re-examining the magic circles around him and the eye of the storm, Lin couldn't help but feel regretful. Although in theory, one can summon an infinite number of versions of oneself at different points in time, the actual operation is not that simple. In particular, like today, with picoseconds as the unit of precision, almost every picosecond of myself came to participate in this blow event. Such waves are possible because the eye area of the storm is extremely weak against the time barrier. After all, the barrier here has been tattered by the messy gravity and magic, so it will be much easier for others to open it. It can be said that today's attack was possible because of the geographical advantage. If you go to other places, let alone like today, summoning 5.67 billion versions of yourself at different points in time, maybe summoning a fraction of the former, will make someone very tired. So, you have created a region-limited ultimate trick? It's really useless, someone said mockingly. Chapter 1123, The Starting Point of Reincarnation. This body now feels relieved faster than imagined. Lin can already stand up and stretch his muscles. But compared to the state of the body, the power and energy derived from the sub-dimensional tower are empty. The blow just now had undoubtedly hollowed him out. Even the so-called semi-infinite magic tower energy pool design is built in the dimensional gap, where a large amount of chaotic and disordered alien energy can be extracted. Such sub-dimensional towers have been played dry by Lin. You can imagine that that blow was definitely not an easy thing for someone. Although not everyone in the parallel world who can come to support has a demonic body. They all have their own abilities to recover from the consumption just now. Although everyone still looks depressed and desperate. Who knows if this is just an act for the skill of pretending to be dead? A man who served as a soldier on Ghost Island does not need to specially light up the skill tree. It will be fully leveled after changing jobs. I don't know if my little thoughts have been discovered, or if everyone feels that there is no need to stay here anymore. The Taoist priest who got up first pointed at the cloud that he used as a seat and shouted, "Geo!" The scattered clouds quickly ran back to the wind element Lord Fandi. Many of them also had similar intentions, and made moves to put away their chairs. Those that should be put away in the treasure bag, and those that should be returned to others should also be unpacked and returned to their original owners. No one thought about taking down the seats with the marks of this battle, and taking them back to their respective worlds. Because these marks are the reward of the original lender. Without the help of Fan T and Hefkin, the outcome of this battle would not be what it is now. After dispersing the clouds and returning the object to its original owner, the Taoist priest was the first to come, and now he was the first to approach. He bowed and said, "Fellow Taoist, this is the end of the matter. It's time for me to return to my own territory." "Well, why don't you stay for a light meal and tea before leaving?" Someone who had nothing to say said this after holding it in for a long time. But the Taoist priest laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist, we are all ourselves. Why do we need to say such polite words? You are not used to speaking, and I am not used to listening." Lin scratched his head and said sheepishly, "Isn't it because I don't know what to say to express my thoughts? Wouldn't it be too thin to say thank you? Kindness without saying thanks. And as I said at the beginning, I will save today's gratitude for the future. When others ask for help, I hope you will not hesitate to help. Besides, you still have a little trouble. You really shouldn't distract us." When a Taoist priest says this, there will be selves in other parallel worlds nodding or waving. After saying lo, they went back to their respective worlds. And he also left without waiting for the confused person to respond, not caring about greeting those who were leaving. Lin was depressed by the Taoist priest who had just left. Yes, defeating the master of the micro-universe, recovering the hourglass of time, And successfully transforming the sands of time is not the end of this series of events. Another trouble that was not expected at the beginning was about to unfold. Hold the time hourglass. As if to change his mood, Lin raised it to his eyes and shook it. An entire galaxy was ultimately transformed into just one grain of sand of time. Just as I secretly complained in my heart before. The Philosopher's Stone is only worthy of being a little brother. How many lives were sacrificed in a galaxy? And he himself is the culprit who is adding fuel to the flames. This is not to mention that the planets and stars themselves are another expression of will that is different from the consciousness of intelligent life. Such a fact only brings an unreal feeling to someone who calls the miniature universe too much like a toy in front of his eyes. But one thing is for sure. Just follow the old usage of the wind elemental elves. And use the sands of time as the price for wishing. That would be a waste of natural resources. Although Su's behavior of holding the time hourglass in his hand made Fandy very worried. I'm afraid that the magician in front of me will suddenly have a thought and activate the time hourglass's ability to fulfill wishes. But for Lin, after just a series of analysis actions, he had already figured out the triggering rules of this magic item. The possibility of misuse cannot be said to be zero. But it is certainly quite low. Looking left and right, I looked at the hourglass itself. I just competed with that powerful person through the time hourglass. And it did not cause any damage to the hourglass. It is still strong. It can only be said that as a member of the Hagiri clan, their structure is too terrifying and makes no sense. The time hourglass that has been freed from virtualization and enlargement does not have a super strong gravity source like before. Otherwise, let alone touching it, taking it, or even getting close to it will result in death or injury. The time hourglass is now silent. No different from an ordinary timing prop. But no one will despise it, nor dare to despise it. Lin thought for a while, then ticked his finger towards the time hourglass. The newly transformed sand of time somehow managed to pass through the airtight glass wall of the time hourglass without gaps, and reached Lin's hand. Also in hand is another grain of sand of time from the future. These two grains of sand were left standing in someone's hand, just like ordinary grains of sand. But compared to the tranquility of the sands of time and the hourglass of time, the magic circle at the eye of the storm is restless. Lin even wondered whether the magic circle would activate on its own without anyone controlling it. In this regard, Fandy was watching the whole process, with complex expressions and difficult to distinguish thoughts. Maybe he was unhappy about losing a grain of sand of time. Or maybe he was thinking about how to take back the hourglass of time. A crucial magic item. Looking at the performance of this human magician in controlling the time hourglass and fighting, Fandy didn't have any confidence and forced this magician to do something he didn't want to do. But Lin had no intention of keeping it for himself. He threw the time hourglass forward and returned it to Fandy. There is only the 2 grains of sand of time that were taken out in advance. The Wind Elemental Lord, who took the time hourglass, looked in disbelief. Lin smiled and said, "This thing belongs to you, and now it has returned to its original owner. But you can only find a way to seal it outside. If you let me do it, I can't restore the previous seal, so I can do it myself. I'm also afraid that you won't be able to solve it in the future. Why don't you just take it back and figure it out yourself?" After understanding the meaning of the past, he learned the appearance of human beings, made a bow, and said, "Of course there is no problem. It's just..." The Wind Elemental Lord hesitated in his words and turned his attention to the 2 sands of time in Lin's hand. To be fair, Fandy didn't want such a powerful magic item as the sands of time to fall into the hands of a human. After all, it has been the Wind Elemental Elves who have monopolized the hourglass of time for a long time, and relied on it to get through many difficulties. This has almost become a life-saving talisman for the entire ethnic group. But if you want to take it back, whether you can beat the person in front of you becomes the biggest problem. Just talking about the grace of that finger, Fandy didn't want to stand opposite that person. I can't afford to be hurt. Therefore, Fandy can only hope that this human magician will hand over the 2 sands of time, just like he returned the hourglass of time. Of course, Lin could see what a certain troubled elemental lord was thinking. He smiled and took back the sand of time from the future into his arms. A flash appeared in front of Fandy, and he handed over the sand of time that had just been transformed. Said, "Lord Fandy, you still have one last task to finish. That is to hand this grain of sand of time into the hands of my past self." Chapter 11:24 Conditions of Loop. The Wind Elemental Lord was extremely puzzled by this task that suddenly fell on him. Pointing to the sand of time that was taken into someone's arms, he asked, "Magic, since this is such a request, why not send that one back again?" He also shook the time hourglass that was separated by a temporary sealing magic. This sealing magic was put on by Fandy as soon as he got the hourglass. He knows better than anyone how unstable the time hourglass in contact with the outside world is. He didn't want his unintentional remarks to come true, so he had to keep the unreasonable wishing device in his hand away from him. The subtext of that question actually refers to why someone would take out another grain of sand of time from the hourglass to do such a thing. Of course, I also hope that he will put things back where they belong instead of playing with them in his hands. Leaving a super wishing device like the sands of time wandering around is simply a sign of trouble. Apart from anything else, what if the magician was deliberately causing trouble and used the sand of time in his hand to make a wish to monopolize the hourglass of time without being known to outsiders? Then the wind elemental elves will lose this powerful magic item forever, and will not even know that they once owned it. Of course, one's own side can also use the same method to destroy the sands of time in the opponent's hands. And this is not the first time that the wind elemental elves have done this, using the hourglass of time to interfere with reality. But now that he knows that making the sand of time is so difficult and the quantity is limited, using one grain will result in one less grain. How could Fandy not consider some more trouble-free methods? Without Hagiri's mind-reading skills, Lin certainly wouldn't know about Xiao Jiujiu and Fandy's heart. But he could still see how much the Wind Elemental Lord wanted to protect the secrets related to the Hourglass of Time. Even this person casually handed the Hourglass of Time into his hands, as if he didn't care about it at first. Unfortunately, there is no room for compromise on this requirement. Lin held the hot, freshly baked sand of time and said, "The characteristics of the sand of time are such that every time it passes through a different world, it will remember the characteristics of that world, instead of being integrated into a new world and forgetting its original characteristics. This makes it a special item that can be memorized by multiple worlds at the same time. It is also because of this that it can be used as a good material for my magic research. But here comes the point. Except for this new sand of time, the other sands of time have left the mark of multiple worlds. In other words, by counting the number of these marks, you can calculate how many times you have used the time hourglass. This situation is not conducive to my magic research, since I only need one future anchor to help me find the correct parameters. Multiple anchors would just confuse things. Just imagine, if I had wasted too much time on researching the sands of time before, I would have less time to plan and arrange in the future. There may even be a possibility that the research cannot be completed, and you have to face that situation. By then, do you think we will lose? Or will we lose miserably? The reasons are so strong that there is no way to refute it." But he still tried his best to point to something in someone's arms and said, "What about the other sand of time? This is what you gave me. Consider it my reward. You never said anything like asking me to pay it back. Even if you say it, I will help you with this troublesome matter without any reward. Even if you don't want to be an elemental elf, you still have to have the spirit of contract." Someone brought up the spirit of someone he didn't trust to talk about something. But generally speaking, there is nothing to say. Although he could use the magician in front of him and use the sands of time as a research target, he also obtained an inestimable treasure and profound magical knowledge. But he does not have exclusive access to this knowledge. When he borrowed part of his body to turn into a cloud platform, he already knew the relevant knowledge. The rest is just to find your own method of casting spells. This is how the inheritance of advanced magic works. Not to mention there is a way to create the sands of time, the previous time hourglass. If you use it once, you will lose one chance. The successive guards of the Eye of the Wind have been studying the hourglass of time for so long, but no one has found a way to replenish the sands of time. Now this magician has shown him all the methods and steps from beginning to end. Maybe some steps cannot be repeated, but there is strength in numbers. There are so many wind element lords. And the most important thing is that there is no time pressure, so you can always find a safer alternative. So after going back and forth, if we really talk about the principle of fairness in the contract, Fandy really can't bear to give back the sand of time given away by his future self. Not to mention that he still owes a token that can draw on the power of the elemental spirit. Previously, because a certain magician was doing research, and there were also 2 elemental planes of fire and water to say H, low to. This matter was temporarily shelved. Now that things here are over, it is time to gather the other wind element lords to make the token. Stuck outside his own cloud city, the 13 overwhelming robot fleets were nominally waiting for him to hand over the elemental spirit tokens. If the wind elemental elves make some small moves or do anything that touches the nerves of their old opponents, I'm afraid everyone's ending will not be very good. As for how to go back to the past and return the sand of time to the magician, Everyone had a tacit agreement not to mention it. Among the magic spread in the mysterious land, there is the magic of traveling through time, and the knowledge that the magician in front of me has revealed before is all about this aspect of magic. Besides, there is no limit on when I want to send it back. If he couldn't do this little thing, Thandi thought to himself, he would probably have to be laughed to death by other wind elemental elves without the other party coming forward. Traveling through time and predicting prophecies had never been a big deal to the magicians in Lost Land. Who knows why this person in front of me wants to take a different path? Take a road that no one has traveled before. And walk so hard. A certain time traveler from the scientific world did not hear the voice of the wind element lord. To be honest, even if he heard it, he could only cry out for injustice. Although someone has always wanted to use the scientific methods he knows to reanalyze and define magic. But magic is still a product of spiritualism after all. Who knows if someone's analysis and definition are the products of this idealistic world that are so consistent because they believe so. It becomes a question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. No one can figure out where the source is. But now Lin's attention is back to the little trouble that the Taoist priest prompted before he left. And this little trouble was caused by Hef Queen, who dissociated the Iron Throne, but failed to reassemble the body. Strictly speaking, she can only be regarded as a leader. The one who came has been in and out of the eye of the storm and other planes frequently these days. And he is already familiar with it. It's just that now is not the time for her to appear. If she does, it will undoubtedly be Heg Queen's fault. Is the matter solved? It seems that you don't have any arms or legs. It saves me a lot of work. That appeared in a saffron robe with white trim. And her elegant temperament was different from before. The twin-tailed mechanical girl followed the former demon king like a little follower. Her eyebrows lowered and her eyes lowered. And she did not dare to speak. Chapter 11:25 Little Trouble. For such a combination, it is certainly impossible for Lin not to cast a caring gaze. The twin-tailed mechanical girl's control of the environment does not simply rely on senses such as eyes, ears, and nose. Instead, she spreads the nanoworms that fill the environment to achieve all-round surveillance. So she knew exactly where someone was looking. Playing dumb is an option. But considering the future, the one who can benefit her the most is the magician in front of her. The research direction of the person next to her now is different from the direction of her development. And the other person doesn't have the ability to completely kill her probably dash. So it's clear who to lean on. Isn't it? Sir, in order to cooperate with the operation of your magic, I have allocated most of the computing power. There will naturally be some abnormalities in the daily performance of other clones. Mr. Finn just saw those abnormalities and asked me what happened. And you once said that there is no need to keep the things here secret. Right. It seems like what he really said. It's just that she didn't respond to the gorgeous former demon king immediately. But she bluntly showed her dissatisfaction. He folded his arms impatiently. His eyes were slightly staring. His lips were tightly pursed. And his chin was slightly wrinkled. This was a sign of things to come. Lin quickly stretched out his hands and feet, patted his hands and said, "Don't worry. Look at me. My arms and legs are complete. Even the trauma I suffered before is gone now." "No problem. Don't worry about me." Ugh. Pouting and puffing out her cheeks. Then looked up and down at the pretentious man seriously. He murmured, "It looks the same as before. What changes can be made? It's just to solve a problem. In the past few days, I have become a tiger with a strong back, horns on my head, and wings on my back. Isn't this like an alien? Ugh. It's hard to say." After examining it for a while, until he was sure that the person in front of him had just dealt with the previous multidimensional trauma, and there were no other changes, he muttered, "It looks normal. Forget it." After a few simple words and a few responses, Lin laughed awkwardly a few times, secretly wiping away a cold sweat, before deciding to help the Wind Element Lord solve the problem of the Wind Eye. Someone never thought that the hidden level demon king who would kill in the plot was actually the beauty in front of him, who was not delicate at all. The premise is that he takes another route to defeat the big demon king in the micro-universe. The key lies in the Godhead seed used by Finn for the first time to help stabilize his own multidimensional damage phenomenon. Although that thing is biased towards death, those who use it to ignite the divine fire and forge the godhood will eventually embark on that path. Who is Dan Lin? What's in your hand? As a qualified time traveler, he doesn't stick to one pattern and always does things beyond people's imagination. This is a normal and extraordinary behavior. Therefore, even if you get the seed of the Godhead with the attribute of death, you will not take that path. It is such a common thing for the time travelers. Furthermore, I have a grain of sand of time from the future in my hand. This is the supreme treasure that most of the masters who study time magic dream of but cannot obtain. In addition, among the gods of the lost land, there is the goddess of fate, the three sister goddesses of the past, present and future, and many other gods related to this aspect. But there is no god of time. It is difficult to say whether this is a higher or lower level. The concept exists. Various favorable factors seem to have an unexplainable road paved in front of someone. It would be too easy for Lin to take that path now that he has gained a glimpse of the secret of time. But, in that capacity, after solving the crisis lurking in the micro-universe, he actually had more than a 90% chance of being beaten to death on the spot by Fanatical, the former Demon King. The remaining 10% was to escape directly after taking care of the matter with the Eye of the Storm. Only then will Fan catch up and beat him to death. It can only be said that this former Demon King's resentment towards the gods is deep-rooted and cannot be extricated. It means that in the future image, after I really embark on that path, from the perspective of my current humanity, it is indeed no longer a matter of committing suicide. However, the ruthlessness of the road is not a lie. Without that step, it is impossible to cross that threshold with that concept. Becoming a god is not about treating guests to dinner, coming when you want, leaving when you want, and doing whatever you want. As for whether there is a way to have the best of both worlds, someone has browsed hundreds of millions of images of the future and has not been able to find a happy underscoring path. If I continue to search, I can only say that I feel very tired. Needless to say, I don't have that much time to waste on myself. Another reason for simply giving up digging on this route is that the difficulty faced by crossing that threshold is about the same as not crossing that threshold. It's like an adult dealing with an ant and a chihuahua. Well, there is still a difference in difficulty. The former can be done with just one finger, while the latter requires a little more trouble. For the great power in the micro-universe, someone is working hard to improve the strength of the body. And that is the only difference. Solin gave up the route where even if he could pass the first level, he would be killed by the hidden level demon. It's not much more difficult if you choose it. But at least, you don't have to face the route with hidden levels. And when you seriously consider the gains and losses, when you really cross that threshold, you will be bound by the magic. And you will not be able to escape in this life. A transaction of selling yourself can be exchanged for a position of power. If you are from your hometown, it is not impossible to consider it, but a place that is destined to leave. No matter how you think about it, it is not worthwhile for someone. But as long as he doesn't take that path, facing the former Demon King who comes to investigate the situation, he only needs to deal with him carefully. Don't use a ridiculing or sarcastic tone to hurt the other person's heart. Although he won't be beaten to death by then, the consequences don't look good either. This is the little trouble that the Taoist priest mentioned. So when Finn is seriously observing someone's situation, the best way to respond is to remain silent. Let her see it happily, and get out of the rut of random thoughts. Wait until the brows, which seem to be inextricably furrowed, loosen a little, and the tense spirit relaxes a little. This can be seen from the change in her originally stiff shoulders, which relaxed and hung down. Even without seeing the future, Lin knew that this was a good time to divert the other party's attention. So he asked, "Where are things going in other places? Is there anything you need my help with?" With a flick of her hand, then conjured 3 balls from nowhere, floating in her palm. They are stone balls, fire balls and water balls. She looked at someone with disgust and said, "The other 2 places have already been solved. Only your side has not yet been solved." Chapter 11:26 Battle of Elemental Planes. It is said that the commander's character will affect the character of an army. And this sentence is really true. When the 43 fleets from the Earth elemental plane came out together, and the imaginary number became the commander without hesitation, the style of the entire fleet was smooth and stable, making it impossible to find any faults. In fact, this is also a last resort, the meaning that the imaginary number wants to convey, except for a certain human magician, and the little guys who have become accessories on the imaginary number since the time of Snake King Odessa. No robot can understand it, let alone communicate with it. Therefore, the actions of the 43 fleets were actually the result of discussions among all the robots. Although the transformation time was short, the robots still continued the various loves and hates between the Earth element elves, and they had different positions and different mountains. It's just that the imaginary number is weighing down on everyone, preventing this conflict from breaking out. In this case, the outcome of all public discussions will not be either party's gain or loss. Rather, It is a choice that everyone thinks is okay. That is, the one that may make the fewest mistakes. It was also because the robot fleet's advance was too smooth. So after a wave of contact, the wind elemental elves knelt down simply. Don't resist. Just ask the robots what they are here for. According to Fan D, it is not that the wind element lords have not planned a counterattack, but they must also have weaknesses to attack. It was definitely not feasible to attack head-on. As a result, there was not even a single flaw that could be exploited, and the enemy was defeated. The collapse of the wind elemental elves is difficult for outsiders to understand. But the robot fleet has divided its forces. A stable imaginary number remains in the elemental plane of wind. I won't say much about the one who returned to the elemental plane of earth. I won't say much about Hefkin, the one who makes so much trouble, but doesn't care about anything. The commander, who attacked the fire element plane and the water element plane, had a fighting style that was completely different from the steady performance of the imaginary number. The commander who attacked the fire elemental plane was actually as hot-tempered as the one on his opposite side. They haven't invaded the fire elemental plane yet, so the two sides don't know where to start the war. Let's assume that there are forums or channels in this world that are dedicated to elemental elves. Most people can't connect to them, and even if they do, they can't use them. Anyway, I don't know how the two parties contacted each other. In short, they just had fun scolding each other. Regardless of whether the scolding wins or fails, the next step is of course a fight. Just like before time travel, keyboard warriors and trolls. In the end, everyone still found ways to end up in real-person PK, whether they were trolling or being trolled. Attacking the fire elemental plane is similar to this situation, and the two parties who cursed out their anger made a fight. The assembled two sides have a quarter of the strength of the earth elemental plane, and nearly the entire strength of the fire elemental plane. The reason why there was no call was simply because those elemental elves lived in two remote places, and could not arrive in time even if they were notified. Who told the robot fleet to advance too fast? They were even resting on the spot, waiting for the fire elemental elves to gather. But the scolding war didn't stop during this period, and the angry fire elemental elves didn't wait any longer. Not to mention that they were not united within themselves. And when no one was convinced, few were willing to wrong themselves for the marginalized people who had not yet arrived. So some fire elemental elves made a surprise attack. The fire elemental elves also lived up to their reputation as the most destructive. Not only did they catch the robot fleet off guard, they even melted many of these big iron men. It seemed like that. In fact, the robot fleet gave up the advantage of using naval gun salvos and wanted to fight a hand-to-hand battle. So it wanted to let the fire elemental elves invade the battleship class. Then the provocation turned into a contact war. The contact war turned into a small war. And the small war turned into a big war. Next, of course, everything became lively. It can only be said that someone was not present. Afterwards, he saw the records of this war, especially the damage list. He had to criticize these robots who thought that long-range attacks would be inaccurate, and they had to put the cannons on people's heads to shoot accurately. A goddess scatters flowers, and the sky is full of flowers. The aiming system designed by someone was blinded, as well as the calculation logic behind it. In short, the war in the fire elemental plane ends in one wave just like the wind elemental plane. But the connotation is different. The robot fleet used fewer people to fight against more people, although it was not based on the shortcomings of the robots. Hand-to-hand combat was not the most advantageous combat method for the robots, so it caused a lot of losses, compared to the fire elemental elves, which had the same ending as total annihilation. The robot fleet still won. Basically, those who are not capable enough will all return to the embrace of the mother of the fire element. Those who are capable, bad-tempered and stubborn also return. In the war between elemental elves, there is no way to capture nobles for ransom. Those who were able to escape were those who were extremely capable and lost their temper after being beaten. Originally, the fire element lords were still holding back, thinking that there was no need for all of them to take action if they were to defeat the few with more. But it turns out that my side is not strong enough for others to fight against. If not for leaving some fire element elves to extract the power of the mother of elements, the robot fleet would really like to capture all the fire element elves and accomplish a feat that has never been done before. However, fighting here is no different from annihilating them all. So they stopped, and then made a contract and got a token that could borrow the power of the mother of fire elements. An original fireball. War on the elemental plane of water is no gentler than on the elemental plane of fire. Don't look at water. It seems to represent gentleness and gracefulness. When you mention water, It means tenderness. And it will tend to be feminine in terms of male and female characters. If you look at the descriptions of the ocean in various literary, film and television works on Earth, you will know that the water elemental elves are not all good birds. Changeable temperament and capriciousness are the most basic. This is also thanks to the fact that they are elemental elves. They only kill each other and take no prisoners in the war. If the water elemental elves were human beings, they would definitely be similar to Li Zicheng, the king of Chuang from his hometown. He surrendered and then rebelled and surrendered and rebelled. After all, the entire Ming Empire was wiped out. Fortunately, the war between elemental elves cannot be done this way. And the water elemental elves are not like the fire elemental elves, who are willing to gather into a large army to fight against the invaders. The one who can't trust each other the most is the water elemental elves. We all know each other's ins and outs. And we all know what bad things we have done. There really is no basis for trust. Therefore, the robot fleet attacking the water elemental plane is facing the simplest, but also the most troublesome war since the formation of the army. They used the fleet as a unit, divided their troops into 10 groups, and attacked the water element plane separately. Even each fleet divided its troops again to form squadrons, and even battle groups went out. It is said that when people from the fire elemental plane gathered together, they were all beaten to the point where they could no longer take care of themselves. Although the water elemental elves who dispersed their defenses successfully divided the robot fleet, it did not mean that they could turn the situation back and kill the invaders who invaded the water elemental plane. The elemental elf, who was the most scheming, was defeated by 10 tricks in one fell swoop, leaving him paralyzed. Now that the main forces of the two elemental planes have been eliminated, Lin, a moderate, is tied to the wind elemental plane, and no one can restrict the dominance of the robot fleet. Of course, they suppressed the elemental lords of the two major planes, extracted the power of their respective elemental spirits, made them into tokens that could be communicated, and handed them over to Fin's hands through Hafkin as soon as possible. Completed the previously promised commission. At this point, you're done. Only the elemental spirit token from the wind elemental plane has not yet been obtained. Chapter 1127 Return to Lost Land. It was learned that 3 tokens of the 4 elemental spirits have been obtained, and only the wind elemental spirit has not yet been obtained. Without saying a word, Lin pointed his sword at the eye of the wind and whispered, "Quick!" Then a ball of wind that resembled the hourglass that had previously sealed time peeled off from the eye of the wind. After Lin picked up the wind ball, he handed it to Fin casually, not caring about the astonished looks of others. Perhaps Hefkin and Fondi, because of their status as elemental lords, were in the middle of the situation and could not recognize it clearly. As an outsider, Lin had the advantage of spending time immersed in the eye of the storm doing various research. To say that he did not understand the eye of the storm, or how the elemental spirits worked, would be an understatement, at least before using the time hourglass to transform the galaxy. He quickly adjusted the position of the eye of the wind. Collective will seems to be difficult to deal with, but in fact it pays more attention to certain laws. As long as you grasp the regular operating pattern, it is easy to control its behavior. For example, the ancient Indians on Earth took advantage of the blind obedience of bison to conduct a hunting activity called buffalo jump next to the cliff. Or maybe it's some unexplainable mass psychology on Earth. Speaking of which, the promise someone asked them to make before transforming Earth elemental creatures into robots also had implications in this regard. However, Lin couldn't figure out why it took so much time when Hefkin and others took the lead in extracting the elemental spirits. At least when someone gets the current progress, it is just a matter of one finger to go back and extract the wind elemental spirit, without so many difficulties. The method is very simple. It is to communicate with the collective will of the wind elemental spirit. Specifically, if you don't do what I say, something bad will happen. To put it simply, it's all about intimidation. To put it more complicatedly, it is to use the panic psychology of the masses to make most of the weak consciousness in the collective will voluntarily, or in other words, be forced to cooperate. And as long as this part of the consciousness is enough, they will coerce the strong to cooperate together. Don't say anything about persuading good people, denouncing evil people, or educating people's hearts. Sticks and carrots are the last word. Just like a shepherd driving sheep, he either uses a whip or a dog chases and barks, directly forcing the sheep to move in the direction he wants. If you ask Grandpa to tell Grandma to pull sheep one by one in the direction you want to go, how long will it take to drive through a large group of sheep? So for Lin, before this, he just lacked the methods and channels to communicate with the elemental spirits. And if you can do so much research at the eye of the storm, if you haven't come up with something good in these two aspects, it will be a waste of your status as a member of the Great Crossing Bug. No matter how surprised the onlookers of the elemental elves were, the journey of the 4 elemental planes seemed to have come to an end. After returning to normal, Lin once again used the flash technique and returned to his home in the holy city of Starry. At the same time, he ignored the sharp and scrutinizing eyes of a certain former demon king coming from behind. This thing will kill me. It's just that some people don't think about how good he is at hiding things that are vulgar in nature. Behavior. It is difficult to force him to perform at the critical moment when death is imminent or when his pants are down. So it's no wonder that Finn casts all kinds of distrustful eyes on him. This man is really good at pretending. Moreover, the experience of growing up from different cultures makes him often jump out of what is common sense to MIDI, which makes him even more unpredictable. Even though Finn is an antique from 1,000 years ago, she is still a lost person with a lost mind. Earthlings and so on. They are aliens. Fun, who had collected all the spirit tokens of the 4 elements, failed to upgrade her 4 spirit uniforms immediately. The most important thing is that when this set of Hanfu was weep, I never thought that it would need to be upgraded or modified in the future. And naturally there was no such space reserved. Each piece of the entire set of Hanfu is made by using the Jacquard machine to complete all the enchanting processes in one go, and then cut and sew them. So when she returned to the holy city, apart from giving lessons to the life archbishops of the 3 Holy Lights Church, she just stared at the material she got and thought about how to use them. At this time, I had to be thankful that the elemental spirits of the 4 elemental planes were not directly suppressed and used as materials for the 4 spirit uniforms. If we do that, today's difficulty will probably be higher. It may even go wrong and deviate from the original goal. What Finn thought about at the beginning was just to find an infinite energy source for his 4 spirit suit, so that he wouldn't have to wear accessories modified by magic stones all the time, and to provide the magical equipment of the 4 spirit suit to exert its magical effect. Supply the required power. If the 4 elemental spirits are chosen to be too strong, it is very likely that the transformation direction of the 4 spirit uniforms will be distorted to the ends of the earth. And someone who had returned to normal was sitting on the sofa in his small living room, playing with a Curie whose image had changed again. This time it was not in the shape of a blue wave knife, but in the shape of a golden short-edged dagger. The blade was not even as long as the hilt, and the various carvings and decorations on the appearance make it more like a sacrificial vessel used for rituals than a murder weapon. It is so exquisite that it is difficult to look directly at it. I said, "You have changed your appearance again. It seems that you have gained a lot this time," Lin asked. Another reason why he took the initiative to chat was because after that battle, the recovered Higiri seemed to have lost his chatty nature and became unexpectedly quiet. But as soon as someone had an idea and asked a question, he immediately got complaints about this dagger. I said, "I have only been quiet for a few days, and you already missed the days when I was fooling around. Are you being rude? Or are you being pretentious? If you feel like it, let go of my restrictions. I promise to start a 24-hour indiscriminate chat mode, so that you can deeply understand my ghost-talking skills. No, it's better not to come. I'm not concerned about your current situation. Speaking of which, you watch me study time magic all the time. Could it be that your current changes are using those results on yourself?" Someone said so as he asked. His mind was filled with thoughts, and went in another direction. Higiri wanted to answer seriously, but he had no mouth and no need to sigh. But it still said helplessly, "What a mess of a time stopper. Do you think that if I really have that ability, I won't have to pay the price at all? Oh, okay. I suddenly feel sorry for those pictures in your mind. I'm interested, but I really can't do it." Faced with Hagakuri's wailing, Lin stared at him and said doubtfully, "Is there really something in this world that you can't handle? I almost thought you were omnipotent. It's easier to use than MacGyver's Swiss multi-purpose knife. Have you ever seen a Formula-level racing car with super off-road performance? These two are simply incompatible development directions. Your research on the Eye of the Storm is good, but even your own there were problems when I rushed to the sub-dimensional tower. I don't think that at this stage. I can integrate that knowledge into my own system and become a part of me. Really? What a pity. I'm still thinking about your time stopper. Wake up, boy. Even if I can't peek into the future, I know you will be in trouble next." "Where does the trouble come from?" Lin asked. "You really don't care about your family's news on the forum, but I think you don't have to go to the forum to look for it, because the trouble will come to you." As Higiri said, Two of his apprentices came to report the news. Chapter 1128, Unyielding Covetousness. Teacher, Grand Duke Kawe is here to visit. The black-haired and brown-skinned girl Kaya, an apprentice whom she hadn't seen for a long time, said expressionlessly. But what was different today was that Lin actually saw a hint of embarrassment on the face of his usually calm apprentice. As if he had something to say, the old duke said that he was also a nobleman in the holy city of Starry. So as long as Lin met him, he would have no reason to refuse. He could only put aside his apprentice's thoughts for the time being and said, "Take the Grand Duke to the drawing room." At the same time, he put Hakakiri on the table. The scabbard that was originally under his left shoulder did not fit Hakakiri's current shape. If you want to sheath it, you have to make a new scabbard. The home in the holy city of Starry originally had only 2 living rooms, distinguished by size. But since Marquis Balin moved in and the home was expanded, another living room was added. The size is between the first 2. But after all, it is run by a real nobleman. So in terms of layout and decoration, it is better than Lin's. The imagination is more suitable for the communication between the nobles of Lost Land. After all, she is one of her relatives, and one of the few people she wants to get close to. So Marquis Balin, who always avoids strangers, makes a rare appearance. But like a vigilant kitten, he sat far away and kept a certain distance from everyone. The old man looked like he wanted to give him a hug, but he didn't dare to get close, so he could only ask for help from a distance. As for Lin in his own home, he doesn't necessarily use the flash technique to appear and disappear, or he uses 2 legs to walk down to earth. It just depends on his mood at the time and how he wants to get over it. This time, he used his legs to walk towards the reception room to the west. In the process, he asked his apprentice to see if there was anything he had missed while staying in the eye of the storm. Speaking of which, now that the time sequence has entered summer, several things have indeed happened around us. It's just that someone was hiding in the eye of the storm to do research in order to inflict multidimensional damage to himself. Whatever happened in the Lost Land was ignored unless it was life-threatening. So it was postponed until now. Now, the old duke is here to collect debts. But it's not quite right to say it's debt collection. After seeing a certain magician enter the drawing room, the old duke broke out of the mode of pampering his granddaughter and looked at someone with a constipated look on his face. The old duke's expression was not surprising at all to Lin, who had just learned of what happened during this period. The crux of the problem lies in the automobile manufacturing and R&D center. In a word, the nobles of the Gwain Empire were jealous. If it is just a normal business transaction, jealousy will be jealous. Doing business depends on one's ability. If you can't afford it, it's hard for the nobles to grab it. However, the identity of the Grand Duke of Kawe is enough to block many unreasonable thoughts. But the car also has military uses. If this is a specialty product in the territory, such as crops, minerals, etc., unless the Grand Duke of Kawe is deprived of his territory, no one else can get involved. And there won't be as many problems later. But this is not it. This is just an industry where a group of magicians and craftsmen can gather together to complete manufacturing. People are the key. And people can move anywhere. No matter how honorable Duke Kawe is, there are still 15 people in the Gwain Empire who can be equal to him, let alone an emperor who is above them. When the emperor of the empire is gone and the other Grand Dukes are working together, a Grand Duke really can't withstand this level of pressure. Who told this old man to put on a show that made others tremble in fear? The original 1-month journey was shortened to 3 days, and he led half of the Duke's guards from his own territory to the capital. This means that as long as there are enough vehicles, this old man can appear in any corner of the empire within a month. And this speed far exceeds the number of troops that others can raise to resist. In fact, to accomplish such a feat, roads, logistics and other aspects must be able to cooperate. But I can't help but others don't understand. Even people who understand have to pretend not to understand. Otherwise, how can they unite with others to exert pressure and cut off a piece of this delicious big cake? So in the past few months, there has been a series of tragedy for the Grand Duke. All kinds of overt and covert means were used endlessly on him and the people around him. Although the Auto Center has another partner, the Nguyen family from the Jia Long Chamber of Commerce. But this wealthy family that rivals other countries can only rival those small countries. The wealth, power and force of the Chamber of Commerce are far from the height of an empire. In addition, their roots are not within the Gwain Empire, so they do not have much power to resist the pressure from the empire. As for the center's third partner, a magician, this one was simply ignored by the nobles. A mere magician. Even if he reaches the level of a Dharma saint, has his own magic tower, which is not a big deal in the eyes of the big nobles. The pride of the empire makes them confident that they can crush everything in the world. Therefore, the empire's request is very simple. That is, to relocate the automobile manufacturing and R&D center. There was also a very valid reason for choosing the location, which was a city near a large mine. This mine mainly produces high-end magic materials. But there are also quite a lot of ordinary metal minerals that cannot be supported. Coupled with the wood from nearby forest farms, it can basically meet all the needs for manufacturing an ordinary car, effectively reducing the cost of transporting materials. It sounds like a perfect location. But within the territory of Grand Duke Kawe, or the area controlled by the Jialong Chamber of Commerce, there are also such concentrated mineral areas. So why is the empire's request to move the automobile center to the territory of the Grand Duke of Risa? In fact, as early as when the automobile industry was in its infancy, the empire had tried to send someone to confer the position of magic advisor to the empire, and asked someone to go to the capital. It is still unknown what the follow-up plan is, but it was scared off by the demon Prince Azad before it was implemented. According to someone's subsequent investigation, the special envoy, Marquis Aga, was none other than Duke Risa's eldest son. In terms of status, it is definitely a super-standard treatment for such a person to convey the emperor's edict. The intention behind the request to move the automobile center to the territory of this Grand Duke is quite interesting. By the way, the reason why someone entered the eyes of people in the cloud was not because the car was so promising at that time, or because the profits that someone could make made the nobles jealous. It was simply that Duke Risa wanted to attack Duke Kawe's forces. Since he could not directly target the Kawe family or its territory, he shifted his target to these peripheral auxiliary forces. To put it simply, someone has caught the tail end of a political storm. Only in the past, two great dukes fought, although it ended with one staying at the center of the empire, and the other going home to retire. But as a decisive emperor, there is no obvious preference. At least, Duke Risal was not given the opportunity to kill the Kawe family. The latter is still under the protection of the emperor's wings. But this time, the military use of the car made the nature of the matter completely different. The emperor had to correct his stance and seek the path that was most beneficial to the empire. Letting Prince Risal take the lead in seizing the automobile industry is the first step. The next step is to expand this new technology to all parts of the empire. From the emperor's standpoint, he could not agree that this strategically important technology should be monopolized by just one vassal. But he did not mind if one of them had the upper hand. Hence the current situation. Chapter 1129 Compensation from the Duke's family. The reason why Duke Kawe looked so embarrassed was not because he was under pressure from the empire, and needed to put pressure on the partner in front of him. Instead, in order to seize control of the automobile manufacturing and R&D center, the Grand Duke of Risa blocked half of the Duke's guards and auxiliary troops, a squadron of 1,000 people, at the entrance to the center, and set up camp directly, said to be auxiliary troops. In fact, except for the lack of a blouse with the coat of arms of the Risal family, the equipment cost of these 750 soldiers is exactly the same as that of the Duke's guard. There is something fishy about it that cannot be said clearly. Of course, they cannot block the center tightly, prohibit entry and exit, and directly kill the people inside. Doing so is no different than starting a war. The half of the Kawe family's Duke's guard stationed inside is no show-off. Duke Risal's team just blocked the road in and out, allowing people to take detours. But cars are not as particular about roads as horses and other camel beasts. At least there are certain requirements for the spaciousness of the road. Unlike cats, they can squeeze through their entire body as long as the width of their whiskers can fit through. The car is made of wooden frame and iron sheet. Not only did I not practice bone shrinking skills, but I also had to consider whether the smoothness of the road would easily cause the vehicle to have a tire blowout. Therefore, the originally smooth road was blocked, and people in the center had to build another road to get in and out. But there are large areas of forest on the left and right, so road construction is time-consuming and not easy. You can imagine how helpless the members of the center were under the pressure brought by Mr. Risal during these days. Let alone the identity of an imperial Grand Duke. The central staff did not dare to fall out easily. The construction location of the automobile manufacturing and R&D center also prevents them from gaining the upper hand legally, because the center was not built within the scope of the holy city of Estali, but outside the scope, at a location rented after coordinating with the local noble lords. And that Knight Lord is a vassal directly belonging to His Majesty the Emperor. The reason why I was able to rent this land near the holy city of Estali was of course because of Duke Kawe's reputation. now being blocked by another Grand Duke of the same status and rank. To say that the Night Lord didn't know, or even the Emperor behind him didn't know, wouldn't it be to take the old fox in the palace too lightly? Knowing this, Duke Kawe could not ask his subordinates to use strong methods to solve this trouble. Even if you don't want to sell Old Man Reese's face, you still have to sell the face of the bad old man above. With the permission of her grandfather, Marquis Balin left with her friend of the heart, the equally speechless Kaya. Next it's time for adult negotiation. Those little flowers that are not suitable to appear. Just go find a place where you can enjoy happiness. There is no need to stay and be watered by the poison of adult society. After watching his granddaughter leave, the old Duke looked at someone seriously and said, "Boy, you should know what the situation is now. Right? Do you want me to repeat it?" The two people who were already familiar with each other. The old man the Duke habitually called the juniors in front of him. Lin shook his head and said politely, "Your Excellency, there is no need to repeat it. I already know the current situation from my apprentice. So why did you come to me?" Understanding that the other party already knew the cause and effect, the old Duke's expression softened a lot. After all, the problem was with the forces related to him, and Duke Kawe felt quite embarrassed. So not having to rehash that embarrassing incident is a good thing after all. He turned his attention to the solution and said, "I'm sorry, and very regretful. My great emperor, perhaps, is old and his ears are soft, and he only listens to the nonsense of those jesters. I originally tried my best to persuade him and let him agree to maintain the current operating model allocates fixed production capacity to meet the needs of the empire. But this result did not satisfy the other villains, which is why today's events happened." Lin smiled and listened, but did not respond. Don't look at the old Duke's ridicule for the Emperor in his words. These are his own words, so he can have such ridicule. If other people say such disrespectful things, Bao can definitely verify whether the old Duke of the martial arts faction is still brave as before. Even if he wasn't beaten to death, he would still be crippled. Seeing that someone did not have a violent reaction, the old Duke continued with deep satisfaction. "I have discussed it with the Ruan family boys. It is not a bad thing to move the center's equipment and personnel out and expand production capacity. And we have never at the beginning. There was no need to prevent it. No matter how the car is made, the engine needs to be able to provide energy for its operation. We will follow your advice on the method of refining the oil. It has never been leaked to the outside world. Even in Lebapu, the Goblin autonomous city that produces the most black water, their products cannot be used in cars without being refined. I understand all this. What does the Grand Duke want to say?" Lin stopped the old man from continuing to popularize science. He understands things better than anyone else. The old man said coquettishly, "My idea is that maybe the center's income is missing, but the refining income of me and the Ruan brothers can be shared with you. It can make up for this loss." "Oh, this is really a great mercy. I never thought that His Excellency the Grand Duke would be willing to offer compensation. This is not something a qualified noble would do." The old man scratched his head. Being ridiculed like this, he couldn't reply. It was because the people behind him were so unreasonable that he, who was loyal and honest by nature, didn't know how to respond. This is because someone does not have the ability to peek into other people's minds like Higiri. Otherwise, he will definitely slap this old man who thinks he is honest and honest by nature. However, regarding the compensation proposed by the other party, Lin rolled his eyes and made a decision in his heart. Maybe it's time to show off your fangs. After living in a useless place like this for so long, now that he has a fleet of robots as his backer, there is no reason to continue to hold himself back. Besides, I don't intend to directly bring the fleet of robots out to clear the ground, but to add some trouble to those big shots who take it for granted. If you don't dare to do this, you should dig a hole as soon as possible and bury yourself. The whole idea went through his mind. As soon as Lin turned his hand, the changed Higiri suddenly appeared in his hand. As the person opposite his master suddenly acquired a weapon, the guard knights accompanying the Grand Duke quickly drew their swords and shields, and stood in front of their master. Compared to his nervous subordinates, the old Duke was much calmer. He knew very well that if he stayed in his home and was in the sight of the person opposite him, if the magician in front of him had any thoughts, he would not be able to leave completely. As for this place, unlike most heavily protected places, weapons will be confiscated before entering. From the Grand Duke's point of view, it was because no matter how much people held swords or shields, they could not pose a threat to the owner of the house, or even stop what the other person wanted to do. The old Duke, who understood the horror of the magician in front of him better than most people in the world, dismissed his subordinates, who were loyal, but could not play any role. Pointing to the dagger he had never seen before, he said, "Boy, even if the dagger is pierced in the right position, it may not be able to kill someone. So what are you going to do when you take it out?" Realizing that his actions caused ambiguity, Lin suddenly flashed again, holding the sword upside down and holding out the hilt. He said sternly, "Here to sow discord." Chapter 11:30 Another table turn. "This is a Hakakiri?" the old duke asked uncertainly. Lin nodded curtly in response. From the height of Kawe Gong's status, he knows many secrets about these legendary weapons. As for his good friendship with someone and how noisy that weapon was, the old duke was definitely not unfamiliar with the various aspects of this weapon. Naturally, just like Finn, he could stay as far away from this weapon as possible, even if this Hakiri can use the magic of shaking the air to simulate talking. Instead of catching a person holding it, establishing a connection with it, and chattering in the other person's mind, the old duke has never thought about getting too close to this weapon. No reason, just so that the other person can peek into everything in his heart. So when he was sure that the gorgeous dagger handed out by the magician in front of him, which was too delicate to be a weapon, was indeed a Shakakiri, Duke Kawe hesitated a little. Seeing this, Lin could certainly guess what the old man's concerns were. There is no simple nobleman who can sit in such a high position. There are so many secrets hidden in my heart that cannot be disclosed. So of course they were not very reassured about the fact that they could not protect themselves from Hakiri, and would lose all their secrets as soon as they touched it. Lin could only say, "Your Majesty the Grand Duke, I understand your concerns. But to be honest, Shakiri is also a good channel for transmitting messages. At least if it doesn't want to. No one can intercept the information conveyed through it. The gods are no exception. And some things are not suitable to be revealed in the sun. As for the secrets in your heart, I don't want to know. I also believe that Hagiri has the sentiment to keep others secret. After all, the person who has the most contact with it is me, and I don't want to know. I hope someone has a big mouth and spreads what they get from me." Right. Someone's hint was very clear. Although he could not completely dispel the old duke's doubts, he still reached out and held a dagger that was so gorgeous and exquisite that it was indescribable. In an instant, countless images poured into the old duke's mind under the control of Hagiri. This made him, who originally only had a tentative idea, turn into a rage. With his eyes closed and regardless of the dagger in his hand, Duke Kawe slapped the table with all his strength. The low table with carved mahogany that was supposed to be sturdy and durable could not bear the strength of the old duke's great swordsman level, and was directly smashed in half. Following the smashed table, the first sound came not from the roar of the angry old duke, but from Hagiri's slightly panicked voice. It hurriedly said, "First of all, I didn't break this table. Even if I become as soft as Machi, it won't help." Before anyone could chat with Hagiri, the old duke's angry voice came from the bottom of his throat, with a rumble of its own, as if coming from the abyss. He gritted his teeth and said, "You already knew about this. Well, I knew it a long time ago. I don't know how much Hagiri revealed to you, His Excellency the Grand Duke, but I only knew what happened. But I didn't understand the details, so you don't have to worry that I don't know too much. Things to know. I've known it for a long time. But you didn't tell me." The old duke's destructive aura was rising steadily, making the guards, who had been repelled by him not knowing whether to draw their weapons again and point their swords at the magician in front of them. The person being targeted looked helpless. He doesn't care about the facts of what happened, but cares about the intentions of the whistleblower. It should be said that he is truly a nobleman with the attributes of political struggle. Lin shrugged and said, Your Majesty, has never asked about that matter. And I am an outsider after all. How can I tell you from my standpoint? Even if I meddle in others' business and ruin the originally stable and harmonious situation, is there any benefit to me? For the sake of everyone, especially me who doesn't want to be involved in the storm, keeping silent is undoubtedly the best choice. Isn't it? Since you understand, why do you say it now? Although I really wanted to complain about this old man, it was obvious that it was not me who told him about Haikiri. But considering that I was the initiator, I didn't say anything about it. Instead, he said, the person leading this matter must be Grand Duke Risol. I didn't have a direct interest in him before, but now I do. The so-called happiness of oneself is not as good as the happiness of everyone. I am the only one who is unhappy. Wouldn't that be too bad? If someone wants to cause trouble for me, then I will make everyone unhappy. At least I will feel better. When he said this, Someone laughed unconvincingly, trying his best to ridicule what originally seemed like adding fuel to the fire. Actually made Duke Kalway's blazing aura calm down a bit. After the initial furious stage, the old Duke looked at the person in front of him with eyes as deep as the sea waves, and said, "Then you think that if you say something today, I will stand firmly on your side and speak out for you. That's really the best outcome for me. But I guess that can't happen." "Right. That's right. Now I have to think about how to redefine my relationship with you. Do you feel any regrets?" "I understand this. After those words are spoken, everything will not be the same as before. So what will be the worst result? Because I was dissatisfied with me for revealing those things to His Excellency the Grand Duke through the box cutter." The Grand Duke decided to unswervingly standing on the side of the Empire. "Together with the Grand Duke Risa, we can even unite the entire Empire to break apart, crush and devour everything about me. A little magician. Well, will you do this?" After being choked for a moment, Duke Kalway gradually calmed down and seriously thought that the worst development someone mentioned was impossible to happen anyway. And this kind of attitude also showed some clues through his expression, and was noticed by someone. Lin, who felt that his plan had succeeded, continued to take stock indifferently. "If His Excellency the Grand Duke will not do this, what else might happen? If you two don't help each other, the Ron brothers can't help. So I just to be able to face the pressure of Grand Duke Risal alone, and then lose everything related to the Auto Center." "That's right," Grand Duke Kalway said angrily again. "By doing this, didn't you think that you would lose the resources that I am willing to compensate you for, as well as my support? Why should I happily accept such charity?" Lin snorted coldly, and said, "To be honest, I didn't care about this from the beginning. If we can talk carefully, and come up with a win-win cooperation plan, even if it requires me, it's not impossible to give in. But if you want to kick me out arbitrarily, you have to be willing to accept my defeat. I don't have a good time, and no one wants to have a good time. I've always been like this. Right, Your Mightiness?" "Yes, it's always been like this, isn't it?" The old Duke scratched his head irritably. No matter how angry he was, he never thought of falling out with the person in front of him. If you can't beat him, just yell a few times and it will make sense. And the reason why the court disapproved of the method of taking things by force was precisely because he understood that this magician was soft-hearted and not hard-edged. Although according to this person's past experience, as long as he exerts a little pressure, he will simply let go and hand over the entire industry. But how many people will smoothly take over what he gave up? Now it seems that bad habits will not change. Chapter 1131 Shadow of the Past. Once upon a time, in the eyes of a little girl, the world was bright and colorful. There are also parents who love her, relatives who dote on her, cousins who play with her, and more people who care for her in the palm of their hands. However, losing it all is easier than imagined. And the change came very suddenly. Destruction comes from the most familiar strangers. That day, the kind uncle pressed on the naked mother and put his hands on her neck. Then, the mother never stood up again. On the same day, when he saw his mother who could not move, his father, who was crying, did not notice his uncle who was hiding. It wasn't until the uncle took a knife and stabbed his father in the back that his father became aware of his presence. But soon, my father wouldn't move anymore, and the bright red color in that place became the last color in my memory. And that day, when I was finally discovered during the hide and seek, all I could remember was that I kept screaming and screaming. Because it hurts. It hurts. Then in the following days, I didn't know whether I should grow up. My mother and father who loved me no longer appeared to hug me, as if they didn't want me, in order not to feel that kind of pain again. I just wanted to stay in my room and didn't want to see anyone, until someone can tell me that I won't have to suffer like that again. But no. Those rough hands and scary face often appear in my dreams even if I close the door tightly. Where else could I run? Away from that horrible man. Save me, save me. The little girl's lingering nightmare has now become the memory of the old man who lost his son, when the scene in his memory was only a mixture of blood and gray. The old Duke had never understood what kind of pain would bring about such a change. However, when he realized that this was the world that his own granddaughter saw, the heartbreaking feeling almost made him breathless. The terrifying face in the memory may have been distorted to the point where it cannot be seen as it was. But the old Duke was very familiar with it. There is no such sentence or similar words in this place. Otherwise the old man would definitely say, even if the sky is burned to ashes, he will still recognize it. The head of the Risa family in the Guana Empire, Grand Duke Angelisa. When Duke Kawe saw all this from the box cutter, he didn't even ask for other evidence or question whether it was credible. Many things are like puzzle pieces, scattered and scattered, making people not feel that they have any connection with each other. But when the most important piece appears and the whole puzzle is put together, the whole picture becomes quite clear. In the second half of my life, many things developed quite unusually. But because he couldn't find any more clues, the old Duke could only classify the weird intuition that bothered him as his suspicious attitude. Especially when he lost his son and then his wife not long after. No matter how brave he was on the battlefield, he could not withstand the grief of bereavement one after another. Among them, the most confusing thing for the old Duke was the change of Duke Risal. Risal in himself. But the current emperor was accompanied by his attendants in an era when he was not even the crown prince. Although they had disputes with each other at that time, they could still be regarded as comrades in arms, helping the prince together. After the emperor ascended the throne, his initial opposition to Risal turned out to be more like a good show for the emperor. A warning from the elders. If the subjects unite as one, the person sitting in the supreme position will be worried. Therefore, the disputes between each other's forces have never stopped. But both sides have kept the situation under control and have maintained such a tacit understanding. But when I came back from the war and heard the sad news that Moz had passed away from illness, everything started to go wrong. Because of the loss of his son and the serious illness of his beloved wife. At that time, he not only had to move the coffin back to his own territory so that his beloved son could enter the family cemetery, but also so that his wife could go back to rest. So at that time, he asked the emperor for a long leave, and entrusted the power in the palace to this companion, who was both an enemy and a friend. This is to prevent subordinates, who don't know the truth, from getting into a real fight and getting out of hand. Little did he know that when he returned to the palace a year later, everything would be different. After a major change of blood in the palace, none of the forces related to him remained, whether it was government affairs or military affairs. All I saw were strange young people. The former friends returned to their respective territories to retire one by one, leaving only Duke Risal as the helmsman in control of this huge country. Still in the same position, holding the hand of the empire. And this friend, who was once not so close, also changed his past tacit understanding and attacked him from all aspects. Whether it was government affairs, personal morality, or private matters in the family territory. It even smells like a fight to the death. Originally, the old Duke thought this was a signal that the emperor wanted to send, which was to hand over the affairs of the empire to other young people and give them a chance to grow. So he gave in and handed over the remaining secret thread in the palace that had not yet been cleared up to his eldest son, asking him to stay and assist the emperor. He returned to the territory and lived a life of retirement. Even so, the flashes of swords and shadows from the palace never stopped for a day. It's just that the journey is far away and it's on your own territory, so the damage is not that scary. Now it seems that this so-called behavior of forcing oneself to give up position to young people is actually a secret method of the other party intending to kill them all. While he didn't know the truth, he wanted to beat himself to death in one breath before he could react. A once-and-for-all approach. That's right. Couldn't be more right. If it were him, instead of apologizing and finding ways to atone for his sins, he might as well take the blame for the opponent he offended. The whole family is not left alone. This way you truly have no worries. I still remember that my son's wife is the daughter of a small noble family and a well-known beauty in the capital. There are many suitors, including some old men, who just hope that she can become a secret lover. It turned out to be a marriage with the wrong family and the wrong family. But I couldn't help but love this younger son the most. He also had a very reliable eldest brother, and he had no ambition to climb up. So he let him choose the woman he liked to get married. Not to mention it's still mutual love. I still remember the news of my son's death from illness. And the person who handled everything immediately was this friend whom I thought was still a close friend. It will be a few days before a person with enough weight in his family comes forward. I still remember that I inadvertently saw that face full of resentment. I thought that Risal wanted to make room for the young man. So he complained that he, an old immortal, was still an eyesore in the palace. So he had that expression. It turns out, it was all a misunderstanding. Damn misunderstanding. Chapter 1132 Bloody Revenge. Do you think the friendship between us can still be the same as before? It doesn't need to be the same as in the past. As long as His Excellency the Grand Duke has enemies he wants to deal with more, then I, who made a little mistake, can still be a good ally. At least I think my magic will be more effective in the next struggle. It should come in handy. Right. If we really want to settle the matter, we will have to eliminate the common enemy. And then we can calculate the balance accumulated over time. Recalling the magician who said he was kind, but was actually so snobbish at heart that he didn't know how to evaluate him, Duke Kawe couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile. It was as if before every battle, he was ready to tear the enemy into pieces. Maybe I have been silent for too long, and people have forgotten how the Covey family accumulated martial arts. Although his appearance looks the same as that of an old man, he has crossed the boundary of the extraordinary, and his lifespan is no longer that of a normal person. To put it bluntly, as long as you don't take the initiative to give up your position as head of the family, you may not be able to give up your position to your descendants until your great-grandson is born. Not to mention, he could survive several emperors. This is why, when someone wants to leave the center of power, Kagong is not surprised at all, and even takes it for granted, taking the initiative to give in. I just want to save some face for the other party, and some energy for the empire. But this does not mean that anyone can challenge their own limits and harm their own blood. And someone wants to provoke me like this. No! This is no longer a provocation, but an unmistakable declaration of war. A fight that begins with one's own blood relatives, and will not end unless one side falls. It's just that before today, I was too stupid to realize that the war had started. Staying in the Duke's mansion villa in the automobile manufacturing and R&D center, which is specially provided for him to rest, Duke Kawe stood in front of the windowsill, looking up at the unchanging starry sky. It was as if he was seeing the sky under the dark night for the first time. And it felt so fresh. The old Duke was well aware of someone's habit of stargazing. But today, he couldn't help but think about what the starry sky looked like in his eyes. Is this the way you look at the evolution of the world from a high position? Come here. Call everyone, Duke Kawe said in a confused manner. The deacons accompanying him immediately knew that the old Duke wanted to see those people. Although this is not the territory of the Duke's family, there are many prominent figures in the family. The captains of half of the Duke's guards, who were originally responsible for guarding the automobile manufacturing and R&D center, the captains of the other half of the guards, who came with the old Duke, and the deacons responsible for family affairs, unless they have special tasks. These people are follow the old Duke, the head of the family, to heaven and earth. After hearing the summons, these people quickly gathered in the living room of the annex. The silent back of the old Duke was a bit unfamiliar to the young people who had recently followed him. In their memories, the head of the family, who had the realm of an extraordinary person, had always been able to do it with ease. But for those old people, even those who have been serving since they were young, such a back view has been a long time coming. I remember the last time I saw the head of the family so distressed. It was the battle that decided the fate of the family, and the fate of His Majesty the Emperor. The one who was not His Majesty the Emperor at that time did not sit on the supreme throne smoothly after the death of the late Emperor. If he had made a mistake at that time, the fate of the entire family and the empire would have been very different. However, there are still things that can trouble today's Grand Duke, despite the fact that there is a lot of nastiness between the monarch and his ministers. In fact, they are all trivial matters that won't hurt the bones. Unless the Grand Duke rebels today, His Majesty the Emperor will not go to extremes. Then who else could cause such trouble to the Grand Duke? Early tomorrow morning. Dash. The old Duke's voice was unusual and majestic, just like when he made important decisions in the past. We will use all our strength to clear out the camp opposite. No one from the Risal family will be left behind. I understand. It sounds like a question, but it has an irresistible meaning. The young people were surprised by such an instruction, but under the authority of the Grand Duke, they did not dare to have any objections. On the contrary, the old men who had been following for a long time knew the seriousness of this matter and warned them one after another. Master, if you do this just for the sake of things here, it is the same as declaring war on Duke Risa. Please consider it carefully. Yes. Please be careful. Among them, the oldest and confidant deacon, who had followed the old Duke for the longest time, was even more polite, but said doubtfully, Master, is this the provocation that the magician said? Does he have enough evidence to prove what he said? Unfortunately, these sincere persuasion had no effect. Instead, the old man turned around and looked at everyone with dissatisfaction. The so-called evidence is only something I need when I want to convince the Emperor. You are all my vassals. You only need to implement my will. What evidence do I need to provide to you? I feel like I am fighting. It's an unjust war. Those who go against their own beliefs can leave. I won't stop you. Just go and disappear from my eyes forever. The undeniable words made everyone feel that things seemed to be developing in an unpredictable direction. But the old Duke's instructions were not over yet. He looked past the old deacon who would usually be the first to give the order, the one who had just raised the question. He turned to look at the other young deacon and said, "Send a message to the people left behind at home and ask them to take out the contents of the last warehouse. Organize it. It has been useless for generations. If you take it out for use, it will be scattered and ugly." Even those who were dissatisfied felt that something was wrong after hearing the old Duke's instructions. That warehouse, which had not been used for generations, contained the family's bloody flag. Taking out this thing represents the blood feud between the family's closest relatives. And it will also be a situation that will never end. At this time, even if the Emperor intervenes, it may not be useful, because the blood feud must have a result. In the history of the Guana Empire, whenever the bloody flag appeared, it represented the disappearance of a family or the decline of two families. No exceptions. But there has never been a Grand Duke who raised a bloody flag towards another Grand Duke. What happened? Someone with a flexible mind immediately thought of the Grand Duke's daughter. Although that person was said to have died of illness, he was the only one among the generations of the Grand Duke's family whose cause of death was doubtful. At least, that person is not someone who lives his life safely in his own territory because of his age. Especially the fact that both husband and wife died of illness at the same time. Looking back now, is indeed a bit strange. So did the Grand Duke know any evidence? Chapter 1133 Respective Preparations. Thinking of this, even those who want stability by nature and just want to live a peaceful life would not dare to continue to disobey the Grand Duke. Blood feud, to be honest, can be big or small. But when you reach the status of a Grand Duke, if you know but don't react, it will only give the wrong message to others. It seems that this nobleman has lost his fangs and does not even dare to avenge his blood relatives. Others can just share it and eat it. This is not only a matter of face, but also a matter of family survival. Therefore, they lowered their heads one after another, indicating that they would obey the Grand Duke's instructions. Besides, the bloody flag not only expresses the attitude towards the enemy, but also emphasizes the attitude within the family. There was clearly a hateful enemy in front of him, but the opinions within the family were still divided. Some said they wanted to fight, while others were unwilling to fight. This revenge can never be avenged. If there is such a situation, it will definitely be dealt with internally first. So even those who have opinions can only obey at this time. After understanding that everyone knew about his determination, Kadom's eyes were red, and he smiled with a crazy look. Anyway, there are no foreign enemies in the Empire now, and everyone's life seems to be quite boring. So like some so-called mad dog, he specially provokes I'm my own person. I'll help you have some fun and stretch your muscles to prevent anyone from having too many comfortable days and forgetting how powerful my sword is. Just go ahead and be prepared. I just want to see what I want. Result: if you need any help, ask now. If anyone is let go tomorrow, you will all go and guard the border for me. Not all people in the world can replace you. You are not a problem. Master, the captain of the Duke's Guard said, I need to borrow that car to break open the camp gate. Also, because the number of opponents is twice as many as ours, I request to use the weapons in that warehouse. Everyone knew that the car was a custom-made car belonging to the Grand Duke. The first few special vehicles produced by the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center and designed by the magician himself were made entirely of magical materials. The key point is that this custom-made vehicle can perform the cavalry-specific magic of Savage Crash. Coupled with the vehicle's sturdiness, it is simply unstoppable. Although the original intention was to collide with the monsters that ran out to block the road. But in the eyes of these warriors, who have been preparing for war all their lives, this is simply the best weapon for siege. According to the test, it is not a problem to directly open the iron gate, let alone the simple gate of Mujai. The weapons in that warehouse are actually magic gun designs leaked from Lin's side. Although firearms and weapons seem to be very new to MIDI. MIDI firearms that are not gunpowder-type thermal weapons do not actually need to climb the new technology tree. They are essentially the same as a magician's staff. It's just that the usage and effect are different from traditional magic weapons. That being the case, there is no difficulty in imitating it. There are so many magicians and craftsmen in the center. Maybe you still need to learn how to play cars. If you are not good at magic, you can only go back to your hometown to farm. But even if it is understood, it will only be produced on a small scale. It did not lead to mass production and change the pattern of war in the land as some people feared. In the final analysis, there is still one word: expensive. Furthermore, the two forces that came into contact with the magic gun, neither the Kawi family nor the Jialong Chamber of Commerce, were arms dealers. Moreover, Mi-Di has an inherent attitude towards magic weapons. For magicians, that means maintaining a sense of mystery to the outside world. To ordinary people, that's a mysterious and dangerous thing. Although there have been attempts to change this distance in recent years, it is hoped that magic props can penetrate into the lives of ordinary people and open up the financial resources of magicians. But the impression accumulated over the years is not so easy to change. Therefore, the Kawi family who obtained the magic gun did not mass-produce it after cracking the manufacturing method. They wanted to dress up their troops in an organized manner, just like cars. Instead, it is produced on a small scale as one of the weapons reserves for the elite team. The same goes for the Ron brothers of the Jialong Chamber of Commerce. They only changed the uniforms of the close guards and did not think of leaking it to the branch specialized in weapons production. Now that he plans to raid the enemy position, and he also has to fulfill the family leader's request of leaving no one behind. The leader of Duke Kawi's guard certainly hopes to use all available equipment to ensure nothing goes wrong. Of course, the old Duke would not object to such a request. He even had to hit hard, show off his momentum, and hit others to the point of being shocked. Doing this will make people close to the Rizal family understand that getting involved in this blood feud will not end well. After receiving all permissions, the men of the Duke's guard saluted together and then retreated, preparing an attack plan for tomorrow morning. For those who have been preparing, although this is not a hasty attack, there is still a lot to do. After deciding to raise the bloody flag high, the deacons around the old Duke also started to move. Let's not talk about external affairs. They also have a lot of arrangements to make internally. In particular, all parts of the duchy should be instructed to start recruiting troops and prepare weapons and armor. Targeting another Grand Duke cannot be solved by the standing militia and Duke's guard. It is necessary to make all preparations at the level of war. Of course, these things require the Grand Duke's final approval. What the deacons, have to do is to take care of all the details, down to the smallest detail, so that there are no omissions. In the early morning of the next day, it was still dark. The camp, which is blocked on the main road leading in and out of the automobile manufacturing and R&D center, is still quiet. Everyone understands that the reason why the Rizal family's troops came here is to demonstrate. Therefore, the soldiers stationed here are inevitably relatively lax. But no matter how lax we are, there will still be no shortage of guard posts. The soldiers standing on the watchtower were still doing their duty, looking around and paying attention to any movement. But since last night, there have been slight commotions on the opposite side. This made the recruit standing on the guard tower a little nervous after the night's situation was handed over. On the contrary, there was a veteran yawning at the side. The old man was scolding the young man next to him, saying, "You are looking here and there, and worried so much. What are you doing? Squad leader, our camps are so close. Aren't you afraid of someone from the opposite side suddenly rushing over? Oh, don't say I don't take care of you. Let me teach you some truth, and let you understand that you are worried in vain. Today we are not attacking warcraft or bandits, but against another Grand Duke. Then this is not a war, but politics. As long as it is related to politics, we will only show up, and we will not fight, because no one will dare to provoke a Grand Duke. Our task is to show our strength appropriately and make others surrender. The backer on the other side is also a Grand Duke, but we have His Majesty the Emperor as our backer, and we have the support of many ministers in the palace. The other side will definitely surrender. But I heard that the magician is not here recently. So Kawe, that old fox is just dragging things out. Look, according to my experience, it won't take long for this matter to come to an end, because the nobles in the palace will not let that old fox keep dragging things out." Chapter 1134 Dawn Raid. A brief analysis of the cause and effect of the matter still did not make the young knight on night watch any less worried. Although he wanted to refute, he couldn't explain the strange feeling in his heart. There was clearly a commotion on the other side, but it didn't look like it was happening at night. At least the number of lights they have at night is no different than before. It's just a little noisier. Seeing the young man hesitate to speak, the old knight, who had been following Duke Rizal for a long time, said, "If I remember correctly, you will inherit your father's knightly territory in the future. To be a lord, politically, you have to be familiar with things, instead of just knowing how to kill people with a sword. Martial arts are very important. But if you want to climb up, you still have to rely on connections. Others who were not involved in the topic did not miss these conversations that could kill boring time. They all nodded and agreed with the old knight's views, which made the old knight, who led the young people, even more proud. Just when I wanted to continue talking about the vision about the future and let the young people know how great I am, I saw the door of the automobile center opposite opened. Everyone noticed that the headlights of a car flashed at the gate, which was extra obvious in this pre-dawn moment. Everyone is familiar with this scene. On these days when the road is blocked, you can occasionally see people from the auto center opposite driving out in the middle of the night. Especially after the arrival of the Grand Duke of Kauai. There were more such actions. They probably sent people around to contact them. But when countless red dots appeared behind the door, things didn't feel so right. Several young knights stuck their heads out, wanting to see more clearly to determine what was going on. But the experienced old knight was speechless when he saw the scene. The recruit who had been taught a lesson before was the closest to his squad leader. He looked at the old knight's surprised expression and asked, "Captain, did you see anything?" "Knock. Knock?" The speechless old knight could tell that this was magic night vision. It allows people to see things around them clearly in a weak and almost light-free environment. It is not easy to cast this magic, and it will last for different times depending on the physique of the person being cast. Therefore, for the general army, it is more convenient and economical to use torches directly for night operations. But for elite troops like the Duke's Guard, it is not difficult to use night vision to operate covertly at night. And the night vision users of this scale are not just messengers sent out to contact everywhere. They must be an organized team. And what else can such a team be used for? So the old knight who reacted yelled, "Knock. Sound the alarm. That's night vision. The one on the other side is about to attack." Before the others realized what their squad leader had said, a magic light bullet accurately exploded the old knight's head. And then an arrow passed over the same place and shot into the wooden pillar of the watchtower. Everyone's actions were not unpleasant. They hid in the cover immediately and avoided the intensive long-range attacks that followed towards the watchtower. But that doesn't mean they're safe. Duke Kauai's custom-made car was driven by his guard knights. As it charged straight, it activated the magic of brutal collision. The sound of the engine is like the roar of a giant dragon. On the eve of dawn, it is like a beast hiding in the darkness, tearing apart everything in its path. The thick wooden door was like paper, easily smashed into pieces. The kinetic energy of the vehicle that crashed into the wooden village did not weaken much. The magical effect of the savage collision was still arrogant, rolling straight towards the interior of the wooden village, and even cutting off a corner of the watchtower. The toppling wooden tower was not a trouble to the high-ranking warriors of Midi. With their skills, even if they are fully armed, they can still flexibly land safely during the toppling process. The premise is that there is no one with a bow or gun waiting to snipe. In particular, the guardsmen holding bows seemed to be showing off their skills, producing various killing effects. It was as if they wanted to prove to their colleagues, who had switched to holding guns, that the archery skills they had devoted themselves to training would not lose to the new weapons at all. And the proof of the outcome of the competition between the two is the lives harvested. But long-range attacks are not the end. Only the beginning of this massacre. 2 cavalry teams, one in front and one in detour, galloped. The cavalry team attacking from the front dispersed after entering the wooden village. With 3 cavalry as a small team, they set fire everywhere, amplifying the chaos of the attack on the camp. The detour team was going to block the back door, which was also the exit where the rampaging chariot was expected to break through. After all, the head of the family's order was to annihilate all the Risa family members in Mujai. At this time, the strong wall of the village became a prison for Risa's army. As long as the front and back doors were blocked, no one could escape. However, the real killing was the heavily armored knights on foot, who formed a formation and fought side by side into the stronghold. A good infantry formation, with shields and axes, bows and spears, and a series of small team cooperation, can even surpass the cavalry in strangulation capabilities. The complex terrain in the village turned into a moving meat grinder, cutting the enemies in front of them into pieces. Even if someone could stay calm during the early morning raid and fire attack, and organize the manpower around him, he still could not stop the well-prepared Duke guards of the Kaw family from strangulating them. At least no one in the Risal family has ever thought about sleeping with their armor and sword in hand. You were lucky enough to be awake, calm, and able to grab a weapon to fight back. More people were either burned to death or stabbed to death in their sleep, without even a chance to resist. This raid was not what anyone expected. Even before Duke Kauai gave the order, not even the members of his guard thought that they would point their swords at the guard of another Grand Duke. But now that I have raised the butcher's knife, there is no room for regret. They were not killing ordinary people, let alone the old, weak, women and children. If you give these elites, who are no less than yourself, a little breathing room, your companions may have to pay the price of their lives to achieve similar results, or even just make a comeback. In any case, the number of enemies is greater than ours. When the first ray of sunshine in the morning shines on the land in the wooden village, driving away the colorless night, there are only two colors left here, fiery red and blood red. The fire was burning brightly, crackling and crackling. The blood flowed gurglingly, forming pools of blood on the uneven ground of the wooden village, turning themselves into ruthless killing weapons, coupled with calculated calculations without intention. Duke Kawei's Duke guards exploded with unimaginable lethality. In an instant, the village turned into AHL, and the battle came to an end. The soldiers who were sweeping the battlefield saw someone still breathing and hit him with a last blow. Those who have no signs of life still need to be re-kicked. Make sure the other person is really dead and not fake. However, at the main camp account, members of Duke Kawei's guard only dared to surround the place, because as far as they knew, the Risa family's wooden village was not only filled with members of his family, but also other nobles with long-standing heritage in the empire. The head of the family's order was just to annihilate the Risa family, but for other nobles with status, the power of disposal does not belong to them. The only person who has the right to say anything is the old man who is walking over Grand Duke Kawei. Chapter 1135 The Aftermath of the First Battle. Even though the knights of the Kawei family set fires everywhere, the fire prevention measures in the village were good enough, and the fires between various facilities would not spread easily. This is also the reason why the main business account in Mujai can be preserved to this day, has not been burned, and maintains a certain degree of defense capabilities. But this defensive ability is only to the extent that it can resist the attacks of a few people. When the battles in other places were over, Duke Kawei's guards gathered to surround the main camp account, which had already determined the outcome here. The old Duke was dressed in military uniform, wearing a gorgeous red cloak and a dazzling golden helmet, just like the way he stood in front of the Legion's military formation in the past, sweeping away all the enemies of the Empire as an invincible commander. As soon as they raised their hands, the Duke's guards used their chain-hook spears in unison to penetrate the wooden walls surrounding the main tent. They didn't even use horses. They just used the arm strength of a few people to tear down the wall completely. Only the beams and columns are left to support the entire structure, while also exposing the people inside. They were back to back, some with empty hands, some with only a sword. Better protection is just a suit of leather armor or a round shield, compared to the heavily armed soldiers who surrounded this place. They were just like beggars, their lives fluttering like candles in the wind. Kawei Gong's military uniform is quite iconic. At least the people surrounded can recognize him at a glance. There were nobles who had taken refuge with the Risal family and followed the Risal family's private army here to fight against the autumn wind. They shouted sternly, "Grand Duke Kawei, do you know that your behavior is tantamount to treason? We are holding the Emperor's hand. Your Majesty's order comes here, and there is no room for you to refuse." Kawei Gong didn't even raise his head or look at him, and asked directly, "Who is speaking?" "I come from the glorious bloodline of the Empire, a follower of His Majesty the Emperor Kaiji, and the loyal earls who protect the country." Hassan Sungit, a middle-aged nobleman with a tall and muscular build, who looked like a bear, wrote in the newspaper when talking about his own identity and background. He seemed to straighten his waist a little more and said proudly. The old Duke raised his head. His sharp eyes, like an eagle under his golden helmet, swept over the crowd, and asked, "Who else is there?" Maybe other nobles didn't have the courage like Sungit, but from the Grand Duke's tone, it can be detected that he means to give in, and he is not in a hurry to announce his home. Even the knights of the Risal family reported that they had obtained the status of vassal from the Grand Duke Risal. After the Grand Duke nodded, he turned his head, stretched out his index finger and shook it gently, and said, "The order is the same. No one from the Risal family will be kept, and the others will be let go without any conditions. As everyone knows, after a nobleman is captured, he can pay a ransom to buy his freedom. If the two armies were fighting, these people would undoubtedly be prisoners of the Grand Duke. Don't look at the two sides still confronting each other. Several kittens faced the Duke's guards led by the Grand Duke himself. Unless they planned to die, surrender was their only option. But since the Grand Duke added no conditions required, he really released him unconditionally. Some people were still struggling with the content of the last sentence and thinking about the intention of the Grand Duke. while others were surprised by the content of the previous sentence. Even for a moment, their minds couldn't wrap their heads around it. And when they understood what they meant, the members of Duke Kawei's guard had already raised their bows or magic guns. No additional orders or assignments were needed. They all fired in unison with great tacit understanding. The knights of the Risal family were either shot into porcupines or exploded by the destructive power of the magic gun, leaving no trace of their bodies intact. Grand Duke Kawei, you, Hassan Sungit, who had escaped the accident, looked in disbelief. He stared blankly at the dead bodies beside him and was speechless for a long time. But the old duke ordered his guards and said, "Gather all the corpses and burn them all with a fire." Another move that goes against the rules of the land. Even if a person of high status is a corpse, his family will redeem it and bury it in the family cemetery, setting fire to the corpse, crushing the bones and scattering the ashes. What level of hatred would it take for a great duke to do this? All the people who survived looked at each other in shock. As for you, the Grand Duke looked at the survivors and said. Suddenly everyone's hair stood on end and they stood upright, but lowered their heads and listened respectfully to the Grand Duke's instructions. The old man who frightened a group of juniors just pretended not to see it and said directly, "I let you go back because I want you to help me spread a message and tell the people in the palace everything about what I saw here. Understand?" Everyone looked down and said, "Yes, Grand Duke. Please give me orders. Everything on the opposite side." The old duke pointed with his thumb in the direction of the automobile manufacturing and R&D center behind him. "If you want, send someone else to receive it. Your Majesty's order. Good or bad, I accept. But as long as it's inside as many people from the Sa family appear as possible, they will die for me. Unless I die. Do you understand? Grand Duke, what are you going to do?" The nobles who are still alive don't understand. Isn't it for the benefit of the automobile center to kill all the Risa family members? Now, not only were they released unconditionally, those who shared the same stance as Duke Risal, but they were also agreed to be taken over by others. This inconsistent approach is so confusing that people can't understand it. The old duke smiled horribly. "I was in a hurry to go out, so I didn't have time to move out the family blood flag. I just used the human head sacrifice flag here and opened the box with the blood light. It's just right. Now, do you understand?" "Mom, the bloody flag is about to come out. What kind of nonsense are they getting involved in?" All those who survived looked at everything around them with bitterness. Although Grand Duke Kawei claimed that he was only targeting members of the Risa family, in the chaos just now, many of their followers also died under the attack. Even those respectable nobles who came here with Risal's private army did not come here. So one can imagine what happened to them. Can you blame the Grand Duke? The bloody flag was carried out with the intention of not being unreasonable and only talking about hatred. Moreover, another purpose of the bloody flag is to warn irrelevant people not to meddle in other people's affairs or even get involved. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences. But whether you should take out the flag first and warn people before killing, or kill first and then take out the flag to supplement your meaning, which method should be the correct process for using blood flags? This is a matter of opinion. To those who are so angry that they want to carry this flag and fight for their lives, tell them what they should do. Believe it or not, the person on the other side will strike directly with his sword and kill the nosy person. What's more important is that if he goes to court with the Grand Duke on this kind of matter, even if it comes before His Majesty the Emperor, will Kawei pay any attention to it? The Grand Duke of the martial arts faction? They believe in talking with fists and communicating with the heart, and don't talk verbally with others at all. Everyone who was lucky enough to survive looked at each other, and they all revealed the same message. It was painful. Chapter 1136 Palace Struggle. When they learned that the Grand Duke planned to take out the bloody flag, everyone present secretly decided to retreat without any hesitation. If it were a political struggle, it would depend on means and connections, and everyone would side with Duke Risal without hesitation. Kawei Gong's ability to talk is too weak, and it is not enough for everyone to drown him. But if he turns over the table and competes with his strength, no one will think highly of Mr. Risal either. Kawei Gong's past reputation was built on a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones. As for him, he is an extraordinary person. Anyone who opposes him and forces him to act recklessly will not tremble in fear. If you can't win a single fight or a group fight, why should you fight him? The corpses of more than 1,000 people and the burn camps in front of him all proved that the old duke was serious. The ones he killed were not thieves in remote mountains or barren mountains. If they were all dead, everyone would just celebrate with brows and hands. The people who died here were the personal guards of a great duke. Not only were they the most elite force in the hands of a great noble, they also formed the backbone of a family. Even though there are only 250 people who are official members of the Duke's Guard, the remaining people are selected according to the same criteria. Most of them are young people, and even heirs from the vassal families of the Grand Duke of Risa. They are the entire Grand Duke, the future of the family. As a result of thousands of people being killed here, there will be a big gap in the strength of the next generation of the Risa family. Before this generation can decide the winner, the next generation will lose first. No, maybe there won't be another generation's struggle. The fate of the Ka family versus the Risa family had already been decided in the hearts of the fleeing nobles. The burning of Mujai did not last long. A fire was set in the morning, and before dusk, only ashes remained at the site of the original wooden village. The dead bodies inside, as ordered by the Grand Duke, were gathered together, poured with several barrels of automobile gasoline, and burned together. Duke Kawei's guards did not even plunder the dead bodies or the property in the wooden stronghold, but only selected some symbolic items as proof that they had annihilated half of Duke Risa's guard. Of course, there was no loud cheering or celebration of victory. Just like in the past when they conquered monsters and annihilated thieves, success was the inevitable result and failure was unforgivable. The nobles who were lucky enough to escape tried their best to rush to the capital of the empire. Not only must they report what happened here to His Majesty the Emperor, but they must also stay away from the murderous old duke. Although Blood Flag Revenge has a clear target, it does not allow accidental injuries to unrelated people. But considering that the two opposing parties are both Grand Dukes, if they are accidentally injured, they can only admit that they are unlucky. They have no choice or courage to seek compensation or apology from either party. So staying away from this place is the best choice. However, compared to the several nobles who rushed back on two legs, the news of the annihilation of Risal's private army spread back to the capital and the palace faster. What is even more shocking is the news that Grand Duke Kawei is preparing to raise the bloody flag. And the target is Duke Risa, another Grand Duke of the Empire. This level of blood flag revenge, if other minor nobles were forced to get involved, could already be regarded as a civil war in the Empire. Therefore, unlike the shock of other ministers and nobles, the Emperor sitting on the supreme throne felt even more headache. Although the old guy he knew had extraordinary achievements in martial arts, he was definitely not this ignorant, reckless and impulsive bastard. So what happened that made him make such a choice? This question that most people would have suddenly focused on the other person involved in this incident. The current Prime Minister of the Empire, Grand Duke Risa. Your Majesty, this is just a despicable slanderous act by the bad old man Kawei, who has lost his mind. There is no doubt that he just wants to use such actions to rationalize his disobedience to His Majesty's orders and to launch shameless revenge on me. He has no idea what I have done that he is qualified to raise a bloody flag against, the Imperial Prime Minister said plausibly at the court meeting, rubbing his temples. The old Emperor felt bitter and helpless. That careless old man held up the flag of blood, but didn't give any reason. How could he make people express their stance? In fact, this kind of situation is not uncommon in the history of the Guana Empire. Situations like this where blood flags are held high, but the reasons are not explained usually involve scandals involving female relatives, which is of course not convenient for publicity. But it doesn't mean that any noble can take advantage of this convenience to suppress or annex other nobles. So whether it is really revenge for blood relatives, or it is just an excuse, as the upper-ranking nobles on both sides of the struggle, they have the obligation to lead or prevent the war between the two nobles. Generally speaking, no one would use blood flag as an excuse. Anyone who dares to do this must be prepared to be treated in the same way. After all, one of the legal principles applied by the imperial nobility is that those who make false accusations will be punished with false accusations. This prevents people from making arbitrary accusations and falsely accusing others without having to bear any responsibility. Although in practical implementation, there are many additional considerations. But this time, two great dukes, who could even be said to be the most powerful nobles in their respective fields in both civil and military fields, were facing each other tit for tat. Thinking of the possible consequences, the old emperor wanted to strangle these two bastards to death with his own hands. But Duke Risal sternly denied it, and Duke Kawei did not appear at the court to provide reasonable evidence for his actions. Therefore, the voice in the court can be said to be one-sided in favor of the imperial prime minister with numerous partisans. Duke Kawei's agent, his legitimate son Marquis Farshid, naturally became the target of everyone's criticism. This middle-aged elegant nobleman, who was nothing like his father, could only lower his head and silently bear the malice from everyone. There is no excuse at all. This shows from the side that the first heir to the Grand Duke's family was unaware of his father's actions in advance. Otherwise, given his status, he would of course have to replace his father, defend him in the court, and make it clear that the Kawi family was justified in raising the blood flag against the Risa family. Your Majesty! After noticing that he had won the support of most of the nobles in the palace, Duke Risal was ready to launch oppression against the last noble emperor who had not yet expressed his stance. Said, the Grand Duke of Kawi was arrogant, ignored His Majesty's order, and brutally killed the envoy who went to announce the order. This is a crime of great disrespect. It is recommended that he be demoted to a criminal and be arrested and tried in the palace. If you allow him to behave like this and repeatedly provoke the royal family, how will your Majesty govern this country and manage so many vassals and subjects under your command? Anyone with a discerning eye also knows that what Mr. Risal said is also nonsense. When did the envoy who issued an edict need to bring an army of thousands of people to accompany him? This is simply a plan to arrest people just because they don't agree with each other. As long as Duke Kawi dares to openly disobey for his own benefit, Duke Risa's troops will definitely hold the banner of the empire and arrest the old duke. As long as a person is imprisoned, it is not up to the person in charge to say how he will deal with it. All the plans were to oppress this old man, who had been loyal all his life and did not dare to treason in the name of the empire. Chapter 1137, Marquis Farshid. Angelisa's eager attitude caused a flash of gloom in the old emperor's heart. In the past, my two most capable people, although they did not cooperate harmoniously, gave me the greatest help in their respective areas of expertise. At that time, they would have disputes because of differences in opinions and roots. How can there be such an attitude like today, where you want to kill the other person and then be quick? When did this transition occur? Is there something you don't know that made things take an extreme turn? All doubts were replaced by 4 words. Let's discuss it later. The old emperor decided to face the dispute between the two heroes with a conciliatory attitude for the time being before getting more information. In fact, this is his most common attitude. It is better to let your subordinates argue and find a way to compromise than to be arbitrary and have no one be willing to carry out the matter after it is assigned. Of course, things will not come to an end after a palace meeting, even if the full picture of the matter has not yet appeared in front of everyone. Taking precautions is not a good habit of the ancestors of someone's hometown. These natives of lost land, who are accustomed to scheming in the palace, also know that they must be prepared in all aspects when facing big changes. Therefore, various private connections and meetings formed an undercurrent, surging under the capital of the Guana Empire. Of course, what more people want to know is why the Kawi Guild chose to raise the blood flag. Don't look at occupying the commanding heights of reason as if it is superfluous. It is nothing to the aristocrats, who set the rules of the game. In fact, when doing things with a righteous name, it is easier to attract help and strengthen oneself and support oneself. This point cannot be ignored by any noble. But what the old emperor wanted to do, other scheming nobles could not think of. Considering that the reason behind this matter may involve the secrets of female relatives of the Grand Duke of Kawi, this makes everyone even more interested. It's just that with such an attitude, you can't express your position in a high-profile way, or even show that you have the intention to explore the reasons behind it. Otherwise, it is very likely that he will offend Grand Duke Kawi before taking sides. The reason why people don't plan to raise the blood flag publicly is to prevent the family scandal from getting publicized. As a result, a group of people were digging into the cesspool, trying to turn over the stinky things inside. If they didn't offend Duke Kawi, how could they offend him? Therefore, this kind of thing cannot be done openly. It must be done secretly, and it cannot leave any traces of its own. Naturally, everyone has their own unique skills. However, in the capital of the Guana Empire, there is still one person who thinks differently from the others. That is Kawi Farhid, the eldest son of the Grand Duke of Kawi and the first heir, who currently holds the title of Marquis of Farhid. My father was driven out of the center of power not only as a result of political struggle, but also because of ordinary humans' fear of extraordinary people. Therefore, as a son, his life in the capital of this huge empire completely conforms to the 4 words of being a low-key person. I will still stay in the capital, but I want to maintain the family's sense of existence, so that people will not forget that there is such a family. But this time he became a target, and was criticized by everyone. No matter how good his temper was, he might not be able to endure it. What's more, Marquis Farshid is definitely not the kind of person with a good temper. When he was young, He was the frontline commander of the 10th Test Battalion of the 1st Army of the Empire. He yelled and ran at the front. And his fists moved faster than his brain. That kind of person. Now that he has inexplicably helped his father take the blame. How could he not ask directly for details? Ask to see if he is his biological child. And how come such a big event happened? And he actually knew about it from other people's mouths. The special stage that solidifies the Charles calling technique is actually like a fixed video call hotline on the Earth. It is not only expensive to build, but also expensive to use and maintain. But for a big noble, it is not unaffordable, especially for contacting relatives or conveying very important matters. Compared with direct face-to-face dialogue, long-distance communication using the Charles calling technique is a fairly reliable method of communication. The reason is also very simple. Because the image projected to the other side by Charles's summoning technique is not a simple real scene, but the reality from a certain magical perspective. Simply put, it comes with the ability to break through illusions. In fact, Duke Kawe and Marquis Balin, who lives in someone's home and is a magic apprentice, have a corresponding set of mirrors. It's just that Queen Balin never takes the initiative to contact her, and the closed mirror cannot receive the other party's call. An elderly person who misses his granddaughter has no choice but to make a trip in person to see if his granddaughter has gained weight or is frozen. But between the Grand Duke and his eldest son, Marquis Farshid, who is also the first in line to succeed, this set of mirrors used to communicate with each other is not the kind where the signal cannot be received for many years, or the prompts are on the internet. External situation. As the head of the family and the family agent stationed in the capital of the empire, the contact between the two is more about official business than reminiscing about family ties. Naturally, when Marquis Farshid opened the mirror that solidified Charles's summoning technique, Duke Kawe had a magician specially on his side to urgently notify the old Duke, who was discussing with the deacons on arranging the territory. The conversation through magic took place in the study room of the annex where the others had been expelled. Even though he had just gone through an early morning battle, there was no trace of fatigue on the old Duke's face. Instead, he was full of energy and looked rejuvenated. In contrast, the son, Marquis Farshid, looked melancholy and frowned deeply. After seeing his father like this, he became even more upset. "Hey, my good son, there must be a lot of excitement in the palace. What is the old man's expression? Is his whole face wrinkled together? Tell me quickly." When the son is silent, staring, speechless, the old Duke did not feel embarrassed at all. But he also took the initiative to change the topic and asked, "Tell me, have you discussed how to deal with me? I don't believe that they don't have any countermeasures. Even if I show off the blood flag, in the name of His Majesty, I order you to abdicate and let me succeed as the head of the family. Then I will lift the blood flag oath and admit that the previous generation is an old fool. As for what price I have to pay in private, so that the whole thing can calm down and appease the affected people, it's another thing to frighten the minds of nobles." Peace talks between nobles are not just about shaking hands and going back to their homes to wash themselves off and sleep. The stronger party will receive armistice compensation from the weaker party. And as a mediator, it will also receive fees for arbitration. This kind of confrontation at the negotiating table truly reflects the truth that war is a continuation of politics. War is not something that can be stopped if someone says to stop it. And it cannot be fought if someone says not to fight. "That's right," the old Duke said nonchalantly. "What's your opinion? I'm waiting to hear your reasons. If even I, the son, can't convince me of the reason that it's not convenient to make public, then it's not impossible to consider inheriting the position of head of the family early. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, I have a lot of options. Chance will never inherit the Kawe family name in this life." Right. Chapter 1138 True Knowledge and Destiny. Let the irrelevant people leave. The old Duke made his preliminary request without hesitation. The deacons who were staying in the study room of the Duke's mansion in the capital exited the study one by one without waiting for instructions. Marquis Farshid said without any pretense that so-and-so was trustworthy. And he said everything he knew about him, knowing that the next conversation may involve family privacy. And still making such a statement. Don't you think about what those people want to hear? It can only be said that there are other better ways to win people's hearts. After everyone left, the father and son made a tacit agreement not to use magic, but to clean up the study or raise a barrier to block the transmission of information from inside and outside. Because they all know that even if the study room is empty, the person sitting on the supreme throne can still know the content of the conversation here. And the same goes for other interested people. And they also leaked it intentionally. It is impossible to keep these things completely secret. Rather than letting those key people be misled by wrong information, it is better to let them know the truth, the part you want them to know. Doing this will also allow others to understand the extent of their determination, instead of just talking about it and using the blood flag as an excuse. This kind of approach can be regarded as a tacit understanding in the history of the empire about raising the blood flag because of female relatives. It's just that no one will admit it, and no one will openly advocate such methods. If the insider uses such facts to attack people afterwards, it will be just one more enemy for the family that holds the blood flag high. The reason is very simple. It is to humiliate my family, so I will beat you without any discussion. It was in this weird atmosphere that the old duke told him what he saw through Hakiri, and the painful wailing in the heart of the helpless girl. Sounds of tears. Even though he was not the person involved, the old duke still gritted his teeth when he recalled what he had seen and the scene of his being killed. The anger even seemed to be transmitted through the mirror to the family heirs far away in the capital. Farshad did not expect that what he would hear would be this. He looked solemn, and after thinking for a moment, he asked, "Is there enough evidence to prove it?" I asked the magician and the elders who are familiar with the family's secret book. What Shakiri knows, unless the perception is wrong from the beginning. There is no possibility of fabrication. Change those pictures, or make it out of thin air. I can't even make it up. But I haven't used true knowledge magic to verify what I know. True knowledge magic, like prophecy, is a special magic that touches the long river of destiny. There are many taboos and requirements for its use, and it's more important to ask the right questions than to get the answers. Otherwise you'll just get misguided answers. If the question is vague, not only will you get a vague answer, but you can even use fate-like magic to conceal the truth in the long history. For example, regarding the death of Grand Duke Emor of Kawe, if you use true knowledge magic to ask whether your own son died of illness and whether there is any conspiracy behind it, you probably won't get any useful answers. On the one hand, the real murderer can cover up the truth, making the answers to true knowledge magic even more unclear and ambiguous. On the other hand, Duke Kawe also trusted Duke Reese's handling at that time and never thought that there were problems behind it. But if there are clearly targeted questions, such as asking whether Duke Kawe's son was killed by Duke Risal himself, and even adding time and place, then no matter how much destiny magic is used to cover it up, it will not stop the true knowledge. Magic gives the correct answer, but there is a risk in doing so. Those who try to cover up the truth usually create a trigger mechanism when using destiny magic to cover up their footprints in the river of destiny. As long as someone touches such a truth, it will be fed back to the original caster, or the designated artifact will produce specific changes, like a candle suddenly extinguished, a crystal ball cracking inexplicably. In other words, once true knowledge magic is used, the person who committed the crime and tried to cover it up will know that someone has touched the truth. Even those who are more advanced can know who the person they touch is. If someone is present, he will definitely use the 4-character idiom from his hometown to describe it. The Lost World does not have the same words, but there are similar principles. This is also the reason why the old Duke did not use true knowledge magic to confirm immediately after learning what happened. Marquis Farshad also understood, because such an operation was almost the standard procedure for nobles like them when they encountered something and needed to cover it up. Raising the blood flag high without giving a reason gives Angelisa the possibility of misjudgment due to a sense of chance. Once the truth is explained, or the truth is discovered, the family heir in the capital will definitely become the target of assassination. Blood flag revenge is not a one-sided revenge murder, but a two-sided war. It makes no sense for you to enjoy killing people, but not allow your target to seize the opportunity and kill them in a wave. Because there are examples of people holding high the blood flag, destroying their own family, and not killing their enemies. The struggle between nobles is not at the stage of death, and no one knows who has what trump card, or whether the prediction of strength before the war is accurate. But as a son, he did not feel gratified by his father's thoughtfulness. If you really think about him, wouldn't it be better to inform him to leave first and then start causing trouble? Instead of like now. Even he, as a member of the Kawe family, felt caught off guard. As for using true knowledge magic to confirm something, Marquis Farshad had never even thought about it. Duke Risal's stance on this issue is clear and has always been the case. But at that time, neither father nor son had figured out why all this was happening. With the revelation of this incident, everything in the past has a reasonable explanation. For a long time, the Kawe family and the Risal family were not only Grand Dukes, but also the right-hand men of His Majesty the Emperor. Therefore, for the sake of the overall situation, Farshid Ho did exactly the same thing as his father. That is, to compromise. Now it seems that the long-term grievance is just a joke in the eyes of the person opposite. Laughing at myself for not knowing the truth. And being forced step by step into the abyss. I will eventually die. I know. It looks like I'm getting ready to run away. After speaking calmly, Marquis Farshid closed the mirror. The old Duke on the other side was stunned when he saw the screen go black. It seemed that his son was not as calm as he seemed on the surface. And he was holding a fire in his heart. He has never worried about his son's safety. As a grown man, he should know how to protect himself. But leaving things alone when it comes to life and death is not what a father should do. So the old Duke decided to go to the magician and ask him to return the favor. This time, the magician was definitely the trigger. Without him, how could things have evolved like this? Since you want to dance with his steps, it's not an exaggeration to ask him to pay some price back. Chapter 1139 Escape from the Capital. Marquis Farshid never paid attention to his father's arrangements. If he had obeyed everything, I might not have survived to this age. That very human father always thought that everyone had the same recklessness as him. As a son, my heart is very tired. He shook the little bell on the desk. The clear sound of the bell, under the influence of magic, resonated with another bell in the waiting room outside the study. The deacons waiting here knew that their young master had summoned them. So they opened the door and entered directly without any notice. Call the groom in charge of the stables. We want all three of them. After hearing the instructions from Marquis Farshid, the deacons looked solemn, and they immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. They all bowed and, without waiting for more instructions, went to make arrangements separately, leaving only the two closest people in the study. After a while, 3 unkempt grooms were called into the study. The awkward and timid appearance disappeared as soon as the study door was closed. Instead, 3 people with 6 eyes were shining brightly, looking at the middle-aged nobleman in front of them, who looked gentle and elegant, but actually contained tyrannical power. A group of horses will be sent to the imperial capital from the family's territory. There are not only high-quality stallions in them, but also excellent horses after the Duke's guard reduced the number of horses. After arriving in the imperial capital, they can be used as gifts and to supplement the Duke's army. This is very important. So the 3 of you need to go back to the territory to receive these horses. There will be guard knights accompanying you to escort these horses to the imperial capital. Your task is to follow their arrangements. Take care of those horses. Starting with these words, Marquis Farshid explained various matters in detail, as well as giving instructions to the remaining deacons on whom to give gifts. At first glance, the conversation sounds like a qualified heir of a family. After the head of the family makes a decision, he fills in the blanks, helps his father manage the relationship with other nobles, and tries to win over people. But in fact, as soon as the 3 grooms entered the study and closed the door, the 2 deacons began to take off Marquis Farshid's clothes. At the same time, 2 grooms took off the clothes of the 3rd groom, and neatly exchanged the clothes of the Marquis and the groom, and then dressed the Marquis in servant clothes to be equally unkempt. After the original groom was groomed and carefully taken care of by 2 deacons, he looked like a noble. Even his appearance was 70% similar to Marquis Farshid. If you weren't someone close to him, and were paying attention all the time, it would be difficult to notice that the Marquis had changed. When the other 2 grooms grabbed a handful of dust from their bags and slapped it on the Marquis's face like a powder puff, the exchange of identities between master and servant finally came to an end. It was certain that the sound in the study would be monitored, so the 2 people who exchanged identities did not dare to shout loudly. They gave each other a hug, and Marquis Farshid, dressed as a groom, whispered in the stand-in's ear, "Brother, everything from now on is up to you. Needless to say, the most important thing is that you come back alive. The old man is too impulsive. Someone has to take on the role of calmness." The former groom who was hugged also whispered. The substitute whom the Marquis calls his eldest brother is actually the illegitimate son of the old Duke. The 2 have lived together since childhood, received the same education, and received the same treatment. Only after adulthood, because of their different mothers' identities, one became the first heir to the Grand Duke, while the other could only stay in the stable and become a substitute who would be needed at some point. This situation is not uncommon among the families of great nobles. In order to protect the important people in the family, substitutes will be selected from their brothers and sisters, and they will live with their identities hidden in the name of dying of illness, in addition to acting as a stand-in to confuse the enemy. In extreme cases, After a family important person is unfortunately assassinated, the stand-in will become a regular person and come forward to maintain the stability of the family and attack the enemy. Sometimes the identity and status between the substitute and the person are reversed. But this situation is rarely known to outsiders. After all, they are all family members. So it is natural for better people to be promoted. This will also put pressure on the real person, who understands that he is not an indispensable member of the family, and naturally cannot become an ignorant playboy. But one is in the light, and the other is in the dark. The relationship between the substitute and the original body is not entirely harmonious. Some families also had civil strife as a result. But in the Kawe family, it may be that the old man is too troublesome. The relationship between his children is very harmonious. After all, if you don't stick together, you may be tricked to death by the old man. Here is such an example. Because of the sudden action of the family leader, both the avatar and the original body were in danger. Then find a way to protect your body and escape in a direction where there seems to be a way to survive. This is the best choice. The two exchanged identities, giving the Marquis a chance to escape. This was also an escape route that had been prepared for a long time. Now enabled, all arrangements look very reasonable. Except that in the eyes of others, the Marquis did not realize that he was in danger. Everything in the Duke's palace would be as usual. Marquis Farshed, who was dressed as a groom, also led by two other people, returned to the servant's residence and packed his luggage. It was just past noon now, and the servants followed orders and went out from the Duke's palace without being conspicuous. Marquis Farshed and the other two protectors, who were also dressed as grooms, simply packed a few things and left together calmly. They also knew that such a disguise would not last long. But as long as you leave the city gate of the imperial capital first, there will naturally be other pickup points in the manors or villages outside, where you can switch to fast horses and leave quickly. But now they can only pretend to be a dedicated servant and use 2 legs to quickly handle the instructions from the family. The 3 people walking on the road didn't get many sideways glances. In fact, in the capital of this huge empire, there are countless people at the bottom struggling to make ends meet. But in fact, when they left the Duke's mansion, they discovered several hidden sentries. It is not clear who arranged it. Thankfully, no one followed. It seems that the disguise deception tactic was successful. Therefore, the 3 of them were not infatuated or complacent, but left quickly with their heads lowered. At the same time, a report was sent to the Emperor's personal guards. The red seal represents urgency, or news that the Emperor is concerned about and needs to be reported in time. Hidden in the palace, the extraordinary person who had served several emperors, like a new recruit in the personal guard regiment, respectfully sent the red envelope report to the Emperor's study, where it was handed over by another personal attendant who was also his senior, into the hands of the Emperor. The old Emperor, whose energy was no longer what he used to be, rubbed his dim eyes before opening the report. He never doubted that the old dog's teeth were quite strong and could tear off a piece of flesh from anyone he bit. But this time it was the Prime Minister of the Empire who bit him, and he actually showed off the blood flag, which made the old Emperor want to bite the old dog. But after he read the report, everything on the Emperor's imperial desk had an intimate contact with the wall or floor, no matter whether the item is precious or something that you are used to cherish. There are very few items that can still remain intact. The table was swept away and clean. The old man had not roared loudly for a long time. The last time there was this sound that spread throughout the palace. Countless heads fell to the ground. Now that they heard this sound again, everyone in the palace, no matter whether they were in front of the Emperor or not, fell to the ground and trembled. Chapter 1140. The difference between Lord and Minister. The Imperial Prime Minister, Grand Duke Angelisa, who was temporarily summoned to the palace, had a bad premonition. After being slapped in the face by that man with a bloody flag, he could only think of one reason. But not only did he handle the whole matter perfectly, but he also hadn't been discovered for so many years. Why is it happening today? What worried him even more was the Emperor's attitude. For the old Emperor and himself of similar age, government affairs would basically be handled in the morning, and they would only control the general direction. Naturally, young officials will complete the details, and their own task is just to review and check. In other words, this kind of summons near evening is very abnormal. If it is an important military and national event, there is nothing wrong with a temporary summons. But which country around here dares to challenge the Empire? It's been a long time since I've seen such a blind person. If a king-level monster suddenly appears somewhere, This kind of disaster may be a disaster of national annihilation level in the eyes of other small countries. However, the empire also has standard procedures for handling related matters. Things of this level are simply not qualified to be placed on the emperor's agenda. Case. So what could it be for? Thinking of the consequences of that incident being discovered. Even this old fox, who has been immersed in politics for a long time and has a face as thick as a city wall, can't help but feel a splitting headache. In my heart, I hope that the man would raise the blood flag for other reasons. The problem is that other things should not constitute a reason for him to do this. The automobile industry seems to be a huge profit, but for a Grand Duke's net worth, it is just the icing on the cake. Even if it's gone, it won't hurt your muscles and bones. He had taken quite a lot of things from him, and I didn't see him clinging to anything more valuable than the automobile industry. So this shouldn't be a reason for blood flags. So, are you trying to settle some old scores? The old man who is lucky is unwilling to think about things in the worst direction. Instead, he kept making excuses for this old opponent he knew very well. But he denied them one by one. Before finding the final answer, Angelisa had already arrived at the emperor's study room under the leadership of the palace attendants. The soft sound of communication brought his attention back to reality. When he stepped through the door, he seemed to have entered a different world. In the study at dusk, the servants were lighting the lights everywhere. However, the emperor sitting behind the imperial court seemed to be shrouded in gloom, with only a pair of eyes that did not look like an old man's, staring at the person who entered the door. The bad premonition in my heart tilted a little towards the worse side. The Grand Duke of Risol still saluted with flawless court etiquette and said, "Your Majesty, I wonder what the important thing is for the summoner to come here." One of the reasons why the old emperor would appreciate him is that he doesn't talk much nonsense. So after a brief greeting, Angelisa went straight to the topic and tried to dominate the topic. But many times, a little cleverness can't affect anything. Even though the magic light in the study could illuminate the room as brightly as daytime, the shadow that shrouded the emperor's face did not dissipate. "What have you done?" Emperor Armin Kazalnia said in a cold voice. The word sounded like a question, but there was no intention of getting an answer. But this level is enough to make Angelisa understand that everything has been exposed. Even though he belongs to the peak of power in all the countries in the land, the old duke still looked solemn and speechless. Cold sweat broke out on my head and back. I was thinking of ways to deal with it in my mind, but none of them were sure. The old emperor didn't seem to have thought about it. Waiting for the person in front of him to respond, he continued to say coldly, "Speaking of which, I am really old, and my judgment on many things is not as good as before. You should be lucky. I just smashed everything on the table. Looking back, I should have left a few things. Now I can hit you on the head." "Your Majesty," Duke Risol said dryly, "I just don't understand. Is a woman worth doing this?" Like breaking a jar, the old duke shouted out the dissatisfaction he had accumulated over a long period of time. How come he can get everyone's favor and admiration? And I tried my best to support him, but I was still criticized for holding back and holding back. The despicable villain with legs, including Elena, and the woman who looks like Elena. They were all taken in. She was the one who fell in love with me first. Why should I be the one who lost everything? "Oh, it's over. Are you happy?" the old emperor said coldly. "He is just a sword, and you are a person qualified to play chess. And you are actually jealous of the sword in your hand? The stupidity you showed makes me feel I used to look up to you." The cold words made people understand that in the eyes of the old emperor, there was nothing but power. This is the mentality of a person who is truly at the top of his game. However, the old duke still has human jealousy, which is undoubtedly second-rate. Recognizing the weakness of the person in front of him, Emperor Armin said in a calm voice, "Mr. Risol, I think the affairs in your territory will be very busy next. So please take off the brooch from your chest. The important responsibility of the empire. I'll leave it to someone else, and you can focus on your own troubles." When the old duke heard this, he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, are you going to give up on me and choose that person?" "No. My choice has always been correct. Because I always choose the winning side. After all, only those who survive can continue to help me." "Right. So before you leave, remember to leave the brooch." The old emperor he tapped the imperial case lightly with his finger, and then waved his hand, making his intention to leave quite clear. At the same time, he waved to the attendants who had fetched the paperwork to come forward and rearrange the table. The pursuit of power is just to satisfy your own desires. But your desire is power itself. Compared with me, how noble is it? the old duke said sternly. Oh! As the person in front of him changed his humble attitude in the past, the old emperor looked at him interestingly, as if he had discovered something new. The corners of his mouth were slightly curved in a sneer. The old duke, who said what was in his heart, continued to criticize without any scruples. You said you didn't choose anyone. But if you don't help me, doesn't it mean you made a choice between me and that person? One side is an invincible commander, and the other side is a conspirator who only knows how to play tricks. Do you think so? So before today, you suppressed that old guy Ricardo and even kicked him out of the palace. Did I ever stop you? Don't think about how clever you are in your power play. There is no limit. Even a demon dares to enter the harem and give birth to that big trouble. Is this better? First of all, I want to make it clear that the imperial concubine you are talking about is a succubus, not a devil. In addition, that son is my most proud masterpiece. See how none of you can do anything to him. Can you say that this son is not good? If you can only play the chess piece in your hand, then I can only say that it is a joke to regard you as my mentor and friend in this life. Leave, my old friend. You have to find a way to get through the next level so that you can continue to stand here and talk to me. Before that, it's all redundant.